At this time, the 9-color rainbow bridge has begun to dissipate. The host launches 20 blue-level intermediate nirvanas, locks on 76 targets, and starts bombarding. Lin Chen swung one hand and shot out a slow rune. When the stagnant void slowed down the offensive of the geniuses, he pulled Shenling Shuang, and his movements turned like a dragon. Boom! The attacks of the geniuses collided and exploded, throwing them into the air. Then, violent thunderclouds, storm tornadoes, giant wind blades, and sea of fiery flames, many attacks shrouded the 76 geniuses who launched the attack. Many geniuses are stunned. He actually has that kind of killer move that can even involve a holy land. And there are so many. Although the power is not as powerful as the previous wave, it is still a devastating blow to the creatures below the holy realm. What's more terrifying is that these attacks are unavoidable. Let the geniuses use any stunts and magical powers to avoid the lock of these attacks. No, do not want. Brother Lin Chen, remove the supernatural power, we know it's wrong. When many geniuses felt the breath of death, they frantically begged for mercy. Lin Chen didn't bother to pay attention to these noisy guys. He swept away in the air, and in front of everyone's eyes, he grabbed the scroll of the dazzling orange light. The orange-level combat skills belong to him, Lin Chen. From the point of view of cultivation methods, apart from the Taisher Bible, after the breakthrough of Epiphany, Lin Chen does not have any kind of cultivation method that can be regarded as the orange level. They are all half-orange or infinitely close to orange, all relying on the ultimate moment and charging runes and other means to improve to the critical point of combat skills. Unexpectedly, the Dark Horse Club is the final winner. But I still remember the wild laughter when he encountered the two Jade King Scorpions led by the Sun Moon Palace. It turned out that he had already started the layout at that time, and he counted all the holy beasts, including the Sun Moon Palace. The geniuses watched the 76 geniuses gradually disappear in the attack of many destructive energies. We all underestimate him. The ambition of this young man is far beyond our imagination. But, why does he have such a powerful trump card and keep it until now? He even has to take risks and provoke so many holy beasts? Is there any prerequisite for activation? We all took it lightly. He was able to kill Chiyun Island on the premise of being chased by more than a dozen holy realms. We all thought that he had lost his skills because of this, but we didn't expect his killer to break out until now. In the Plain of Blood, more than 2,000 geniuses sighed. Who would have thought that the final winner of this Rainbow Island would be the Dark Horse Club? Almost everyone thought they were the worst losers, strictly suppressed by the Sun Moon Palace and the 100 Saints Gate. Next, Lin Chen made an even more amazing move. He is a genius at the venue. Everyone, I said that it's time for the robbery of the Dark Horse Clubhouse. You have just robbed the 9-color rainbow flyover, and handed them all over. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all. I believe, you know that I have this ability. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. He even robbed everyone? Crazy. Must be crazy. However, before the genius had time to escape and question, the holy beasts finally broke free from their nirvana. And Dongfang Yao has been reduced to a pile of ashes and ashes suspended. There are also a large number of attribute light orbs. Boy, return this king's 8th order holy beast core. Dare to play the king, die. Almost instantly, the 3 behemoths of the primordial golden eagle, the Gorefiend Wolf King, and the Heavenly Serenity Sacred Shark attacked Lin Chen. Pa! Lin Chen snapped his fingers again. Activate the blue level advanced nirvana, demonic wind gang, can lock on the target, 3, and start bombarding the target. Boom. A huge dark green tornado of hundreds of feet rose into the sky, and the tornado surrounded the 3 sacred beasts, releasing the strength and sharpness that shattered the mountains and rivers. The dark green storm shrouded them in an instant, and a new round of torture began. Before they even got close to Lin Chen, they had to use all their strength to defend. Hiss. Seeing this scene, let alone geniuses, even the other 4 holy beasts dare not act rashly. The remaining more than 2,000 geniuses were shocked and stayed in place. No one dares to escape. Everyone was stunned by Lin Chen's hand. This method is terrifying. How many other attacks does he have? A powerful attack may not be very scary. But the unavoidable attack is a real nightmare. A nightmare that can't be escaped even with the space halos, which means that appearing means death. None of you geniuses dare to gamble with their own lives. Now, when I say robbery, who is for and who is against? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and one person suppressed more than 2,000 geniuses. And 4 holy beasts. My God, I'm not dreaming. It's too enchanting. Young Master Lin Chen is really the #1 person in all ages. How domineering, who can rob all geniuses in the past and even the treasures of the 9-color rainbow bridge will be reserved by him. All the girls in the Heart Refinement Palace stared at Lin Chen's back with fanatical and adoring eyes. In addition to the sound of a lot of energy bombardment, the rest of the audience was the wailing of 76 geniuses. Now, I can tell you clearly. Not only the 9-color rainbow bridge, but also the treasures you captured before, I want them all. Lin Chen showed a harmless smile, but his voice made everyone fall into an ice cellar. Outrageous. Outrageous. How big is this Lin Chen's appetite? Could it be that he wants to eat all the treasures of the Rainbow Bridge on Rainbow Island this time alone? If you don't turn it over, you will die. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Lin Chen raised his death snap again, and everyone trembled. Those geniuses who wanted to take the opportunity to slip away immediately dismissed their thoughts. Life is more important than what you have. Then, the girls in the Heart Refinement Palace witnessed an unforgettable moment. Lin Chen pointed out more than 500 geniuses from more than 2,000 geniuses. These geniuses are the treasures dropped by the 9-color rainbow flyover. What's even more mysterious is that some geniuses tried to hide it, but they were all discovered by Lin Chen. The reason is very simple: every treasure in the 9-color rainbow bridge is not ordinary, and all have attribute values attached. As long as there is an attribute light in the gifted ring, it is the treasure of the 9-color rainbow bridge, all of which were dug out by Lin Chen accurately. Could it be that young Master Lin Chen was distracted by the battle for treasures during the battle just now? Or does he have the ability to see through the ring? Amazing. The girls were amazed. Get 3,810 points of advanced fighting spirit essence, 2,909 points of advanced vitality, 7 points of advanced fire energy, 5 points of advanced water energy, 1,299 points of reinforcement, 11 points of intermediate talent points, 18 points of advanced rune energy. After Lin Chen robbed all the geniuses, he obtained a lot of attribute values from the treasures in the 9-color rainbow. In addition, 71 of the 76 geniuses who were killed by the Nirvana fell on the spot, and the attribute values dropped are even more complicated. Especially Dongfang Yao, the sword of this person is there, and the sword is destroyed when a person dies. Lin Chen burned the holy sword that was parasitic in Dongfeng Yao's body alive until it burst and destroyed, dropping a large number of attribute light balls. And Dongfeng Yao, before the death torture, Lin Chen's avatar, true virtuous, handsome, gave him joy. The most powerful genius of the Beishanmen has fallen. Lin Chen also activated the Omen of Stealing talent for the 2 holy level Jade King Scorpions, stealing 30,000 points of high-level blood and 300 points of high-level rune energy respectively. The remaining geniuses in the Sun Moon Palace are protected by 2 holy Scorpions. Lin Chen didn't plan to break the net with them. There are still a large number of holy places waiting for him outside Lin Chen, and his must-kill skills are spared. The essence of advanced fighting spirit, go all the way. Lin Chen, who is 5 tribulations away from the cultivation base, has begun to gradually approach. At this time, Lin Chen didn't know that the outside world was in trouble because of him. This is probably the most embarrassing battle experienced by the sacred beast. Overlords of Rainbow Island. Laudi has been copied by others, people are right in front of him, but dare not move, but he is a kid who can't even reach the Holy Realm. But that kind of unavoidable attack is a nightmare. Except for the Earth and Profound Sacred Tortoise, which has the strongest defense, no one is sure that they will be able to resist 4 or 5 such attacks without being injured. The holy beasts are not in harmony. They covet each other's vicious beast core. If they are seriously injured, they will naturally become the prey of other holy beasts. The holy beasts knew this to each other, and finally chose to retreat. An hour later, the blood plains returned to silence. The genius left, and the holy beast retreated. Young Master Lin Chen, my heart refinement palace can't afford this great gift. When Jiang Yin took Lin Chen's acceptance ring, she was horrified and hurriedly returned it to Lin Chen. If you don't want it, you won't give me Lin Chen face. Lin Chen smiled casually and pushed Najia back. There are 5 volumes of 8th order alchemy recipes, for holy pills, many martial arts and combat skills, 8th order rare minerals, several top-level alchemy handprints, and 2 volumes of holy artifact casting scrolls. The value is too high. If you feel uneasy, then I'll tell you a secret. The trump card I used just now can only be used after winning the Nangong Mia's ring, so in the battle too. When the Sun Moon Palace, you all contributed and deserved it. Take this reward. After Lin Chen made some remarks, the girls in the Heart Refinement Palace readily accepted it. Having seen Lin Chen's methods of suppressing holy beasts, it's hard for people to think that they can help him. Lin Chen also gifted some of Shenling Shuang and Ning Xuan's medicinal herbs and secrets to the 2 daughters. Even among the 5 sacred artifacts obtained by the fallen genius of the Sun Moon Palace, were given to the second daughter. Shenling Shuang has a pair of holy level gauntlets, 9 level barbarian dragon gloves, plus a pair of flaming Kyushu hot wheels, which can enhance movement and attack power, and play an important role in Shenling Shuang's future. Ning Xuan's is the 100 Treasures Holy Gourd, which has many auxiliary effects, plus an 8-sided exquisite mirror, which has a powerful role in finding enemies and defending. While taking stock of this harvest, Lin Chen couldn't wait to open the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Emperor of the 4 Tribulations Advanced. Essence, 4.81 million points. Ultimate Strength, 97 million. Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 5.48 million points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 4,129 points. close to halfway into the Holy Spirit. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 8,911 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 3,881 points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 3,227 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 5,411 points. Blank Attributes, 700,000 points. Enhancement Points, 1.39 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 3724 points, Earth 3211 points, Wood 3500 points, Gold 3666 points, Water 4386 points, Thunder 3299 points, Wind 3344 points, Light 2665 points, Dark 2997 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Open or Not, Nirvana Column, Open or Not. Active Talent Bar, Open or Not, Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combo, whether it is turned on. The element attribute values all skyrocketed by more than 1,000 points. This value, in the past, Lin Chen didn't even dare to think about it. This time, he robbed many geniuses, which was equivalent to obtaining the attribute light balls attached to all the treasures of the 9-color rainbow bridge. Counting the Sun Moon Palace, he also killed more than 100 geniuses, and most of them were super first-class geniuses. The attribute light ball obtained is incalculable. In addition, Lin Chen also decomposed hundreds of different crystal fragments collected by the Sun Moon Palace, and the harvest was unprecedented. Dongfang Yao is the best among the super geniuses, and Nangong Mia can crush any super genius at will. Although I was able to face off against Nangong Mia just now, I still have to rely on the power of orange-level talent. But now, maybe I don't need to split the shadow, the 2 runes of ultimate moment and charging can penetrate, and I can also compete head-on against the genius of Nangong Mia's level. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Such a strength is completely different from before entering Rainbow Island. Only the top 10,000 geniuses on the genius list can threaten him with people below the sage. Those geniuses called monsters. At this time, Jiang Yin asked, curiously. 9-color rainbow bridge should be the last rainbow overpass. According to the previous rules of Rainbow Island, the transmission exit will come in 7 days. What are your plans for Mr. Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded. I plan to find a place to repair my holy artifact. The azure blue moon, the sky-high sword, and the 8th order spear embryo in Lin Chen's hands are not a complete holy weapon to be precise. Now, he needs to repair these sacred artifacts, let them return to their heyday or cast them into complete bodies. With Lin Chen's strength, even the finished holy artifact can barely control it. After leaving Rainbow Island, Shibi had a big battle, and he has now planted the seed, just waiting for the flowers to bear fruit. We just want to refine the adventures we have recently obtained, and go to a blessed place suitable for our seniors and sisters to retreat. Then we will see you at Chiyun Island. After all, with our current strength, we can help you, Mr. Lin Chen, very little. Jiang Yin smiled, Lin Chen nodded, and the two held out their hands for a friendly shake. Goodbye to Chiyun Island then. The two sides parted ways. At this time, Lin Chen glanced at the system. Orange rank active talent, God Killer, those who are hostile to the host. The 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor Cultivation Base, 3,105 people. Purple rank active talent King's Landing World accumulates energy, 274 million points. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. On the north side of Rainbow Island, in a valley, The remaining geniuses of the Sun and Moon Palace were full of resentment in their eyes. When sitting on the mountainside, the geniuses of the Beishan men were full of decadence and powerlessness. It's not over yet, Lin Chen, our senior brother Shiyue is still waiting outside. You dare to kill senior brother Nangong Mia and many senior brothers and sisters, senior brother Shiyue will not let you go. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at a quiet and beautiful waterfall. When he was about to refine the loot this time, the mutation suddenly appeared. The magic seal in Lin Chen's palm began to flicker faintly. This is... Lin Chen looked in the direction of the waterfall in a weird way. He sensed the breath of the demon race. Huh? This waterfall looks like Water Curtain Cave? Ning Qingxian also felt mysterious. This waterfall was shrouded in a thick mist of water, which made people surprised that it was just an ordinary waterfall. Hey! Maybe there are treasures again, Master, I'll come. Shen Lingshuang giggled, her delicate fist smashed into the air, the dragon power surged, and the fist wind blew up the heavy water curtain. In a vast underground world, there are 10 golems standing in this place, and the demonic energy is soaring to the sky like a generation of demon saints who dominate the world and are immortal. In front of the golem sat a young man with a sword. In front of the young man is a dark red ancient mirror. The strange thing is that this ancient mirror is actually absorbing the breath of 10 golems, making the ancient mirror's magic even stronger. The dark red ancient mirror exudes a deep aura like abyss, just like the eye of the devil's nest in the Kyushu continent that day. Bang! When a deafening vibration came from outside the underground world, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. Where did the idiot come from? Don't snatch the treasures of Rainbow Island. Come here to find death? Between the youth's eyebrows, there was a trace of indifferent killing intent. Under the Water Curtain Cave, is there an underground world? It's amazing, what the hell is this place? When the woman's astonishment sounded faintly, the young man in my took his sword and stepped, his figure flashed and disappeared. Lin Chen came to a vast underground world, like a man-made underground world. There is the breath of the demons in front of me, and the magic mark left on me by the strong of the demons has become stronger and stronger. Lin Chen became more and more frightened, and suddenly, a very obscure, murderous intent flashed. Slow rune. The gray-white talisman shot across the sky, and when it exploded, a snow white sword light was stagnant and stopped. When the sword light slowed down, Lin Chen quickly pulled out the azure blue moon and slashed across the sky. Bang! Jianmong disintegrated, Lin Chen stepped back, and the master who initiated the assassination was slightly startled. What a fast sword! Lin Chen Hanmao stood upside down. Your Excellency attacked me as soon as we met. Could it be that I was jealous of Lin's handsomeness? When Lin Chen smiled casually, he released all his clones at once, and instantly exploded the eightfold transformation and the ultimate moment. Talent, protecting Ning Qingxian and Shen Lingshuang. If you break into places you shouldn't break into, you should die. When the indifferent voice sounded, the other party stabbed another sword. The snow-white sword light is like the aurora in the dark night, and at the moment of witnessing it, death has come. Although Lin Chen was on guard, he was still shocked by the speed of this sword. Lin Chen, who has strong mental power, reacted very quickly, and in a flash, he played a slow rune, and while delaying the sword's momentum, he slashed another sword's mirror of attack in the sky. Bang! The sword chi and the sword light disintegrated, and the two sides retreated. This person's swordsmanship is extremely strange, and there is a smell of traveling through the void. the ordinary method can't resist at all, and even if he reacts, he can't keep up with his sword. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This opponent was even more terrifying than Namgong. Mia. Finally, under the scattered light of the moonlight, Lin Chen saw his opponent clearly. The young man in linen held a sword, his eyebrows stared, his aura was calm and condensed, like an ascetic swordsman in the world, but the killing intent between his eyebrows at this time seemed a little indifferent. This young man in sackcloth seems to be the mysterious swordsman Ling Jian, who defeated a super genius with one sword in the top 10 competitions in the heavenly ranking. He is the only one of the biggest dark horses who has been ranked in the top 10 from more than 30,000 talents on the list. Is it him? I haven't seen any trace of him when the rainbow overpass was born. Before. Did this Ling Jian stay here since he entered the island? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. You can actually pick up 2 swords from me. It doesn't seem like the garbage outside is comparable. Ling Jian was extremely indifferent, like a sword without emotion. Under the commander's name Lin Chen, Your Excellency Ling Jian should have heard of my name. With your strength, why don't you go out and compete for treasures? In terms of singles, no one is stronger than you. As long as you take action, there will be isn't the gain, why come to such a ghost place? Lin Chen smiled lightly, took 2 steps back, and made a gesture to Ning Qingxian with his thumb. Ning Qingxian knew it, and with a flick of his finger, the blue water droplets merged into Lin Chen and the Tianling Gai of all the clones, and the speed of the fighting spirit increased a bit. Then he immediately left with Shen Lingshuang, and the 2 clones took cover. Lin Chen could feel that even if Shen Lingshuang fought against this person, there was almost no chance of winning. His swordsmanship is very strange, and you can't rely on numbers to defeat him. Oh, my master is unparalleled in the world, why should I compete with those garbage, and you will be buried here. After killing you, I will kill the 2 women and others. Ling Jian sneered, drew his sword sternly, and stabbed with a sword, a black and white sword light stabbed Lin Chen angrily. His sword is an ordinary sword, a top-level sword of the 7th order, not even the 7th order peak. But this sword is still ridiculously fast. It's like jumping through space. Boom. 2 gray and white talismans were suppressed in the sky, one talisman to suppress the sword, and the other talisman to seal people. Clang. Lin Chen slashed horizontally with a knife, and the knife was like a crescent moon hook. The light of the knife smashed the sword light, and the aftertaste of the knife did not diminish, and a bright mirror knife light flashed. Boom. Hundreds of sword lights exploded from Ling Jian's body like a rain of swords, piercing the shackles of the slow rune. Die. He raised his sword and waved, the sword chi was like a dragon. A faint startling rainbow flickered, piercing the dragon pattern sword energy. It's Lin Chen's clones. He wasn't arrogant enough to go head-to-head with Ling Jian. The orange light sword rainbow slashed horizontally, like a long rainbow, penetrating the sun, forcing Ling Jian to set up the sword edge to block the sword tear. Lin Chen held the knife at Ling Jian's Tianling Gai, and slashed vertically. The half-moon-shaped blade chi illuminates the entire underground world. Boom. The sword chi swept up the dust and sand in the sky. Ling Jian was unscathed. Lin Chen and the 3 clones formed a ball, and they attacked Ling Jian in turn, with swords and shadows and arrows galloping. Suddenly, a dragon tail burst out. Lin Chen even released the Dragon Emperor. The 4 people and 1 dragon attacked Ling Jian more than ever. With his bizarrely fast swordsmanship, he resisted them all. No wonder he defeated a super first-class genius with one sword. This strength far exceeds that of geniuses, beyond 10,000. Lin Chen's pupils trembled, and the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He is now able to compete with the super-talented Nangong destroyer at the level of one-on-one without using shadow of instantaneous light. The clone is exactly the same as the main body except that it does not have the Holy Phoenix wing. Under the circumstance of cooperating perfectly, under the siege, even Ling Jian could not be taken down? There is no doubt that Ling Jian, who has the same cultivation level as the other geniuses, has reached the level of the top 10,000 geniuses. His strength far surpasses all the geniuses who have entered Rainbow Island. 3 illusionary swords. Annihilation. Hell Heartbroken Red. Mirror Moon Edict. The fierce battle lasted for more than 500 rounds, and the two sides showed their cards. The battle was splendid, and the entire vast underground world was crumbling. Ling Jian failed to take down Lin Chen even with all his strength. Similarly, Lin Chen and the clones used the flashlight and shadow, but they also failed to break through Ling Jian's swordsmanship. But the power of penetrating the rune caused him a lot of injuries. Overall, Lin Chen had the upper hand. After dozens of rounds, the two sides separated. You and your people are really monsters. For Tribulation's battle sovereign cultivation base used the power of orange-level combat skills and the stunt of turning 1 into 5. Ling Jian's indifferent face was moved for the first time. This was the first time he felt jealous of his peers after he worshipped the master. To each other, I think you are more like a monster. Lin Chen smiled casually, his eyes became more dignified, and he didn't take down the opponent in a round of instant light and shadow, and he didn't plan to waste any more talent points. It seems that only the blue-level intermediate nirvana can be used. Although it is a bit wasteful to use it for one person, this guy is too difficult to deal with. Lin Chen was about to launch his nirvana when a ghostly indifferent voice echoed in the underground world, which shocked Lin Chen. Ling Jian, it took you 2/4 of an hour, and this seat is already impatient. The moment this voice appeared, there were violent energy fluctuations in Lin Chen's peach garden. It's the little shadow that wakes up. When Ling Jian heard the sound, his whole body trembled with fear. He, who had always been indifferent and arrogant, immediately clasped his fists. Respectfully, Master, wait a moment. Huh? Has this little guy finished his retreat? It's much stronger than before. Lin Chen glanced at the Taoyuan planting capsule. The little shadow had woken up, and at this time it was grinning at the Taoyuan planting capsule, like a violent beast. Little guy, calm down, you can't come out. Lin Chen quickly retreated while comforting the little shadow in the Taoyuan planting capsule. A young man walked slowly out of the darkness. His face was pale and his body was thin, like a scholar with no strength to hold his hands. But his dark eyes were as deep as a bottomless pit, as if a world was hidden in the vastness. Lin Chen just looked at him squarely, almost lost in the boy's eyes, and was shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that the purple-black shadow flowing all over the boy's body was entrenched on the top of the boy's head like an evil dragon. The breath of this purple-black shadow has the dignity of a dragon, mixed with the magic of a demon, and has the characteristics of a shadow. This is not the first time Lin Chen has seen such a creature. Difficult, could he be? Lin Chen's expression became more and more horrified. With the life genes of demons, dragons, and innate shadows, isn't that the Ultimate shadow cultivated by Tuoshing? According to Tuoshing's handbook, the ultimate shadow training plan ended in the 15th phase, and the 15th phase was the little shadow in Lin Chen's hand. And Tuoshing finally fell into the layout of the ultimate shadow of the 14th period. If it is said that apart from the small shadow in the current holy world, which shadow can have the blood of the dragon, the demon, and the innate shadow, there is only the ultimate shadow of the 14th period. This guy is the ultimate shadow? Lin Chen was shocked. No wonder little shadow saw Ling Jian's reaction at first, but now his reaction is even more intense. You can't beat him. This guy is one of the few geniuses I've seen. The most important thing is that he has a means that I can't see through. The youth in the green shirt waved his hand, and Ling Jian immediately led the order to retreat behind him. Lin Chen couldn't help but take a half step back, ready to play the slow rune with high energy at any time. If it is really the ultimate shadow of the 14th issue, Lin Chen knows that he can't be its opponent at all. Even the earth-shattering big figures like Lian Tuoshing were killed by its layout. After such a long time change, its strength may be even more terrifying than the saints in the outside world. Human boy, this seat is very interested in you. Do you want to become a servant of this seat? Becoming a servant of this seat can ensure that you will become holy in the future. Even the orange level combat skills and orange level mental methods, this seat can also. How about offering it to you too? Practice? The pale-faced youth in green shirt smiled slightly, and Lin Chen's brows trembled a few times. Brother, do you think I can do it? You give me orange level combat skills and orange level mentality now, and I will betray the Dark Horse Club immediately. At this time, Lin Chen's clone, Zhendexiu, deliberately tested him through voice transmission. Oh, naturally, this seat will not carry orange level combat skills and orange level mentality with you, so I'll talk about it after you become a servant. The youth in the green shirt transmits the voice to the Zhendexiu. He was very interested in Lin Chen and his party. Then we don't have to talk about it. Zhen Deshou laughed jokingly. Suddenly, Lin Chen asked, You are the master of Ling Jian? Who are you? The orange level mentality and orange level combat skills are the pinnacle of cultivation techniques. How can I believe you have them? Lin Chen remembered that in Tuoshing's records, before his death, his holy body was taken away by the ultimate shadow. In other words, this young man is most likely not his body. It could be just a shell. If it is the main body, Lin Chen believes that even if he is a holy realm, he may not be his opponent. Who is this seat? Ha ha ha, this seat is the most honorable existence in this holy world. Ling Jian's fortune is created by this seat. You have already experienced his swordsmanship before, and its power is precisely this seat has transformed his bloodline. You only have two choices. 1. Become a servant of this seat. 2. Die here. Lin Chen stretched out 3 fingers and smiled. 3. I will kill you too. And continue to be the most handsome man in the holy world. Since you are shameless, you will die. The youth in the green shirt sneered, raised his hand and held it with 5 fingers. The purple-black shadow condensed into 5 fingers and held an angry grip. The moment the shadow spreads, the space is actually frozen. It made Lin Chen unable to retreat. Sigh. At the moment when a slow rune shot out, and the palm stopped the offensive, Lin Chen threw a 9 tribulation star with all his strength. The 9-color starlight is divided into 5, and its power is far greater than before. Like 5 splendid aurora, bombarded head-on. Boom. The 5 9-color beams of light suddenly bloomed. This time, it did not trigger the earth-shattering momentum, but quickly offset it with the shadow palm print. Ling Jian was deeply apprehensive. If Lin Chen had used this move just now, he would definitely not be able to take it. Even the teenage boy was stunned. Although this palm is not enough to deal with the Holy Realm, it is more than enough to crush some geniuses of the 5 calamities. Interesting. The young man in the green shirt was about to give a second palm. Boom. 2 thunderclouds exploded from the top of their heads. Huh? Something's wrong. When the young man's face changed slightly, the cyan thunder light suddenly exploded, turning into a python-like, sturdy electric light and slashing the top of the 2 of them. Ling Jian and the youth in the green shirt dodged and retreated, but they were shocked to find that the attack could not dodge and dodge. Dilly. Boom. Bang bang bang. The violent thunder roar echoed the entire underground world, and the aftermath of Lei Wei began to crush the entire underground world. What kind of attack is this? The secret techniques of this seat can't move out of the attack range of the thundercloud. The 2 instantly bathed in the bombardment of many blue light thunder and lightning, and let them be strong. Lin Chen's blue level intermediate level Nirvana blue meteor thunder always followed them. Oops, this mortal body can't hold up anymore. Finally, under the bombardment of many green thunders, the young man's face changed slightly. Although he is powerful, this body that was temporarily seized may not be certain. Ling Jian, the wisp of breath left in this human race is about to dissipate. We must stick to the swallowing mirror. The mirror is there for people, and the mirror destroys people. The flesh shell body of the teenage shirt is cracking, melting, and collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Jian was wearing a silver cloak, gritted his teeth, and said very seriously, Master, I will definitely bring the swallowing mirror back. Bang! Just after Ling Jian finished speaking, the youth in the green shirt burst into a pool of blood, and finally annihilated in the thunder and lightning. The shadowy breath that was attached to the boy's body disappeared with the demise of the flesh shell body. Just when Ling Jian saw that the momentum of Thunder Cloud was gradually diminishing and thought that he was about to overcome the difficulties, he was overjoyed. As long as I survive the Thunder Cloud and dissipate, with my ability, even if I am seriously injured, I have a chance to take away the Master's swallowing mirror. You really think you can survive? Lin Chen smiled lightly, and snapped his fingers again. The 1,000 wind blade-like tornadoes devoured Ling Jian like a giant beast. And he looked horrified. You actually summon Lin smiled angrily. I still have dozens of attacks like this that can't be avoided. Bao Jun is satisfied. Ling Jian's mouth twitched wildly. What are you? Don't worry. I'm a very real person. If you don't die, I will wash my hair upside down on someone, Lin. As for that swallowing mirror, I will definitely take good care of it for you, but if it doesn't show someone Lin's handsomeness, I'll blow it up with one punch. Lin Chen's smiling appearance made Ling Jian so angry. In the end, under the torture of 2 blue-level nirvanas, Ling Jian finally fell and died under the cutting of the wind blade. And Lin Chen got a holy artifact cloak and a lot of attribute light balls. Get 3,290 points of fighting spirit essence, 34 points of martial art essence, 11 points of talent points, 13 points of rune energy, 9 points of spiritual power. Taking away the attribute light ball dropped by Ling Jian, Lin Chen opened the orange crystal treasure chest dropped by Ling Jian after his death. Inside the orange crystal treasure chest, the brilliance is scattered around. And when it is opened, an orange-red key is suspended inside. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upgrade key. After meeting the conditions for unlocking the upgrade key, the system version upgrade conditions will be obtained. Open the upgrade key condition, upgrade to the Holy Land. The next version of the upgrade key is expected to open up features, set features, enchanting features, and more. The bracers of the God of War currently held by the host belong to the attribute treasure that belongs to the suit function, the Golden God of War. Suit and part ultimate armor right bracer absolute power, ultimate attack. Ultimate destruction, after the next version is updated, which fully unlocks the suit features. Lin Chen opened his mouth wide. Package function? Feeling that his War God bracers was actually produced by the next function of the system. Well, this function is said to be a suit function. Could it be that there are other parts? For example, the God of War leg armor, the armor of the God of War. Lin Chen was ecstatic. It seems that the secret of the God of War bracers can be solved only by updating to the next version. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Chen rushed to the deepest part of the underground world and witnessed the 10 golems. These 10 golems are pure demons. Lin Chen was startled, and motivated Zijintong to spy on the secrets in the golems, but found that these golems couldn't see through at all, like the remains of a demon. Even the infiltrating spiritual power is like a mud cow entering the sea, and it is impossible to see what the essence of the golem is made of. These golems are the fall of the real top demons. Lin Chen was shocked. When he came to this conclusion, he was almost certain that the strength of these golems was at least comparable to that of saints. Perhaps stronger than the average saint. Boom. At this time, the underground world began to collapse continuously. Because of the residual power of the nirvana, the underground world was about to collapse. I can't move these golems, I don't have time to study these things. Lin Chen flashed past and took away the dark red ancient mirror placed on the ground. In this ancient mirror, there is a deep and terrifying demonic energy, as if all the demonic energy in the 10 golems are sucked into the interior. Is this the swallowing mirror that guy said? The strange thing is that because of the magic seal in Lin Chen's palm, Lin Chen is not eroded by the magic energy. Lin Chen also found that this ancient mirror could not be put into the Taoyuan planting bag and the ring because of its too strong demonic energy. No matter where you put it, it will shatter the interior space. Boom boom. The boulder fell, Lin Chen smashed it with a punch, flapped the holy phoenix wings and rushed out of the underground world. However, the mutation is sudden. The Tian mirror that Lin Chen put in his arms suddenly had a vision. Sigh. Demonic chi breeds and abuses like an evil dragon, and it bursts out of the sky-swallowing mirror. Not good. Lin Chen was horrified, and when he wanted to throw away the Tian mirror, he found that the violent and fierce demonic energy had condensed into a vortex-shaped funnel, which quickly poured into the magic seal in his palm. When the magic energy is integrated into the magic seal, it is like a dragon entering the sea, swallowing the magic energy thousands of miles. A chain of evil dragon-like demonic chi burst out with demonic sounds, which shook Lin Chen's spirit. Oops. This demonic energy is so tyrannical, how can I suppress it? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The night wind was as cold as a knife, and the dark figure sitting at the top of the hall suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his palm, and the jade was broken like sand and scattered by the wind. Is Ling Jian still dead? Well, let's look for a new servant. In all likelihood, the heaven-swallowing mirror was taken away by that kid. His breath has been recorded by this seat. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will not be able to escape. In the palm of this seat, the problem lies in his origin. If he gave the swallowing mirror to those people, he hid in the darkness, his eyes glowing with a cold magic light. The next moment, a wave of anger shook the sky, and the clouds outside the sky split a shocking gap. Huh? What's the situation? The magic energy of the top 10 demon kings that I took in the swallowing mirror was taken away? Isn't that kid still on Rainbow Island? Rainbow Island, outside the waterfall. Sister Qingxian, is the master okay? That person seems to be very strong. And I feel that there seems to be more than one person in that burrow. Shen Lingshuang's pretty face was full of worry, and she vaguely had a bad premonition. Perhaps because of the bloodline, Shen Lingshuang rejected some existences in the underground world. Don't worry, your master has never encountered any crisis, and the problems inside can't beat him. Ning Qingxian smiled lightly, and just after the words fell, a light flashed. From the west, it was Lin Chen. Hey, master, why did you come out here? Shen Lingshuang was pleasantly surprised, and Lin Chen smiled and said, It's okay, I played hide and seek with the people below. A trace of worry flashed across Ning Qingxuan's beautiful cheeks, and she asked with a smile, solved? Lin Chen nodded, well, it's a very tricky guy, but it's done. After all, Lin Chen's eyebrows showed a hint of bitterness. The opponent is done, but the magic energy of the Tian mirror is completely inside his magic seal. If Lin Chen didn't use superdimensional teleportation to escape at the last moment, he would have to be buried inside. Damn, those demonic energy is so terrifying, all of them are absorbed by the demonic imprint left by the woman of the demon race, even if I can't perceive anything now, it is impossible that there will be no change at all. I can only use the fastest, quickly enter the holy realm and see if you can crack this thing. Lin Chen temporarily put down his worries and smiled at the second daughter. Okay, the threat here has been ruled out by us, so let's practice in seclusion here. The three of them dived to the Shuilian cave within days, and each found a place to start retreating. Little Lin Chen didn't know that the outside world had already fallen out because of him. Rewind time to a few hours ago. On Qian Island, the geniuses and saints were once again frightened. The names of a large number of genius lists began to dim, and then many more genius names rose to the top. This proves that an earth-shattering change has taken place in Rainbow Island, causing the geniuses to fight to the death. There must be a drastic change in Rainbow Island, otherwise the geniuses wouldn't be fighting so crazy, and more than a dozen geniuses have fallen. The light of hundreds of names began to dim, and many geniuses were seriously injured. There was a genius who suddenly narrowed his eyes, discovered something abnormal, and exclaimed in shock. No, you see. There is also a large-scale fall of genius. Brush. The holy light golden list began to roll and dim the names of a wide range of names, and even the geniuses of the Sun Moon Palace began to fall one after another. What? The demeanor of senior brother Xiaoyu in the Sun Moon Palace changed suddenly. Then, the name of the genius of Beishan Men is also rapidly dimmed. Even Dongfang Yao's name is like a candle in the wind. And Nangong Mie's name faded and disappeared after the light trembled. Many geniuses took a deep breath. What's going on? Even the geniuses of the 5th grade sect are falling rapidly? Even the geniuses like Nangong Mia have fallen? Could it be that he encountered a holy beast? OM. OM. Two brand new names have replaced the names of Nangong Mia and Dongfeng Yao. The genius list is 10,088, the gods descended to the world Lin Chen, and his sect, Dark Horse Club. Top 10,099 on the genius list, one sword is the only one, the real virtue is handsome, and the sect he belongs to, the Dark Horse Club. Seeing this scene, countless geniuses opened their mouths. And his motherfucker is the Dark Horse Club. My god, he's really not afraid to kill, even the geniuses of Beishanmen and Sunyue Temple dare to kill, and kill a lot of. This Liangzi is settled. The Sun Moon Palace and the Beishanmen are extremely far away from the southern region, and the ordinary Holy Realm can't reach Jiyun Island in 10 days and a half months. It depends on the attitude of the Holy Realm that brought people here. I feel that the Dark Horse Club will be besieged to death by the group of saints when it leaves Jiyun Island. The discussion among the geniuses exploded. The storm was like wave after wave, Nangong Mia fell, and then more than 70 genius names disappeared and dimmed in a very short period of time. And Zendexiu, Zendiang and others from the Dark Horse Club have all made the list. Countless geniuses feel their scalp tingling. Oh, this Dark Horse Club is really crazy. The faces of the saints are even more wonderful. The holy world has not seen such a shocking talent to challenge the rules for many years. As if the gust of wind before the storm was raging, 3 holy lights shot like sharp arrows, shuttled across the sky, and reached the high sky of Jiyun Island. Did the 3 saints arrive together? Among the 3 saints, one is the ancestor of the Chen family who was so angry that Lin Chen almost vomited blood before. Oh? Everyone from the Chen family is here too. Lian Wanjin laughed. The tiger-eyed man at the head was cold and domineering, and said indifferently, this sun has destroyed the millions of years of my Chen family. A piece of the pie. To compensate for the loss of my Chen family. Ha ha ha, no problem, we only need his secret technique and Qi luck spirit. Plant. Lian Wanjin pretended to laugh, a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eye sockets. Ange and the others exchanged glances, but they felt that the more people surrounding the Dark Horse Club, the better. After all, there are too many ghost tricks on that kid. Brush. 2 more holy rays of light, like the crescent moon, suddenly descended to Lian Wanjin's side. 2 men in green clothes came flying on the jade-like flying swords, and one of them nodded to Lian Wanjin. President, the bundle of saints has been brought. Lian Wanjin applauded. Well, very good, these little bastards can't fly. Many geniuses suffocated, these 5 saints actually came for Lin Chen? However, the storm has only just begun. Giant bears, fierce flood dragons, unicorns, lions, tearing apart the clouds and sky, the tyranny is overwhelming. Roar. The giant beasts roared furiously in the sky, causing many young geniuses to shake their minds and their eardrums to burst. The waves were shaken by endless waves. There is a figure standing on top of each giant beast, full of blood and bloodthirsty aura, as if the ancient wilderness had descended. This sage wants to see it today, dare to slaughter my barbarian genius. The eyes of the geniuses became more and more horrified. These giant beasts seemed to be condensed from holy aura. Another 4 holy places. From the sanctuary of the barbarian realm. The aura is too powerful, worthy of being a saint in the barbarian realm. It's too cruel. It is said that the powerhouses of the barbarian domain have been fighting with some powerful holy beasts on the front line for a long time. if it wasn't for the protection of the space barrier on Chiyun Island, that roar just now was enough to shock countless of us. When the teeth of many geniuses trembled, the faces of the Saint Fengquan and the Saint One eyebrows became more and more solemn. There are more and more saints encircling the Dark Horse Club. The scene may be beyond their control. Moreover, there are more than 200 old holy places in the void. Although most of them are behind the scenes and basically do not make a move, it is hard to guarantee that these old guys will be angry because their sect disciples have been killed more. The situation is not good. If there is a war next, it will be difficult for us to keep the little guys in the Dark Horse Clubhouse. The Lord of the Holy Kingdom had a solemn expression. The poisoned saint nodded, his old face was full of seriousness, and said, "This is not the most serious are the Bashan men and the Sun and Moon Hall. Although the two sects are very far away from the southern region, although ordinary saints cannot be short-term over time, but it will be different if it is a powerhouse with a fourth-level cultivation base in the Holy Realm." Yu Qingli asked anxiously, "Father, what's going on at the fourth level of the Holy Land?" Fourth level of the Holy Realm. An elder of the Holy Realm in the Holy Land took over the conversation, and his words were full of yearning and awe. Nizi, saints are also divided into strong and weak, and in the Holy Realm, almost there is no leapfrog challenge. The fourth level of the Holy Land is one of the most important watersheds among the saints. Even if there is only one, the boys of Zendashui will definitely be suppressed, no matter what cards he has. The country lord nodded. Yes, there are more than 20 saints who have encircled and suppressed the Dark Horse Club, but none of these saints can match a saint who is cultivated in the fourth level of the Holy Realm. Brush. At this time another holy light came, and more saints from outside Chiyun Island were added. However, this time, the people who came here were a few Xianyunyeha, immortal, and Ogu old men, not murderous. They seemed to be enemies, but not friends to the Dark Horse Club. "Grandpa, you are finally here." Emoching bowed deeply. Shenyan Palace, in the back garden. The beautiful woman in red robe crossed Erlang's legs, and the corner of her mouth raised a line of interest. "Blood-washed genius list? Haha, it's a bit interesting, Lin Chen. If you can't even pass this level, you're not qualified to be a contemporary saint of my Shenyan Palace." When the outside world was turbulent, Lin Chen dived in peace in the Shuilian cave. Consumes 1620 points of intermediate Heavenly Dao, decomposes 312 Tier 8 odd, or 588 Tier 8 Heaven and Earth treasures, and obtains attribute values, 1612 points of lightning energy, 1701 points of ignition type, 1799 points of gold type energy, 1743 points of water type energy, 1882 points of wind energy, 221 points of spiritual energy, 1092 points of dark energy, 80,000 points of advanced fighting spirit essence. Lin Chen completely decomposed the 8th order rare minerals and 8th order heavenly materials and treasures obtained from the 9-color rainbow flyover. The speed at which its element attribute values skyrocketed can be described as shocking, and the major element attribute value soared more than 1,000 points along the way. If it was in the past, he would not have done such a blood loss thing. With the strength of his saint-level smith and saint-level pharmacist, and given him enough time, he can make the best use of these holy-level rare minerals and 8th-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It is absolutely no problem to cast several holy artifacts and finished holy pills in excellent condition. But now he has no time for this, and a large number of saints such as the outside world are already waiting for him. He doesn't think these saints are fools. They didn't take them down because of the previous pursuit. People such as the Chen family's ancestors in the sacred realm will not give up, and the saints will continue to call for help. The scale of this war will surely surpass any previous one. Lin Chen must go all out and do everything he can. Losing is doomed. Time flies by day and night. Lin Chen and his clone all absorbed many attribute values. The best way at the moment is to increase the elemental attribute value. The Godslayer talent can improve the cultivation level, but it cannot improve the elemental attribute value. This is my foundation. The better the foundation is laid, the stronger the Godslayer will be. Lin Chen sighed. The two talents of Heaven Rebel and Extreme God Possession have not been collected yet. It seems that if you want to break out of the Siege of the Holy Realm, you have to look at the combination of the Godslayer talent and the God of Warbracers. Consciousness sneaked into the Taoyuan planting capsule, and Lin Chen placed the azure blue moon and the sky-high sword into the mountains of silver. Holy dollar coins. The billowing silver airflow entangled like a cloud and dragon, and began to merge into the two holy artifacts. Lin Chen piled up a pile of golden Saint Yuan coins in the center. Lin Chen, who robbed many geniuses and holy beasts, now even has 7,290 gold Holy Yuan coins. Together with silver Holy Yuan coins, they can be used to restore Holy Artifact and restore Holy Artifact at the fastest speed. Then, Lin Chen also suspended more than 28th order young pills to the side of the silver coin pile, constantly absorbing the silver coin to strengthen his body. These young pills have been carefully screened by Lin Chen to be of the highest quality, including healing, auxiliary, recovery, etc., and they are expected to be cultivated into first-grade holy pills. Lin Chen flipped his palm. A blue bow was suspended, the bowstring was green. His body was like a bright moon, the bow tip was inlaid with two bright jades. And the whole holy bow was like a thunder. This holy bow is one of the rare treasures that have fallen from the 9-color rainbow. It has begun to have spirituality. After Lin Chen suppressed the holy beast, the holy bow no longer resisted when it fell into Lin Chen's hands. Most of the spiritual things in the world pursue the strong, and Lin Chen used his strength to gain the confidence of the holy bow. Lin Chen bit the blood on the tip of his tongue, dripping blood to recognize the Lord. The holy bow did not resist too much and accepted Lin Chen. Thunder-type holy bow, Tianqing Yulei, it happens that my Jiguang Pianyu archery is both thunder-type and light-type. This bow also meets my needs, and the archery skills and combat power are doubled. Lin Chen looked at the Tianqing Yulei bow with great satisfaction. Fortunately, my mental strength is not what it used to be. It's not a big problem to be reluctant to bear another holy weapon. As for Ling Jian's armor, it can only be temporarily stranded. Lin Chen sighed, and then buried all the earth marrow red crystals under the Longqing tree, pinching his handprints. The red crystal of the pith is the lifeblood of the earth nether, profound. Sacred turtle. This creature is born 90,000 meters underground. It is a wonder of heaven and earth that can only breed near the core of the earth. It has a lot of earth energy, thousands of years of gathering spirits, and 10,000 years of crystal formation, which can breed earth-type holy energy. A palm-sized earth pit red crystal is worth as much as a first-grade holy pill. And the red crystals of the earth marrow owned by Lin Chen are 2 meters long and 10 feet wide, and they are extremely valuable. These treasures are just right for my raw materials for cultivating soil type. Heterocrystals. After Lin Chen buried the earth essence red crystal under the Longqing tree, he chose a good place to plant the fourth Qi Luck spirit planting seed he obtained. Looking back at the time when I just arrived in the Holy Realm, how could I have dared to think that I would have 4 kinds of Qi Luck spirit planting seeds? Lin Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. The fourth Qi Luck spirit planting seed appeared blue, which was quite mysterious. On the contrary, Lin Chen didn't see its origin, so he could only cultivate it to the seedling stage, before taking a first look at the phenomenon. Then, Lin Chen clicked on Fusion System. If all the exercises I hold at this stage are fused, what is the probability of integrating the orange level exercises? The system answers the host. At this stage, the host holds 87 top grade purple level exercises, 18 half-orange exercises, and the probability of integrating the specified type of orange level exercises is 21.72%. The probability of fusion random orange level power method is 33%. Lin Chen was stunned. So low? The sects that can come up with 18 volumes of half-orange exercises are also among the best in the 4th grade sects. This is generally the solid foundation of the 5-rank sect, plus dozens of scrolls of top purple level exercises, only 1/3 of the probability? Damn, you shouldn't be fooling me. Lin Chen was a little speechless. The probability of 1/3 is too low. If the fusion fails, the equivalent of several 100 million silver coins will be lost. Forget it, I'd better stay steady and practice the orange level exercises I have at hand. Lin Chen took out an orange scroll, and his eyes flashed a little hot. This is the orange level exercise of the 9-color rainbow bridge. I don't know, what will the legendary orange level combat skills look like? System, consume all the spirit of the exercises. I want to learn this scroll of orange level exercises. Consumes 1 point of advanced cultivation essence, and is merging and cultivating memory for the host. Orange level combat skills have hard training requirements. If the host cannot meet them, they cannot practice. Lin Chen was startled. What the hell? 1 o'clock? The Holy Burial Mountains, from north to south, are like a winding dragon, running through millions of miles. The Holy Burial Mountain Range is the junction of the southern region, the Yin region, and the Yellow region. 200,000 years ago, a holy war that shocked the world broke out in the Holy Burial Mountains. A large number of saints started a war here, and the cause of the war is unknown to the world. The 3 domain saints kept silent about this battle. Flame domain, Flame Mountain. The flame burns like the sea, boiling and burning among the mountains. In the center of the mountains is a fiery scorching sun. The scorching sun was actually formed by the fighting spirit released by a figure. The holy burial ruins will be reopened soon. I have a premonition that those geniuses who aim at the enchanting list have begun to gather around the 3 domains. The figure sitting in the center of the hot sun slowly opened his mouth. Back then, I personally broke into the Holy Burial Mountain Range as a teacher. I didn't expect that the big formation of the old thing was still there. The human race entered the Holy Realm without authorization, and the possibility of death was extremely high. Devouring holy energy to maintain. The scorching sun burst into waves of flames, which seemed to be apprehensive. Well, the things left by the Holy King are really not so easy to take. This old guy wants to provoke the battle of the 100 saints again, so as to absorb the holy blood and resurrect, and act against the sky. Now that the great saints have seen through the techniques of the old thing, only the human race below the holy realm can avoid the great formation, but the holy beasts inside cannot compete with the non-sacred realm. Ordinary war. Emperors enter, it's like courting death, my disciple, can you be confident? This time? The old man in the blazing sun opened his eyes, and there was a pair of blazing sun burning in his eyes. Opposite the old man, a handsome young man with sword eyebrows and star eyes rested his head with his hands, leaned on the stone cliff, and whistled. Master, you say that, I'm very embarrassed. After all, the holy world is not what it used to be. The top 10,000 geniuses on the current list of geniuses are equivalent to the end of the list of evildoers thousands of years ago. The existence of the emperor's boundary is as strong as a group of monsters. I heard that some guys can fight against saints for dozens of rounds without being a saint. Damn, it's too scary. The old man nodded in agreement. Indeed, the times have changed, and the genius born in the holy world has become stronger. Then, he looked at the cynical handsome young man. You're also one of those monsters. Tiando Xinglin, where the power of the stars is extremely strong, is a great place to borrow the brilliance of the stars. The young man sat cross-legged here, and when he opened his eyes, a faint golden light passed by, and the supreme sword intent was derived. In the Tianduxing forest, everything moved in an instant, as pointed by Hua Jianfeng. With the help of the star stone and the undead phoenix feather from the Xinghui Hall, not only did my injury recover, but my strength even improved slightly. This young man is exactly Lin Chen after fighting against Lin Chen. I don't know when I'll be able to find the remaining Qishan Qiling. Lin Chen spread out his palm, and there were 2 pieces of red satin in his palm. Seeing the 2 pieces of red silk and satin, Lin Chen's eyebrows crossed a trace of tiredness and fatigue. If Lin Chen saw the red satin on Lin Chen's hand, his face might be very exciting. Because of these 2 pieces of red silk and satin, Lin Chen also has them. And what Lin Chen holds is 3 pieces of red satin. One more than Lin Chen. Sword domain, sword steel stone sea. Thousands of stone tablets, like swords soaring into the sky. In front of a sword monument, sat a girl. The cold wind, which was as cold as a knife, blew through her bright red hair. Her eyes were tightly closed, her appearance was sinking, but the chill between her brows seemed to have no emotion. The sword behind her let out a soft moan, causing the woman to open her cold eyes. Sacred Burial Mountain Range. Master's last wish, I must complete it. I have practiced this sword for thousands of years. The woman got up, her bright red robe was covered with the afterglow of the sword light. Hopefully I can find a worthy opponent this time. There were fluctuations in Neji, the woman frowned, and when Neji was mobilized, there was a change in Jinbang. The golden list has never had such a violent reaction. Is it a change in the genius list? The woman flipped through the list, and hundreds of names were quickly dimmed. Huh? The cold and ruthless eyes fluctuated slightly. Several brand new names replaced the bleak names at the top. Lin Chen? The woman murmured suspiciously. Yellow domain, a desert. The sandstorm raged, and the yellow sand filled the sky. It is very strange that there is a body covered by wind and sand lying in the desert. It's so tiring. I have to fight every time, and the head still tells me not to let Lao Tzu live. Anyway, I can't get the first place on the genius list. What's the point of not being the first? The yellow sand was opened, and it was a young face with rolled eyes, and even spit out the yellow sand from his mouth. I'm about to set off again. I hate entering other gloomy places other than girls. The young man grabbed the yellow sand beside him with both hands, and the desert shook violently for hundreds of miles. Hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand rolled up into a monstrous sandstorm, condensed into 10 giant yellow sand dragons, and rolled up the youth. He stepped on the dragon and lifted his bangs, revealing those lazy but charming eyes. If only I could meet a few beautiful female talents this time. Suddenly, the golden list in his arms changed. He opened it curiously. Dark Horse Club? What kind of strange force is this? Southern region, Star Island. The young man standing proudly above the clouds closed the golden list with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club? Interesting, it seems that a bunch of interesting guys have been born in this list. If it weren't for the opening of the Holy Burial Mountain Range, I would really like to harass him right now. The feeling of killing a genius is not ordinary fun, ha ha ha. The young man spread his jet black wings and turned into a black meteor, flashing to the east. In the flame domain, above the clouds, a gate of heaven rises into the sky. The 3 characters Sacred God's Gate are hung high on the Tianmen Gate. The gate of heaven is at the front, and the youth at the back. He is dressed in a long snow-white robe, his eyebrows are dotted with red eyes, his eyes are cold as knives, and he is arrogantly ignoring all living beings in the world. The opening of the Holy Burial Mountains is approaching, although the risk of saints entering death is extremely high, this young master has gone to clean up the garbage of the genius list that came out of it. Maybe I can find clues about what happened back then. After that, an afterimage swayed around the young man. When the afterimage disappeared, it flashed thousands of miles away. As soon as the young man left his forefoot, a few young girls with water spirits who were sinking into fish and geese came walking on the fog. Yeah, senior brother ran out to play again. He didn't take us. Really, brother hasn't stopped since he was on the enchanting list. That's wrong, it was the senior brother who didn't stop after seeing the woman in the Xinyan Palace. Is this a mistake for a lifetime? Holy realm, a certain domain, Tianqi Mountain. The solitary cloud is indistinct, and the peak is in the sky. A pair of smart eyes, like the moonlight and stars, quietly opened. Renner stretched his waist, perfectly highlighting his slender figure like a spring willow branch. His demeanor can be described as peerless, his silver hair is light, his skin is better than snow, his face is like snow jade, his eyes are bright and his teeth are bright, his collar is like a grub, his facial features are flawless. And he surpasses countless handsome men and beauties in the world. People's eyes are full of deep and vast spiritual fluctuations, as if they just stare at those moon-like eyes, they will be lost forever in the endless spiritual world, making people irresistible and intoxicated. The tenderness between the brows reveals the shyness of a young man, and in the smile, there is a bleak beauty that even a woman who has conquered the country and the city is also bleak. Delicate as beautiful jade-like snow fingers held the golden list, and when they flipped through it a little, people exclaimed in amazement. It's amazing, the squad leader has really come to the Holy Realm. Dark Horse Club? Hey, the squad leader seems to have killed a lot of geniuses. Isn't this a bloodbath of geniuses? Will this provoke a lot of power? It really looks like the squad leader. People were amazed, and there was a trace of anticipation and excitement on their expressions. I don't know what the squad leader will look like when he sees me today. He seems to think I'm, It's almost time to leave the customs, squad leader, you must not have an accident. If there is a genius in the top 10,000 of the genius list, they may exclaim and recognize this unique person. In the 36 regions of the Holy Realm, the human race has proliferated for countless epochs, and the most indispensable thing is genius. There are countless legends. This person seems to be the legend that shocked countless powerhouses in the Holy World a year ago, the surprised son who was born out of nowhere, the first person on the top talent list. Number 1 on the genius list, amazing son. However, he has an even louder title. The first son of the Holy Realm. This number 1 is not only the number 1 in the genius list, but also the number 1 in appearance. Battlefield, Void Square. 1,000 Zhang Golem, with 4 heads and 8 arms, towering inside the arena. The golem has a hideous face, like a ghost in hell. A young man knelt down and kowtowed, his body was covered with dust, and the floor at his knees was sunken with perfectly fitting pit marks. Thousands of years, if you snap your fingers. The young man got up, and the dust was scattered all over his body. 3,000 years of prostration before the devil, suddenly looking back. The king is still there. His eyes were as sharp as Yi Zhao's. The dark night couldn't hide the darker darkness in his eyes. The young man's hoarse voice revealed a fierce and violent fighting intent. The gods have vanished, and the devil will save all sentient beings. Thousands of years ago, the genius at the end of the enchanting list could leapfrog the emperor to challenge the saint. The name moves the mountains and rivers, shocking the 36 regions. Leaping the level to challenge the saint is no longer the representative of the enchanting list. Today, thousands of years later, the Holy Realm has ushered in a new era. The 36 regions of the Holy Realm are brewing an unprecedented storm. This storm, invisibly, attracts the strongest geniuses on the genius list. Those who are called monsters as powerful, the top 10,000 geniuses. The shadow is about to move, and the devil is revived from the silence. And a certain name, when the storm was brewing, stood in the most violent position of the wind. There is a legend from the descendants of the Holy World, which is called the Eve of Change. After consuming 1 point of high-level martial arts spirit, Lin Chen's expression was astonished when the memory of the practice merged into his mind. Orange level low-level God's tears, Shenhui appears out of thin air, and the tears of the gods are not traced. The first level of Shen's tears, broken air breaks the sky. To practice this sword technique, you need to smash the holy energy or the battle energy, cut it out with one knife, and smash the sword energy into thousands. After Lin Chen merged his cultivation memories, he couldn't help being stunned. Orange-level exercises are simply outrageous. The first step of God's tears is to condense the whole body's fighting aura, or holy energy and pure power, and slash out a rapidly rotating blade aura. However, the difficulty lies in the next steps. As soon as the knife chi is released, the user needs to smash the knife chi to pieces, and explode the momentum of the edge at once. With extremely strong flexibility, it is extremely difficult for the enemy to react in the turbulent flow of broken light that explodes in an instant, and it can smash the opponent in an instant. Lin Chen was shocked, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't help gasping for air. However, the orange-level exercises are far more than that. If it is limited to this, I am sorry for the word orange level. Blast and split a battle gas attack into 10 or even 100 times, similar to this kind of exercise. There are also half-orange and purple level exercises. Even Lin Chen can do it himself. However, none of these moves has overcome a problem, that is, dividing the destructive power of one attack into several parts, the power will be greatly reduced. It is extremely difficult to maintain a third of the original power, let alone increase the power of similar exercises. If we compare the values, the attacks of ordinary exercises explode with a power of 100, and after shattering, the power of all attacks will be reduced. The total can only be maintained between 10 and 20 at most. This is nothing to worry about for the top powerhouses. But in God's tears, the moment when the shattering light of the sword chi exploded, the power did not drop, but instead increased. It is enough to maintain the original destructive power, and it also has a reverse improvement. Lin Chen asked himself, if he faced an enemy who mastered this tier of God, the only possibility was to use the rune of slowness. But the problem is, you have no idea when your opponent will break your own attack and turn into a gust of wind and rain to surround you. Lin Chen's eyes are bright. This is the orange rank, an existence that stands at the apex of the exercises. It can't be compared with the half-orange level exercise at all. The half-orange rank is only slightly stained with the power of the orange rank exercises, and there is an astonishing gap between the two. However, the next system prompt made Lin Chen completely bewildered. The system prompts the host that the host's current level 6 charging rune, level 6 penetrating rune, purple level talent, ultimate moment, purple level talent, strike, purple level talent, tearing, and unable to fight orange level combat skills be applicable. The bonus of the King's Landing talent to the orange level combat skills has been greatly reduced. Isn't this Nima a fool? All his cards are inapplicable to orange combat skills? System, what are you doing to me? Lin Chen was completely angry. Answer to the host, the orange level combat skills belong to the top level of the exercises, and the increase is extremely difficult. Please restrain your emotions. In the same way, the combat skills created by the host will also become more difficult to increase after the cultivation base and strength skyrocket. The system's answer reminded Lin Chen of using the 9 tribulation star earlier. When it was clear that the level 6 charging rune was used, the prompt that popped up only increased the power by 480%. It turned out that the 9 tribulation stars at that time was because my cultivation level skyrocketed beyond the range of the charging rune blessing. I am afraid that I am using the 9 tribulation stars now. It's getting smaller and smaller. Lin Chen asked in thought, what if you continue to upgrade your runes and talents? Reminder to the host, some talents, charging, and penetrating runes cannot be upgraded. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. It seems that there are gains and losses. After the future, his many runes and talents will help him less and less. I can only go to find new talents and runes. Orange level exercises are the top level existence. I can't let me use half-orange exercises for the rest of my life, right? Besides, half-orange exercises are more powerful in my hands. It took a dozen or 20 times to barely reach the height of the orange level cultivation technique. Lin Chen quickly adjusted his mentality, his eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. If the power of the orange level exercises can be doubled, or even doubled or tripled, it will benefit me far more than the 20-fold increase in half-orange level combat skills. It's gone. Lin Chen began to cultivate the main points of God's tears, and began to shatter the fighting spirit from beheading again and again. On the other side, he released 2 avatars and started casting tools. He also had an 8th order vicious beast core, which was obtained from the robbery of those geniuses from the 9-color rainbow bridge. It was the vicious beast. Core of the Taiyu golden phoenix. This phoenix is one of the 100 holy phoenix races, famous for its invincible golden feathers and sharp bloodline talent. Any of the magical powers of its race is domineering and extremely sharp, and is called treasures all over the body by many craftsmen. Even a feather can be cast into a 7th-order weapon. Lin Chen wants to complete his 8th-order spear embryo, and he is still one step away from casting it into a finished, holy artifact. And his gun embryo just happened to lack a core material. Time passed slowly in Lin Chen's many cultivation and preparation matters. On the 3rd day, Lin Chen's 8th-order spear embryo was cast into a complete sacred artifact, and the finished product surpassed the 1st rank sacred artifact and reached the 2nd rank sacred artifact for the first time. Exceeds the level of the Optimus sword. This spear is the first holy weapon that Lin Chen cast by himself, and its name is Yu Huang. On the 4th day, Lin Chen perfected the introductory method of manipulating the fragmentation of the weapon. He could smash into dozens of fragments with a wave of sword energy, but he still could not meet the needs of Shin tiers. The reason is very simple: Lin Chen's cultivation is insufficient. His fighting spirit at least needs to go a step further to be broken more thoroughly. At least 5 tribulations are needed to get a first glimpse of this orange level combat skill. Right now, I am still a long way from the 5 tribulations. Although I have silver St. Yuan coins, I don't have enough time to refine it with the power of my clone. Instead, it is my spiritual power, which has a faint taste of touching and half-stepping into the holy spirit. I cultivate spiritual power in my clone. Lin Chen asked the clone to take an 8th-order juvenile pill that contained massive spiritual power. The 3 avatars formed the handprint of the Tai Sure Bible, and the spiritual bridge divided thousands of spiritual powers into refining the juvenile pill. Get 9 points of spiritual power, 13 points of spiritual power, 11 points of spiritual power. Although the finished holy pill is the one that can best utilize the medicinal properties of the medicinal pill, Lin Chen has no time right now, so he can absorb as much as he can. Brush. Lin Chen exited the retreat, handed over all the training to the clone, and he rushed out of the water curtain cave alone. I knew you were the master of restlessness. Ning Qingxian stood above the clouds, smiling sweetly, with a peerless youth. This smile seems to bloom only for one person. Lin Chen stared blankly, and then smiled. Hey, the one who knows my heart is fairy fining. Well, what are you going to do this time? The fairy fell beside him, as if she knew what he was thinking. Lin Chen, it is rumored that the extreme southern area of Rainbow Island is full of beasts that like to kill. I'm going there to hunt and kill the beasts. On a large scale. You help me to hurt the beasts, let my clone, or let me fight. Die. Ning Qingxian said, what about the beast core? Lin Chen, it doesn't matter, you can take it yourself if you need it, and use it as inventory if you don't need it. That's right, the meaning of Lin Chen's move is to accumulate the energy value of the talent of ruler of the world. Prepare for the final battle. 100 holy gates, 1,000 moons, holy pagoda. For many years, there has never been such a young man who dared to challenge me. It takes a lot of energy to cultivate so many young geniuses. This dark horse club is extremely rampant. If it is a 5th grade sect, I would not dare to do anything to him, but it turns out to be a non-grade sect? Courting death. Inside the holy tower, in a vast secret room, the 3 auras were as strong as the stars, the sun and the moon, and they suddenly woke up. Jimei, go, and bring people back, we have to live. As soon as the voice fell, the pink cloud rose, and the beautiful women shrouded in the cloud were all charming and giggling. Last time I picked up the old monster eagle St. Joe in Dongdao, and he died. After not playing for a month, I look forward to meeting a good man this time. In the hall of Hongtian, a storm devastated the heaven and the earth, and the sky rolled thousands of miles across the sky. In the storm, an old man yawned. It's really killing people, going to the abyss of Yinlei again, and asking the old man to follow the road to catch a young man named Lin Chen. These guys are really good at calling people. In the palace of the sun and moon, the bright moon on the sea rises thousands of times, and the scorching sun sets to see the beautiful woman. Lin Chen? Is he the guy who washed up the genius list some time ago? Did he kill my apprentice? The cold quake shook, the moon dimmed, and the night fell. The beautiful woman with the fluttering moon skirt stepped out from the dark night, like an arrow from a string, traversing the void. Lin Chen, no matter what your background is, the life of this gentleman's disciple must be repaid with blood. Qiyun Island. Mo Qing looked at his patriarch and elders, and took a deep breath. The elders came out in full force. Qing Shun, you are the only person in our family who has practiced that secret technique. We trust your vision. His grandfather gave an immortal smile and patted Mo Qing Swan on the shoulder. This is too big a gamble, patriarch. Mo Qing was a little shivering. This completely overwhelmed the entire sect. We also collected the rumors of the Dark Horse Club as quickly as possible. These monster-like wizards are worth our bet. The patriarch held a whisk in his hand, whisked his beard and smiled, and his eyes revealed the light of wisdom to understand the red dust. All the famous geniuses can't help holding their breath. This lineup is horrible. There are the president of the 4th grade Chamber of Commerce, the Chen family of the 4th grade aristocratic family, the Dark Pavilion of the 4th grade sect, the 5 saints such as the Cicada Saint and the Mist Saint from the Qiyu, and the Qihong Saint from the Barbarian 4 Saints and the Hongtian Temple. There are more than 20 saints who want to surround and suppress the Dark Horse Club alone. The Qiyu 3rd grade sects who helped young Master Lin Chen at the Sifong conference in the past did not come. I am afraid that the action was delayed by the other Dark Pavilion forces in Qiyu, and there may be more saints in the future. This time, how to get through this difficult time. Lan Ruoxifeng's heart throbbed. The difficulty this time was far more than the one at the quartet conference. Time passed, and until the 4th day, thousands of streamers descended from the sky. Geniuses hold their breath, many top geniuses are returning. But as soon as the streamer descended, a large number of beams descended on the Qiyun platform. Each beam is a figure, or a skeleton and remnant. What's more, when it was sent back, there was only one hair left. However, saints and geniuses found that all geniuses looked decadent and sad. Women are overindulgent and listless. The man looks like a kidney deficiency, completely hollowed out. Everyone was stunned. What's the matter? Even Fengquan Saint and Imei Saint were dumbfounded. Shouldn't Rainbow Island be a great opportunity to gain something? In the past, the geniuses who came out from Rainbow Island have achieved something for at least half a day. All of them were red-faced and in high spirits. How come this year, everyone seems to be killed by a dog? Among this group of withered flowers, only one rose is particularly bright. The women of the Heart Refinement Palace are quite restrained, but Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Clubhouse has a spring breeze on his face, his brows are smiling, And there is a bit of sensuality in his anger, and he smiles like a rose. How can Lin Chen still laugh? This kid can't pick up a beautiful girl, he smiles like a groom who has just entered the bridal chamber. The geniuses were dumbfounded. Someone Lin said with a sigh. Hey, Rainbow Island is so good. I'm really happy to come down this time. Next time I'll come again, I have to bring the girls from our Dark Horse Club to eat hot pot and sing songs, and I touch my waist with my little hands. Isn't it beautiful? Many of the geniuses present were so angry that they almost cursed their mothers. Hello, sister. Why are you dragging your family to visit the mountains and water? Did he speak human words? You are happy, your happiness is built on our pain. All the good things are fucked for you to rob. I really want to hit him. Brother Wang, hold back, you can't beat him. Why did Lao Tzu enter Rainbow Island with this plague god? I really owe something to someone in my goddamn past life, grass. After messing around for so long, I touched an 8th-order medicinal herb. Seeing the geniuses who were sent back staring at Lin Chen as if they were killing their father and enemies, everyone couldn't help but wonder, what happened in this Rainbow Island? Those savage geniuses who survived saw the giant lions and giant bears and unicorns in the sky, and couldn't help crying and screaming. Old ancestor, you can count it. It's this kid who tortured and killed my compatriots in the barbarian domain. He killed 74 of us in one breath, and he killed all the geniuses of our 8 sects. Yes. And he also robbed all of us. When the last 9-color rainbow bridge appeared, he robbed everything. When all the geniuses saw the rough man in the barbarian domain, crying like a child, they couldn't help but stunned. What did they hear? 9-color rainbow bridge. That is the great opportunity that is said to be rare in 10,000 years. Every time someone who gets the chance appears, they will definitely create a legend and legend, even if a little treasure of the 9-color rainbow bridge can be used infinitely. However, everything in the 9-color rainbow bridge was robbed by Lin Chen. This is so unbelievable. However, next. Wu, senior brother Shiyue, you must be the master of Nangong and all the dead brothers and sisters. The beautiful woman in the Sun Moon Palace was even more sobbing with pear blossoms and rain, sobbing to the evil young man in the void. Lin Chen, disguised as senior brother Nangong, robbed all the sacred beasts of Rainbow Island as senior brother, and framed the blame on our Sun Moon Palace, which led to us being besieged by many sacred beasts, our junior brothers and sisters. It was hard to break through the siege, but I didn't know that this Sun secretly attacked, and most of our people were killed by the Dark Horse Club. Hearing this, everyone, including the saint, was instantly dumbfounded, and their faces were stunned. Did I hear it right? He robbed the treasures of the 9-color rainbow bridge, and also robbed the sacred beasts of the entire Rainbow Island? My God! How crazy is this? Repair the appearance of the 7th princess of the ancient kingdom of Fuxing, set off fireworks on the Chen family's purgatory volcanic island, and bloodbath the genius list. My God, this Dark Horse Club is acting out of common sense, and it has pierced the sky everywhere. Then, the last few geniuses of the 100 Saint sect asked for help to the elders of the Holy Realm in the void. I urge Elder Xia to get justice for senior brother Dongfeng. This son not only framed senior brother, but also took away the Qi Luck spirit planting seeds and the orange rank cultivation technique of the 9-color rainbow bridge. As soon as these words came out, the saints were even more air-conditioned. The fiery light and greed bloom in the eyes. The geniuses were all dizzy and dizzy. The orange level exercises and the seeds of Chi Luck spirit planting came out. In the face of everyone with extremely wonderful faces, Lin Chen smiled as coquettishly as ever. No way, as long as I wave fast enough, death won't catch up to me. Before the Saint Fengquan could speak, a terrifying coercion came from the void. Boom. 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 The entire Qiyun Island was shaking. The 4 saints of the barbarian domain, the Qihong saint of the Hongtian temple, the Songhai saint of the Beishanmen, the holy genius Mo Shieyue of the Sun Moon temple, the 2 saints of the Xuanyu, the Chen family's 4 saints, and the 4th grade chamber of commerce, the 3 saints, the 4 saints of the dark pavilion, the 5 saints of Qiyu, all the thunder and wrath. Xingwei shook the world. What a dark horse club, Lin Chen kid, let your people get out. My Sun Moon Palace has not yet been killed by any force so many geniuses. Want to challenge authority? I will fulfill you. Let that bastard of Zendexia get out, my Chen family's burning flame sacred. Beet is not something that you stinky bastards can eat. The saints were furious, and the geniuses in Qiyun Island turned pale. The expression is full of pain. An energy shield as strong as Qiyun Island could not withstand the anger of more than 20 saints at the same time. Everyone, don't you want to break the rules? The One-Brow Saint and the Fengquan Saint stopped the geniuses and scolded the saints. In fact, they also have a headache. According to the rules, as long as they are still in Qiyun Island, they must protect all geniuses and prevent any private fights from happening. But in history, there is no such crazy force as the Dark Horse Club. However, after leaving Qiyun Island, it is not their responsibility. So they at least have to protect Lin Chen until the end of the ceremony. The more than 200 holy places in the void are holding the mentality of watching a good show. They are already retired saints, and most of them will no longer be born to interfere in anything. At this time, Lin Chen said with a smile, 2 seniors, 1 person does things and the other is responsible, so you don't have to fight for me. The Saint of Fengquan and the Saint of One Eyebrow gave him a deep look and slowly backed away. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Chen stood up while stepping into the air and raised a middle finger to all the holy realms that showed hostility towards him. Don't put that squeamishness aside, your disciples are not as skilled as others, and you still hit me with ideas. Could it be that I want to be killed by my neck? They were killed by me, they were just courting death. If I, Lin Chen, were killed by them killed, I am afraid you old dogs will praise them. Too late, hee hee, you know better than me the truth of the weak and the strong. Respect is always based on strength. If you want to make trouble, don't talk so much nonsense, a bunch of crooked melons that can't afford to lose. Isn't it touching? I have killed more than 1 or 2 saints. Today I don't mind having more of you guys. Lin Chen grinned and sneered, overflowing with arrogance, shocking the heroes. Holy slaughter. For the Emperor of War, this will always exist only in legends. Fighting the Emperor, to challenge the Saint and the slaughter, are completely 2 concepts. I don't know, the sky is the height of things. A strong wind ripped apart the space. The Bear Saint of the barbarian domain is several feet tall, with eyes the size of a basin, like a human-shaped beast, his power tearing apart the space and flashing to Lin Chen's side in an instant, his 5 fingers shattered and the power to shatter the void, his fist shook the sky and the earth, punching Lin Chen's face violently. No fancy tricks, just pure power to the extreme. Before the fist came, the fist wind had already crushed the space crystal wall of Baizhang near Lin Chen into pieces. Pa! Bang! Boom! Over Qian Island, a mushroom cloud exploded. Geniuses can't see clearly, but more than 200 holy places can see clearly. In the very center of the mushroom cloud, Xing Xiong's fist was stopped by the burning palm of Qi Xiao Shenhua. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the violent fighting intent shook the sky. At this moment, the more than 20 people who surrounded and suppressed Lin Chen's holy realm finally felt a sense of horror. Lin Chen's whole body is full of scarlet sky divine flower, his eyes are like starlight for billions of years, and his sword eyebrows are lit up with flames. Like scarlet sky, his spirit is as deep as the universe, like a god descending to earth. His shoulders hold up the sky, like a ghost from hell, a little release of energy can open the sky and crack the earth, looking down at the world. His fighting spirit condensed into 20 hexagonal stars, shining brightly. Rapidly growing the world-destroying Holy Spirit of the 9 tribulations. Lin Chen's 5 fingers clenched Xiongxing's fist, and even faintly bent his arm down. Power reigns in the world, suppressing the ages. The saints are slightly air-conditioned. Catch the fist of the bear saint with one hand. Suppressing pure force with pure force. Bang! Before all the geniuses could see what happened, Xiongxing was blasted thousands of meters away. What's the situation? The sanctuary of the barbarian domain has been knocked away? Where's Lin Chen? What's wrong with Lin Chen? Why can't I feel his breath? Suddenly? Many geniuses panicked. Only a saint can see clearly. Lin Chen hit the 7 forces in one with a simple and capable knee at a speed that is 100 times faster than the speed of sound, and blasted the bear saint with pure force. 20 holy caves? Is he also a holy realm? Or the second peak? Impossible. How can he enter Rainbow Island if he is a holy realm? His body refining power surpasses that of Bear Sage. The saints were shocked, and the saints in the dark pavilion were staring at Lin Chen. The wounded ancestor, Ying Tianma, gritted his teeth. It turns out that he has always reserved. He didn't do his best on that day. The Lord of the Holy Kingdom was ecstatic. Great! He still has such a whole card, so the Dark Horse Club has a chance to run away. Activate the orange level, one-time, active talent, God Killer success. Those who are hostile to the host, the 5 tribulations battle Emperor cultivation. Base, 3,711 people, the Holy Realm cultivation base, 41 people. Including spiritual power, ultimate dragon power, and battle chi cultivation base, the total power increase, 174,596 times. During the duration of the Godslayer talent state, the host cannot drop growth type light balls from killing enemies, and the number of non-growth type light balls dropped will decrease 170,000 times. This time, Lin Chen used the God Killer talent to increase his strength by nearly 175,000 times, second only to 300,000 times when he challenged the false god last time. However, Lin Chen's basic cultivation base and strength are very different from that time. I can freely control many changes in the holy energy, and I have met the basic conditions for cultivating sacred tears. Lin Chen was very surprised and issued an order. Consumes 8,000 points of advanced exercises and is integrating the first training memory of God's tears. Massive cultivation memory is integrated into the 5 avatars of Taoyuan. Plant capsule. Lin Chen does not need to be distracted, he only needs to integrate the cultivation memory into the avatar. I used the power of the Godslayer talent this time, second only to the previous time when I fought against the false gods. This is the holy cave. Lin Chen's thoughts were like electricity, and he instantly looked at the six-pointed star flashing in his body. The Emperor of War is made holy only by opening up holy caves to absorb the holy energy of heaven and earth, and turning the battle aura into holy energy. Can we be called holy? 1 to 10 holy caves are the first level holy realm. 11 to 20 holy caves, it is a double holy realm. Lin Chen, who used the talent of Godslayer, opened up 20 illusory holy caves, which is equivalent to the second peak of the holy realm. There is a vast space brewing in each sacred cave, like a new world, containing a huge amount of brilliance. This is the 9 calamities. That belongs to Lin Chen. His flesh shell body traverses the sky and the earth, as if there is endless power lurking. Lin Chen can now destroy hundreds of his former self with just one finger. Spiritual power is the transcendent sanctuary, and pure power is 3 billion. Dragon power. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a war intent that looks down on the world. He just played his first trump card. After Lin Chen took Xiongxing's punch and blasted the latter, with just one breath, all the holy realms came back to their senses. Hiding such a trump card, what a terrible young man. One piece, do him. All the saints have extremely old battle experience, their eyes are fierce. And they are not intimidated by Lin Chen. Everyone, don't underestimate the enemy, take him down. As soon as Lian Wanjin's voice fell, the sage Qihong in the Hongtian temple angrily broke out with a finger of holy light energy that swept the mountains and rivers, straddling the sky, and blasting away. Sigh. More than 10 acres of holy light's palm shatters holy light's fingers. In the air. Boom. 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 More than a dozen holy lights suddenly collided and smashed together. Little friend Lin Chen, this old man is the patriarch of the heaven and ghost counting palace. Today, he leads 3 holy realms to help the battle. Little Lin Chen, take the Dark Horse Club and leave it to us. The grandfather of Mo Qingswan, the lord of the Holy Kingdom, the Holy Poison Saint, etc., have transmitted their voices to Lin Chen. Fu Xinghua plus Yu Poison Saint, there are 4 saints in total, and the 4 saints of the Chen family were stopped by the sky. The heavenly ghost counting palace, together with the ancestors, are also the 4 saints. They blocked the 4 saints of the barbarian realm, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, but at least the 8 saints helped the battle and stopped the opponent's 8 saints. However, even so, there are still 2 saints of Xuanyu, Songhai Saint of Beishanmen, Mo Xieyue of Sun Moon Hall, Qihong of Hongtian Hall, 3 saints of Chamber of Commerce, 4 saints of Dark Pavilion, and Qiyu. The 5 saints. There are still 17 sanctuaries. There are 9 for the first level of the Holy Land, 5 for the second level of the Holy Land, and 3 for the third level of the Holy Land. Want to run? You don't have this chance, bind Saint Sua. Lian Wanjin sneered, raised his hand and pushed horizontally 3 golden light lasing, like dragons and snakes entangled, bound Lin Chen. Hey! Lin Chen was surprised that the golden rope could shackle his pure power and the 9 calamities for a short time. 17 holy realms, this kid doesn't have to fight. I've even used the Saint Sua, these guys are determined to catch this kid. The holy places watching the battle sighed in their hearts. At the moment when Lin Chen tied Saint Sua in his body, a vision suddenly appeared. The host has launched 13 advanced blue-level nirvanas, has locked the target, and started bombarding. Remaining blue-level advanced nirvana, 39 kinds. A thunderous thunder like an electric dragon was born, and it exploded on the 4 saints of the dark pavilion. The dark green Gangfeng tornado turned into a giant beast and swallowed up the 5 saints of strange realms such as the cicada saint and the mist saint. The ice tide rises out of thin air, like ice dragons wrapping around Qihong, Songhai sage and others. Is this the unavoidable energy attack that the dark pavilion said? It's really strange. 10,000 layers of holy light reflected in the sky, all the saint's body. And holy acupoints were steaming with clouds, or transformed into flying sword tigers, or heavy moon curtains, or swaying sword lights, resisting Lin Chen's nirvana. The bewitching young man in white was wearing the power of his nirvana, and Lin Nua moved to Lin Chen in an instant. It was Mo Xieyue from the Sun Moon Palace. His right arm flashed a dazzling, low-grade solar system variant crystal, and the holy light 9-layered sun wheel above his head was so powerful that it was almost against the sky. He resists Lin Chen's 3 nirvanas and can move freely. The mere tricks of carving insects are useless to me. A mortal from a humble background, I need your arm first. Mo Xieyue held the holy sword, cracked abyss, the sword wind split the sky as a blade, cut open an abyss of space, and slashed at Lin Chen's shoulder. Evil wind slash. Bang! A touch of red gold brilliance emerged, like a phoenix from hell shaking the sky. The tip of the spear swept out, the spear and sword collided, and the radiance shot out in all directions. The sword light disintegrated, and the afterglow of the sword light failed to cut into Lin Chen's body. The aftermath of the collision caused both sides to retreat. Lin Chen retreated 100 steps, and Mo Xieyue retreated 50 steps. The two smashed the space crystal wall into a paste. The indestructible Gangjin holy energy circulated on Lin Chen's body. Even though he took the sword with pure strength and holy energy, the afterglow of the sword energy still broke his strongest defense. He holds a red gold war gun with a 3-foot tip. The body of the gun is carved with the feathers of the golden phoenix. The blade is like a mysterious gang, and is inlaid with a sacred beast core of the Taiyu golden phoenix. 2. The sharpness of this gun. The pupils of the saints with the nirvana in their bodies trembled. Isn't this kid in the shackles of the saint chain? How did he get it off? At this time everyone noticed just now that the bundle of saints had been quickly burned and fell off. Lin Chen's whole body was lit with orange brilliance, like a blazing flame shining from the darkness. This kid didn't know what secret technique he used, but he actually burned the essence of his life. Activate the quasi-orange talent of desperate life and death, and start to burn the host's vitality. Based on the host's original 4 tribulations. Battle Emperor cultivation, the power will increase 13 times per second. Until the target dies, the talent cannot be lifted. This time, Lin Chen made Ying Tianma his life and death goal. It's so strong. The holy artifact after being injected with holy energy and the Battle Emperor I used are completely 2 grades. Lin Chen was shocked. If the power value of the sacred artifact used in the Battle Emperor is 10, then the value of the sacred artifact used in the Holy Realm will exceed 10,000. The difference between clouds and mud. This kid's gun is actually a 2nd-grade holy weapon. More than 200 holy places in the cloud exclaimed. Recovering his mind, Lin Chen said to the saints, I'm sorry, the Lord of the Holy Kingdom, and the seniors of the Heavenly Ghost Counting Palace, today I Lin, are not planning to escape. Lin Chen's murderous aura was awe-inspiring. These people are not qualified to eat me, Lin Chen. Today I will slaughter the saint again. The geniuses on the genius list were stunned. How could Lin Chen use the holy realm? It turned out that when he was on Rainbow Island, he still had reservations. If he used this trick when he was on Rainbow Island, he didn't need to rely on those weird attacks at all, and pure strength could suppress us. We are convinced that we lost. What a monster! How old is he? If he can survive today, wouldn't he be able to be on the list of evildoers? The geniuses from Rainbow Island were dumbfounded. No wonder he was able to teach Shenling Shuang such a genius. He was as strong as a monster himself. Ning Qingxian and Shenling Shuang clenched their palms. If Lin Chen couldn't pass this level, their future would be plunged into endless revenge. In the void, overcast thunder, astral wind, sky fire, and a large amount of energy enveloped 17 holy realms, and only some holy realms can move freely. Oh? It's interesting. Mo Shiyue was a little surprised when she resisted the 3 nirvana skills. And then sneered, the holy realm is not comparable to your battle emperors. Cultivation base, you still want to challenge the higher order, it's a fool's dream. Choke. The dragon roared from the knife, and the light of the knife that cut through the sky greeted Lin Chen like a snowflake. It is Qi Hong of Hongtian Temple. He is a sword saint. A person who is also in the 3rd level of the holy realm, and who can also resist Lin Chen's nirvana and move freely. With one strike, he was going to suppress Lin Chen. Lin Chen held the spear with both hands, and the holy energy of the 9 tribulations was injected into the Yu Huang holy spear. Yu Tian. Lin Chen swept across the sky, and billions of dragon power burst out of the sky-shattering energy, charging and penetrating runes fully erupted. The tip of the spear bursts out like an arrow like Gingjin Changhong, like a Changhong penetrating the sun across the sky. Sigh. Boom. When Shui Fian Daoguang and Gungjin Changhong smashed together, they shattered the void, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Chen actually took the knife from Qi Hong. The aftertaste of the saber qi was agitated, bombarded Lin Chen's chest, and shattered his Yu Tian Gungjin qi. Ripples appeared in the space, and a big hand of holy light that rolled up the mist of the blue sea slapped Lin Chen's Tianling cover angrily. There are 22 sacred caves in full bloom, and the Songhai saint of the 3rd level of the sacred realm has also shot annihilation. Lin Chen was on guard for a long time, gritted his teeth and formed a seal. A beam of annihilating spiritual light collided and shattered the handprint of the holy light. The aftershocks of the light blue holy light shook Lin Chen's body with the sound of kakaka bone cracking. I have to say that you are really a freak. I am afraid that this spear skill is already an orange rank. Qi Hong stepped into the air with a knife and sneered disdainfully. Above his head, there are vortex-like blade wind storms strangling the energy bombardment of the nirvana, and he is not harmed at all. The Songhai sage was dressed in sackcloth, his eyes were blue, and said indifferently, there is also a body training power, comparable to the peak of the 2nd level, interesting young people, not to mention the other 14 people. Any one of the 3 holy realms present is enough. One person is enough. I will kill you. Just surrender obediently, wouldn't it be better to avoid these hardships? Maybe you can die happily. All the holy places, watching the battle, shook their heads slightly, and sighed. This battle is too difficult, and there is no hope for the Dark Horse Club. Unless he steps into the fourth level of the holy realm, it will be difficult to get out. The holy places watching the battle shook their heads. Between the holy realms, there is almost no leapfrog challenge. Especially when it is a big realm, there is rarely a case in the history of the holy world. In the initial stage of the first level of the Holy Land, there is an absolute gap between the Holy Land of one holy cave and the Holy Realm of two holy caves. For every additional holy cave, the holy aura contained in it will skyrocket in a straight line. The difficulty of the Holy Land Leapfrog Challenge is too difficult. It's like if your opponent is twice as strong as you with the same body size and similar fighting skills. How can you fight? If you want to make up for this huge difference, only a very few methods such as orange-level exercises and low-grade different crystals can make up for it. Of course, this possibility refers to a heads-up situation. But now Lin Chen wants 1 to 17, which is impossible. The 11 and 21 holy acupoints are also the watershed of the realm. There are only 3 people who are in the realm to suppress Lin Chen. Mo Shiue, Songhai Sage, Qi Hong, any of these 3 can suppress him. No saint thinks that Lin Chen can break this predicament. The Dark Horse Club is sure to die. The only possibility is that the 8 saints will protect each other. Lin Chen tries to break through with all his strength. This is his only chance. The other end. Between the vertical and horizontal collision of the holy light, the bear sage of the barbarian domain, the flood sage and the king of the holy country sneered. TSK, it's a pity, your kindness. He didn't accept it, but insisted on working hard. On the contrary, the king laughed, we never regret what we do. We have witnessed too many miracles along the way, and today is no exception. We believe that this little guy will not be foolhardy. His state of mind was extremely calm, and the holy light shot from his fingertips became faster and faster. In addition, the old ancestor of the Chen family in the battle circle glared at the ghost palace and others in anger. Go away, the old man of Chiyu is immortal. Come to the southern region to mix something, offend my Chen family. I can make you a queen in the palace. Hee, let's see who is the last. The MO boy in our palace has never missed anyone, and the old man also believes in his vision. No matter what the outcome is, we will witness it to the end. The patriarch of the heavenly ghost palace smiled lightly and tried his best to block the other saint. The 16 holy realms battled in darkness, so that both the One-Brow Saint and the Fengquan Saint had to go all out to protect Chiyun Island. The sun wheel above the head was bombarded by the Nirvana. Mo Shiue held the sword and slashed diagonally, and the 21 holy acupoints were brilliant. I'll see how long you can hold on. Mo Shiue picked up her sword, and hundreds of thousands of sword chi lotus flowers bloomed in the sky, each with a hidden edge, and surrounded Lin Chen. Lin Chen's holy phoenix wings slapped fast, and his body was on the dragon. Flash. An afterimage of the dragon and phoenix flashed one after another, and the sword lotus smashed the afterimage. Lin Chen looked to avoid it, and traveled through the void, dozens of miles in an instant. The wings of the holy phoenix? The movement is good, but it can't escape the palm of this seat. When Qi Hong's sneer came, the blade slashed vertically, and the blade was like a galaxy falling horizontally, slashing the space behind Lin Chen. Angrily, splitting the void. Boy, you have no chance. The Songhai Saint condensed 10 holy light dragons and slaughtered Lin Chen in all directions. The attack is too strong. Lin Chen must take care of this and the other, and he must do his best to attack any side. Bang! Songhai Saint and Qi Hong's holy energy collided with each other, and they were completely empty. The saints were stunned. But seeing the dark shadow covering Lin Chen's purple-red phoenix wings, a pair of star-like eyes opened from the wings. Innate shadow? By the way, it is said that this kid can run to the present because there is a congenital shadow of a young child. Something's wrong. This shadow always gives me a weird feeling. More than 200 holy places were surprised and stunned. Little guy, it's time to work. Lin Chen smiled at the little shadow behind him. The top of Little Shadow's head exploded with purple electricity, condensing into 4 words, fuck it. The God Killer skyrocketed Lin Chen's pure power, and the speed of the holy phoenix wings increased, but this did not mean that Lin Chen's speed could suppress the 3 people in the 3rd level of the Holy Land. Can only evade part of the offensive in their hands. None of the 3 of them were inferior to Lin Chen in their physical abilities, let alone their realm-crushing Lin Chen. With the advantage of speed, Lin Chen still had to rely on Little Shadow to raise a level. Sigh. The shadowy thunder shattered, the astral wind dissipated, the sky fire extinguished, and the many sacred realms of the Dark Pavilion and the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce were liberated from the attack of the Nirvana. The first round of bombardment was over, and the entire Holy Land of the opponent caused almost no injuries. The 17 holy realms are opposed to Lin Chen from a distance, and the murderous intent is shot. Boom. Mutation is back. Thousands of feet high in the sky, a long blue cloud rose, and a green cow stepped on the cloud, and an old man in linen sat on the back of the cow. Qingxian Nizi, my old bones are useless. The old man in linen held a straw, and glanced at the holy place. Present, there are quite a lot of old friends here today. It's the old ghost Ao Qing from the Wanqing Palace, this old immortal is also here? Fengquan Saint was surprised. Ning Qingxian fluttered up in the air, and anxiously said through voice. Transmission, Master, please help Lin Chen. Old man, do your best. The old man in linen, Ao Qing nodded and rode a green ox to Lin Chen's side. Senior, who are you? Lin Chen was curious, the old man didn't seem to be hostile to him. The old man is an old guy in Wangqingdian, you are Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen's condition, Ao Qing couldn't help sighing, it's really desperate, even life is burning. Lin Chen was relieved, it turned out to be the reinforcements that Qingxian called. Sigh. A long rainbow of sword energy slashed towards Ao Qing, the old man's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed with one hand, crushing the sword energy. You immortal, don't get in the way. Mo Shiu scolded, otherwise, I will kill you. This old guy is extraordinary, let me drag him, you go and capture that kid. The Songhai Saint stood corresponding to Ao Qing, and the two looked at each other, the old rival of the year. Maybe there is still a chance. Now the combat power of the 3rd level of the Holy Realm has been reduced by 1. If Lin Chen can use that kind of energy attack that cannot be avoided again, and then use the innate shadow to forcibly break through, he may be able to escape. When more than 200 holy places watching the battle tried to see through the situation suddenly changed. Boom. A group of red divine flames, like divine fire above Jiuxiao, descended on Qian Island. In the scarlet flames slowly walked out of a woman in red, beautiful and alluring. A pair of flaming eyes, looking around the audience, only showing a faint remnant of prestige, they stunned hundreds of holy places in the field. This is an almost invincible existence. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. This woman is the woman of Xinyan Palace who personally suppressed all the demon eyes in the Kyushu continent and took Bai Ruoyan away that day. This red-cloaked woman, Lin Chen, is very clear, the moment when he suppressed the magic eye of Kyushu alone that day, vividly in his mind. Did she come in person? Where is this woman sacred? What a terrifying aura, has this woman already set foot in that realm? All the saints in the audience were shocked. Yo, Lin Chen, I haven't seen you for a while. Unexpectedly, when we meet. You're either trying your best or trying your best. The Xinyan woman smiled at Lin Chen, and dozens of saints groaned in their hearts. Mo Shiyue in Sun Moon Palace and Qi Hong in Hongtian Palace both showed a deep fear. Is it the backer behind the Dark Horse Club? If so, then no need to fight today. Not to mention more than 20 saints, even if more than 200 swarmed up, it would not be enough for her to kill. This woman can suppress all holy places on the scene. Senior, you are still so strong. Lin Chen grinned. The two looked at each other, and a look of surprise passed through the eyes of the Xinyan woman. In this son's eyes, she saw a strong and monstrous fighting spirit, looking down on the world. He didn't expect anything from himself. Sister, you are finally here. Quickly help the master. At this time, a petite and exquisite figure rushed onto the body of the Xinyan woman. The woman in the red dress smiled sweetly. Didn't I tell you, there is no fear of life, you can't use that talisman easily. Once you use it, it means that the time of march has come, you have to go back with me. Shen Lingshuang was a little aggrieved, and hurriedly said, Lingshuang is okay to go back, but sister, you have to help the master, these bad guys chased the master all the way. I won't help him. The woman in the red dress interrupted Shen Lingshuang and terrified the little girl. She looked at Lin Chen. Kid Lin Chen, I'm here purely for Lingshuang's sake. It has nothing to do with you. I won't take action in your life or death. If you can't even pass this level, let's not say that you will be on the enchanting list. I don't even have the right to see your woman. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The geniuses of Chiyun Island gasped fiercely, and the saints were stunned. Seeing one's own woman, at least on the enchanting list? What is the origin of this Lin Chen woman? And the holy people who surrounded and suppressed Lin Chen unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things haven't reached the worst result yet. Don't worry, I didn't count on Senior. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Senior, let's go and drink tea, I will handle my affairs myself. The woman in the red dress gave him a meaningful look at him and the Xiantian shadow behind her, and held Shen Lingshuang for a flash. Shen Lingshuang cried anxiously, her small eyes flushed. Sister, you. The woman in red scolded, why are you crying? This is the path your master chose, and no one can help him. Lin Chen, you haven't really come to our world, and you haven't known the cruelty on the other side of the holy world. If you can't even handle these crooked melons and cracked dates, then you might be happier if you just sleep here. The woman in the red dress stared at Lin Chen with deep eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, the Songhai Saint and Ao Qing of Wanqing Hall seemed to be fighting each other. Brush! For ghostly shadows appeared behind Lin Chen, Ying Mia and Ying Tianma from the dark pavilion waited for the opportunity to sneak attack on Lin Chen. With a flash of edge, the holy light dagger wanted to penetrate Lin Chen's heart, and the two palms that should be extinguished greeted Lin Chen's Tianling Gai and other vital points. Lin Chen slashed with a horizontal knife, and the 3 billion dragon power exploded, cutting through the cracks in the space crystal wall. One-handed. Dagger. At the same time, Lin Chen lowered his head and turned around, his spear swirling, and he picked up Ying Tianma's crutches, his leg smashed like a battle axe, and his life and death was twisted like a coiled dragon. Smashing the attack of the four sages. Consumes 13 talent points, triggers deadly bloodthirsty, and obtains actual damage healing effect, 49%. Trigger strike, tier talent. Tear. Boom. 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 The four saints were repelled. A piece of attack, take this child. Lian Wanjin shouted in anger. Qin Jintian suddenly drew his sword, and his sword was so sharp that he pointed at Lin Chen. With a slanted figure, Lin Chen avoided the sword, swung the war gun horizontally, and smashed out the fog saint and cicada saint hidden in the void, and shot back. Tear. A palm slammed into Lin Chen's back, and there was an afterimage? Lin Chen turned into a dragon flash and stomped, and the sword light like a frightening dragon crushed all his afterimages, and the space for Lin Chen to avoid is getting smaller and smaller. Brush. Xing Liang's blood-chi knife gang hit the top of Lin Chen's head, and the attack came too fast. Lin Chen ran the UT on defense, and the gun was blocked, but he was still slashed into the sea by a knife. Woo! Woo! The two Warchi holy whales were hundreds of feet huge, jumped up from the sea, and slammed into Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen vomited blood and gritted his teeth, but the fighting intent in his eyes remained undiminished. A spiritual annihilation beam of light swept out from the eyebrows, shattering the two blue whales. Continue to activate the ultimate return, consuming 23 intermediate talent points and 18 talent points. Lin Chen was covered in blood, and was in a state of returning to the extreme almost all the time. He even chewed long qingguo from time to time, swallowed the holy product of healing, Liuli Bodhi seed, and fought for his life. Roar. Roar. Above 10,000 feet in the sky, the two holy realms of Xuanyu joined forces to attack. The palms of the wind greeted them, and the more than 10 acres of holy light Mahamudra slammed down. Another saint made his handprints, pushed his hands horizontally, and 3 red rings enveloped Lin Chen, restraining more than half of his pure power. Mo Shiyue pulled her sword awe-inspiringly, and opened 7 slashing beams. Each sword was the ultimate half-orange swordsmanship, such as the transformation of clouds, dragons, winds, and tigers, Yang Yen Wanjun. The power of the yang element different crystal was revealed to the extreme. Lin Chen broke through the shackles of the red ring with pure strength. The tip of the spear met the stab, picked out the afterimages in the sky, and advanced layer by layer. Boom. 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 Trigger tearing talent. The spear pierced the giant hand of holy light, picked up a few sword chi lotus flowers, and the flying sword tiger was crushed. The Yution spear technique was used to the extreme, and 2 attacking runes were blessed, and a few orange-level combat skills broke out. Peerless divine might. Lin Chen is facing the attack of Mo Shiyue and other saints, and array of sword light and knife gang is like a maggot attached to the bone, 1 left and 1 right slashed at Lin Chen. The entire Chiyun Island was on the verge of collapse. The energy shroud trembled several times, and the nearby sea area even turned the sky upside down. Too fast. It was like a violent storm. All the offensives of the saints were heading towards Lin Chen's blind spot. Even with the speed advantage of the little shadow's blessing, it is difficult to make up for the fatal gap of 2 fists. Can't beat 4 hands. Not to mention saints, even geniuses can see that Lin Chen is completely holding on. If it goes on like this, even if he is in the holy body refinement realm, spiritual power, battle chi cultivation base, and the three saints level, he will be consumed alive and dead. Not to mention the siege of the 16 holy lands, just Qi Hong and Mo Xieyue joined forces to suppress Lin Chen to the death. Attacks by other saints intensify the process. This seat admits your strength, but you are too early to fight against us. Illusory power will eventually be overdrawn, trying to rely on one half. Orange level combat skills to leapfrog, to challenge this seat, whimsical, lose it. Qi Hong slashed again, the sky cracked open, and the terrifying Qi machine twisted the galaxy. Sigh. Boom. The situation changed suddenly, and the thunderclouds above the heads of the 16 saints exploded, and the purple lightning crossed. The host launched 13 nirvanas, locked the target, and started bombarding. Remaining blue level advanced nirvana, 26 times. How many of these weird attacks does this kid have? Don't mess up the formation, he can't break it, defend it first. Ying Mia and Lian Wanjin stabilize the killing intent of the saints, because these attacks will not cause much hindrance to Qi Hong and Mo Xieyue. Pft. Pft. The Yangluan sword energy above his head cut through the yellow sandstorm, and continued to break apart the bombardment of purple electricity. Mo Xieyue and Qi Hong flanked Lin Chen, who was covered in blood, from left to right. Boy, you should know that these attacks are useless to me. It seems that your limit is here, die. Qi Hong and Mo Xieyue each attacked, trying to abolish Lin Chen. Tear. 2 gray and white talismans were born, the ghosts were consecrated, and the space was stagnant. The attack of the two became particularly slow. Boom. Lin Chen's aura was so arrogant that he stabbed the sky with one shot. And the golden rainbow flashed, split into 5. Boom. 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 Jin Hong runs through the sky, the sword energy bursts, the sword light disintegrates, Jin Guang Changhong collides in front of the two, and the two saints are blasted away. Many holy realms looked at the double saints in the void in disbelief. This is the first time that Qi Hong and Mo Xieyue have been beaten back since the battle. Lin Chen held the Yu Huang battle gun, stood against the wind, grinned evilly, overflowing with madness. The delay is almost over, it's time to play my third and fourth trump cards. If there are only 2 trump cards of blue rank, advanced nirvana and God Killer, Lin Chen has no chance to turn around in the face of so many holy places besieged and killed. Lin Chen clearly felt the difficulty of leapfrog battles in the holy realm, especially the watershed of 21 holy caves. Lin Chen has a holy weapon, and so does his opponent. Lin Chen's mentality has been enhanced and is close to the orange level, and the mentality of others is not inferior. Lin Chen can burst out the power of orange-level combat skills, but the cultivation of others has also suppressed him. Lin Chen has the spiritual power of transcendent sanctification and the sanctuary body refining strength of 3 billion dragon power. And Mo Xieyue and other genius holy realms have a low-grade variant crystal, and the cultivation base that blesses him has a large increase. Qi Hong is a generation of sword saints, the Tao of the sword is pure, and the lethality is as terrifying as that of sword saints of the same level. Lin Chen's spiritual strength and pure strength advantage cannot play a decisive role in front of these two. Even if he were to single out Mo Xieyue or Qi Hong, Lin Chen might not be a match for one of them. This is still under the circumstance that they are involved in part of their strength by the nirvana. This battle is not comparable to the battle of false gods. When they fought against false gods, they were seriously injured, and their offensive was limited everywhere and did not dare to fight against Lin Chen recklessly. In addition, they had the talent of sun god at that time. This was not the time. Except for one Ying Tian demon, all 16 holy realms are in their prime. The battle of the Holy Land, the challenge of leapfrogging, is as difficult as reaching the sky. However, Lin Chen still has his back. Now, it's my turn to attack. When Lin Chen laughed, he drew his sword out of the scabbard. The sword roared like a dragon, and he closed his gun and changed his sword. The body of the sword is crimson and domineering, like the sword of a king. Lin Chen injected the rolling holy energy, raised his sword and slashed down. The orange light sword rainbow slashes in all directions. The sword rainbow divides the sea area, the sword cuts the sky, one sword turns 5 swords, 5 Changhong Qi penetrates the sky, and one sword cuts through the sky. At this moment, the woman in the red dress of the Xinyan palace, who stepped aside to watch the battle, brightened her eyes. Interesting, Lin Chen, you really are not easy. Qi Hong's aura was monstrous. The bloodlight, holy saber, slashed across the sky. The saber gas turned into a dragon, and the blood-patterned dragon swallowed the sky and devoured the earth, and the saber gas was overflowing. Blood-devouring mad dragon. The power of Mo Shiyua's holy sword, and when the holy light rolled like a dragon into the sword, it transformed into a huge streamer sword, and the whole body burned with the holy light of Yang fire. Fenchen True Yang sword. Mo Shiyue raised her sword and swung it, and the 100 Zhang sword slashed away in anger. Tear. Boom. The offensive of the two finally broke through 5 sword rainbows, and Mo Shiyue's Finyang sword was suddenly ripped into pieces, and the 30% penetration power penetrated his sword chi defense for the first time. Pfft. Mo Shiyue vomited blood. When the two sides started fighting, Mo Shiyue was injured. Around him, more than a dozen attribute light balls fell, dazzling and clear, far exceeding the attribute value dropped by the Emperor of War. The more than 200 holy places watching the battle were stunned. What kind of magical power is this? You can actually divide the orange level combat skills into 5 without reducing the power? The well-informed and experienced saints have never heard of this miraculous magical power. Oh, a bit of ability. The woman in red raised her brows. She didn't expect Lin Chen to have this skill. My elemental attribute value is the highest in the fire and water elements. So the winner will be decided before the nirvana is used up. Consume 800 points of advanced rune energy. Brush. 2 more slow runes were fired, bursting from the space above the 2 of them. It's this trick again. This kid will block our space. Qi Hong was shocked. Mo Shiyue's face was horrified. The white light and the dragon's shadow swept behind the 2 of them, and this time Lin Chen clenched the azure blue moon and slashed at the back of the 2. The bright moon-like sword light burst out, and the bright moon lighted the 14 states. Shadow split. Mirror moon edict. Brush. The sky and the earth seemed to be illuminated by the moonlight in an instant. And all the saints felt that the water, moon and aurora were flooding the world. Qi Hongqi penetrates the sky, and a knife cuts out a blood-shrouded world. The blood moon hangs high, blood butterflies flutter, and there is a purgatory-like murderous intention hidden under the most beautiful. Mo Shiyue slashed out the blazing sun and burned the sky with a single sword. And slashed the blazing sun. The blazing sun rolled from the top of the 9 heavens to the bottom in an instant, agitating the sword light of the water. Moon. Boom. 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 The sea area shook, the space crystal wall broke like a giant python and spread across the entire sky, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth exploded into clumps, engulfing them endlessly. Mo Shiua showed her magical powers, and her unique skills were revealed, and finally she no longer kept it. They no longer regard Lin Chen as a junior who is far inferior to them, but regard him as an opponent of the same level. All the saints stared blankly. The geniuses even had their teeth chattering as they witnessed this earth-shattering scene. Lin Chen actually faced off against Mo Shiua and Qihong, and they fought back and forth. With one enemy too, or a leapfrog challenge, he did not lose the slightest. Lin Chen is either wielding a spear, or slashing with a sword, or shooting with a bow, or dancing with a sword. Orange order. Orange order. Still orange. Lin Chen used no less than 5 orange-level exercises in one go. It's terrifying, every move of this guy is an orange-level technique, it's just a life-threatening attack. This is not the key is that every move of his orange-level exercises can be divided into 5 moves, and the power has no effect at all. This is the full power of Lin Chen, the first genius of the Dark Horse Club. The gods descended to earth. More than 200 holy places were extremely moved, and it was the first time they had seen such a heaven-defying holy place. Lin Chen can fight 1 against 2 head-on, thanks to the talent of desperate life and death, and the increase of 1 second of vitality is 15 times the strength of the 4 robbery cultivation base, making Lin Chen more and more brave. The power increase brought by the burning of life and death has exceeded 30,000 times. Lin Chen's 21 holy acupoints are on the verge of breaking open. And the most important thing is instant light splitting. This is the only permanent orange rank talent Lin Chen possesses, and it finally blooms with its peerless edge. It is not like Sun God or God Killer, which directly grants power by satisfying preconditions. The strength of the shadow splitting depends on the strength of the host itself. This talent, along with Lin Chen's strength, will eventually reveal its peerless power. However, it consumes a lot of money. Lin Chen has to consume more than 300 intermediate talent points for every combat skill blessing of instant light. Fragmentation. More than a dozen saints trapped in the nirvana are shocking. This sun's strength can be so strong to such a terrifying level. The situation has changed, we have to act, don't let this kid get away. How many hands did he hide? When such a young man grows up in the future, we won't even try to escape. To kill him, we must kill him in advance. Numerous sacred places transmit voices to each other or roar in their hearts. Only Ying Tianma kept his eyes fixed on Lin Chen while he was parrying his nirvana. The information he got at the cost of serious injury, he knew that Lin Chen had an even more heaven-defying killing move. Pfft. The change in the battle situation started from the moment when Qihong vomited blood. After Qihong's skyrocketing blade light was ripped apart, Jiguang Pinyu's gleaming arrows shattered his defense and rolled down a lot of attribute light balls. Mo Shiua's face was pale and her spirit was traumatized. When the attack that locks this seat slows down, we will definitely crush this child. Qihong gritted his teeth and swallowed a holy pill to heal his wounds. The two have to be distracted to resist the power of the nirvana, and their combat power is limited in the battle with Lin Chen. If the defense is broken, it will also cause damage to their holy body, the saint is injured, and the cost of treatment is often very high. The host gets 139 rune energy, 89 intermediate heaven value, 80 intermediate. Talent points, 20,000 enhancement points, 30,000 enhancement points. Lin Chen grabbed the attribute light ball dropped by the two of them, making up for the previous consumption. The two big trump cards, the slow rune with high energy and the instant shadow, caught the two by surprise. There is also the spiritual shock that is often hidden by the Tianyin rune, which perfectly triggers the strike talent. While the two were injured a lot, once the tier talent was triggered, their offensive would definitely collapse. Activate 13 blue level advanced nirvanas, all targets have been locked, and bombardment has begun, remaining blue level advanced nirvana, 13 types. Just when more than a dozen holy realms were about to break free from their nirvana, thunder and fire came and the situation resurfaced and the saints cursed their mothers on the spot. Damn it, it's not over yet. How many hands does this kid have with this kind of attack? I've been bloody mildew in my 8th life. This is the first time this old man has been in the holy world for so many years. The saint stood in the space behind Lin Chen and couldn't help but curse. In front of Lin Chen, Qi Hong and Mo Xieyue had solemn expressions. I originally planned to wait for these weird attacks to disappear and take him down in one fell swoop. I didn't expect him to have another round of bombardment. We don't know how many times he has attacked like this, that's all, let's attack with all our strength. The two looked at each other and thought of a piece. Boom. 100 dragons danced violently above Qi Hong's head, blood was billowing. And thousands of layers of blood were rolled up. Mo Xieyue's palm blood smeared the body of the sword, and 3,000 blazing sun shines high in the void, like a world that burns the sky, and flame suddenly descends. The faces of more than 200 holy places changed slightly. The One-Brow Saint and the Fengquan Saint are even more fully operating there. Holy energy and erecting the triple holy light shield. Lin Chen actually forced out Brother Mo's 3,000 burning heaven art. It is said that it was the supreme orange-level swordsmanship of the ancient times, and Lin Chen is sure to die. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see Elder Hong's blood moon frightening the dragon with my own eyes. This is the orange-level sword. Script obtained from an ancient ruin at the expense of several supreme elders of Hongtian Temple. In Qiyun Island, the red-robed youth in the Hongtian Palace and the remaining geniuses in the Sun and Moon Palace all appeared shocking that could not be concealed. Orange rank cultivation technique. It is cast by a sword saint of the 3rd level of the Holy Realm and Mo Xieyue, who holds a different crystal of the solar system, and its power may sweep most of the saints of the same level. More than 200 holy places are moved. Among the 3 saints, there are only a small number of people who have complete orange rank secret skills, and it is because the two are born in the 5th grade sect that they have this background. In a certain way, Lin Chen's leapfrog challenge can still be one enemy, and 2, and he has also forced the 2 holy realm triple layers to the bottom of the box, and he has already won. Looking at this record, only the geniuses of the enchanting list can do it. Regardless of whether he accepts the next Shuangxing trick, he is enough to live forever and be famous in history. Are you in a hurry? But it's just right, I don't have much talent points and rune energy. Just right, the time limit of the life and death talent is almost the same, and my orange level practice memory has just been integrated. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was an incomparably calm gleam. This is probably the calmest time since he used the death-to-death talent. Desperately. After burning for so long, his 21st virtual sacred cave is on the verge of breaking through. Little devil, let you know what an orange level secret skill is, it's not comparable to your incomplete orange level technique. Mo Shiyue's head was bombarded with infinite nirvana, and her robes rolled in. The wind, fiercely soaring into the sky, with a sinister smile. Lin Chen raised his hand, and the 9-colored starlight gathered in his palm. Qi Hong sneered, I originally wanted to be alive, that's all, if you die. Here, you won't be able to stop me from waiting. Boom. The next moment, the two saints moved together. Mo Shiyue held the sword. Together, and the sword struck out like a sword breaking the world. The sword pointed at 1,000 layers of blazing sun, and the center of the blazing sun quickly twisted a long rainbow sword energy. At that moment, the sky split into an abyss-like crack. The blood moon scares the dragon. The hob smashed the ground, and the vast bloody moonlight condensed on the knife, and slashed out horizontally. A dragon-shaped knife chi circulated in a blood moon of thousands of feet, and the knife chi was thousands of miles, and thousands of miles. Boom. 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 The sea exploded, and a tornado rolled up the sea surface under the blazing sun. Sword marks is even more divided into a chasm, and the sea surface was cut in half by the aftertaste of the sword energy. Go back. Stay away. The more than 200 holy places watching the battle almost subconsciously retreated. Saint Fengquan and Saint One Eyebrow did their best to protect Chiyun Island. Only the woman in red from Xinyan Palace remained motionless, and her face did not change. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen, trying to see through the 9-colored stars in his palm. Under everyone's attention, Lin Chen raised his palm and pushed, and said with a slight smile, go ahead. Brush. The 9 robbery stars turned into a 9-color aurora, and crashed toward the attack of the two, like ants slamming into a lion and a tiger. The pupils of the only few people trembled, as if they found the 9-color aurora passing by, and there was a faint space fissure left. The void trembled, and the 9-colored stars turned into 5. Sigh. Boom. The 5 9-color starlights collided head-on with the blood moon. Frightening Dragon and Qiyang Jianhua, and the entire sea area shook. The 9-color beam of light that penetrates the sky and the earth rises, and in the extremely splendid beauty, there are fluctuations that destroy the sky and destroy the earth. The 9-color beam of light trembled violently, and in the endless storm of sword chi and sword light, it slowly disappeared. And Na Qi Hong and Mo Shiyue suffered different injuries in the energy turbulence scattered by the 9-color beam of light. Qi Hong retreated in time, but the holy energy was consumed violently. Mo Shiyue was penetrated by a little 9-color holy energy, and the corner of her mouth was bleeding. Take it. Lin Chen took the strongest blow from these two. It's terrifying. The leapfrog challenge, this is the real leapfrog challenge. Although the two of them were affected by those strange energy attacks, part of their strength was affected, but at least 80% of their strength could still be exerted. He still took over the two's orange rank. Absolute learning. Although he is not on the enchanting list, he is better than the enchanting list. The audience exclaimed, the terrifying energy aftermath shattered all 3 layers of Qiyun Island's energy shield. Bang! A wave of unresolved waves rises again and again. Lin Chen's position suddenly exploded with shocking holy energy fluctuations. And a 9-color holy light rose up. Lin Chen, who was wearing a silver robe, rolled like a fire, and his whole body was burning with orange-red flames. Lin Chen, who was circulating in scarlet firmament Shenhua, slowly walked out of the 9-color holy light with a knife. This breath is not inferior to that of Mo Shiyue. What's the matter? How could this Lin Chen go to the next level? My God. How far does he want to go against the sky? Isn't his true cultivation the emperor of war? The saints were shocked. At this moment, the complexion of the woman in the red dress changed slightly. She was stunned and curious, especially wonderful. Lin Chen, who walked out of the 9-color holy light, seemed to be flashing 21 hexagonal stars all over his body. 21 holy caves, the initial stage of the Holy Land triple stage. Lin Chen actually crossed to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm? All this is by no means accidental, it has already been planned. But what is even more serious is Lin Chen's state. His unceasing vitality is like the last rays of light before the fall of the polar star. The talent of desperate life and death burns vitality, bringing Lin Chen an improvement of more than 100,000 times. His cultivation is second only to himself, who entered the state of sun god during the battle of the pseudo god. Go back. Mo Xieyue and Qi Hong are old and mature, and they secretly screamed in their hearts. Lin Chen looked like he was going to work hard when he was about to urge his body to travel through the void. Sigh. Boom. 2 gray and white talismans appeared, freezing the space extremely frozen and slow, and the movement of the two was restricted. This is Lin Chen's strongest rune of slowness so far, consuming 1400 rune energy. Not good. The two of them groaned in their hearts, and at the moment when the slow rune burst, all the holy realms rolled up a lot of offensives and continued to superimpose. The thunder light burst, the violent wind was like a tide, and the dust storm was raging. The host activates 13 advanced blue-level nirvanas, and the remaining nirvanas, 0. Lin Chen hit the last batch of nirvana. Under the superposition of the offensive of the 2 waves of nirvana, the actions of all holy places can be said to be severely restricted. Everything is so smooth, as if it was all planned in advance. Choke. A bright blue and bright sword light echoed the heaven and earth like the roar of a dragon, and the young man stood with the sword in hand. With a single sword in hand, Lin Chen's domineering intent is soaring. His eyes are extremely firm and fierce, showing off the ambition of Tu Xing. He never wavered from beginning to end. A blade of anger rushing into Xiao Han burst out from Lin Chen's body. Everyone was stunned by his aura. Activate the talent of King's Landing, and accumulate energy, 500 million points, which will increase the host's next attack. I've been waiting for this moment. What about the saint? What about the sword? Saint, what about the Sun Moon Palace? Die for me. Lin Chen burst out in shock, slammed the knife swiftly, and slashed with one knife. Boom. The blue moon throbbed and trembled slightly, and the blade of the blade split. A blazing white light across the sky. The snow-white sword glow rotates at an extreme speed of 360 degrees, and wherever it passes, it smashes the sky. The world is illuminated by this dazzling brilliance, reflected in everyone's heart. A heart-wrenching sadness appeared in everyone's heart. Sigh. The sword light trembled, and it was divided into 5. This knife is Lin Chen's strongest blow after entering the holy world. God. Killer plus desperate life and death plus King's Landing plus momentary light. Fragmentation. Double purple and double orange talents are superimposed. 5 extremely fast-rotating snow-white sword lights overturned the sea area and slashed towards the 16 holy places. Damn it. The power of this knife far exceeds any combat skills he has used before. At least twice as strong as the Blood Moon Jinglong in this seat. What kind of swordsmanship is this? When the saints were frightened in their hearts, they frantically urged their defensive cards. What everyone didn't expect was that bang! An explosion exploded. The 5 extremely fast-rotating snow-white sword lights exploded suddenly, bursting into broken lights, like tears flying in the shadows. In a radius of hundreds of miles, the sword light shrouded the pupils of the 16 holy places trembled in fear. They were caught in the Nirvana attack and had no chance to avoid this terrifying attack. The moment the terrifying knife gas burst into pieces, its power exploded. The fragments of the knife gas are free from the void, like a rain of flowers in the sky, smashing the wind and clouds. Boom! 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 The shards of blade gas like a violent storm slammed into the holy light. Defense of the saints. Everyone was dumbfounded. Every piece of sword energy can pierce the body of an 8th order holy beast. These thousands of shattering swords blasted 16 saints, piercing the colorful defenses of holy light. The saints were bloody and fell into the void. No matter how many means they used, they couldn't resist the endless smashing light of the violent wind and rain that penetrated their bodies. The 4 saints of the Dark Pavilion, the Pavilion Master Yingxia, the Ancestor Yingtianmo, and other saints, perished in the destruction of the sword shards. Before dying, their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Lian Wanjin and the 2 sages of the Chamber of Commerce wore a series of defensive sacred weapons, such as the 8-gate Xiandun and 7-star treasure armor, which only resisted the first wave of offensive and were penetrated by the shards of the knife gas. The flesh and blood exploded, and the holy light is broken. The 5 saints from the strange realm, the fog saint and the cicada saint, etc., are even more unbearable. Most of them have only 8 to 10 holy acupoints. Under the premise of being involved in the nirvana, they will be annihilated by the blade gas fragments in one face to nothingness. Qin Zhentian, the swordsman of the Qin family, only resisted for a moment with his lore swordsmanship, and then he was smashed into blood mist by the bombardment of the nirvana and the shards of blade air. Desperate life and death. Talent locked. Target has died, remove the talent. State. The Songhai saint showed a touch of fear and happiness that could not be concealed. Fortunately, his opponent was Ao Qing from Wang Qingdian. If he gets this knife, he will be maimed if he doesn't die. Old Ao Qing's face twitched slightly, and he said in a trembling voice, as expected of the person that the old palace master asked to befriend, with this knife, this sun is enough to compete for the enchanting list. Moments later, the sea was choppy. Qian Island ushered in an eerie silence. For the geniuses of the genius list, this is destined to be an unforgettable scene. The waves on the sea surface were blooming, and the terrifying waves once shook Qian Island to the verge of collapse. Thanks to Fengquan and the saint. One eyebrows trying their best to suppress it, Qian Island was not overturned. In the void, the silver-robed youth stood tall, and when a ray of dawn illuminated Qian Island, it sprinkled on the youthful face of the youth, revealing the domineering arrogance of the world, like a god descended to earth. All holy battles have stopped. The holy realm of the barbarian domain swallowed hard, and the bear sage said, What kind of swordsmanship is this? No one is not shocked by this sword, as if it is a sword of God, slashing 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hey, my eyes! The geniuses found that 2 clear tears fell on their cheeks. Not only the geniuses, but all those who witnessed this knife, either with Clear tears, or a sense of sadness and heartbreak emerged from the bottom of their hearts, and there were faint tears in the corners of the eyes as strong as the saints. What kind of swordsmanship is this? A saint murmured like a dream. Lin Chen in the void smiled casually. There are gods in the ancient times, and their tears have no traces. This knife is called God's Tears. Orange level knife technique, God's Tears. The red-dressed woman fell into deep thought. Double? No, it's almost twice as close. There is no doubt that this is an orange level sword technique. At the moment of the beheading, not only is it divided into 5, but the power of the 5 swords has soared, nearly doubled. The red-dressed woman in Xinyan Palace was amazed. Awesome. I originally thought that the 9-colored star was this little guy's trump card, but I didn't expect him to have this skill, and this kind of swordsmanship is also in my Xinyan Palace. The best of the best. Several old ancestors of the Chen family stared at the front in a daze, with chills in their hearts, horrified. At this time, there is no saint in front of Lin Chen. The 4 saints of the Dark Pavilion are all destroyed. The 5 saints of the Strange Realm are all destroyed. Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, 3 saints, Sword Saint Qin Zhentian, all destroyed. Xuanyu Double Saint, 1 death and 1 injury. Qi Hong in the Hongtian Palace and Mo Xieyue in the Sun Moon Palace escaped with serious injuries. Even his own geniuses can't take care of it. Horrified. Teeth can't stop chattering in horror. Kill 10 saints with 1 sword? No, to be precise, slaughtered 14 saints with 1 knife. A shocking battle. The ancestor of the Chen family murmured, "This is the god of the dark horse." Club descended to earth. Lin Chen. Lin Chen sighed. His heart was extremely happy, as if his soul had been sublimated and transformed by some Xian. Deeper in Lin Chen's pupils, there seems to be some more verve. To advance to the Holy Land requires the accumulation of a person's lifelong potential and accumulation, which originates from the tempering of a person's soul. Lin Chen didn't know how much benefit his continuous slaughter of saints would bring him in the near future. This kind of benefit is indelible, and it will all explode at the most intense and dazzling moment of life. The geniuses of Sun Moon Palace were dumbfounded. Ran? Their almost invincible senior brother Mo Xieyue was beaten away alive? Just throw them away. One. What does this represent? This means that Lin Chen has the ability to kill him. If he doesn't run, he will surely die. In addition to Qi Hong and Mo Xieyue, plus an old antique from Xuanyu, the group of saints has fallen. 14 saints have fallen, and only some large-scale holy wars are possible in the 36 domains. Becoming a saint is no less than walking to the sky. There are 100,000 geniuses on the Saint Realm talent list, and I don't know how many amazing geniuses stopped in front of the Saint Realm gate in the end. Today, the geniuses they were present witnessed a young man on the genius list who slaughtered 14 saints in a row. Seriously injured 2 holy places triple. Everything is definitely not a mistake, but Lin Chen has a plan. The energy accumulation of the talent of Junior Landing began to be activated when Lin Chen encountered more than 70 geniuses in the barbarian realm. He fought all the way to Rainbow Island, and the energy accumulated by King's Landing has never been used, just for this last moment. Bet on this strongest killer move. Originally, Lin Chen planned to use the 9 Tribulation Star as the final blow. But after he entered the state of Godslayer, he accidentally discovered that he was in the state of Godslayer and had reached the cultivation foundation of Godslayer. He deliberately delays the battle time. One is to let the talent of desperate life and death burn to the extreme, but to fight for the time for the clone. To integrate God's tears to cultivate memory. Orange-level combat skills, so strong. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with excitement. Originally, I tried my best to use the half-orange level exercise to increase to the orange level, but I could only fight against a triple holy level, but after using the instant light-splitting shadow, I was able to compete with the double holy level. Facing the boom. But they can't completely break through their defenses, and they can only rely on the tearing talent to cause damage to them. However, King's Landing has only increased its power by 1.8 times, and it has not even doubled, but it can completely break the 3-layer defense of the Holy Land and cause heavy damage. The foundation of orange-level combat skills is too strong. It is so strong that it is only 1.8 times stronger. Even if the charged runes cannot be applied to the orange-level combat skills, Lin Chen can rely on the enhancement function to increase the power of the orange-level secret skills by 2 times or more than 3 times. How powerful will it be then? Lin Chen released the Dragon Emperor, frantically looting the attribute light balls that fell after the fall of the saints. Get 158 rune energy, 129 Heavenly Dao value, 195 cultivation technique. Essence, 20,000 enhancement points, 50,000 enhancement points, 40,000 enhancement points, 145 talent points. Even though the Godslayer talent reduces the drop of attributes, there are still hundreds of these attribute orbs. After all, this was paid for by the loss of 13 holy realms. If they faced each other, the fate of the 16 saints would not be so disastrous. But they were delayed by Lin Chen's nirvana in turn. In addition, the strongest Mo Shiyue and Qi Hong had just released the strongest ultimate move, and they were tired of parrying. Lin Chen broke through the cultivation base at the last moment and hit the slow rune seals the strongest double saint. It's a pity that there is no if in the world. Lin Chen's plan is considered to be perfectly executed, and this truly amazing one-person slaughter of saints has been completed. How about it, everyone? Do you still want to fight? People in my dark horse club fight, and they have always looked down on life and death. If there is any saint friend who wants to come, I will accompany you to the end. Lin Chen laughed out loud, even though he was covered in blood, his fighting spirit was boiling. Although the desperate life and death was lifted and he returned to 20 holy acupoints, his fighting spirit did not diminish at all. This time, no one dares to fight again. Those who were clamoring to make Lin Chen pay their debts with blood, all persuaded. Of the 4 saints of the barbarian realm and the 4 saints of the Chen family, none of them dared to speak out. Yeah. The master is great, I knew the master would make it through. Shenling Shuang waved her little pink fist excitedly, and the woman in the red dress showed a rare smile. Well, it's really good, it exceeded my expectations. Lord Fuxing shook his head and exclaimed, my future son-in-law is really handsome, and he is really under the sect of an incredible force. I don't know if I can pull him back and continue to be my son-in-law. Sun Yuer, Yu Qingli, Yu Yolan's wonderful eyes are in a trance. Not just an illusion or an accident, they actually saw a bit of a true and handsome shadow in Lin Chen. The Songhai sage glanced at Lin Chen and said, hee, the blue is better than the blue. The strength of the little friend has opened the eyes of the old man, and the old man will not accompany him. I have written down this account. Brush. After speaking, the Songhai saint stretched out his hand and grabbed it. taking away the few remaining geniuses from his 100 Saints sect, and instantly fled the void and left Chiyun Island. The most difficult holy realm, the third layer, has also run away. Take advantage of this time and cooperate with other holy realms to first wound and maim these guys from the Chen family and the barbarian realm. The time to maintain the state of the Godslayer is running out. Can hurt one is one. Lin Chen looked at the saints of the barbarian domain and the Chen family again, and his eyes were full of fierce light. The 8 sages are heartbroken. Damn, this kid still wants to fight. Boom. A loud bang came, and the vision suddenly changed. A burst of chance lingered, and thousands of snow-white rays of light were like the bright moon on the sea, bright and clear, reflecting Chiyun Island in all directions. The sea breeze swept over the woman's 3,000 blue silk, the moon skirt was white, her hands were jade fingers, her head was moth, her body was like the moon. She walked out of the 1,000 rays of light, and her temperament was ethereal. I want to see, who is such a big dog today, who dares to kill the many disciples of my Sun Moon Palace. As soon as the woman appeared, the pupils of the holy realms such as Lord Fu, Sheng and the holy poison saint trembled in fear. This coercion is much stronger than the Holy Land triple layer, more than 10 times. Holy Land quadruple layer. Still here. A holy 4 layer, the threat far exceeds that of all holy places present. Oops, little friend Lin Chen. The king was about to speak. Boom. A group of violent tornadoes were dark green in color, blowing from north to south, rolling up thousands of waves on the sea, rolling and beating with waves. Inside the dark green tornado, a gap opened, and an old man in plain clothes stuck his head out. He coughed slightly. Cough, cough, cough. The voice clearly penetrated to everyone's ears, and the geniuses present seemed to have been knocked on the head, and they were instantly excited. Little guy, are you Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club? Come with me. The genius of my Hongtian temple is not someone you want to kill. The old man in commoner coughed a few times, and a pink cloud appeared from the west. A pink cloud is rising, a graceful woman is looming in the cloud. She seems to be meticulous, her body is laid out horizontally, shrouded in the mist of pink clouds, her skin like sheep fat is looming, and her graceful posture is agitated by evil fire. Many male geniuses under Chiyun Island had their mouths dry for a while, and the women in the clouds were hidden in the hazy pink clouds, looking particularly seductive. The charming woman in the mist giggled at Lin Chen. Oh, my little brother is still a boy, come here and let my sister hug him. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. If it wasn't for his extraordinary spiritual power, he would have been trapped in this woman's seductive technique, extremely powerful. These people are all super powerhouses at the 4th level of the Holy Realm. I don't know how many times stronger than that of Mo Xieyue and Qi Hong. Lin Chen's heart raised a bit of desperate hysteria. What about the Sage Fourfold? There is no word surrender in his dictionary. The atmosphere in the void is extremely depressing. The 3 newly emerged 4 saints are from Hongtian Hall, Sun Moon Hall, and Beishan Men. Each one is enough to suppress Lin Chen. Ao Qing from Wanqing Temple flashed to Lin Chen's side, his face full of bitterness. Shit. The poisonous saint and the saints of the Heavenly Ghost Palace screamed badly in their hearts. The 4th level of the Holy Realm is a cave-expanding realm. Every time a holy cave is opened, the space of the holy cave will be expanded, and the holy aura contained in it will increase several times. Even if we are together, we will not be able to stop them. The fourth level of saints is a watershed in the holy realm. The direct descendants of the third level of saints can become the top 40,000 talents on the genius list, but the fourth grade holy veins of the fourth level of saints can give birth to the top 20,000 super geniuses on the genius list. Hee, this little guy got into some trouble. I never thought that these sects would send out the quartet of saints. The woman in the red dress of Xinyan smiled, and Shenling Shuang was by her side, hesitant to say anything. She smiled at Shenling Shuang. Don't worry, your master's performance has exceeded my expectations. I will save him when necessary. After all, with his own strength, it is impossible to leapfrog to compete with any holy realm fourth layer. Even the guys on the enchanting list, few can achieve this level of leapfrog. Elder Qingyue, you are finally here. It is him, he is the scourge of injuring senior brother Imo Shiyue and killing Nangong. The woman in the Sun Moon Palace sobbed and transmitted her voice. The woman in the moon skirt heard the sound transmission, her face was frosty. Her fingertips were full of moonlight, and her brows were extremely cold. Lin Chen was calm in the face of danger, jokingly said with a smile. Everyone, you all want to arrest me. But I only have one person. How do you want to divide it? The charming woman hiding in the pink cloud giggled and said, Little guy, don't play such a low-level countermeasure against us, it's useless, now you have to give up your arms, you still have a chance to survive, otherwise. Later, my sister will attack. Very cruel. Oh? Lin Chen raised his brows slightly, he said with a smile, how? Ruthless, I like to be ruthless, I am afraid that the more ruthless my sister, the more I like it. After speaking, Lin Chen clenched the Aries bracers tightly in his palm. It seems that this little guy doesn't understand the rules, so it's better to give up. In the pitch-black void, a crack was torn out, and an old and yellowed palm was pulled out to grab Lin Chen. It came without a trace, and even Ao Qing could only react, and it was too late to protect Lin Chen. Life and death are desperate. Lin Chen used all his strength, and the power of penetrating runes and blessings was so powerful that it had just reached the orange rank, and Lin Chen blasted away with one punch. Bang! The fists and palms intersected, and the sound of bones breaking came from Lin Chen's left arm. Lin Chen's pure power, like a galloping billions of giant dragons, seems to be hitting in the endless sea of stars, and his strength is all removed. Oh? It's a little monster, with a bit of ability. The old man and commoner was a little surprised, and just as he was about to take a second palm, Lin Chen urged his movement technique and the little shadow to travel through the void at full speed, barely avoiding and retreating to the side. Oh, this old guy is so terrifying, he can suppress my full strength with a single blow. If he fights seriously, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him. Even 3 rounds. Lin Chen was shocked, the strength of the fourth level of the Holy Realm was several grades stronger than that of Mo Shiyue and others. Even if he can break out Tears of God again, and the power can reach the knife that killed 14 holy realms before, I am afraid that it will be difficult to cause real damage to this old guy. The woman in red shook her head and laughed. Sure enough, the opponent of the fourth level of the holy realm is too early for him. When the lady in red dress was about to make a move, she was surprised to find that Lin Chen's face had not yet shown giving up. What about the fourth level of saints? You guys forced me today, if you want my Lin Chen's life, I will take one and count as one. Lin Chen laughed wildly, and slammed the Aries bracer to his right hand. Boom. Hundreds of millions of divine brilliance and golden light emerged from Lin Chen's body. An aura of the god of war that is comparable to the heavens and the world burst out from Lin Chen's body, like a god of war descending from the earth. Unparalleled in the world. Lin Chen's pupils turned golden, revealing the war intent and domineering of the heavens and the world, and his pure power soared in a straight line. The eyes of the woman in red squinted suddenly, as if she wanted to see through Lin Chen, and an excited smile was drawn on the corner of her lips. What is that? The faces of all the holy places on the scene changed suddenly. Does he even have a whole card? God, how many hands is this Lin Chen hiding? 3 billion dragon power, 6 billion dragon power, 10 billion dragon power. Still rising. Lin Chen's power broke through the sky in just half a breath. Divine radiance shines, golden light bursts out. Lin Chen was clothed in endless golden brilliance, and his whole body was swirling with golden flashes. Like a coiled dragon. The infinite power emerging from the bracers of the god of war shook the heavens and the earth, the sea shook, and no one was moved. What it is? Holy artifact? No. When he took out that bracer, there was no vision at all. It couldn't be a holy artifact. This time, Lin Chen is finally no longer as embarrassed as before. He can barely control the power brought by the expansion of the god of war bracers. In the state of Godslayer talent, he is much stronger than he was in the war. Emperor. What state has my pure power reached? In the end, even Lin Chen couldn't see what realm his power had reached. This kid is weird. Go ahead and kill him. The 3 holy realms and the 4th level felt that there was a bad sense of crisis in Lin Chen, and they launched the offensive suddenly. The woman in the moon skirt waved a moonlight, which turned into a moonlight net that enveloped Lin Chen. The pink clouds filled the air, and 3 pink arrows were shot out. The old man in linen pointed at the void, and a wind dragon slaughtered and attacked Lin Chen. The offensive of these 3 people does not seem to be as vast as the previous saints, but if you look closely, the space near the offensive of the 3 people seems to have been strangled into nothingness. What about the 4th level of saints? Break it for me. This time, regardless of the 3721, Lin Chen just throws a punch toward the sky. The fist crossed the sky like the abyss, and when the golden light burst, the pure power that dominated the heavens shook it with one punch. Sigh. Bang. The wind dragon exploded, the moonlight holy net was smashed into nothingness. The pink arrows were annihilated into ashes, and the attack of the 3 was smashed by one punch. The golden light afterglow exploded, and the terrifying golden light afterglow turned the world upside down. The faces of more than 200 people in the Holy Realm changed, and they retreated in shock. Lin Chen's punch made the situation change, and the sky was turned upside down. The entire sea opened the split abyss on both sides, and huge waves of thousands of feet rolled up on both sides, as if the world had been overturned. Boom. The aftermath of the terrifying force completely shattered the energy shield of Qian Island. Fengquan Saint and Yimei Saint vomited blood at the same time. Oops, we can't protect these little guys anymore. When Shuangxing's face changed slightly, a delicate red shadow flashed too. Qian Island, and the slender and tall snow-white jade legs shook gently. Boom. The beautiful woman held Shenling Shuang and stomped her feet abruptly. Qian Island, which was almost overturned, was instantly stabilized in the stormy sea. Many geniuslists stared at the woman in red with shocking eyes. Between the tumult of heaven and earth, you can stabilize the upside down space with just one stomping. What terrifying power! I feel thank you for taking action. Shuangxing clenched his fists in shock and gratitude. The woman in red ignored the two of them, staring at the void with her wonderful eyes. Interesting, interesting. Ha 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 ha, Lin Chen, I'm looking forward to your future more and more. Lin Chen's performance far exceeded the expectations of the woman in red. Lin Chen's punch seemed to hollow out half of his strength. He was panting, and when he saw the three saints who had been repelled by dozens of miles, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Once, he used the war god's bracers, the explosive power of 2 fingers, to repel the seriously injured Lin Chen. Not to mention the punch. Even the 3 saints in the quadruple team were repelled by him for a long distance. The bracers of the god of war are indeed terrifying. It seems that this is part of the suit system. If I were to collect the entire god of war suit, wouldn't I be able to defy the sky and slaughter the saints and destroy the gods? This idea is just thinking about it. Lin Chen knows very well that this god of war bracer needs a powerful body training to withstand part of its power. Without a strong body training realm, everything is nonsense. The breath of the 3 saints is still solid and powerful. My punch just repelled them without hurting them. They still have spare strength. But if you fight hard, it's me who suffers. It's time to run away. The 4th layer of saints will come, indeed, beyond my expectations. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and the force shattered the void, and ejected a golden glow of pure power that was extremely terrifying. Then, Lin Chen's figure retreated violently, and the little shadow wrapped his figure and fled through the void. The woman in the moon skirt waved her hand, and the holy aura was like a vast ocean, condensed into the moonlight and collided with her fingers. Bang! Lin Chen's fingers were shattered. He's running away. The pink cloud woman narrowed her eyes and chased after the pink cloud. Immediately, the commoner old man was uncertain, dare to compete in speed in front of this old man. Boy, you are not qualified. He turned into a dark green storm, and the 3 immediately chased after Lin Chen. The woman in red looked at the direction the 3 of them left, but did not catch up, but slowly closed her eyes, frowning in thought. Heavenly Ghost Counting Palace and other holy realms are powerless, and the speed of the 4 of them is so fast that they can't catch up at all. Shenling Shuang was so anxious beside the woman in red. Hurry up, hurry up! Lin Chen urged in his heart, constantly flapping the wings of the holy phoenix, and the little shadow shuttled him into the space, jumping a very far distance again and again. But soon, seeing 3 flickering figures approaching the void behind him, Lin Chen raised his hand and flicked his fingers again, and the pure power condensed and shot out a golden streamer, which exploded among the 3 saints. Lin Chen didn't run away indiscriminately, but pointed in one direction. At this time, the system popped up a light screen, and Lin Chen's movement skills skyrocketed again. Automatic enhancement of Dragon Flash, plus 15 success, power increase, 90%, a total of 38 failures, a total of 970,000 enhancement points are consumed. Huh? This kid's speed has skyrocketed. It's his movement technique. What a fast speed. This kind of movement is almost the strongest level in the half-orange movement, and with the help of his pair of holy phoenix wings and the innate shadow, with his cultivation base, he can explode this speed. Only the orange level. You can only do it with body method. The commoner's eyes narrowed, and the next moment, his expression was horrified. No, the direction he wants to escape is Zisha King Valley. The 2 girls next to her suddenly changed their expressions. Zixia King Valley, that is a legendary family, whose heritage far exceeds the 5th grade sect. It seems that I have to come up with a trick to press the bottom of the box. While driving the dark green hurricane, the fastest old man and commoner flashed his body and immediately stepped onto a grinding disc-like hole. His holy energy quickly dried up and consumed, his speed suddenly soared, his figure flashed, and he approached Lin Chen's back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Consume 4,000 points of advanced rune energy to activate level 6 slow rune. A gray-white talisman fell from the sky, bursting from the space behind Lin Chen, and the speed of the old man and commoner slowed down a little. There is a huge gap between the strength of the 4th level of the Holy Realm and the 3rd level. Lin Chen consumed 1/3 of the rune energy he had just obtained as soon as he shot. Tear. Bang. The golden light streamer hit the clothed old man, who couldn't resist. Although he was blasted away, the holy light circulating all over his body absorbed most of the damage and impact. Yeah, why is this kid's weird tricks so many? The old man and commoner was furious. The woman in the moon skirt and the lady in pink cloud immediately chased after them. The 4 formed a line of pursuit, and wherever they passed, the sound exploded, and the airflow roared and roared. All the saints who sensed the existence of the 4 did not dare to spy on them easily, and were so frightened by the terrifying aura of the 4th layer of saints that they hid. Southern region, a continental plate. The purple air comes from the east, and the clouds are steaming. 10 mountain ranges are intertwined like Wulong, majestic, with many pavilions and palaces. The powerful space enchantment shelters all directions. In the center is a valley where purple clouds rise. The valley extends to countless underground layers. In the center of the valley, inside an ancient pagoda, 2 old men suddenly opened their eyes. The space barrier at the 30,000-mile north-south location was actually broken? How dare you break into my king's valley? It seems that there is more than one person, go and see. The 2 old men flashed and disappeared. On the south side of the clouds and high in the sky, the figure of the 2nd old man emerged. Boom! A sonic boom came, and the 2 elders took a closer look. It was actually a young man being chased and killed by 3 holy realms. Who's here, eh? When the 2nd old man was about to stop the blood-soaked boy, he took out a lavender token and aimed it at the 2nd old man. The lines on it clearly engraved the word king. This is the token of the little demon empress. Seeing the order is like seeing the valley master. This order is only owned by the little demon empress. She actually gave this token to this young man? What is his origin? No matter what the origin is, save people first. In the eyes of the 2nd old man, the light burst out. The relationship between this token is not trivial, and the seal of war has been released. Obviously, its owner voluntarily handed it over to this young man, rather than the young man robbing it or picking it up by accident. If it was offered voluntarily, it could be seen that the little demon empress was ambiguous about her relationship with her son. What if it is the future Uncle Wangu? That cannot be neglected. Boom! Like a flash of light, the 2 old men stopped in front of the 3 of them in the sky, and took out Zixia Liaowei's palm print with one palm, pushed the 8 waists and 6 together, and stopped the 3 of them in a volley. The woman in the moon skirt shattered the palm prints with her bare hands, and said coldly with a frosty face, "You too, what do you mean?" The clothed old man immediately clasped his fists. "Too, the old man is Feng Zhantian of Hongtian Temple. These 2 are the supreme elders of Beishan men. and Sunyue Temple. We will hunt down this sun together, and I hope you will. Give me a face. You don't need to give face. We Zixia Wangu will protect this sun. If you move him, you will be my enemy. The two old sayings are amazing. He actually saved Lin Chen in one face-to face. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Is this too strong? Protect me without even asking. About my origin? It's amazing my little goblin, is the token she gave me such a big name in Zixia King Valley. Lin Chen didn't expect that the token of the goblin would play such a big role. Lin Chen knew the location of the Zixia King Valley, and he wanted to use the power here to hold the other three people with the token, and then try to escape by himself, but he didn't expect that they would directly protect him. Lin Chen took off the bracers of the god of war, feeling exhausted all over his body. The wounded little shadow immediately dived back to the Taoyuan planting capsule and swallowed a lot of medicinal herbs to heal the wound and Long Qingguo. The bracers of the god of war are dimly radiated and their power is not as strong as before. This time, Lin Chen used it but did not let it absorb enough attribute light balls. It seemed that there was a feeling of lack of energy. Without a word, Lin Chen launched the God-stealing omen against the 5 saints in the void. Consumes 1269 talent points and steals attribute values, 700 points of advanced water energy, 820 points of advanced wind energy, 2,990 points of advanced rune energy, 2.8 million enhancement points, 900 points of advanced gold energy. With a bang, Lin Chen's 9-color life wheel incorporates more elemental energy. Hiss. Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. As expected of a master at the 4th level of the saint, the attribute values that he has stolen are outrageously high. The three looked gloomy. The pink beauty giggled, and there was a hint of chill between her brows. The people of Zixia Wangu are so domineering, let the concubine learn the two of use brilliant tricks. Brush. With a wave of the sleeve robe, the fragrant wind swept through, and the slender jade fingers shot a ray of cold light, tearing the void, and attacking the two. The other two played a round of Inhui Mingyue, and the fighting spirit turned into a black-colored wind dragon, shaking the two old men head-on. It's just 3 guys who have just entered the cave expansion realm, and they dare to be presumptuous in our King Valley. The two people's holy energy surged into the sky, instantly flashing into 2 streamers, and they fought together with the 3 of them. Lin Chen was speechless. The strength of these 2 old men was more terrifying than the 3. Even he could only see a few after-images. The battle of the 5 people did not bring up the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The holy energy around Wang Guerlao's body flowed out the smell of moving the void, eliminating many of the aftermath of the battle. This made the site of Zixia King Valley not suffer any shock disaster. But Lin Chen clearly saw that the space where the 5 saints fought was shattered into abyss-like cracks every time, which was especially terrifying. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 2 sides were separated, and the 3 of them were in a state of embarrassment. Although they were not injured, their holy energy was greatly consumed. At the level of a saint, it is a very serious matter to consume too much holy energy, and the channels for replenishment are limited. Not to mention the cost of injury. Without the holy pill, you can only rely on self-healing, so the general holy realm will not fight for real. Master of Wangu, his reputation is well-deserved. The pretty face of the woman in the moon skirt was slightly pale. Hee hee, boy, today there is a master from Zixia King Valley to protect you, but in the future it won't be certain. The charming woman smiled coldly, shrouded in a faint pink cloud drifting away. Forget it, arresting this kid is just a mission for this old man. This is the home of the Zixia King Valley, so there's no need to fight to the death. The old man and the commoner sighed in his heart, and also left, the most unwilling woman in the moonskirt slashed Lin Chen a few times before leaving. In a flash. Little guy, we will help you block the strong enemy. You should talk about your relationship with our daughter in the valley. The second old man walked towards Lin Chen with a smile. When he was about to clench his fists and greet the second old man, the god killer talent status was lifted, and the time limit had come. Pfft. The moment the god slayer's talent state was lifted, Lin Chen was directly smashed into 7 orifices to bleed. The moment before he passed out, Lin Chen hurriedly swallowed the next glass of Bodhi seed, urging the Dragon Emperor to assist in refining, and he fell unconscious with black eyes. Chiyun Island. This little guy is actually related to Zixia King Valley, hee, it seems that he also has a lot of luck. The woman in the red dress opened her eyes, and there was a hint of surprise. Shen Lingshuang said anxiously, "Sister, how is my master?" She smiled and said, "It's all right, your master has arrived in Zixia King Valley, and someone has protected him. Although he was seriously injured, at least his life is safe." As soon as these words came out, the geniuses were amazed again and again. Too strong. This Lin Chen is going against the sky. One emperor also killed 14 saints and escaped from the hands of 3 saints. And 4. Throughout the ages, there are many legends in the holy world. How many people have this ability? Lord Fuxing was amazed. I can't believe that little friend Lin Chen still has such a relationship. The poison saint smiled. It's really amazing, whether it's Zendexiu, Zenda Shui, or this Lin Chen, there are a bunch of monsters gathered in this Dark Horse Club. Hey! Chen Wuming, this bastard, how did he bring this god of plague to my Chen family? Forget it, look for another chance. As long as that kid is not truly sanctified, we will still have a chance. If he is sanctified, we will have no chance to catch him. The sacred realms of the barbarian realm and the ancestors of the sacred realm of the Chen family left in anger. In today's battle, they have thoroughly seen this young man's defiant nature. Without the background of the 4th level of the Holy Realm, he is not qualified to hunt him down at all. However, the 4th level of the Holy Realm is still very few in the 4th grade sect. Even if there is, it is the last person in charge. It is extremely difficult to mobilize, let alone to leave the customs, for a young man. Provoking this son's fate, they can see clearly. The Dark Pavilion is basically wiped out, and the Dark Pavilion has only 8 holy realms, and 6 fell because of chasing and killing Lin Chen. The same is true for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The chairman has died here, and the Chamber of Commerce will be hit hard. The rest of the forces behind the 5 saints from the various forces in Chiyu are no exception. This number of fallen holy places, only some ancient holy wars or eternal wars will happen. No one would have thought that this would come from the hands of a young genius on the list. I want to go see the master. No, it's time for you to go back to the palace. I can't leave the palace for too long. This time you should also cultivate well. Only when you are strong can you help your master? Well, the woman in the red dress never looked at any of the saints in Chiyun Island. From the beginning to the end, but she only gave Ning Qingshan a meaningful look and left with Shenling Shuang. Hee, our heavenly ghost palace is right, let's wait for this little guy to be sanctified. The patriarch of the heavenly ghost palace said with a smile. Lord Fuxing and his party came from the sky and smiled at the people in the heavenly ghost calculation palace, Your Excellency the mathematicians of Qiyu, since everyone is helping little friend Lin Chen, it can be regarded as a fateful acquaintance. The next thing is when my Nanyu Holy Burial Mountain is opened, will you go and see it together? The patriarch smiled and said, The Lord of the Holy Kingdom, you have long admired your name. I have heard of the Holy Burial Mountains for a long time. Since you are here, let's go. Yu Qingli pursed her lips. Father, why don't you go and see the handsome young master? The Lord smiled and shook his head. The strong woman said that they already have the protection of Zisha King Valley, and that area is not accessible to ordinary people. Without permission, even I can't enter. Moreover, I have a hunch that the people from the Dark Horse Club should go to the Holy Burial Mountains. You see the same thing, Lord, please. The two forces looked at each other, and the geniuses of Qiyun Island came to an end with sighs and exclamations. After this battle, Lin Chen and the famous general of the Dark Horse Club were famous among the younger generation of the Holy Realm. The geniuses were rhythmically and began to leave one after another. Qingxian, let's go too. Elder Ao Qing took Ning Qingxian away. But she said seriously, no, I'm going to the Holy Burial Mountains to wait for him. I don't know how long I was in a coma. Lin Chen opened his eyes. You are in a secret room. After sensing the injury all over his body, Lin Chen smiled wryly. It seems that the cost of using the bracers of the god of war will affect him. Unless he really has the cultivation of 20 holy acupoints, or if he survives the sequelae during the Godslayer state. It's a pity. Most of the rings of more than a dozen saints were cut into pieces by the sword energy of Shenlei. Mother, I'm afraid I'm not losing 100 million. How can the treasure of saints be simple? Lin Chen was a little annoyed. His god tears swept through the 14 saints. But he also blew up all the rings held by the saints. The things in the ring were basically turned into powder, and even the attribute value did not drop much. At this moment, the old urchin-like joking laughter sounded. The little guy's vitality is pretty good. Although he has Liuli Bodhi, you woke up in just a few days. An old man in Xing-yi was already sitting cross-legged in the void of the secret room, looking at him with interest. Lin Chen said gratefully, Thank you, Senior, for helping me. The old man in Xing-yi waved his hand. In addition, this old man asks you, how did you get your Zisha Wang Ling? What is your relationship with Master Wang Ling? Who are you? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and recounted the process of getting to know the little goblin. Of course, he didn't say anything about Lin Xingchen. The old man's face changed again and again, and finally he was relieved when he heard that the little fairy was in danger. He looked at Lin Chen with an interesting look and smiled. Good boy. You are Lin Chen, the Dark Horse Club of the Bloodbath Genius list? I didn't expect you and the young lady to have such a friendship. The reputation of the Dark Horse Club is only now being truly introduced into the interior of such behemoths as the Zisha King Valley. Lin Chen's achievements in the past were not enough to attract the attention of these super families. Although Lin Chen briefly mentioned some details, this old man in green clothes is not easy to fool. At least he has a lifelong friendship with the little demon empress. The old man in Xingyi said, Now your realm is your true cultivation. Lin Chen nodded. Well, the junior used a secret technique to barely have the power of the Holy Land to deal with the saints. The old man in Singi smiled and said, if you really cultivate to a saint at your age, then you will be a true enchanting talent. However, in this world, strength is the king. At least you have this trump card. Based on this alone, you're not inferior to any genius on the genius list. But my trump card can only be used once. After Lin Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, he then asked, Senior, how long have I been in a coma? At this time, the door of the room was pushed in, and another sackclothed old man entered, and said solemnly, 3 days and 3 nights, your kids' vitality is quite tenacious, and the recovery speed is like a cub of the ancient relic. The old man in linen has been monitoring outside. He was afraid that the relationship between this kid and the little demon Empress was that relationship. If this is the future Uncle Wangu, I am afraid that Zixia Wangu will be turned upside down in an instant. Fortunately, but if those little brats knew that Miss Wang Ling was given to a young boy, I'm afraid each of them would be mad. Ha ha ha. The old man in linen laughed in his heart, but his expression was serious. Little guy, you are kind to our young lady. You don't have to worry about taking a break here with us. With us in town, not many people in the southern region dare to touch you. Lin Chen nodded and said, then thank you Senior. Junior just needs some time to recover from the injury. Being able to cultivate a little demon empress who is on the list of evildoers is enough to see the horror of the Zixia King Valley, and Lin Chen has no doubts about his safety here. After Lin Chen swallowed a few long chingua, he seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, 2 seniors, this junior has something to ask. The old man in Singi nodded and smiled, you're welcome, please speak. What's going on with the saint's realm? Why is the difference between the 4th level of the saint's realm and the previous saint's cultivation so different? The 2 old men looked at each other, and the old man in green clothes smiled. To become a holy war emperor, you need to condense the strength of your life. To open the holy cave, or mental exercise, or mental tempering, the more difficult and desperate tempering, the more you can stimulate people's potential, make them rich in heritage, and impact the holy realm. The odds increase. Open 1 holy acupoint to become holy, open 10 holy acupoints for the first level consummation of saints, 11 holy acupoints are for the 2nd level of saints, and the holy energy contained in the holy acupoints of the 2nd level realm is double that of the 1st level realm. Each of them is more than double that of the 2nd level cultivation, so it is extremely difficult to have a leapfrog challenge in the challenge of the holy realm. The old man in linen nodded solemnly, and the difficulty of opening the 31st acupoint is no less than the sanctification of the Emperor of War. 31 to 40. Holy acupoints are the 4th level of the holy realm, and they are called the saints of the acupoint expanding realm. This realm needs to be expanded. The space of the subsequent holy caves will accommodate more holy energy, and the expanded capacity of the holy caves will be multiplied. The old man in Singi smiled and said, take the old man as an example, my 31st holy acupoint is 4 times of the expanded acupoint, then the capacity of my 31st holy acupoint is 4 times that of a holy acupoint in the 3rd level of the holy realm. The first expansion of the acupoints is extremely important, because the multiples of the 32nd to 40th holy acupoint expansions in the future will hardly exceed the first time, and at most they will be the same. Ordinary saints expand acupoints by 3 to 5 times, and top geniuses are more than 6 times. And there will always be some extraordinary people born in heaven and earth. They can break the shackles of life, and the subsequent expansion of acupoints exceeds the first time. Acupoint expansion multiples. Geniuses of this series can either be in the top 100 on the genius list, or only on the enchanting list. Lin Chen suddenly realized. Each holy cave in the second level of the holy realm contains twice as much holy energy as it does in the first level. The holy acupoints of the third level are more than double that of the second level. As for the fourth level of the holy realm, the capacity of the holy cave is determined by people. Suppose I enter the acupoint expansion state and open 31 to 40 holy acupoints. Each time 6 times, so the total is 60 times. My day. The 4 peaks of the saints and the 3 peaks of the saints are not on the same level. Lin Chen smacked his tongue in secret. No wonder the appearance of a 4th level saint made hundreds of holy places in Chiyun Island terrified, and their faces changed. Lin Chen also asked about the holy land of body refinement. The 2 seniors treated him more politely, which benefited him a lot. The 2 elders told him that, for the body refining in the holy realm, every 100 million dragon power under the control is equivalent to opening a holy cave at the first level of the holy realm. At the second level of the holy realm, 200 million dragon power is about equal to a holy cave. When Lin Chen started God Killer, he had 3 billion dragon power, so he was the second peak of the holy realm. In the third level of the holy realm, 500 million dragon power is about equal to a holy cave. For example, if Lin Chen wants to rely on pure strength to compete against the third level of the holy realm, he must control 8 billion dragon power. Little guy, your body training foundation is very good, but the old man advises you that majoring in combat energy and opening the holy cave is the right way. The sanctification of the flesh has a natural disadvantage in the human race, and it is extremely difficult to reach the realm first. When you reach a new height, the ways to refine your body will become less and less. And secondly, even if you control the pure power that is equal to that of a saint of the same realm, it is difficult for you to be the opponent of the opponent. Because our human race is not like the beast race can awaken the bloodline supernatural powers and transform pure power into many ultimate moves. The human race opens the holy cave to obtain holy energy, and can practice many exercises and combat skills, but the human race has the ability to refine the body. Combat skills are extremely rare, lack of flexibility in battle. The only advantage is that it is better than protracted, but no matter how strong a protracted battle is, if you fail to hit others, you will be killed. The old man and Singy gave good advice. Lin Chen nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for the advice, senior." The junior understands that our human race is always human, and we don't have the innate advantages of beasts. Body refinement can only be the icing on the cake. Opening a holy cave to obtain holy energy is the kingly way. Lin Chen can understand the old man's advice, but it only applies to ordinary people. He has a genus-picking system, as long as he has the qi and blood attribute value, there is no way to lack the body refinement. It is even more imitating that he also has a dragon emperor with many bloodlines, and body refining plays a crucial role for him. Cultivation of holy acupoints and body training, Lin Chen will not fall down. He wants all of them. You can understand best, the holy burial mountain is about to open recently. And the 2 of us still have a lot of things to deal with. The old man in blue rubbed his temples. Before he could finish his words, Lin Chen got up excitedly, and the wound was so painful that he even asked, "Senior, what are you talking about, the holy burial mountain range?" "Oh? Don't you know it, kid? The ghostly place of the holy burial mountains is currently approaching the period when the miasma will dissipate. In about half a month, the miasma will dissipate for a period of time. In the past holy war, too many saints have fallen, and many saints are afraid to enter. This time, I am afraid that those old guys will send a lot of monster-level geniuses to explore the interior." The young man's words made Lin Chen ponder. Miss Xiaoming told me that her mother's former owner was a war saint who was good at swordsmanship and fell in the depths of the holy burial mountains. When Rainbow Island was parting, she handed me a fragment of a holy helmet engraved with him. His holy aura, as long as you get close to a certain range, you can perceive his position. According to Xiaoming's mother's last words, the last chapter of the Teofusion judgment was not fully studied, and there are still fragments on him. This time it is about Teofusion Ju, even if it is the 18th layer of hell I have to go to. Seeing the strong fighting spirit in Lin Chen's eyes, the old man and Xing Yi said with a smile, "Look at your appearance, presumably you, this little guy, will also go for a kick. With your strength, you will definitely not return empty-handed. It's not too early, you hurry up and recuperate, you are walking in the Zixia. Wanggu, just use this sapphire decree to keep the Wangling that the young lady gave you, don't show it easily, or you may be in danger at that time. 'Cause a lot of trouble." The old man in green clothes threw a green token to Lin Chen. Lin Chen solemnly clasped his fist. "Thank you for your care, senior." The second old man left, and while Lin Chen was recovering from his injuries, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after the previous accumulation and the fierce battles in the Holy Realm, his spiritual power broke through. Halfway into the Holy Realm, half step into the Holy Spirit, ordinary pharmacists must at least reach this level of spiritual power before they are qualified to try to refine the finished product, holy pill. Of course, the success rate is still low, but Lin Chen, who holds +15 Taisher Bible, is an exception. Lin Chen ordered the clone to enter the cultivation state and turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 4 Tribulations Battle Emperor, 4 Tribulations Peak, Advanced Essence, 5.59 million points. Ultimate Strength, 99.99 million. Dragon Power, Advanced Blood, 6.88 million points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 6,046 points, half step into the Holy. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 13,011 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 9,641 points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 14,557 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 13,602 points. Blank Attributes, 3.44 million points. Reinforcement Points, 21.68 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 5914 points, Earth 5311 points, Wood 5500 points, Gold 5566 points, Water 5988 points, Thunder 5119 points, Wind 5969 points, Light 4155 points, Dark 4991 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Open or Not, Nirvana Column, Open or Not. Active Talent Bar, Open or Not, Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combo, whether it is turned on. Strengthen more than 20 million points. It's a huge amount. All of Lin Chen's Non-growth attribute values are abnormally high. Even though the drop of non-growth attribute light balls will be reduced in the God-killer state, Lin Chen slaughtered 14 saints in one wave, and the drop of attribute values is still terrifying. This strengthening point is enough for me to increase my combat power again. Lin Chen was excited. Next, Lin Chen consumed 7.7 million enhancement points in one go. Flying Sword of Juing plus 15, Royal Heaven plus 15, Sword Fury plus 15, Tai Sure Bible plus 15, Mirror Moon plus 15, Annihilation plus 15, 7 Ju Jin plus 15. Lin Chen has strengthened all the main exercises at this stage to plus 15. And God tears, Lin Chen hasn't completed his cultivation, so he can't strengthen it. Only the master's cultivation method can be strengthened. In addition, although Lin Chen learned Tears of the Gods, he only had the conditions to learn it by taking advantage of the Godslayer's talent. Using Lin Chen's current cultivation base to use Sacred Tears, it's probably not the sword chi that shatters, but his meridians. It is necessary to reach the cultivation level of 5 eons to be able to use Sacred Tears reluctantly. Therefore, the half-orange level exercises under his control at this stage are still Lin Chen's main means of combat power, and the next sacred mountain. Range is very important, and Lin Chen can't allow any mistakes. My spiritual power has a taste like a sea of abyss. It is more than a grade stronger than the previous me. The transformation brought by the Tai Sure Bible plus 15 and the half-step holy spiritual power has improved my alchemy skills more than 3 or 4 times. Lin Chen was surprised by the change in his spiritual power. The Tai Sure Bible gave him the spiritual power control of a saint-level pharmacist in advance. And the Tai Sure Bible after plus 15 is particularly powerful, not to mention Lin Chen's spiritual power has broken through. Lin Chen is almost certain that as long as he is completely promoted to the spiritual power of transcendent sanctification, his spiritual manipulation will definitely reach an extremely terrifying realm. His refining skills will advance by leaps and bounds. Consumes 218 points of advanced exercises, and is integrating the cultivation memory of the half-orange alchemy handprint True Dragon Holy Hand. The Holy Hand of the real dragon, using dragon power to combine fighting energy and spiritual power to make alchemy, the power to control the material. The chi turns for 9 days, and the spirit is reversed. If the user has the blood of the real dragon and strong enough spiritual power, the power of this alchemy handprint is close to that of an orange step handprints. When Lin Chen merged the cultivation memory of this real dragon holy hand, he couldn't help but stunned. This alchemy handprint actually has the magical effect of assisting alchemy with pure power. You can also use the blood of the real dragon to make pills, but Lin Chen's blood of Yinglong and Qinglong can only be regarded as collaterals of the blood of the real dragon. It is extremely difficult to cultivate the top-grade handprints of the purple rank. There are as many as 100,000 combinations of handprints in this half-orange alchemy handprint. Each of them is extremely mysterious and has a high auxiliary effect on the refining of the finished product. It is worthy of being a saint. Something to snatch the scalp. Lin Chen and the clone recuperate their injuries with peace of mind, and integrate the alchemy fingerprints to cultivate their memories. King Yangu, in the lobby, a group of figures. The 2 white-clothed men in the lead had cold faces. I heard that we have a special guest from Wanggu. Wang Ling, who holds the young lady, is still a man? Mrs. Born Supreme, how could she possibly hand Wang Ling over to a man? don't believe it either. I think it's probably because of this son's deceit. A man with red eyebrows slapped the table angrily, shaking the hall, and got up irritably. Well, this person, can hold Mrs. Wang Ling. I will meet him. Chi Yu, a young man in white sitting in the first place, said indifferently. Enough, what kind of decency is it to be in chaos so quickly? There are two elders, Qian, and two elders, and you dare to touch him? The crowd looked apprehensive. He can't keep holding back, just wait, look for a chance, I'll let him know that the young lady is not someone like him that can get close. The young man in white is full of murderous intent. 4 days of recovery, cultivation, study, and Lin Chen's days in Zixia Wangu suddenly passed. On the 8th day of arriving in the Zixia King Valley, Lin Chen left the customs. Zixia King Valley, in Zijing Valley. Lin Chen strolled on the street, many chambers of commerce and business groups were doing business here, and the disciples of Zixia King Valley purchased supplies here. Although Zixia King Valley has a big business, cultivation will always burn resources, and will be regularly placed in the outside chamber of commerce to do business here. At this time, the young Wangu disciples on the street stared at the boy at the door of a shop in stunned eyes. The young man even asked for 4 million silver coins as soon as he opened his mouth. The thin monkey-like man nodded and smiled and said, "Young master is really generous. He bought all the Tiani holy water from our business group for 4 million. The gentle and moving woman in snow clothes said with a smile, "How about it, Brother Lin Chen? I said that this is the place with the most treasures in the Zixia King's Valley. I didn't lie to you." Lin Chen nodded and smiled. "Well, it's really good." The girl in snow next to Lin Chen was named Li Shui, a blue-rank disciple of Zixia King Valley. When Elder Gon confessed that he was looking for a disciple who was responsible for leading Lin Chen, she immediately accepted the task. Zixia King Valley is not comparable to the outside world. Many forbidden places are strictly forbidden for outsiders to enter, and those who violate it will be directly executed. In order to prevent Lin Chen from entering the forbidden area by mistake, he needs to be led by his own family. Seeing Lin Chen's satisfaction, Li Shuijiao's face was like a rosy glow. She chatted with Lin Chen with a smile, her eyes were full of curiosity and admiration. Since ancient times, heroes love beauty, and beauty loves heroes. Li Shui was born in the Zixia King Valley, and has a very high vision, but she has never heard of any man who dared to wash the talent list from ancient times to the present. Even the young lady's Wang Ling has been obtained. She can be said to be full of curiosity about Lin Chen. I will use 30% of the silver dollar coins higher than the market price to purchase all the existing heteromorphic fragments in your chamber of commerce. Then, Lin Chen said amazingly to the thin monkey-like man. Above the market price. 30%? The merchant was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard it wrong. Okay. Please wait a minute. His face was ecstatic, and his attitude seemed to be kneeling down for Lin Chen, just as he was about to turn around and prepare for Lin Chen. I paid 50% of the price higher than the market price. I bought the heteromorphic fragments. A contemptuous and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted all the shock. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Someone wants to do something? Lin Chen bought all the different crystal fragments in order to make as many nirvanas as possible before entering the holy burial mountains. Someone suppressed him at one price, and he also bought all the different crystal fragments of the business group. Normally, it is impossible for a Saint to refine so many different crystal fragments. Obviously, 9 out of 10 the other party is here to make trouble. Lin Chen touched his chin and raised his brows lightly. The visitor is not kind, but this is the place of the little demon empress. As long as the other party doesn't go too far, I can tolerate it. The person who came was dressed in white, with a dignified appearance, quite a bit like a handsome young master, and behind him were 4 talented young men, each of whom was a 5 Tribulation War Emperor cultivation base. Li Shui whispered to Lin Chen, "It's young Master Ziyu, young Master Lin Chen. Be careful, he may be targeting you, he's ranked 10,001 on the genius list." Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, with a cynical look on his face, with a steady look in the show. The young master of the sun you came to Lin Chen, his sword eyebrows were staring, and his eyes flashed with sharp light, and he asked in a cold voice, "Are you Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club?" Lin Chen said with a smile, "I'm sorry, sir, to remember the name of the handsome man." The 4 young geniuses behind Master Ziyu glared angrily, always looking like they were going to rush up to fight Lin Chen. The corner of Ziyu's mouth picked out a trace of disdain. "Stop talking. Nonsense, you want different crystal fragments, I won't give it. This young master is an 8th order pharmacist. Do you think you have the financial resources to compete with the 8th order pharmacist?" Ziyu's words caused many people present to change their faces slightly. Surprised and surprised. Master Ziyu actually broke through to the 8th order pharmacist. My God. I heard that young Master Ziyu was promoted to the Holy Spirit level 10 years ago. I didn't expect to become an 8th order pharmacist so soon. This is probably the youngest 8th order pharmacist in the history of Xixia King Valley. Hearing the adoration and exclamations around, Ziyu's arrogance increased even more. "Lin Chen, don't say that this young master doesn't give you face, hand over the young ladies. Wang Ling, this young master will not embarrass you, and will give you 20 a different crystal fragment. Otherwise, be careful that not only will you not be able to purchase anything in Zijing Valley, but you may encounter any unexpected events when you leave the Xixia King Valley." This young master you was domineering as soon as he came, and informed Lin Chen in an almost alms-like tone. "Just want to exchange 20 different crystal fragments for the little demon Empress unique Xixia token? I'm afraid this guy is not living in a dream." The atmosphere was tense. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "This son, I have no grievances or enmity with you. If you can't commit it, you will be in trouble. I respect you as a member of the Xixia King Valley, and I will give you 3 points of face. I just want to buy something here and leave. I'm polite enough. Outside, people who dare to dance like this in my forest will have a disability at the start, and if they are serious, they will die without a whole corpse." Lin Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, flicked his nails, and said with a long smile, "8th rank pharmacist, isn't it amazing? My Dark Horse Club has an 8th rank alchemist, and everyone in my club has the standard skills. You are too embarrassed to use it to pretend?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many disciples changed slightly. "The per capita 8th order pharmacist? You brag, you don't even have any redness at all. The holy world is extremely wide, and the fastest spreading is currently only the record of Lin Chen's bloodbath genius list. The performance of the quartet conference will take some time to spread to the farther parts of the holy realm. For these disciples who have been cultivating in Wangu and the secret realm for many years, they do not know more information about the Dark Horse Club. You?" Young Master Ziyu's handsome face was ferocious and angry. The 4 geniuses behind him immediately stood up and scolded. Damn, show some respect to Master Ziyu. Huh? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he whispered, go away. Boom. This roll carried terrifying spiritual power through the genius's defense, and shook his spiritual power upside down. Again and again. The three geniuses were shocked and angry, but fighting was forbidden here. And they didn't dare to use the fighting spirit without authorization. If they used mental power, that would be Lin Chen's strength. Young Master Ziyu was startled. He is also half into the Holy Spirit? Lin Chen didn't bother to pay attention to those noisy guys. He said to the thin man, I'll buy all the different crystal fragments from your chamber of commerce and even the nearby merchant group at a price that is 70% higher than the market price. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The thin man suppressed his ecstasy and bowed in a respectful voice, yes. The little one will prepare immediately. Suddenly, that Ziyu said, then I will offer 80% of the price higher than the market price. Lin Chen frowned, this bastard is haunted. Although he has a lot of silver coins on hand, it does not mean that he can spend it arbitrarily, and he has to buy other resources. Ziyu stared at Lin Chen and said word by word, it's okay if you want me not to press your price. Would you dare to have a test with me? Lin Chen clenched his fists, and suddenly said with a smile, how to compare? Seeing Lin Chen's harmless smile, Ziyu was alert. This bastard can be on the Rainbow Island bloodbath talent list. Although it is very likely that there is an element of luck, he must also have some killer skills. Although I am ranked 10001, I may not be able to eat him securely. Ziyu thought for a while, and sneered, it's like alchemy, how about it? Didn't you say that every 8th order pharmacist in your Dark Horse Club dare to gamble? Lin Chen was a little impatient, I don't have so much time to refine the 8th order holy pill with you here. Then alchemy? Lin Chen is not afraid, but he has no time right now. There are only 7 or 8 days left until the miasma of the holy burial mountains completely dissipates. Even if you can use all the clones to refine the 8th order holy pill, it will consume a lot of energy and mind, and it is difficult to maintain the state of prosperity. Naturally, it will not be a competition for the refining of the 8th order holy pills. The level of an alchemist can be known by looking at the alchemy skills. To compete with the alchemy skills, the top-level pills of the 7th order shall prevail. If you can use 1 hand and 5 fingers within 3 hours, whoever refines the top-tier 7 medicinal pills first will win. If you lose, the token of miss will belong to me. If I lose, I will pay for all the different crystal fragments for you. Ziyu's words caused 1,000 waves. My God, within 2 hours? Even if you can't use the pill furnace, you can only use 1 hand? This is too outrageous. One-handed alchemy, the consumption of mental power and difficulty will increase several times. Combining the two, the difficulty has skyrocketed. At least with my alchemy skills, I can't even think about it. Many geniuses were stunned and shocked, and suddenly felt how outrageous this competition was. Li Shui was anxious, as if she knew something, and was trying to stop Lin Chen. Okay, it's settled like this, go get the different crystal fragments. Ready. Lin Chen smiled playfully. However, Ziyu showed a confident smile of mastering everything, and he laughed proudly in his heart. Stupid man, ha ha ha. The new alchemy madra practiced by this young master is to form a seal with 1 hand and then use the combined seal to make alchemy. Boy, you are sure to lose. Purple Valley, Bluestone Arena. Outside the Bluestone Arena, there are huge crowds. Today is a special matchup. Chen Ziyu to Lin Chen. On one side is the top genius of Zixia King Valley. 10,001 on the genius list, and the youngest 8th order pharmacist. On the other side is Lin Chen, the deputy director of the Dark Horse Club, who has been in the limelight recently and has washed the talent list with blood. The content of the confrontation between these two people turned out to be one-handed alchemy without a pill furnace. The content of this kind of confrontation has never been seen before. But all pharmacists know the difficulty of this duel. Use the alchemy madra with both hands to deal with any situation that occurs when handling alchemy. But alchemy with one hand is as difficult as making an ordinary person walk on 1 foot. It is already the limit to support 1 foot on the ground. To walk like a normal person, the difficulty is not as simple as 2-1. Not to mention no Dan stove. That's Lin Chen? Hey, he's much younger than I thought. It is estimated that only the people in the inner valley can hold this Lin Chen down. According to the gossip, it is said that this Lin Chen holds Miss Zixia Wang Ling. What? How could the young lady's Wang Ling be given to him? The young lady can say that only men she recognizes will give Zixia Wang Ling. Once it was passed on from 10 to 10, the news that Lin Chen held the little demon empress Zixia Wang Ling immediately spread to everyone's ears. Then, eyes full of jealousy and murderous intent turned to Lin Chen in the arena, and over 10,000 Zixia King Valley geniuses denounced Lin Chen. Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest and whistled, "What are you doing? All eyes are like cow eggs. You don't need to show it so obviously when you are jealous of my handsome looks, right? Damn. It's so arrogant. Damn it, it's a pity that the geniuses in Migu are not here, otherwise which round will get him to be arrogant. Brother Ziyu, torture him to death." Everyone blushed and shouted with thick necks. Those who didn't know it thought they were going to fight by force. The void stand, 3 saints standing side by side. A red-robed man smiled and said, "This showdown is a bit interesting." The 2 linen-clad old men who were slack in the clouds and wild cranes laughed one after another. "I'm afraid this kid is also an 8th order pharmacist, but Ziyu should be better. Ziyu has set him up. Even the old man may not be Ziyu's opponent in this duel. His alchemy fingerprints have a natural advantage." The red-robed man looked deeply at the cynical Lin Chen in the arena, and said, with a smile, "Yes, I am more optimistic about this little guy, who can be chased by the 3 holy realms and the 4 levels. There are only a handful of lineups like this. Bluestone Arena. Young Master Lin Chen, you are reckless. I heard before that young master Ziyu seems to have inherited the Leishing Restoration Origin Seal inherited from the family. This alchemy handprint ranks in the semi-orange rank. Synthesizing double seals and becoming famous, young Master Lin Chen, you are right in his arms." Outside the ring, Li Shui sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen worriedly. Unexpectedly, Summon Lin blinked angrily at her, causing Li Shui to blush and heartbeat. Lin Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, since he provokes me, I will step on his pride." Chen Ziyu, who was standing 100 feet away from Lin Chen, said contemptuously, "Has your excellency Lin Chen been ready?" Lin Chen didn't say a word, he threw a scissor hand at him with a very stern expression. Humph. Chen Ziyu ejected a battle aura and hit the hourglass beside the ring. "Start the timer." Brush. With a wave of his hand, Meiji opened, and hundreds of medicinal materials were suspended in the void. The thunder hand flashes Chen Ziyu's 5 fingers emerged with strong spiritual power, and the thunder. Light like a silver snake circulated, and the thunder light flashed and caught. Over 100 kinds of medicinal materials and a 7th-order fierce beast. Core. Everyone could not help but watch with bated breath. Alchemy battles are not uncommon in the Zixia King Valley, where there are many geniuses, but this is the first time that there is no one-handed alchemy showdown in the alchemy furnace. Chen Ziyu's 5 fingers formed a seal, the afterimage formed a film, and the silver snake thunder light, under the control of mental power, turned into a thunder shadow and shuttled through many medicinal materials, accurately picking out and removing the outer skin and shell of the medicinal materials. Then, Lamong condensed and began to remove impurities from the medicinal materials, smashed some medicinal materials, and squeezed out the essence. Energy. The whole process is smooth and flowing, it is simply dazzling. A series of ups and downs of air conditioning sounds and a piece of amazement sounded outside the ring. My God, I read that right. This is a real one-handed seal. Brother Ziyu is really the first alchemist of Wangu's generation. It's amazing. Without a pill furnace, it would be even more difficult to stabilize the medicinal materials, not to mention the mental power that would be consumed by forming a seal with one hand. When the two are combined together, the difficulty increases directly, and it can be developed so steadily. Medicine refining steps. Those arrogant Wangu disciples were also convinced by such mysterious methods. This skill alone is definitely something that an 8th-order pharmacist can perform. Moreover, a pharmacist who has just entered the 8th level may not be as good as Chen Ziyu. Looking at Lin Chen again, he didn't move at all, with a smile on his face, and commented on Chen Ziyu in a critical manner. Well, the hand speed is very fast, there are calluses and protrusions, and there is thunder and lightning in the friction. It can be said to have a paralyzing effect. If I introduce it to other clubs, I can barely become a second-rate. Lin's tone of pointing to Jiangshan made the geniuses outside the field be distracted, and kept spitting fragrance. Mummy, what kind of thing do you dare to point out to Brother Midu? Lin Chen, don't stand up if you don't have the skills, get down and kowtow to Big Brother Ziyu to apologize. Chen Ziyu ignored Lin Chen, just cast a disdainful look, no matter whether Lin Chen was an 8th-level pharmacist, he would never have beaten him under this condition. Ignoring the clamor of everyone, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and waved. And the medicinal materials appeared. Finally, he was about to start refining. He has no shortage of 7th-order medicinal materials. The 3 Qi Luck spirit plants at their peak will produce massive 7th-order medicinal materials and silver saint coins every day. Most of the 7th-order medicinal materials, Lin Chen will use to refine into 7th-order medicinal herbs to feed the little shadow. He can never have too many pills. The little shadow is a life body that tends to be perfect, but the only disadvantage is that it is always a glutton, consumes a lot, and likes high energy things such as medicinal pills and silver coins. The medicinal materials were suspended. Lin Chen raised a cynical smile, and actually made a coquettish scissors. He laughed. My hand speed is very fast as the top handsome guy in the Dark Horse Club. And the first handsome guy in the holy world, someone from my Lin's technique. Can make fairies go down to earth, and can make peach juice burst. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen also clipped his scissors, and said with a sullen smile, I live next door and my surname is Lin. If you have something to do with your family, I will go over the wall. If there is something in your Family, find Lao Lin and focus on show skills for 30 years. I have already left the mountain, feel good. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual brilliance of the blue water condensed to Lin Chen's fingertips. But seeing his two fingers swipe lightly, like blue waves passing through the void, there is a faint echoing of the dragon's roar. Brush. The scrolls of spiritual medicinal materials quickly began to gather, and began to refine hundreds of seventh-order medicinal materials. The shells peeled off, and impurities were removed. At this moment, the audience ushered in a strange silence. But seeing Lin Chen's palms constantly turning over in the bluestone arena, his fingers rapidly alternated, the formation of his handprints, apart from mental power and fighting spirit, actually had some pure power hidden in it. Sigh. Pure power crushed more than a dozen medicinal materials, with just the right amount of strength. Spiritual power extracts essence energy, purifies, flows through clouds, and then refines more medicinal materials, without any mistakes or flaws. Those geniuses who were clamoring for Lin Chen to step down looked like they had seen a ghost. The corners of many people's mouths were trembling, and the scalps on the back of their heads were numb as if they had exploded. Two fingers? I'm really not drunk. My God, he's refining medicine with only 2 fingers? This is fucking outrageous. Chen Ziyu's one-handed medicine refining is amazing. Lin Chen in this fucking dark horse club refining medicine with 2 fingers. That's outrageous. Feeling Chen Ziyu's stunned gaze, Lin Chen on the bluestone ring pointed out an incomparably coquettish arc at the corner of Chen Ziyu's mouth. You can still prank me, Lin Chen? A woman blushed and stared at Lin Chen, dreaming. His fingers are so nimble, so fast, humming. When the 2 linen-clad old men in the void stand saw the scene on the arena, they were instantly stunned as if they were struck by lightning. Shocked. The audience was dumbfounded. When they saw Chen Ziyu concocting alchemy with one hand, they were amazed. And some of the women they admired even screamed. However, the moment Lin Chen shot, they knew how the word outrageous came from. This Lin Chen is so outrageous. 2 fingers refining the 7th-order top-level medicinal pill? There is no need for a Dan furnace. How did he do that? Outside the court, Li Shuasu gently covered her red lips with her hands, and her beautiful eyes were shocking and hard to hide. When he saw his alchemy handprints with 2 fingers, and he refined medicine like a cloud of water, all the geniuses who were pharmacists in the scene went crazy. Fake, definitely fake. I read it wrong, tell me what a hallucination. We're still making a fart medicine. Grass. They have painstakingly cultivated and studied medicine refining for so many years, and finally they have cultivated to the 7th-order refining. Pharmacist. Even Chen Ziyu, whose mental power was highly concentrated, was so frightened by this scene that his throat made a strange owl-like guguga sound. Chen Ziyu hurriedly stabilized the hundreds of medicinal herbs that had been refined, cold sweat poured out, and he said hysterically in his heart, "It's not over yet, the content of this test is beneficial to me, everything is determined by the final result, as long as my medicinal pill is better than his. It is also an 8th-order alchemist, he can't win with only 2 fingers. Pass me, calm down, be sure to calm down." The 2 continued to fuse other medicinal materials out of thin air, but now, everyone shut up. Anyone can see that Lin Chen has absolute qualifications to confront Chen Ziyu. If not, it is far better than the former. But the question is, how did Lin Chen do it? Lin Chen whistled to Chen Ziyu and joked, "Do you know what the highest state of refining medicine is?" Chen Ziyu's face was ashen. Don't talk about it there, don't make yourself. Already won, the final decision is the quality of the medicine pill, just what kind of climate can your 2 fingers become? Lin Chen laughed, ha ha ha, you will understand in the future, I will prove to all the alchemists that such things as alchemy can be shown in my dark horse clubhouse. The 2 linen-clad old men in the void stand made a rare gaffe, and they lost their voices in shock. His mental power manipulation is very strange. Even this seat can't be as flexible and changeable as him. It's too strange. This child must have top spiritual secrets. Otherwise, it is impossible to do such a mysterious thing. Look at his alchemy handprint, and it's not a common thing. He can control pure power and spiritual power to synergize medicine. This is simply unbelievable. This son is simply a monster to defy the sky. The red-browed man touched his chin, tutaying his tongue in admiration, as expected of a young man who has won the favor of the young lady. He really defies the sky. The Dark Horse Club, interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid those little guys from Nigu will come back and make trouble. Under Lin Chen's magical 2-finger medicine refining, a few hours passed in a blink of an eye. The first 10 breaths of the sand of the hourglass have finished flowing, and both sides have finished alchemy at the same time. The 7th order top-grade pill, Fengying Liha pill. Chen Ziyu was sweating profusely, holding up the medicinal pill in his hand. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the light blue elixir between Lin Chen's fingers. Lin Chen aimed at Chen Ziyu, with a flick of his finger, shot the medicinal pill in front of him, and said with a light smile, the 7th order peak medicinal pill, Suijui Qingxin Dan, can purify the fighting spirit, strengthen the foundation and cultivate the vitality, and has a purification battle. The effect of the source of qi comes with a 20% chance of breaking through the bottleneck of the 5 tribulations battle emperor. If you are not convinced, look it up for yourself. The corners of the mouths of many alchemist geniuses twitched again. What? 7th order peak. He co-authored not only the 7th order top-level top grades, but also the 7th order top-level medicinal pills. Or 2 fingers? Chen Ziyu clenched his fists, trembling all over his body. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at the medicine pill in front of him. His mouth twitched. No, it's impossible. Lin Chen shrugged, and said indifferently, so many people watching me refining it, and under the surveillance of 2 8th order alchemists in the void. Are there any fakes? Then who? Get the different crystal fragments ready. Then just record it on Chen Gongzi's account. Lin Chen waved to the thin man, who respectfully handed Lin Chen a ring. Lin Chen took the acceptance ring, sucked the medicinal pill back in his palm, waved his hand without looking back, and cynical laughter echoed in the arena. I said, is the 8th order pharmacist very condescending? In my Dark Horse Club, this is the most basic standard for everyone. This time I will keep my memory longer, and next time, don't be so nervous. Chen Ziyu lost his soul and looked completely unable to accept the reality. His face was as pale as paper. He can accept that he loses, but he can't accept that he would lose so badly. Many veteran alchemists outside the field looked horrified and could not calm down for a long time. Lin Chen of this Dark Horse Club has simply refreshed everyone's understanding of refining medicine. A pharmacist who can refine the 7th order, peak medicinal herbs, can also be prosperous in the holy world, and can gain a high position in the 3rd rank. And even 4th rank sects. The powerhouses in the holy world are like clouds, and cultivation relies entirely on the accumulation of resources, and alchemists are very popular wherever they are. However, the realm they have reached in their entire lives was achieved by a teenager with 2 fingers? Staring at the back of Lin Chen leaving the bluestone ring, many geniuses trembled, their eyes blurred and amazed. It is rumored that this Dark Horse Club has a unique style of behavior. Today, I have opened my eyes. It's too outrageous. With just 2 fingers, we defeated the youngest 8th order alchemist in our Zisha King Valley in modern times. It's too defiant. This is the #1 leader of the Dark Horse Club who leads the Bloodbath Genius List. The arrogant geniuses of Wanggu are all unconvinced. This young man is terrifyingly strong, unbelievably strong. Looking around Zijing Valley, Lin Chen sold 23 kinds of top-grade purple level exercises for the price of a roll of holy artifact casting scrolls and a roll of 8th order pill recipes. He needs more exercises to integrate the 2nd volume of orange level combat skills. At the same time, Lin Chen also used 150 long Qingguo, 100 bottles of Qingyao Yulu, and 60 million silver Saint Yuan coins to buy a large number of 8th order heaven and earth treasures. Young Master Lin Chen, you are really amazing. Li Shui surrounded Lin Chen like a twittering bird, her eyes were shining with small stars, and she stared at him with admiration. You didn't see those rebellious guys just now, all of them were shocked by you, son. Now, in the Zisha King Valley, only the big figures in the inner valley can do it. Lin Chen said solemnly, it's not great, in fact, I have tried my best. He did his best. Lin Chen used the half-orange alchemy handprint, True Dragon Holy Hand. Lin Chen was able to make alchemy with 2 fingers this time, and he was able to use the +15 Taisher Bible, which made his spiritual power control superbly, and combined with the mystery of True Dragon Holy Hand for refining medicine with pure power. And the limit of 2-finger alchemy can only refine the 7th order peak elixir. If he wants to refine the 8th order young pill, Lin Chen must do his best with both hands. I don't know if I will be able to achieve the highest realm of alchemy and pretense I pursue when I step into the spiritual realm of transcendence in the future. It is worth looking forward to, ha ha ha. Consumes 788 points of intermediate heaven and earth, decomposes 188 kinds of 8th order heaven and earth treasures, and obtains attribute values, 54 points of wood energy, 39 points of gold energy, 29 points of light energy, 22 points of dark energy, 47 points of ignition energy. Lin Chen chose the simplest and crudest way to improve his strength, that is, to decompose a large number of 8th order medicinal materials. Even if this is a waste of resources, it is about Tai Fu Tian art, and he must go all out. Consumes 466 intermediate Heavenly Dao points, decomposes 79 isomorphic fragments, and obtains attribute values, 22 points of water energy, 31 points of earth energy, 36 points of ignition energy. Get special attribute value. Is there only 79 different crystal fragments? It seems that not all business groups are willing to sell them to me. It is impossible for the business groups here to sell all the different crystal fragments to me. Their main targets are the disciples of Zisha King Valley. If you sell all of them to me, you will lose future customers, but there is no time, and it is imminent to go to the Holy Burial Mountains. In the end, Lin Chen produced 14 intermediate blue-level nirvanas and 9 advanced blue-level nirvanas. Young Master Lin Chen, are you leaving so soon? Outside the Purple Valley, Li Shui was reluctant to part Time waits for no one, it's for you. Lin Chen smiled at her, and with a flick of his finger, 2 jade bottles fell into Li Shui's arms. One bottle contains the splendid and clear Long Qinghua, and the other contains the snow essence purifying heart pill. The woman stayed for a while, and then she looked back, and the young man had disappeared outside the Purple Realm Valley. During Lin Chen's days in Zixia King Valley, his news began to spread outside the 36 regions. In the forces of all parties, round after round of stormy waves were set off, and they continued to spread. Xuanyu, Qingyun City. The little servants in the whole city shouted and sold a copy of the Rattan Scroll Jade Slip, which belonged to the Holy World Cloud Vine sect. The sect has cultivated a large number of cloud vines, and is good at collecting the voices of all parties into information. It is one of the biggest intelligence dealers in the Holy World. Some heavyweight news is from the first time from the Cloudvine sect. Outgoing. Breaking news, 14 people from the Dark Horse Club, Lin Chen, went against the sky and slaughtered the sage. They entered the Zixia King Valley alone, to avoid the 4-layered pursuit of the sacred realm of the major sects. There is a gossip that someone in the Dark Horse Club is the illegitimate son of the Valley Master of the Zixia King. According to the guess of a certain saint, the Dark Horse Club is very likely to be a disciple of a 6th-grade family. It is no trivial matter to go out to experience. The information about Lin Chen can be said to be flying all over the sky, spreading to a wider area, the vastness of the holy world. Even if there is an information network such as Yunting sect, it will take some time to fully spread. Qiyu, Bingxin Palace. When everyone in Class 66 in Bingxin Palace received the news from Lin Chen, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew that eldest brother would be fine, even the false gods of Kyushu couldn't beat him. Bai Juanhao grinned. Fortunately, this little guy is all right, Palace Master. What a disturbance these days. The Beilongmen's doormaster clenched his fists at Palace Master Bingxin. Bingxin Palace Master Zhanyan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, everyone is in the same camp. Now that the Dark Pavilion has been destroyed by Lin Chen, boy, more than half, it is a good thing for all of us, and we will have more exchanges in the future. This little guy has something to do with the Zixia King Valley in the southern region, TSK. It seems that we don't need to worry about this matter. This Lin Chen boy should be safe this time." The two elders beside Yan Qianyun looked at each other and smiled, and Leng Yueqi and Shangguan Bihan, who were sitting opposite, had their hearts settled. I didn't expect the squad leader to be slaughtered, and we are still in the Battle Emperor realm. No way, let him throw us away if we don't work hard. Ying Liang was stunned, tsk amazed. Yeah. The monitor's growth rate is like a monster. Our cultivation in the Holy Realm has been completely surpassed by him. Yu Linlin spit out her lilac tongue, her eyes full of helplessness. Compared to Lin Chen's training speed, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with him in our lifetime. Han Ziyun covered her mouth and chuckled. Everyone looked at each other and smiled in unison. In the end, the sect masters and saints left with everyone and said goodbye, one after another. At night, Ling Yueqi was alone in the Bingxin Palace, and the palace master summoned her. The palace lord said solemnly, "Nizi, it's time, open your 9 absolutely cold veins, and practice the second half of the heart." Ling Yueqi nodded. "Yueqi is ready, the palace master will do her best." Wanjing Chamber of Commerce, the headquarters has been in chaos. The president has actually fallen? Even the two saints have disappeared. It seems that this news is true. The president really died in the hands of Lin Chen in the Dark Horse Club. The top executives in the Chamber of Commerce seem to be in a bit of chaos. Some people with bad intentions have begun to sweep away the inventory and goods of the Chamber of Commerce. There are 3 less saints sitting in the town. This is a devastating blow to the Chamber of Commerce. Qin's house, in the lobby. Qin Xiaotian was in a cold sweat, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles, almost peeing his pants with fright. Qin Zhentian acted because of him, and now Qin Zhentian has fallen, which has directly caused their Qin family to lose a swordsman. A saint, for the forces below the 5th rank, 1 death or injury is a great loss. The senior members of the Qin family gathered in the lobby, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly strange. Hey, that's all. This son has the relationship of Zisha King Valley, and even the 5th grade sect has returned without success. If he wants to take revenge, he is afraid that the end of the day. After a long time, Patriarch Qin spoke as if he was many years older. Dark Pavilion Headquarters. The dark and quaint hall looks more desolate than usual. In the dark night, 2 pairs of eyes opened, one of them was furious, and the killing intent rushed to the sky. Dark Horse Club. Destroy my dark pavilion, this revenge will not be repaid. I am ashamed of the previous pavilion masters of my dark pavilion. Even the ancestors and the pavilion master have fallen into his hands. We are no longer the opponents of this son. We can only ask that adult to take action. As soon as the voice fell, there was silence. Do you really want to invite that adult? The voice that used to be angry before became a little trembling and fearful. Now, another person said, there is no choice, this son has the secret of the ancient sage, perhaps only this can impress the adult. Those forces who took refuge in the dark pavilion were wailing at this time. Their sects lost a saint one after another. In the Battle of Chiyun Island, the 5 saints who died were their 3rd-rank sects. Rank 3 forces, there are only 3 to 4 saints in total, and 1 is less than 1 dead. Big deal for the entire denomination. In the endless shadowy void, a figure is entwined with the cold magic light. Like the dragon breath of a storm tornado surging from the dark. He held the golden list in his hand, and his dark eyes as deep as abyss shone with magic light, staring at the name Lin Chen on the golden list. Bang! He shattered the gold medal. Such as crushing, that dazzling name, such as the sun in the sky. It turns out, your name is Lin Chen, the devilish energy of the swallowing mirror that dares to take this seat, hee hee. The laughter echoed in the void like Yi Zhao's screeching cry. An island suspended in the sky, as vast as a continental plate, with sea surrounded by mountains and palaces. In the middle stands a golden ancient pagoda, like an immortal holy relic. Moving around the sky, the sun, moon, and stars are all contained in it. Inside the ancient pagoda, a figure appeared on the supreme throne. When the figure appeared, the gloomy wind burst into a Inchi demon, making this ancient pagoda like a holy relic instantly reduced to a creepy gloomy hell. The people on the throne opened their eyes, if there was a hellish evil. Whistling. His voice was hoarse, like fingernails scraping against the wall. This immortal isn't dead yet, is there a successor? No matter what heirs you find, this seat will kill them all. This seat is about to break through your secrets, and cultivating high-grade heterocrystals is just around the corner. Brush. An afterimage emerged, kneeling on one knee, wearing a ghost mask. Master. The figure on the throne spoke indifferently. The holy burial mountains are about to open. You go there and see if you can fish in troubled waters and get the burial of that old thing. In addition, the figure on the throne threw a talisman to the ghost-faced man and said indifferently, "My body is still in retreat in Yanweishan, take this to the general pavilion, ask someone to take action, and bring the dark horse club. Lin Chen's head will come back to me." The ghost-faced man took the talisman, which was engraved with a few simple characters. Cloudy talisman. Subordinates take orders. The ghost-faced man flashed and disappeared. The figure on the throne, the eyes are condensed, the ancient pagoda is full of gloomy wind. The moment that man burst out with murderous aura, his whole body was shimmering with dense star-like rays of light. It's a pity that no one can see this scene. If you look closely, the many starlights on this person are all the light of different crystals. A little starlight is a complete metamorphic crystal. This person's body is full of stars twinkling, which can be described as extremely terrifying. The rules of the Zixia King Valley are extremely strict, and Lin Chen, an outsider in the Zixia King Valley, can come and leave when he says it, and only he can be so self-willed with the Zixia King token of the little demon Empress. In the thousands of miles of sea outside the Purple Realm Valley, Lin Chen sat on the back of the dragon, closing his eyes and resting. The Dragon Emperor spread his wings and flew into the sky like a shocking lightning across the sky. Consume 24992 enhancement points to strengthen the bloodline of Hongyan Holy Phoenix successfully. This time, Lin Chen consumed another 6.3 million enhancement points in one go, strengthening the bloodline of Qinglong and Yinglong to plus 15. The bloodline of Hongyan Holy Phoenix has been strengthened to plus 14. The speed of the Phoenix wing has more than doubled. The Dragon Emperor's speed and bloodline supernatural powers have also risen. The system light screen kept popping up. Lin Chen's clone continued to refine a large amount of silver coins, and the high-level fighting spirit essence attribute has been soaring. My pure power and the pure power of the Dragon Emperor have reached the bottleneck. Unless there is a major opportunity, with the accumulation of long Qinghua, it will take at least hundreds of years to have the opportunity to step into the Holy Realm for body refinement. If the Dragon Emperor is promoted to the Holy Beast, more energy is required. Lin Chen exhaled, and the beast was promoted. The most simple, rude, and effective way is to swallow the core of the beast. If the core of the 8th order beast can be found in this trip, the Dragon Emperor is expected to be promoted. Now I can use the 9 tribulation star twice in one day. It is said that this time there will be the top 10,000 monster-level geniuses on the genius list. It is rumored that some of these monsters are even capable of fighting against the Holy Land. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. If there is no god-killer, I don't have the strength to fight against the Holy Realm. Even a saint who opens a holy cave can crush me. This time I can only rely on Nirvana and the slow rune with high energy. If you encounter a genius who can fight against the Holy Land, I am afraid it will be a hard fight. I can only see if the little shadow can take me off. 4 days later, on the border of the southern region, a continental plate appeared before us. A majestic mountain range that can't see the end is like a horned dragon, crouching on the ground, hiding a splendid shore, gradually coming into view. The void is full of purple-black aerosol floating, and even the space can be corroded into a twisted shape. This is the Holy Burial Mountain Range. The miasma in the void can only be resisted by the cultivation of the Holy Realm. Below the Holy Realm, do I have To wait for the miasma to dissipate? Lin Chen put away the dragon sovereign, jumped up, turned into a shadow, and disappeared. 4 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at the side of the mountain range, and the miasma was terrifying, like a poisonous mist that lingers all day long, making people hairy. It seems that the miasma has not completely dissipated. Lin Chen frowned. And suddenly, the sound of dragons echoed around. The dazzling sword chi condensed into a giant dragon of sword light, and a young man stood proudly on the dragon. His eyes were like 10,000 swords. He was wearing a blue shirt, his hands were on his chest, and he was arrogant. Lin Chen suddenly felt the sharp coercion spread out, and every wisp of air seemed to have turned into the sword energy of the man in blue. He's a genius who ranks in the top 10,000 of the genius list. It's very strong, and it's not at the same level as Nangong Mia. When Lin Chen was surprised, the 9-tailed celestial fox, with 9 snow white fox tails swayed over the clouds and came out of the sky. Above the Tianhu are 2 slim and charming beauties, with a strong aura, no less than the man in blue on the swordlight giant dragon. The eyes of the man in green shirt flashed like thunder and lightning. Tianhu Xuanmei, with your little charm, are you trying to get a piece of the pie in the holy burial mountain range? The beauty covered her mouth and giggled. Jianjin's words seemed to be prejudiced against our sisters. Do you want to try? She smiled charmingly, like 100 flowers in full bloom, but there was a cold murderous intent hidden in the charm. Humph. The man in the blue shirt snorted coldly. Mayne disintegrated. His eyes were still sharp, but he was a little more cautious. The laughter came out, and even Lin Chen, who was dozens of miles away, felt dizzy, as if a woman's plea for joy echoed in his ears, forcing him to use his mental power to break the hallucination. Lin Chen was stunned. Every word and deed is like falling into an illusion. Killing people in battle between being paralyzed and careless. Moving back, Lin Chen sneaked into the barren forest, below the bottom. As if it was just the opening song, within half an hour, the situation changed, and there were many visions. One after another, the powerful and lingering aura of the battle emperor crossed the void, and another group of geniuses arrived. There are more than 100 geniuses here, all of them are ruthless. There are also some hidden old monsters. War Emperor, whose breath is late and old. I am afraid it is to fight for the last chance of this life. If the holy mountain breaks through the holy realm, you can change your life against the sky. Lin Chen held his breath, and his consciousness dived into the peach garden. In the Taoyuan planting capsule, the Longqing tree and the Qingyao tree have formed thousands of splendid veins, like fire and crystal, which is a precursor to the birth of different crystals. There was a trace of heat in Lin Chen's eyes. It won't be long before the first low-grade fire element variant to be cultivated will be born. The other prototypes of water-based isomorphism and soil-based isomorphism are gradually taking shape. Lin Chen's 4th spiritual plant, with the nourishment of Jin Xingyuan coins and the purchased Tiani holy water, has finally entered the growth stage. This Chi Lux spirit plant is very mysterious. It is not as large as the first 3 Chi Lux spirit plants, nor does it produce a large amount of silver Saint Yuan coins, only a few dozen meters high. Its blooming branches and leaves are full of faint silver brilliance, like a silver jade tree under the starry sky. It bears fruits the size of lychees, and the surface is covered with a silver gauze. The more Lin Chen observed, the more amazed he became. Finally, he recognized the body of this Chi Lux spirit plant, and he was horrified. Could this be the legendary wandering god tree? The low-grade Qi in Lingji Yushin Shu was born in the core area of the Spiritual storm between heaven and earth. If the area has a certain vitality, there is a small chance that the seeds of the wandering God tree will be born. This kind of spiritual plant will not produce silver St. Yuan coins, but will only produce one kind of fruit, wandering spirit fruit. Lin Chen took off 3 wandering spirit fruits and took them. When he swallowed them, a large amount of spiritual power was injected into the sea of spiritual consciousness. Get 7 points of spiritual power, 9 points of spiritual power, 6 points of spiritual power. When the light screen of the system played continuously, Lin Chen was in high spirits, full of energy. Lin Chen couldn't help being ecstatic. Sure enough, it's a divine artifact. Known as a pharmacist, Yu Xinhua. Ha ha ha. I've made a lot of money. This thing is known as the 9 treasures of Longqing tree and True Spirit tree. The Qi Luck spirit plant is a rare top treasure. Each Qi Luck spirit plant has a special holy treasure. Qingyao tree is Qingyao Yulu, which can purify spiritual impurities and purify the negative energy in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The red gold tree is a red gold vine, which can enhance the body's defense. It has red gold-like defense, tough outside and tough inside. Longqing Shu is Longqing Guo, which can increase vitality, and its energy is vast and gentle. It is both a body-refining holy product and a healing holy product. And this wandering God tree, the wandering God fruit, can increase mental power, improve mental perception, increase mental sharpness, make up for mental consumption, and even treat many mental traumas. It is rumored that the wandering God tree is almost extinct in the holy realm. The value of a wandering God fruit is comparable to the finished holy pill. It is impossible for the 4th and 5th grade sects in the outside world to hold the wandering God tree. Its value is comparable to that of the Chinese good luck and spiritual plant. Lin Chen trembled in his heart. With such a baby, it is only a matter of time before he advances to the spiritual realm of transcendent sanctification. Even Lin Chen's pursuit of the highest realm of alchemy is no longer empty talk. If Lin Chen had revealed at the Sifeng conference that the spiritual plants of fortune and fortune were not Longqing tree and Qingyao tree, but the Yushan tree, the Sifeng conference would trigger a battle of saints on the spot, and there was absolutely no chance of him being spared. According to the rumors, the news that there was a 4th grade sect in Yanyu that obtained the Yushan tree spread like wildfire, and in just half a month, that sect was completely erased from the map of Yanyu. The wandering God fruit is the supreme holy product pursued by alchemists. The effect of unlimited increase of mental power and improvement of mental acuity will affect the accuracy of the alchemist's use of the alchemy handprint, and will directly improve the alchemist's alchemy skills. I have to keep the news in the future. You can only enjoy the fruit of the wandering gods by myself, and never see the light. Longqing is only a holy product for body refining. For some old monsters in the holy realm, most of them are used for healing. I won't let them go out to deal with me in person, but if the news of this wandering God tree is exposed, even if I have 9 lives, it will not be enough. As Lin Chen ate all the wandering fruit, he laughed in his heart. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. Not to mention Lin Chen's current strength, even if he is promoted to a saint, it is impossible to protect the wandering God tree. At least, the cultivation base of the 4th level of the holy realm is above. Lin Chen used the innate shadow technique to eliminate his breath, and while cultivating, he hid in the deserted forest as motionless as a stone. 3 more days have passed, and occasionally there is a terrifying sonic boom from the void, and geniuses are gathered. Just on the south side of the mountain range where Lin Chen is located, there are over 1,000 geniuses. All of them are the top 10,000 geniuses on the genius list. Almost all of them are from the 5th grade sects of the 36 regions, and some of them belong to the sects on the genius list. Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended. At this time, the miasma in the mountain range had dissipated a lot, but the miasma above the tens of thousands of feet in the sky still gathered and did not dissipate. What dissipated was only the part of the mountain surface. You'll be in soon. Lin Chen is ready, always ready to break out the ultimate moment and the eightfold change. This time on a different rainbow island, he had to enter the holy burial mountain range as soon as possible, and he couldn't let go of a trace of the whereabouts related to the god of war. If other geniuses found it first, the Taifu Tianju would have nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a vision that no one had expected occurred suddenly. Boom! The dome of the sky ripped apart an abyss-like crack, and the aura that shocked the heavens, and the earth swept across the outer area of the holy burial mountain range. The expressions of all geniuses changed slightly, and they abruptly retreated. For a distance, Lin Chen's eyes were solemn and solemn. This is the breath of the 4th level of saints. There is more than one? Has the 4th level of the holy realm come here? I saw the crack in the sky above Juyuan suddenly burst out a slender black robed figure covered in blood, rushing into the holy burial mountains like a ray of light. The billowing demonic energy was born like a mad dragon, and it went straight. And no one dared to stop it. The black-robed figure was wearing a cloak, and he couldn't see his true face. The moment he rushed into the holy burial mountain range, he turned his head unexpectedly and looked in one direction. In that direction, it was Lin Chen. Lin Chen seems to have sensed it, and the magic seal in his palm is slightly flowing with purple brilliance. It's the mysterious powerhouse of the demon race I met in the Kyushu continent. A storm surged in Lin Chen's heart. Is she actually injured? Also broke into the holy burial mountains? Boom! 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 At the moment when the black-robed woman broke into the holy burial mountain range, the sky was chaotic, and 999 holy lights of auspicious energy rose up. It was like an immortal holy sign descending on the heavens and the earth, and a group of saints descended at the same time. Damn, let that witch break in. She was hit by the old man's 9 holy energy. She won't be able to last long, and she will have her last breath. Don't worry. That is the holy burial mountain range. There are defense restrictions aimed at the Holy Land. The higher the Holy Land's cultivation base, the easier it is to be counterattacked and targeted by the prohibition. If I enter it, my life will be in danger. A group of saints transmitted voices to each other, but they did not break in. After a long period of holy war, many saints understood what a terrifying existence was buried in the holy burial mountains. The higher the sage's cultivation base, the more dangerous it is to enter it. Unless the cultivation base can surpass the existence buried in the mountains. The witch is very involved, and it is most likely related to the events of the year. I would rather kill 100 by mistake. Don't let go of any possibility. You must kill her at all costs. There are a few holy places who seem to have the belief that they will sink their boats and want to break into the holy mountain range. Lin Chen's pupils trembled slightly. He was almost certain that each of these saints in the high-altitude space cracks were stronger than the 3 holy realms and 4 levels that chased him back then. At least, it is also the level of the 2 elders of the Zisha King Valley. Extremely strong. You are confused, we go in now, but we follow the witch's way. It's not as good as this. She is seriously injured. She has been besieged by us for a long time and has been hit by the old man's Join holy energy. In 2 days, the Join holy energy will corrode her whole body. Even the saint of a holy cave can kill her. How about letting these little guys go out? Yes, these young people are the top 10,000 little monsters on the genius list. Their talents are unparalleled. Some little guys can barely fight against saints for dozens of rounds, and their shots are enough to kill the witch. There are geniuses to besiege inside, and their army waiting for siege and interception outside. Just do it. The capital to impress these little guys can't be too small. Let us all use our resources to impress them. After making up his mind, a black-robed youth, led by the group of saints, stepped out of the air. His face was like a crown of jade, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life through the world, and he indifferently said, "The geniuses of the 36 regions, the old man and others, come from the 6th grade family and sect in the southern region, the 8 desolate dragon palace, the heavenly sword gate, and the thunder cloud pavilion." The geniuses looked at them, and their voices spread all over the holy burial mountains. Lin Chen's heart sank. It was actually the 6th rank sect from Big Mac, or 3. This time our holy world's southern territory human race has mixed into a stinky demon race. How much the demon race has affected our holy world, I don't need to say more. When it comes to the demon race, some geniuses have strong killing intent and hatred on their faces. Today, I'll issue a wanted order: kill the demon race just now, bring her head to see us, and reward the one with a broken orange rank combat skill, 2 first grade holy artifacts, 3 holy pills, and top grade purple ranked products for alchemy handprints and tens of millions of silver coins. As soon as this reward came out, the expressions of the geniuses were different. The wanted order issued by the 6th grade sect in the southern region? Interesting. 1 style orange level combat skills. This reward is a little fancy, and even if you can't practice it, you can exchange for top-level strange treasures. It seems that entering the Holy Burial Mountain range this time has another goal. Some geniuses are eager to try, some are determined to win, and some do not care. Only Lin Chen, the corners of his mouth, twitched. My day, what the hell are these old saints doing? They even brought out an orange-level combat skill. No matter what the devil woman had with these people, Lin Chen had to ensure her safety now. Lin Chen must obtain other ways to enter the holy prison from this demon woman, otherwise the demon eyes of Kyushu will one day break out of the seal. And the demons will disrupt Kyushu. But as soon as the wanted order was issued, if Lin Chen wanted to help the demon woman, he would have to stand on the opposite side of almost all the geniuses who wanted to hunt her. I have to find her first, maybe I will find her first, to avoid her being besieged and fighting by geniuses. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Once he was besieged by geniuses, even if he had a nirvana, he wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a wave of space fluctuations in the Holy Burial Mountain range, and the miasma dissipated. Boom. There is a genius who is violent and fast, and rushed in first, not afraid of the internal crisis. Brush. Lin Chen also rushed in, and suddenly, a young man in black in front of him turned his head strangely and stared in his direction. Lin Chen only saw the fierceness of Yi Xiao in his eyes, and the dark pupils revealed infinite darkness. He actually saw me? Who is this person? I am in the innate shadow technique. And the breath of my whole body is covered to the extreme. Even this sage doesn't perceive me. How did he see me? Lin Chen was shocked. But fortunately, this young man doesn't seem to have any fighting intentions. For Lin Chen, he is just a little confused, and he is the only young man in the audience who can see Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a thorny and dangerous aura on him. If they were to fight, I'm afraid he would have to use his nirvana. Lin Chen was the first to enter the Holy Burial Mountain Range. The interior of the mountain range was dark red, like a dead cemetery burial mountain. Brush. Brush. Lin Chen broke out the final moment and the eightfold change. His breath was high. He turned into a white light dragon shadow, and rushed straight into the mountain range. After a while, there were battle sounds coming from all around, and along with the roar and ups and downs of the fierce beasts, some people had already encountered battles. The high-altitude battle here is very unfavorable. The miasma at the top has not disappeared. If you want to fly to high-altitude battles, only saints can ensure safety. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, then lowered his head and stared at the magic mark in his palm. At this time, the light of the magic seal was dim, but Lin Chen had a very mysterious feeling. The closer he got in a certain direction, the stronger the reaction of the magic seal. As if calling on him. It is the woman of the demon race who is pulling the magic seal. Lin Chen's heart moved, and suddenly, he witnessed an ancient altar. A glazed skeleton was sitting on the altar, and a light blue holy light shrouded it all around. It was as pure as snow within 100 meters, and the holy majesty was supreme. Around the remains, dozens of attribute light balls are suspended. The remains of the saint, even the bones, contain a kind of extraordinary holy power fluctuations, and the bone marrow contains strong energy. It turned out that a saint fell here? It looks like he was seriously injured and ran all the way here from the inside. Just when Lin Chen was surprised, a blade of light roared like a mad dragon. And it suddenly came. Lin Chen's figure flashed, avoiding the knife light. The knife light smashed everything within a few hundred meters, shattering the mountains and the ground. The three war-ons are like pear blossoms and flying leaves, swaying and flickering awe-inspiringly, cutting a towering tree along the way, like cutting tofu. Lin Chen flashed again and avoided it again. While avoiding the attack, Lin Chen charged all the attribute light balls. Get 5,992 points of battle spirit essence, 23 points of spiritual power, 55 points of wood energy, 22 points of wood energy. The quality of the attribute value was extremely high, and Lin Chen rushed to the sage's remains and put his hands on the sage's remains. How dare a rubbish from the 4 tribulations of the battle emperor get in here? The blood-robed youth walked out of the blood fog with a knife on his waist. On the opposite side of the youth, there are 3 old men in black, who look like ghosts. It is a genius list genius and 3 ancient antiques of the 5 tribulations. Battle Emperor. Lin Chen does not underestimate these 4 people, the latter 3 are even more terrifying. They are the oldest group of war emperors in the Holy World. Because they may have stayed in the field of the 5 tribulations battle emperor for 100,000 years, or even longer. The uncommon 5 tribulations battle emperor is comparable. No one can guess what kind of trump card these old war emperors are hiding. They enter the Holy Burial Mountains to seek the opportunity to change their lives against the sky, and they can do anything. Lin Chen was surrounded. But he laughed out loud, with a harmless look on his face. You make me so scared, forget it, I still won't fight with you. After all, Lin Chen threw the saint's remains in the direction of the three old men. The sage's remains are as heavy as mountains, and only with Lin Chen's strength can they be moved in one fell swoop, and a gust of wind engulfed the remains. Throw the wreck, run away. Lin Chen did it in one go. The four of them did not expect that he would be so straightforward, and they fought to snatch the remains of the saint in an instant. Boom! The blood-clothed youth had a knife in his hand, and when he danced the blade, he burst out with a dagger-like sword energy, welcoming the three elders. The fighting momentum between the two sides immediately destroyed the vitality in a radius of more than 10 miles, and the battle range was increasing. No. The few bone marrow energy in this saint's remains has also been lost. The black-robed old man, who had just fought dozens of rounds, discovered a vision. The four of them are not simple people, and they came back to their senses in an instant. Damn, it's that kid of the Four Tribulations Battle Emperor. Lin Chen had already dashed away. The bone marrow energy of the sage's remains was successfully decomposed, consuming 99 points of intermediate heaven and obtaining 20,000 points of qi and blood energy, 100,000 points of advanced battle qi essence, 100 points of talent points, and 265 points of wood energy. Beautiful. It seems that I can decompose the remains of saints to obtain attribute values. As long as there are more remains of saints, it is not a problem to attack the 5 robbery cultivation base. Lin Chen was ecstatic, but he had not forgotten his primary task. The remains of the god of war is between the core circle and the inner circle of the Holy Burial Mountain range. That position is full of danger. Even if a monster-level genius enters, it will not be able to arrive so quickly. He must first find the mysterious woman from the demon race. Once her life is endangered by other geniuses, the possibility of him entering the holy prison is very slim. If he enters by normal means, it is impossible to escape from the prison. The decomposing of the saint's remains can be done by my clone. There is no need to fight. As long as you touch the saint's remains, it can be decomposed. And the clone does not need to fear death at all, and there is a steady stream of rune energy. Lin Chen released all his clones from the Taoyuan planting capsule in one breath, and even released the little shadow. Lin Chen used extreme return to Yuan and ultimate moment. His clones were full of firepower, and they stepped on their movements and rushed to different directions. Little guy, it's up to you next. Lin Chen patted the little shadow on the head, but it suddenly shook his head. The space here is too turbid, and there are strong space barriers. It is very dangerous to travel through the void, and the space to the depths cannot travel. The milky voice of the little shadow echoed in Lin Chen's mind in the form of spiritual sound transmission. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. What? You can't travel through the void here? The little shadow turned into a pitch-black dragon shadow, and the eyes filled with purple electricity were serious and nodded slightly. No wonder it has become an area that those saints are also afraid of. It is indeed dangerous. Losing the innate power of little shadow is quite a bit like an eagle has lost its wings. The little shadow hides in Lin Chen's arms, even if it can't travel through the void. Its talent can always make Lin Chen see the foresight, and be the first to detect the crisis and the birth of treasures within 100 miles. And inform Lin Chen in time. Lin Chen went all the way into the inner circle of the Holy Burial Mountain range. It took 2 days to reach a huge mountain that is steep and dangerous. The whole body was billowing with black mist, and even the violent beasts that lived here did not dare to approach. Lin Chen exhaled and looked directly at the mountain through the dim light. The magic seal in his palm was as bright as a purple jewel. That mysterious woman is in this magic mountain. Lin Chen's magic seal is in his hand, and he will not be eroded by the magical energy of the mountain. If he uses his strength to break through, at least he must have the top 10,000 rankings on the genius list. There is a kind of demonic energy here that is almost condensed into essence. Extremely dangerous. But Lin Chen felt that compared to the demonic energy that emerged from the 10 golems in the underground cave of Rainbow Island, it was not worth mentioning. The little shadow also has the blood of the demon race, and is not afraid of the erosion of the demonic energy. One person and one shadow go deep into the mountain. Inside the mountain, there are actually some strange buildings, some of which are shaped like pavilions, but full of holes, and some are shaped like skeletons, but the doors are open. Lin Chen found a white jade building like a skeleton, his breath trembled slightly, and stepped into the building. Inside the white jade skeleton, there is a desolate place. Many buildings are full of dust, and poisonous insects are crawling around, but they dare not approach a certain area within 10 feet. In that area, there was a slender and thin figure lying there. Lin Chen walked over, picked up the black-robed woman, and frowned slightly. She was in a coma and lost consciousness. For a powerhouse of this level, the coma is so serious that it is basically in danger. Lin Chen lifted her up, released his mental power to scan her physical condition, and injected a gentle wisp of water into her body, but found that it was useless. His fighting spirit was not qualified to heal her at all. What a domineering physique, how strong is her cultivation level. Although she was seriously injured, she was also hit by a very strange Yin-type holy energy, and her own strength is still resisting the erosion of this Yin-type holy energy. Lin Chen frowned, and was planning to put her in the Taoyuan implant capsule for good treatment. The peach sac around the waist exploded with suction, trying to suck the woman into the inner space, but the peach sac vibrated violently, and the inner space kept shaking. Lin Chen was so frightened that he stopped immediately and was stunned. It's because the magic energy is too strong. It's the same situation as the swallowing mirror before. Even if she is seriously injured, the magic energy in her body is still as strong as a sea, and if she is forced into the peach garden, the internal space will not be able to hold it. Explode directly. A thorny feeling arises. If he can't put in the peach sac, then his action this time will be very inconvenient. You can't bring a wounded person to compete with all kinds of monster-level geniuses, right? Her breathing was weak, not at all like. You can only fight once. With my level of refining medicine, I can still have a little effect on her. First, let 2 clones come back to assist in refining medicine. It was found that the superdimensional teleportation was immediately sent to the position where the advancing clone was located. With a thought, Lin Chen recalled 2 clones. After leaning the mysterious woman against the wall, Lin Chen took out 100 pill furnaces. She was eroded by the Yin-type holy qi, and her own demonic qi was also resisting. The holy elixir refined this time must have a mild medicinal power. Not react with the demonic qi, and restrain the Yin-type holy qi. Only by getting rid of that Yin-based holy energy can she heal her wounds. Lin Chen selected more than 20 volumes of 8th-order pill recipes, and the harvest of Rainbow Island enriched his pill recipe inventory a lot. And his 8th-order medicinal materials, some extremely rare and rare. Medicinal materials have just been preserved and have not yet been decomposed, which came in handy at this time. The first great holy pill, the 9-yang life-returning pill, the Yang Yuan. Reconciliation, the holy Yuan healing, warming the limbs and bones, softening the meridians and viscera. Without further ado, Lin Chen started refining. He linked the true dragon holy hand with the clone, and Wei Lan's spiritual power controlled the faint dragon energy, walking and flowing in the marks of his hands. Whoa whoa whoa. Like the rain of medicinal materials floating in the clouds, it poured into the pill furnace, and thousands of seventh-order medicinal materials began to dissolve and refine. The refining of the eighth-order medicinal materials is even more precise and smooth. One after another, the spiritual power like dragon energy is injected into a piece of earth marrow stalactite, which extracts its snow-white essence liquid like the tip of a needle. Lin Chen and the 2 clones soon sweated like rain, and it was very expensive to control 100 pill furnaces to precisely concoct pills. In this perilous state under the holy burial mountains, Lin Chen would not be so reckless in common sense. Even if he can refine pills at a high speed, when the refining is completed, his mental power will be extremely exhausted, and his combat power will be greatly reduced. However, he is a man with a wandering spirit fruit. Only after obtaining this holy grade, Lin Chen dares to let go of his hands, to refine medicine in such a ghost place, and he is not afraid of mental collapse afterwards. A man's lasting product, Yu Shengguo, you deserve it. As time passed, Lin Chen and the 2 clones did their best to refine medicine for 2 days and 2 nights. And Lin Chen's Zhendexiu and Zhendeqiang clones fell. For no other reason, the clone found 2 more saints' remains, and at the moment when the attribute values were decomposed, they were besieged to death by the strong. Halfway through, Lin Chen swallowed 2 Yushan fruits, and continued to use the ultimate return talent, full of energy, lasting and hard. The whole process of refining medicine keeps firepower on, and the efficiency is terrifyingly high. On the 3rd day, an orange-yellow brilliance surged to the sky, a sign of the birth of a first great holy pill. The magic mountain was shrouded in magic, and the vision of Xingdan did not cause the attention of the nearby powerhouses. Finally finished. Lin Chen walked to the black-robed woman's side, lifted it up, lifted the veil of the cloak, opened the cherry-red lips, and stuffed his hot and scalding medicine pill inside. The medicinal pills entered the body, and the Yanghua flowed around, and did not repel the demonic energy, and began to reconcile and reduce it with the yin-based holy energy. The woman groaned, and Lin Chen pressed the gun to the limit. Yanghua melted in and merged with each other. The hot and dry impulse made Linglong's delicate body tremble, and the cloak fell off. Lin Chen was stunned. For a moment. The beauty in front of you is absolutely stunning. Her blue silk is like a waterfall, her eyebrows are moth heads, her collar is like a grub, and her graceful lines seem to constitute the most beautiful face in the world. Her jade cheeks were stained with red glow, her eyebrows were faintly sad, and the face of a fairy had the charm of a witch, to the extreme. Any words and deeds seemed to arouse the most intuitive desires of men. Lin Chen almost spit blood out of his nose. She doesn't need any decoration, even in the darkness will become her embellishment, adding a mysterious beauty to her. As if everything in the world can only be reduced to her foil. Her appearance and temperament are among the women that Lin Chen has seen in her life. Only Ling Yueqi, Bai Ruoyan, 2 beautiful people like the gods, and The little demon empress, who are extremely unique and goblin-like women, can do it. Comparable to it. Lin Chen always thought that there was a vicious woman hidden under this cloak. After all, when he first talked to this woman, she was as indifferent as an ice cube. The woman was restless due to the harmony between the essence energy of the 9 Young Life Return pill and the Holy Een atmosphere. She didn't open her eyes, but she moved for a while and wanted to run out. Lin Chen grabbed her. An extremely primitive impulse rose to the lower abdomen. Lin Chen bit his lip directly, and blood flowed. I, Lin Chen, have lived in the midst of thousands of flowers, and I will never do such a thing that takes advantage of people's dangers, but this is too difficult to handle, so think about something to distract yourself. Lin Chen suppressed her from acting indiscriminately, and kept thinking of other things in his mind. You know, even a top-level seduction technique can't make Lin Chen so embarrassed, unless it is the level of mental power that completely crushes Lin Chen. This woman almost turned Lin Chen into a beast just by virtue of her own charming temperament, which shows how rare her beauty and temperament is in the world. Lin Chen hugged the woman like this for 2 hours, restricted her movements, and did nothing. He recited the Single Machine King novel collection silently in his heart, and the woman's restlessness gradually calmed down. She was dripping with sweat, but her face gradually turned rosy and improved. She was still in a coma, her brows knitted together, as if she was in a nightmare and couldn't wake up. The injury is getting better. Jiuyang fuming pill began to slowly adjust the terrifying Een-based holy energy, and then she can gradually resolve it by herself. Only half of the thorny problem has been solved. Only when the Een-type holy energy is completely resolved can Lin Chen give her Long Qingguo and Liuli Bodhi. Otherwise, any healing holy product will be shattered by the two opposing energies in her body, and the healing effect will have little effect. 3 days have passed, and I don't have time to wait until she has finished dissolving her holy energy before taking action. The clone has already entered the inner circle of the mountain range, and she has sensed the battles no less than everywhere. Unable to put the mysterious woman into the Taoyuan planting capsule, Lin Chen could only carry her on his back. Xiang Wan leaned back. Lin Chen's mind was swayed, recalling the woman's shocking face. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, if it wasn't for the current state of mind, I really don't think I could hold it back. It would be a shame to be a man. As soon as he bit the tip of his tongue, Lin Chen turned into an afterimage, followed by his clone. Outside the magic mountain, 2 figures in white clothes stopped, a man and a woman carrying a sword, like a peerless swordsman standing on the top of the cloud. The sword is unsheathed, and the edge is restrained. The woman in white asked, "Senior brother, are you feeling wrong?" The man's eyes were as sharp as swords. "You can't go wrong. I have been refining pills for my brother for many years, and I am very sensitive to the vision of the birth of pills. There must be a holy pill born here." The woman in white frowned, but who would concoct alchemy in such a ghost place? I'm afraid it's a difficult thing to stay sane in it. Brush. When the two were talking, 3 figures rushed out of the magic mountain, and the two were shocked. Among the 3, a young man was carrying a delicate and slender black robe. His breath was weak, and his breath was like a gossamer, which surprised them both. "It's the demon race. This son is weird, cut him off." Choke. The 2 of them drew out their swords. The different crystal rays of light surged, and the clanging dragon roared like a cold front, and 2 white on like slashes suddenly slashed towards Lin Chen, flashing again and again, at An extremely fast speed. The figure draws the bow, and the arrow light is like a feather rainbow. Floating, praising the gods with a ray of thunder. The sword rage rolled in. The sky like a cloud of fire, and the orange light sword rainbow slashed. Horizontally. Bang! Bang! The sword light exploded, Lin Chen quickly retreated, and the two were stunned. Two emperors of four tribulations? It's weird. It's very weird. There are two orange-level combat skills in one shot, and the four tribulations war emperor can take over the sword skills of the two of us head on. Don't let that kid go, Chase. There must be a big secret. Take that demon woman, take it too. The two turned into a sword light and dashed. Lin Chen and the clone retreated. All the way. My innate shadow art can't hide her. These two geniuses are extremely strong. And their single challenge is even stronger than that of Ling Jian. They are the top 10,000 people on the genius list. Lin Chen put away his avatar, his mind moved. Superdimensional teleportation. Activate ultradimensional teleportation, carrying the target of living beings. 1. Teleport to space coordinate number 3, cooldown, 30 seconds, consumes 113 talent points. Brush. Lin Chen turned into a space light under the eyes of the two of them, and the two geniuses were horrified. Space shuttle? Lin Chen came to a secluded lake. The spatial orientation he teleported was exactly where the avatar of the Zenda Shui, who was advancing at the beginning, was located. It is already very far from the location of the magic mountain where Lin Chen entered, at least 3,000 miles deep. Because there are a lot of beasts and miasma blocking the way, this position is inaccessible for a few days. This is the result of Lin Chen's clone using purple gold pupils to rush the road with all his strength, ignoring any battles along the way and the snatch battle for the birth of treasures to get to this point. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, and the miasma in the sky shrouded from a height of 20,000 zhang to a height of 10,000 zhang. This is the inner circle of the mountain range. The deeper you go, the lower the height of the miasma. You can't fight here. Once you are pushed into the miasma during the battle, you will die without the strength of the holy realm. Lin Chen's eyes are solemn. Fighting here, his body technique can't be displayed as he wants. If he gets too close to the miasma in the sky, if he is pushed in, he will die. Bang! The battle exploded. The smoke of the wolf was everywhere, and dozens of breaths rose from the valley more than 10 miles ahead. Lin Chen mobilized Zijing Tong, felt a little mental power, and set in. Surprise, there are actually 4 sages over there? At this time, a dragon-shaped fighting spirit like a submerged dragon in the yellow sand was crushing Lin Chen for dozens of miles. Zheng. Zenda Shui clenched the Qing Tian like a lightning bolt, and the sword light flashed, splitting the yellow sand giant dragon. Hey, the handsome guy's over there, can you give me that guy from the demon race? I don't like fighting, hand them over, and you can leave obediently. A cynical lazy voice echoed around. Lin Chen raised his head, a huge tornado of yellow sand raging in a sandstorm. A giant purple-clothed boy sitting cross-legged on top of the dragon's head, looking at Lin Chen jokingly. His evil and charming eyes exuded a charming light. His eyes fell on the demon woman on Lin Chen's back, and he suddenly said in surprise, "Huh? This demon race guy turned out to be a woman. Wow, she's still a peerless beauty. Ha ha ha, my son wants it." The young master laughed and grabbed his 5 fingers from the air. Pft! Pft! His 5 fingers shattered with great power, and the war gas turned into Hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand, covering Lin Chen, sweeping across the world, and one palm could sink the country. This move is beyond the scope of the Battle Emperor. Almost at will, you can capture and destroy the ordinary 5 tribulations Battle Emperor. Yes. So strong? Lin Chen's heart jumped, and with a flash, the speed of the dragon flash soared to the extreme. For absolute shadows. Sword fury. Yution. Annihilation. The stunts of avatars appear one after another, and the blessing of instant light and shadow, the offensive is like a hype. The shadow of the knife and spear bombarded the storm of hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand that enveloped the surrounding area like a gust of wind. And torrential rain, forcibly breaking a road. Boom. This is the case, the clones were also blown up too, in exchange for Lin Chen's chance to break out. Huh? All the attacks are divided into 5? Z's face was full of doubts. How dare you take my attack with the cultivation base of 4 calamities? Freak, what a freak. Don't go. I only want beauty, you put the beauty down. I'll let you go. Lin Chen couldn't help, but yelled, I want your grandma to be a bear. You dare to scold this son? Z's anger turned into anger, he stepped on the yellow dragon and went straight to the ground. Wherever he passed, the wind swept away the clouds and swept away everything that stood in his way. Lin Chen flapped the wings of the holy phoenix very quickly, and he clearly saw that when the young master made his move, a different crystal brilliance shone like a star in his body. Lin Chen was shocked in his heart. Is that a complete inferior crystal? This person can actually refine a complete inferior crystal at the 5 tribulations Battle Emperor cultivation level. This is a real monster level. Genius. The level of the saints' confrontation is completely different from the geniuses encountered before. In a single face-to-face, Lin Chen's 2 clones were destroyed. This person's strength is stronger than Namgong Mia, Ling Jian and his like. I don't know. How many grades? Lin Chen's body turned into a lightning bolt, plus 15 dragon dodge and plus 15 holy Phoenix bloodline. The speed was so fast that even the Z young master didn't catch up. Lin Chen rushed to the center of the valley with the mysterious woman on his back. The purple-clothed son who stepped on the yellow sand dragon smiled playfully. Want to take me to the center of the melee, and then take the opportunity to slip away? It's not that simple, boy, this sun is not so fun. Call out. Call out. Lin Chen led the clone into the valley. At this time, 32 old antiques with 5 tribulations were snatching the remains of 3 saints. Even if they grab a sage bone, the energy in the bone marrow can benefit them a lot. Seeing that Lin Chen and his party entered the valley attracted the attention of all the powerhouses. When everyone found the woman on his back, they couldn't help but be stunned. Young Master Z followed closely, and his 5 fingers grabbed again. Lin Chen turned to one side and avoided it dangerously. Seeing that others were about to take action, the Z young master suddenly drank coldly. Get out of the way for this son. This is my Zhao Tianquan's goal. As soon as this name came out, the complexion of countless old antiques changed slightly. Zhao Tianquan? Is that the demon-conquering star Zhao Tianquan? Yes, it is rumored that this son has already entered the top 5,000 ranking of the genius list. If he does not come to snatch the remains of the saint, don't provoke him. A group of old antiques avoided immediately, but Lin Chen took this opportunity to break in one fell swoop. He entered the battle circle with the remains of 2 saints, and threw out 2 Runes of slowness. Consume 220 points of advanced rune energy. Mirror Moon Edict. Jinda Ing drew his sword from the other side, and the azure blue moon flashed a moonlight slash in his hand, which could not resist and repelled several old antiques. Brush. Brush. Lin Chen flashed. While carrying the beautiful woman, he snatched the remains of the three saints. Many old antiques were shocked. But everyone didn't notice that the energy in the saints' remains began to disappear the moment Lin Chen's palm touched it. Consumes 388 points of intermediate heaven, decomposes the remains of three saints, and obtains 13,944 points of advanced fighting spirit essence, 22 points of fire energy, 52 points of thunder, 29 points of talent, 55 points of dark energy. Ha ha ha, big brother, we succeeded. When the attribute value was soaring, Lin Chen laughed and threw the remains of the three saints in the direction of Zhao Tianquan. Big brother? Could it be that these boys are colluding? Are they deliberately working together to pretend to be chasing and killing? A group of old antiques were instantly furious, their fighting spirit galloped across the board, and they played out a colorful battle spirit, which turned into a violent storm and bombarded Zhao Tianquan. This kid is pitting this young master? My day. Zhao Tianquan pushed his hands horizontally, and a dozen giant yellow sand dragons danced in the sky, banging. Bang 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 bang, shattering all the offensive. He kicked away the remains of the three saints with one kick, and cursed angrily, "Go away, I'm going to hunt down that kid." At this time an old antique suddenly exclaimed, "Something is wrong, the energy of the remains of the three saints has disappeared? Zhao Tianquan, is it your kid? Hand over the marrow of the saint, otherwise even if you are from a sixth grade sect, don't blame the old man for being cruel." A group of murderous old antiques surrounded Zhao Tianquan. With a glance out of the corner of his eyes, when he found that the energy of the saints' remains had dried up, he immediately knew that he had been tricked. What a sinister boy. Zhao Tianquan gritted his teeth. Get 14,152 points of battle spirit essence, 29,912 points of battle spirit essence, 18,592 points of battle spirit essence. Lin Chen's fighting spirit has been soaring all the way. He has decomposed the remains of four saints along the way, and the energy of each remains is extremely huge. Each holy skeleton provided Lin Chen with no less than 500,000 high-level fighting spirit essences, and even the fallen saints are still saints. The energy contained in a skeleton is no trivial matter. There was a bang in Lin Chen's body, and there was a sign of a breakthrough. Lin Chen's 9 tribulations life wheel, the fluctuation of the fighting spirit has soared more than 3 times. 9-color brilliance poured out from Lin Chen's body, and his breath was fierce. Breakthrough? This saint's remains are really a treasure among treasures. Lin Chen licked his tongue excitedly. Boom. A cloud of 9 colors locked Lin Chen like a doom in the dark. The 9-color robbery cloud surged from the miasma, but because of the turbid miasma, the power of the heavenly tribulation condensed by the spiritual energy here was about 30% weaker than before. But, Lin Chen's catastrophe can be called strange. Even though he was 30% weaker, it still made him feel a deadly threat. The last time I crossed the robbery, a little shadow helped me travel through the void, but this time I wasn't so lucky. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a snort, a 9-color flame rushed forward. Like a fire dragon. Brush. Lin Chen avoided the movement, but he didn't know that the 9-color fire dragon was mixed with dark energy, smashed out the second flame and shot directly at Lin Chen. The annihilation energy burst out between the eyebrows, and Lin Chen annihilated and scattered 9 colors of fire in one move. Boom! More than a dozen groups of dark tide-like tornadoes enveloped Lin Chen. This time, the offensive was even more violent. There were 3 types of calamities: water robbery, dark robbery, and wind robbery. Even Lin Chen had a solemn expression on his face. The clones moved in unison, fighting with the energy of the robbery. Brush! A black cloud claw intercepted and smashed a mass of lacquer dark tide. Hurricane close to Lin Chen was shocked. I saw that a small shadow was born, and the body was a shadow more than 10 feet long, with horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a carp. Grasping cloud claws, the tail of the carp, the dark light of purple electricity on the top of the head, it is a real ancient dragon. This giant dragon has the dignity of the dragon race, the evil spirit of the demon race, and the spirituality of the shadow. Damn it! It turns out that you can fight like this little guy? Lin Chen was surprised. The little shadow is a creature that cannot be locked by the heaven and earth. Apart from Lin Chen's avatar, it is the only creature that can help Lin Chen overcome the calamity without being attacked. Little Shadow winked at him proudly. With the help of a small shadow and a dragon, Lin Chen's calamity is like a broken bamboo, and the 9-color calamity comes with a vigor and vitality. If he is outside, Lin Chen must do his best. But in the Holy Burial Mountain range, more than 30% of the power was corroded by the miasma. Lin Chen let go of his hands and feet and faced the robbery. Across thousands of miles, there are not a few people who are shocked by this calamity, and some geniuses immediately noticed the location of the calamity. Strange, how can there be a catastrophe here? Could it be that there are 4 war emperors who can't enter this place? Bullshit, it's absurd. It's not enough for the 4 tribulations battle emperor to come here to die. How can he go deep into this inner circle? No. It's possible that a strange treasure was born. When some strange things in the world are born, there will be a catastrophe, and these strange things are all of the rarest level in the world. Go and see. Within 1,000 miles, old antiques, geniuses, and hermits were all attracted by the aura of the catastrophe. The ground is covered with cobweb-like cracks, and the cracks are shocking. Lin Chen, who is standing beside the cracks, is carrying the beautiful woman on his back, panting heavily, with strong excitement in his eyes. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 5 tribulations battle. Emperor. Bang! Lin Chen was not happy for 2 seconds before he was shot flying. Damn! Who was behind Lao Tzu? Lin Chen, who was blasted to the ground, scolded and hissed, gasping for air. It was so painful. The little shadow immediately locked on the black-robed woman who slapped Lin Chen, and Lin Chen shouted, "Wait a minute, little guy." Lin Chen wondered, is she awake? When the black-robed woman stood up, she staggered like she was drunk. Her eyes were empty, and she was babbling on and off. I won't die. I want to subvert the human race. Hey! Big sister, it's me, don't you know me, the handsome guy in the Kyushu continent that you said you would take me away. Lin Chen tried to wave at her, but she didn't know that her eyes suddenly turned, the sleeve robe waved, and the demonic energy was soaring to the sky. And a large amount of blood-colored horses slashed Lin Chen in the air. Brush! Lin Chen jumped into the air, pulled the little shadow, and avoided the attack of the black-robed woman in a dangerous way. with this flick of her sleeves, she swept away all the obstacles in the 100 zhang space. The violent yin-type holy energy rampaged in her body, and in a trance, some confused memories poured into her mind. No, no. I'm not a demon, I'm just because of my ancestors. The woman seemed to have seen some nightmare, her expression was extremely painful, and she shrank to the ground. She covered her head, her expression was painful, and her beautiful face showed powerless despair, like a poignant and beautiful plum before it withered. What kind of madness is she doing? It seems that she doesn't even know her mind. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, 2 loud bangs smashed the mountain peak, and 4 geniuses came to kill. Ha ha ha, it turns out to be a guy from the demon race. It takes no effort to get it. Kill her, and the orange level exercise will be at your fingertips. The 4 geniuses laughed wildly, and the 2 sword lights spread their wings. Like white cranes traveling thousands of miles, rushing towards and repelling. The 2 figures hovered in the air, their clothes fluttering, swords hidden in their sleeves, and white jade on their waists. It was a man and a woman who encircled and suppressed Lin Chen before, 2 swordsmen in white, who were detached from the outside world. Mischievous swordsman, are you here to intervene? We have 4 people, don't wait to die here. The red-haired youth among the 4 geniuses sneered. You dare to grab Lao Tzu's prey? Can't you find death? The ground shook and the mountain swayed, and the roar was like a thunderbolt, and the 2 behemoths stepped on it. It is the ancient black devil bear of the 7th order peak, pulling mountains and rivers, swallowing the world. On the backs of the black demon bear, there were 2 sturdy men with naked upper bodies on the back of tigers, with blue veins protruding like horned dragons, ferocious and violent. Astonishing murderous aura shot out from his eyes like lightning, and the breath swept the audience. It's 2 super geniuses again, and the situation is getting more and more chaotic. Seeing that the scene became more and more chaotic, no one dared to take the first shot. A window-like crack was torn open in the darkness, and a black-robed monkey-faced man emerged. He smiled strangely and said, Hey hey, I have such a graceful and exquisite figure, and it is also because of the blood of my human race, right? The lowly and disgusting race of the demon race is not as good as pigs and dogs. The despicableness makes all the heavens and the world commit crimes. Disgusting. Trash, trash. Another indifferent voice echoed. Hee hee, this young master doesn't like you as a monkey, but you have a completely unified understanding of the fact that the demon race is trash. Young Master Tsing-yi carried his sword and walked in the fluttering clouds. And missed. Wherever he passed, it seemed that the sky would turn into a lingering blue cloud. Next to the young master and Tsing-yi, there is a woman who closes her eyes, and rests her mind, and holds a guqin in her arms. She has the beauty of sinking fish and falling geese, but the suffocating aura between her brows keeps people thousands of miles away. Sigh. Tear. A streak of golden lightning straddled like a giant python. Standing proudly in the air, the golden-robed man's eyes were like thunder. And a world of thunder was dying. The dregs of the demon race, they should all be damned. The golden-robed man shouted suddenly, like 1,000 thunders, the sky trembled. I want this woman's life from Tianmen. 999 paths of Shiguang are like the snow bridge ladder. Rolling down, 8 handsome and extraordinary young masters slowly walked down from the Shiguang snow bridge, and when they glanced at the audience, each glance was like a sword. Out of the sheath, the edge is revealed. 20 geniuses surrounded the demon women. They are all super geniuses, ranked 9,000 and 8,000 on the genius list. Each is an everlasting existence, a true living legend. The rubbish of the demon race should all be damned. Today I only ask this person to die, and you all get out of the way. The female genius of the Misty Sword sect gritted her teeth, killing intent. Soaring to the sky. The monkey-faced man smiled strangely. Wait a minute, Xiaoqing, you are not the only one who wants to kill her. 20 geniuses directly ignored Lin Chen, who was on the side. They didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. Arrogant. Absolutely proud. This is the rebelliousness of geniuses alone. No matter what talent Lin Chen has, as long as they don't enter the top 10,000 talents list, they are not qualified to speak in front of him. The black-robed woman was shaky. She opened her eyes vaguely, in a trance. From these people who judged themselves in a judgment-like tone, she saw a scene like that day. On that day, the sky and the earth were dark, and the blood seemed to die. Every continent red, dyed the sky red, and covered the universe. The gods and Buddhas, the Asuras outside the realm, the demons under the stars, and the most powerful people in the whole world surrounded her. The abuse of these supreme powers is vaguely in my ears. Devil race, it's really a shame for my demon race. Humans don't agree with this garbage race. The residues derived from humans and demons, this piece of history should be annihilated. Disappear forever. In that battle, the sun and the moon paled, and the world collapsed. She is alone, and the life and death of the demon race is only on her shoulders. The familiar and hysterical voice echoed in my ears again. Yaoer, the revitalization of the demon race is entirely up to you. Yaoer, you who inherited the power of our ancestors must fulfill the last wishes of our ancestors. Let the human race, who brutally ravaged us all, pay the price. The devil should stand, blood vengeance will be revenge. It's the devil, the human race. Yaoer, the human race must die. Luo Yaoer always felt that this burden was too heavy. The incomplete memories are pieced together. How long are the memories? In a small wooden house, the chubby little girl cried with tears in her eyes. And her eyes were as clear as jade, and she hugged her mother and cried and asked, Mother, why are they all bullying me and calling me a monster? Is ugly, is the most terrifying demon in this world. The mother stroked the little girl's cheek and smiled softly. How can it be? My Yaoer is cute and powerful. She has powerful power but never abuses or hurts others, and she always helps others. Such a kind person. How could it be a devil? The girl wiped her tears. Really, really? Mother hugged the girl and smiled. Of course it's true. Do you still remember the story of the moon fairy that mother told you? The girl seems to have memories. Fairy moon. The mother spoke patiently. Yeah, Fairy Moon is kind-hearted, powerful, beautiful and kind, but everyone laughs at her for having power but doesn't know how to use it. But she never hurts others, and always takes pride in helping others with her power. She embraced everyone with her kindness, and finally brought her race into the realm of the gods. Those who once laughed at her finally regarded her as a god, and her race became the most powerful branch in the realm of the gods. One of the races. Yaoer, do you understand? The little girl's eyes flashed with hope, and she said happily, Mother, am I someone like Moon Fairy? The mother smiled softly and stroked her blue silk. Yaoer, being a moon fairy is not just about being kind. You must have the heart to accept and tolerate others, and you must have the will to study hard and endure hardships. Do you know that Moon Fairy wants to save her world people? Influence her clan. How many ancient books have you read? How many hardships have you endured? You have to learn to control your own power. That year, my mother told the story of Fairy Moon day after day. Xiao Yaoer was full of joy, and accepted and tolerated others again and again. 7 years old, more than a dozen little friends walked on the dirt road and kept throwing yellowish mud at her. Ha ha ha. Look at this ugly bastard. I threw mud at her and she was all smiles. It's disgusting. No, you can see that she's about to cry and keep smiling. It's amazing. I want to see how long she can laugh. Xiao Yaoer burst into tears, her chubby face forced a smile. Mother said, I am a girl like Moon Fairy, I won't care about you. Everyone burst into laughter, and one of them threw a lot of mud on her face and sneered, Fairy Huanyue, you have horns on your head, you are a monster. Xiao Yaoer's nose suddenly became sour, tears rolled in her eyes, she could no longer keep her smile and ran all the way. In the log cabin, Mother's face was a little pale, and when the door of the log cabin was pushed open, she had the same soft smile as always. Xiao Yaoer hugged her mother, tears welling up in her eyes. Mother, is Yaoer really someone like Moon Fairy? Why do people still call me ugly? Why do I have horns on my head, and why am I different from everyone else? Yaoer, don't care about other people's gossip. Fairy Moon has walked the same path as you have to persevere and be patient. Growing horns is a gift from your father, others don't know how to appreciate it. In my heart, Yaoer is the most unique and the most beautiful. At the age of 10, Mother, you lied to Yaoer. Yaoer is not a person like Fairy you at all. They say that Yaoer is a descendant of a humble race, not even a human being, but a devil. Xiao Yaoer cried bitterly from the cabin. After leaving, my mother wanted to chase, but suddenly her face turned blue. Her throat became sweet, and she vomited blood. In the woods at night, under the moonlight, Xiao Yaoer held a sharp knife and slashed the horns on her head tremblingly. Pfft! The blood was splattered all over the ground. Xiao Yaoer resisted the severe pain and lay on the ground, her tears kept falling. She pursed her lips, gritted her teeth, stared at the moon, and smiled. I have no horns, I am not a devil anymore. At the age of 11, my mother was bedridden. At the bedside, Xiao Yaoer held her hand tightly and burst into tears. Mother, Yaoer knows it's wrong, Yaoer shouldn't destroy her horns, Yaoer doesn't want to be a demon, Mother don't leave Yaoer. The mother stared silently and kindly, and said with difficulty, Yaoer, you have to keep practicing and make good use of your strength. Mother's face was as pale as paper, and she showed her last smile. One day, Yaoer will meet a man who is the strongest in the world, just like Mother. Meet your father. Mother slowly closed her eyes, and before she left, there was a trace of reluctance in her heart. Yaoer's talent will definitely stand on the top of the world. I hope she will not go astray because of her own strength. If there is such a day, I pray that God will bless me and save Yaoer like someone saves me. At the age of 16, the throne in the void regained its master. Xiao Yaoer, you are the most suitable candidate for the demon race, to inherit the ancestors' last wish. The human race is the source of all evil, inherit the power of the ancestors of the past dynasties, and then go to destroy the human race. Repay all the pain that our demon race has endured and experienced in the past dynasties to the human race. Xiao Yaoer's ears, mind, and endless voices kept echoing, and her power became stronger and stronger. When witnessing the scenes of the ancestors, the demons were ravaged, and Slaughtered by the human race, the expression became more and more indifferent. In her mind, only the last wishes of the ancestors and the hatred of the demons were left. She wants to repay all this with blood to the people. On that day, a new leader of the demon race was born. She led the entire demon race by herself, killed the holy realm and subverted it, and the infinite plane was devastated, disrupting the entire world. Luo Yao's eyes became more and more blurred. She escaped from her memory and fell on the figures who surrounded and suppressed her in front of her. She used the last trace of demonic energy, resisted the pain, and wanted to fight. All geniuses to the death. Choke. 3 swords of light came, and the 3 geniuses from Kaoshinmen drew their swords together. The sword energy was like snow, and the sword came from the west, and the snow was flying. The Yin-type holy energy in the body corrodes the demonic energy, and the last bit of power could not be exerted. Luo Yao laughed at herself. Why do you suddenly recall these things, mother? Yao has not yet become the moon fairy. If you want to inherit the will of the ancestors, how can you rely on benevolence and righteousness for the demon race? Maybe it was wrong at the beginning. What a powerful man. Tear. Bang. The sword light exploded, bursting into the sky. Luo Yao froze in place. A tall and proud back stood in front of Luo Yao. In her dazed eyes, she vaguely saw the domineering and awe-inspiring look on the boy's brows. Boy, are you courting death? Where did the nameless junior come from? Do you know how many sins this demon race has committed in the holy realm? How dare you protect her? To be with her is to challenge the majesty of the holy world. Boy, do you dare to challenge the holy world? The 8 geniuses of Kaoshinmen were radiant with sword light, and their fighting spirit surged, turning into sword energy storms that enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulders, and glanced at all the geniuses in the audience. None of my business. I'm not interested in your grievances and grievances. If you touch the people I want to protect, I will take care of the heavens and the world. Luo Yao's delicate body trembled lightly. Boom. The red gold war gun flashed in his hand, and the 8-fold transformation and the ultimate moment were fully opened. Lin Chen's whole body was full of blue and faint brilliance, like a hell shura. Either you get out, or I hit you out. Lin Chen, who has stepped into the 5th calamity cultivation base, uses the 8-fold transformation, and his aura is not inferior to these super geniuses who have stepped into the 5 robbery cultivation realm for 100 years. Lin Chen's words caused 1,000 waves. The geniuses burst into rage, and they shot with anger. Kaoshinmen's sword chi is surging, and there is snow in the mountains and rivers. The sword chi of the Tianhe, which is full of snow, greets Lin Chen. Every move is the ultimate half-orange swordsmanship. The misty sword gate is a combination of 2 swords. The sword opens the sky. A sword comes from the west, and the clouds are misty. The man in the golden robe released the golden thunder mad dragon, raging in anger, and the dragon's tail swept across. The monkey-faced man grabbed the giant claws of the black shadow that rolled in the dark curtain, flashing layer by layer. The ancient demon bear was incorporated into the body of the 2 murderers. And the power of transferring the mountain to reclaim the sea was beaten violently with one punch, and the punching style was like the top of Mount Tai. I'd like to see how strong the top 10,000 talents on the list are today. The endless offensive was devastated. Lin Chen was shocked. He slashed down with his spear, and Gung Jin Hongmong shot and destroyed it. The arrow shot fast, the moonlight slashing light flashed by, the orange light sword rainbow blazing with anger, slashing down vertically, dividing the void. The forlorn knives were radiant, and the storm of sword chi burst out and spun in an instant. Cut off. Two dragons dance wildly, one green and one black, the little shadow and the dragon emperor shot at the same time. The dragon tail turns into a sword, and the stars fight. Lin Chen's clone, Dragon Emperor and Little Shadow jointly launched a monstrous offensive, and the offensives of the major geniuses slammed head-on. Boom! 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 The sky-shattering offensive turned into a hurricane of energy that swept through everything. The joint offensive of 20 super geniuses was broken through, and some geniuses were knocked back and flew a short distance away. Luo Yaoer stared blankly at the tall figure, who was still standing proudly under the splendid energy storm, with a dazed expression. The next moment, severe pain struck, and the holy Yin energy rushed into her body indiscriminately. Luo Yaoer's eyes went black, and she fainted again. While confused, Luo Yaoer vaguely felt that a warm arm was hugging her, and even though the sound in her ears was terrifying, she was not hurt at all. Is this a dream? If it's a dream, it's best not to wake up again. Boom! 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 When Lin Chen and all the clones broke through the offensive of the super geniuses, the little shadow made a way for Lin Chen. Lin Chen hugged Luo Yaoer, fluttered the holy phoenix wings, and rushed out of the siege. His eyes were full of war. The top 10,000 super geniuses on the genius list are indeed amazing, but I am also in the same level of cultivation. Come on, I'm not afraid of these guys at all. When Kaoshinman and the 4 red-haired youths took the lead in stabilizing their bodies, there was an undisguised horror in their eyes. Kaoshinman's 2 genius offensives were ripped apart, their power penetrated into the body. They were bombarded with all kinds of meat and 8 elements, and they were injured and dropped attribute light balls. Damn, that kid is so strong. Or what? Although this group of people has just entered the 5 tribulations cultivation base, every move is a sign of orange-level combat skills. Why has this kind of person never heard of? No, he just said that his name is Lin Chen. Could it be the Dark Horse Club? Lin Chen, who was on the Bloodbath Genius list some time ago on Rainbow Island? The geniuses met face to face and immediately found out Lin Chen's true identity. Lin Chen's dragon flash is extremely fast, and with the holy phoenix wing, a few flashes are out of the genius's perception range. If it wasn't for Lin Chen to bring Luo Yaoer with him using the dragon dodge technique and the innate shadow technique, Lin Chen could easily avoid the perception range of these geniuses. Don't let him take that witch away, it will be difficult to kill him next time. Kaoshinman's swordsman genius shouted loudly. All the geniuses looked at each other, tacit understanding of each other. They decided to come up with the stunt of pressing the bottom of the box. Boom! The 2 swordsmen of the Misty Sword Gate take the lead. The swords in the hands of a man and a woman soared up, and the sword chi surged into the sky, flowing with colorful sword lights. The sword light pointed to Lin Chen's direction, and the sword buzz was selected, and it suddenly shot and stabbed. The 2 swords suddenly turned into a shocking rainbow-like light from mid-air, rolling an endless storm of sword energy. The power of this move has reached the orange rank. Hit by 2 super geniuses, the power is even more amazing. Devil after image fist. The 2 geniuses who absorbed the ancient demon bear stood proudly, and the demonic energy above their heads rose to form 2 magnificent golems. There are also 4 red-haired youths with burning eyebrows, stepping on the Flying flame dragon, billowing flames condensing their right arms, the 4. Hit a claws, and the flames of war burst. Yan god, claw. The flames that swirl like a string of light, forming a giant dragon's breath. That burns the mountains and boils the sea. Kaoshinman is even more terrifying. The long sword chi dragon that pierces the void above its head has turned into the relic of the infinite sword monument. Like an ancient sword saint walking in the void, and the sword chi bursts out. Like a rainstorm pear blossom. Sword of the 100 saints sun and moon sinking. When every sword light as thin as a gossamer swept through the void, a faint spatial fluctuation fell into a twisted shape. These genius tricks are all of the orange rank. But there is a kind of incomplete taste. It is an incomplete orange level exercise. And it is trying to control the messenger. There is a sign that it is out of control. However, no matter how weak it is still an orange level exercise. It is used by geniuses within 8,700 to 9,900 of the genius list, and the aura of 1,000 feet is crushed into nothingness. Lin Chen is caught in the endless offensive, like a lonely sail facing the monstrous waves. Lin Chen still didn't look back. Brush. Zhen Dexiao, dressed in purple, was gentle and elegant, and stood behind Lin Chen. The corners of his mouth outlined a light-hearted, confident smile, and he grabbed 3 lightning arrow feathers at the peak of the 7th order. Zhen Dexiao and Zhen Deing raised their swords and held their knives. Zhen Dexiao pulled his sky-blue royal thunder holy bow, and the thunder light was like a silver snake. Feel the good luck kata you from the Dark Horse Club. Call out. Call out. Call out. 3 arrows are fired, and the faint blazing light scares the rainbow to remain in the void. It is extremely beautiful and splendid, like the dazzling starlight before the fall of the most beautiful meteor. Zhen Dexiao held the Qing Tian in his hand, and his anger burned like a fire. And he raised his sword and slashed, and the power of the orange sword rainbow exploded to an unprecedented critical value. An extremely dazzling moonlight slashed out from the blue blade in Zhen Deing's hand, as if there was a momentary time in the dim world, illuminated by the moonlight. Being out of your own strength, just these 3 people want to stop me from waiting? Are the people in the Dark Horse Club all brainless people? Are they looking down on us, or are they looking down on yourselves too much? The holy artifact and the orange level cultivation technique are not just for you alone. Don't think that you are unscrupulous if you have a little background. In front of us, you are not qualified enough to be arrogant. Many geniuses sneered. Although the Dark Horse Club's offensive is strong, it is obviously impossible to beat all the geniuses' orange-level secret skills. However, in the next moment, the pupils of the geniuses trembled with fear. And a strange cry of guguga came out of their throats. The next moment, the arrow light trembled suddenly, turning into 15 meteor. Like arrow lights? Chopping the ons into 5, the aurora is even more prosperous. The orange rainbow crosses the sky, and the 5 swords are equal to the sky. Tear. Boom. 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 The giant golem fist was shot through with a bang, and the sword light as thin as a gossamer was chopped into pieces by the sword rainbow. Click click. Boom. The ground in a radius of 100 li set off a big earthquake. The ley lines cracked, and the cracks that were densely covered with spider webs were split open, shocking people. At the center of the battle between the 2 sides, a 5-color energy mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and many geniuses were horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of ghost technique is this? It can actually divide the attack from 1 to 5. It turned out that all of our attacks were actually followed. This is not comparable to illusions and those bluffing tricks. Weird. Which of the geniuses present is not from a top sect, aristocratic family, and well-informed, and the things and exercises they have come into contact with are far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. But a character as strong as theirs has never seen the ability to divide the attack into 5 parts without reducing the power of the orange level. Exercise. All geniuses first panic, then frenzied excitement. They can clearly see that this technique is a combat technique suitable for different types and attributes. Damn, if they get this kind of precious secret skills, wouldn't it be just around the corner to be listed on the evildoer list? This kid has a big secret, so I did him chase. His value is far more than the daughter of the demon race. After discovering that Lin Chen was using instant light-splitting shadow, the geniuses from all walks of life seemed to have been beaten by chicken blood and screamed with excitement. When all the geniuses were about to chase wildly, a shadowy afterimage appeared on Lin Chen's head. The geniuses were startled, and they secretly cried out in their hearts, "It's that ghost monkey. Damn, this bastard actually lurks. Before going to assassinate, he will succeed." Activate the instant light and shadow talent, charging, penetration, and hidden runes, consuming 68 points of advanced rune energy and 50 points of talent points. Brush. The shady curtain turned into a sharp streamer, piercing Lin Chen's heavenly spirit cover, and the pitch-black dark battle aura rolled out a ferocious face. "Quack, boy, I want your secret and the head of the demon woman." Lin Chen's face was still calm. Even calmly used the extreme return once to make up for the fighting spirit. Pfft. Laugh. 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 The light of the knife is flashing, and the streamer is falling. 20 sharp edged sword beams slashed towards the monkey-faced man, wooing him endlessly, giving him no time to react at all. Trigger the full attack talent, power increase, 300%. The knife light cut and slashed the monkey-faced man, and slashed. With knives, cutting his body's defense alive and slicing it into a rain of blood. Genius has fallen. This is the moment when Lin Chen killed the top 10,000 geniuses on the genius list for the first time. This Jueying flying knife, for links, is Lin Chen's hidden power attack using the Tian hidden rune. Lin Chen activated a faint flame of fire, formed an energy barrier, and burned the long rain of blood above his head. He jumped into the air and took away more than a dozen attribute light balls, except rings, and all that fell after the genius fell. Hi. Many geniuses sucked in the cold air. When did this kid stay behind? They didn't see any trace of his shot at all. When they reacted, countless flying knives had already cut the monkey-faced man to death. With the help of the extreme return and the reuse of the phantom rune, the avatar of Zhenda, who was in a weak state, immediately became alive again. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the surroundings, the airflow collapsed, and the aura disintegrated. Little devil, dare to play with this sun, the dog is not small. A stream of yellow sand devastated the sky, turned into a storm, and there were sand and dust storms everywhere, sweeping like a savage dragon, attacking from the right position behind Lin Chen. Then Zhao Tianquan actually killed him. Seeing Zhao Tianquan killed to the side of the valley, the expressions of all geniuses changed slightly. Lin Chen frowned. This guy got rid of those old antiques so quickly? As expected of the top 5,000 monsters on the genius list. Zhao Tianquan? He's here too? The geniuses looked apprehensive. Zhao Tianquan, who had already entered the top 5,000, was terribly strong. These people have ghosts and can't fully join forces. A single battle will inevitably be defeated by Zhao Tianquan one by one. This guy came very fast. If you don't get rid of him, you won't have to fight. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, seeing that the little shadow was about to rush to fight him. Lin Chen stopped him and let the clone and the little shadow act separately. The 9-color starlight condensed in the palm of his hand like a vortex, and the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. Zhao Tianquan is different from the 20 super geniuses. The former is at least 3 grades better than them. Previously, Zhao Tianquan's casual blow forced Lin Chen and all of them to do their best to break out the orange-level talent, and they could only take it with all their strength. In order to stop such a strong enemy, Lin Chen must show some cards. Master Zhao, right, try this. Lin Chen laughed arrogantly, and flicked one hand. The stars of 9 robbery turned and destroyed the starlight. The splendid and translucent brilliance shone with the brilliance of 9 lights and colors, turning into a pole star and falling towards Zhao Tianquan. The 9 robbery stars trembled and split into 5 in an instant, showing 5 scattered 9-colored stars blazing away. The expressions of all geniuses changed slightly, and even those who were stronger than Zhao Tianquan couldn't help but change their expressions. What a strange attack, Long Zhan Tianquan, break it for me. Zhao Tianquan grabbed it with one palm, and the 5-fingered fighting energy condensed into a yellow dragon, and the sandstorm raged. The 20 super geniuses condensed their offensive and exploded with a powerful strike on Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star. The 5 9-color beams of light revolved and overflowed with the aura of destruction, locking everyone's forward area. Lin Chen took the opportunity to retreat quickly, and swept away the attribute light ball dropped by the previously injured genius. With Zhao Tianquan in the lead, he couldn't kill all the super geniuses. Brush! Sharon ran into the sky, and a yellow dragon tore apart one of the 9-color beams of light. It was Zhao Tianquan. Zhao Tianquan was wearing a khaki-yellow battle aura armor, which was indestructible. He actually forcibly tore apart the aftermath of Lin Chen's 9 tribulations. The strength is almost outrageous. Even other super geniuses can't do it, let alone take this risk. The 9-color beam of light blessed Lin Chen with the power of charging and penetrating runes, which was extremely destructive. Zhao Tianquan laughed in anger. Don't think that you can run out of this sun's palm. He stepped on the hidden dragon, and his speed was extremely fast, and he stormed all the way to the space behind Lin Chen. The sandstorm tornado rolled out of the palm of his hand. Zhao Tianquan was about to use another powerful combat technique. Suddenly, Lin Chen hugged Luo Yao's figure, turned into a space light and disappeared. What? Zhao Tianquan was stunned. Brush! With a flash of light in the space, Lin Chen's superdimensional teleportation jumped to the position of Zendeshuai's clone. He previously let the clone act separately, just to keep the backhand. This bastard surnamed Zhao is really terrifying. If I try my best to fight him for speed, I might not be his opponent. The increase brought by a low grade complete variant crystal is really terrifying. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. His speed is beyond 10,000 on the genius list, and there is no rival at all. There is still the possibility of losing here. Zhao Tianquan was born with the Wanyu subduing the devil's body, and he has far more control and talent for the earth-type spiritual energy than ordinary people. This physique can use the power of the earth to fight for himself, double his strength, and practice his Zhao family's four-phase dragon spirit art, which is a top half-orange mental method, almost tailor-made for Zhao Tianquan. In addition, he is a fifth-rank holy vein, and his talent is sky-defying. It is said that he practiced the earth-type purple-level cultivation technique when he was young, and it took only 1 month to get started, and his talent is almost a monster. What's even more terrifying is that he also refined a complete low-grade alien crystal. As long as the power of different crystals is activated, even if it is the Emperor of War, a slight blow can tear the mountains and the ground, smash the mountains and rivers, and have the power of sinking a small plane. In the situation just now, only Little Shadow could fight Zhao Tianquan single-handedly. Sure enough, the higher the ranking of the genius list, the more terrifying the strength. The talents of these guys are more evil than each other. Before I find the place where the god of war has fallen, I can't use nirvana and slow runes indiscriminately. I would rather be with these guys. Zhou Xian can't give up this only trump card. Lin Chen exhaled deeply, a strange light flashed across his pupils, his eyes were sharp. Lin Chen had to admit that even if he was the one who cultivated the 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor, without the help of the slow rune, it would be difficult for him to compete head-to-head with the top 5,000 geniuses on the genius list. If he desperately uses the god tears, he does not have enough confidence to restrain Zhao Tianquan. He has god tears, and so does the other party. This is his current stage, the limit. Going forward, you must have more killers. After breaking through the 5 tribulations, Lin Chen could barely use god tears, but he could only use it once. This type of saber technique consumes too much fighting energy and meridians, and if he is not careful, his meridians will be shattered. In the Holy Burial Mountains, it is no better than the outside world. If you use War God's bracers here, Lin Chen's chance of surviving in the future will be equal to 0. In this state of genius, full of crises, and complete collapse, there is no possibility of life-saving at all. There is only one possibility to use the bracers of the god of war. Either at the moment of life and death, or to ensure that no other geniuses will appear. After using them, I can use the bracers of the god of war to suppress all the geniuses I face. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a bit of ferocity. For the sake of Tai Futian Ju, he almost put his life on the line. If Lin Chen entered the Holy Burial Mountains alone, it would be no problem to avoid these geniuses. He can use the innate shadow technique to hide his breath and feel like a duck to water in the Holy Burial Mountains. But now he is going to take this demon woman, and once he goes, he will always be the target of public criticism. Lin Chen found a cave, and the little shadow and the Dragon Emperor were hiding outside the mountain to protect the law. Secondly, Lin Chen dispatched all the clones to urge the innate shadow technique to eliminate the breath, and continued to search the area in the inner circle of the mountain range. In the case of being promoted to the Battle King of 5 Tribulations, both my clones and I have the geniuses around 8,000 in the head-to-head talent list. If we use the instant light and shadow at full power, we should even be able to fight against the 6,000 ranked geniuses, but facing the likes of Zhao Tianquan, it's still not enough. Sacred Burial Mountains. Accidentally, this is the burial place of my Lin. Lin Chen sighed, the people who came here are not geniuses at the top of the Holy Realm or a group of desperate old monsters trapped in the Holy Realm and dying of old age. Next, Lin Chen did not act rashly. He is now carrying a time bomb, and he can't put her in the Taoyuan planting capsule. Unless he has the level of one person to single out many geniuses, or run away in front of a large number of super geniuses, he will die if he shows up. Lin Chen found that although the demon woman was still in a coma, the based holy energy in her body had gradually dissipated, and more than half of it was offset by her demonic energy and Lin Chen's 9-yang life returning pill. You can give her medicine pills to heal her injuries. Lin Chen crushed more than a dozen longqing fruits and a glazed bodhi seed, and took out a first-grade healing pill, first good fortune pill obtained from Rainbow Island, and he did not hesitate to take it for her. Without a lot of Jiuyin holy energy, Lin Chen can clearly detect the injury in her body. Hey! What a serious injury. The meridians are broken, the roots and bones are completely shattered, and even the internal organs have been shattered. The flesh and blood are mixed with internal injuries, pierced by the sharp sword. Energy. Is this? Lin Chen was shocked. This injury, can't be wrong, is completely similar to the previous goblin. It was the dark wound caused by Lin Xingchen's swordsmanship. At the beginning, it was because of the goblin's deep cultivation base that he could avoid most of the power from the dark wounds caused by the dark energy of the sword. If it is replaced by an ordinary saint, even if he is not killed in seconds, he will be tortured to death by the sword chi's secret injury. Could it be that she has fought against Lin Xingchen before? Or has she fought with someone related to Lin Xingchen? That guy is as strong as a monster. Should he be seriously injured? Could it be that she was injured? There were many thoughts in Lin Chen's mind, but he didn't have time to think about it too much. He sent a large amount of water calamity to help her catalyze the energy in her body. Xingdan, Badizi, and Long Qinghua began to repair her injuries stably. Long Qinghua nourishes the flesh and blood, and the Bodhi seed repairs the damaged internal organs, and the good fortune pill regenerates her broken root bones. These healing sacred items are all of the type with gentle energy and will not hurt the host. Lin Chen took out all the details to heal her injuries within the range that the black-robed woman's body could bear. Whenever he saw the glamorous and unparalleled face under the cloak, Lin Chen's heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Auntie, don't die. If you hang up, I can only use the stupidest way to enter the holy prison. I miss Lin's handsome life, wandering all over the world, and finally going to prison. Entering the holy prison is too much. After settling the black-robed woman, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and fell into contemplation. Do you want to keep her here and send a clone to protect her? No, the genius who entered the holy burial mountain range this time is extraordinary. Just a few geniuses who are good at exploration or perception can find her. My clone may not be able to protect her by then. I may not be able to come back as soon as possible. Lin Chen thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find a good solution. In the final analysis, his strength is still too weak, and he is limited by any method. If it's just to take her away, Lin Chen is fully capable of doing it. But Lin Chen still has to find the scraps of Tai Fu Tianju, which stumped the commander Lin, who has always come up with endless ideas. 5 calamities cultivation is not enough. What other way can I quickly improve my strength? Increase element attribute value? Now I am 5 robbery cultivation base, and the attribute value that is stronger than the super genius drop is also very limited, and it is directly decomposed. The 8th order medicinal herbs that obtain elemental attribute values are hard to come by. Lin Chen rummaged through the acceptance ring of the monkey-faced man who had died under the Juing flying knife earlier. There were exercises and some medicinal pills, but he couldn't find anything useful at this stage. Cultivation techniques? I only have half-orange level exercises at hand, and they are not very useful. Use strengthening points? All combat skills have been strengthened to plus 15, is it really only possible to rely on slow runes and nirvana? Just when Lin Chen was thinking about it, Zhao Tianquan's figure flashed in his mind. A thunderous thought hit Lin Chen. In an instant, he was struck by lightning and froze in place. The next moment, Lin Chen flipped the ring, and a beautiful jade box appeared in his palm. Inside the jade box, there is a dazzling jewel, like a round of blazing stars, which is extremely beautiful and suffocating. The dazzling aurora illuminated the entire cave, almost blinding someone Lin's handsome eyes. The treasured jade in this jade box seems to be Lin Chen's current possession, the only complete low-grade variant, the light variant. As for the embryonic variant crystals that are being cultivated, it will still take some time to be born. Lin Chen's heart was beating with fiery and excitement. Maybe it's time. Take this most important step and master the moment of the alien crystal. On that day, when he fought against the pseudo-god, and when he encountered Zhao Tianquan, Lin Chen clearly felt the power of the inferior crystal. After he came to the Holy Realm, what he obtained was only an alien crystal fragment equivalent to 1,000th of the alien crystal power. He had never dared to refine this alien crystal obtained from the ancient god, for the very simple reason that its energy was like a sea, like the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth. Then Zhao Tianquan refines the low-grade variant crystal, and it is indispensable to the help of a powerful holy realm. In addition, his own physique makes me feel suffocated by the oppression of the entire earth. It can be said that the time and place are favorable and people are complete. Only then did I control a low-grade variant crystal. Although I don't have the assistance of a saint, my 9 tribulations battle body has the effect of restraining and assimilating the different crystals of the same attribute. Lin Chen's eyes burst out with a determined light. I don't have a choice right now, time waits for no one, my element attribute value and cultivation base have changed dramatically compared to when I just met the ancient god senior. I may not have no chance. Moreover, once it really doesn't work at the end, I will use the decomposition function of the system to decompose it into special attribute values. Compared with other powerhouses who are desperate, I still have a way out. Do it right. Now that he has cultivated for 5 tribulations, he is no longer very weak in the face of alien crystals like the 9-layer war emperor. Now he has the strength and background to try to tame and control this power. Astonishingly, Lin Chen opened the jade box, and the light-type heterocrystal that was as translucent and exquisite as snow jade was quickly brought into his palm, instantly activating the 9 tribulations of creation mental method, and began to refine it. The light in the palm of the hand is bright, and Lin Chen is like holding a star in his hand, like picking a star. All Lin Chen's fighting spirit was injected into the light robbery body, and his whole body was blazing in an instant. The light-type heterocrystal, like water and milk melting, gradually sank and merged into Lin Chen's palm, following Lin Chen's arm. Wan Dao Shiguang gushed out from the top of Lin Chen's head, like a divine light shining on the world, pouring every meridian in Lin Chen's body into a massive amount of light energy. The host gets 99 points of advanced light energy, 101 points of light energy, 94 points of light energy. Lin Chen's light energy is soaring in a straight line. As expected, my light robbery body can assimilate the energy of different crystals. Pfft. Lin Chen was not happy for a second, and immediately vomited blood. The majestic energy that is terrifying like a river flows into his body. Even after Lin Chen's element attribute value has skyrocketed, his 9-color life will is not what it used to be. Facing the energy of this light system, it is still like a rabbit and a baby. The difference between giant bears. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before Lin Chen is blown up by the energy of the different crystals. My God, what a terrifying energy. No wonder Zhao Tianquan is such a strong bastard, he fought it out. Just leave a clone outside and summon the power of the clone to refine it together. I don't believe that this alien crystal can't be suppressed. Lin Chen gritted his teeth sharply, urging the eightfold transformation. And when the final moment was activated, the efficiency of refining heterogeneous crystals was greatly increased, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Every complete low-grade variant crystal was born in the most intense area of the heaven and earth, where all kinds of energies gather. If it weren't for Lin Chen's light tribulation battle body, which had the effect of assimilating and restraining the light-based variant crystal, an ordinary genius would refine the complete variant crystal alone, and he would have to explode and die without taking a few breaths. Lin Chen quickly absorbed the infinite light energy. Fortunately, his 4 clones were teleported back. All the clones entered the state of the ultimate moment, and while the refining efficiency doubled, the 4 clones and the main body were refined together using the mental method, which was seamless, like one. Finally, the efficiency of Lin Chen's refining of the heterocrystalline energy of the light system stabilized slightly, but his injury became more and more serious. Even though Lin Chen hurriedly took Liuli Bodhi seed and Long Qingguo, the rapidly repaired injuries were constantly accumulating new internal injuries. However, although the price is heavy, Lin Chen's advanced light energy has been soaring all the way. This is the fastest time for element attribute value to soar after Lin Chen converted to advanced element attribute value. What decomposes the 8th order medicinal materials, the 8th order, strange minerals, robs the Chen family, and is all rubbish in front of this surge. Lin Chen's high-level light energy broke through from 4,659 points to 10,000 points in a blink of an eye. It hasn't stopped yet, the high-level light energy is still surging. It only took 2/4 of an hour to break through 15,000 points. The other side. Zhao Tianquan was played by Lin Chen over and over again, and he became angry. With shame. His appearance was no longer the cynical and languid charisma he had when he first entered the Holy Burial Mountain range. Instead, he had a serious and fierce demeanor. It turns out that those guys are the Dark Horse Club, and the famous Lin Chen is the one who plays with this young master? Hee, interesting. Today I, Zhao Tianquan, want to see where you can hide. A cold smile rose from the corner of Zhao Tianquan's mouth. He landed on the ground, leaned down, and pressed his palm to the ground. In this instant, all the energy fluctuations in the nearby area, the wind and grass, every flower and tree, were clearly detected through his soil type. Heterocrystal, like a palm pattern. Lin Chen's only clone, Zenda Shui, suddenly froze in front of his eyes. Between the towering peaks in front, a large number of attribute light balls flashed. That direction is close to the core circle. From the central area between the peaks, the true virtuous handsome senses the oppression of suffocation, and there are many talented and strong players. Suddenly, a sense of crisis choked on the true virtue and handsome. A pair of green-yellow pupils appeared in Zendeshuai's mind, and he said in surprise, "Good guy, is that Zhao Tiankuan? He can sense me even from such a distance." Zendeshuai grinned, stepped on the dragon dodge method, and swept toward the center of the attribute light ball. Buried holy mountains, the east side of the Shitian battlefield. The mountains here are crumbling and the ground is cracking. The center, surrounded by peaks, is the skeleton of a group of high mountains, all of which are the skeletons of holy beasts. Here, a melee between saints and saint beasts broke out. In the western heaven battlefield, all the remains of saints and skeletons of beasts are all in the energy barrier, and the brilliance of the barrier is gradually fading. At an altitude of more than 7,000 meters, a strong poisonous miasma shrouded, and the poisonous mist penetrated. If there are saints here, they may be able to find some anomalies. Inside the poisonous miasma, there are 4 ancient prison-like formations. These ancient formations are either like prisons in the 4 directions, or like a pair of huge shackles, or the ancient formations of the heaven and the earth. The slightly scattered energy in the ancient formation is enough to prove that these formations can be activated at any time. These ancient formations were the main reason for the fall of a large number of saints and holy beasts back then. What's even more eerie and secluded is that behind the ancient formation, there is actually a eerie bronze coffin. Around the bottom, there is a group of figures suspended in the air, or indifferent, or arrogant, or charming, or in charge of the universe. The clouds are light, and the wind is light, and the genius is gathered. The geniuses stared at the situation in the energy barrier with fiery eyes. Among the remains of the saints, some saints also wear high-end rings on their phalanges. Holy treasure. A complete stash of saints. The most important thing is that none of the saints who entered this year were ordinary holy realms, all of them were masters in the holy realm, and the lowest was the 3rd holy realm, with more than 21 holy caves blooming. Among the 57 remains of saints, 45 of them wore a ring, becoming the target of all the geniuses in the audience. It can be seen that 57 saints have fallen here. Counting the scattered skeletons of fierce beasts, no one could imagine what a terrifying war broke out here back then. And those ancient 5 tribulation war emperors, the target is the remains of saints, want to obtain the energy of their marrow, cooperate with other means to attack the holy realm. Some holy places, still wearing holy armors and helmets, stand up to their own names and stand tall. As long as you can grab a ring, it is equivalent to obtaining the wealth of the saint before his life. This is a fatal temptation for the geniuses present. A young man in sackcloth had a bland and unremarkable appearance, but his eyes were as bright as stars, disillusioning the power of the idol. He frowned and said, "This energy barrier is the product of the diffusion of holy energy. After the saint's death, it's hard to open." The beautiful woman in red next to him giggled, "Everyone is saving their strength, and no one wants to take advantage of this energy barrier. It is estimated that in 3 days, the energy barrier here will be self-defeating." Right. Boom. Suddenly, an offensive rushed into the battlefield. Zhao Tiankuan stepped on the yellow sand submerged dragon, pointing like a gust of wind, like lightning, and blasting sandstorm pointing light towards a young man. The eyes of all the geniuses turned to look at each other, slightly surprised. Huh? Is it Zhao Tiankuan? The kid he was chasing was a little weird. When the geniuses were surprised, Zhen Shuai's eyes fell on the remains of the saint in the energy barrier, and his expression was excited. This is the location close to the core circle of the Holy Burial Mountains? It's very likely that the god of war is one of those fallen remains. In addition, Zhen Shuai is more and more shocked the more he looks at it. Next to the remains of the saint and the skeleton of the sacred beast, there are many light balls of attribute. Roughly estimated, there are at least thousands of light balls. In the center, there are 3 groups of 5 colors of light, 52 groups of orange brilliance. There are 3 5-light supreme treasure chests and 52 orange crystal treasure chests. Outrageous. So outrageous. I have never seen so many attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests. This is a huge fortune. However, at the next moment, the pupils of Zhen Shuai trembled. He clearly saw that a golden beam of light rose from the core circle of the Holy Burial Mountain range. This golden beam of light is the light of the attribute light ball. Only his Lin Chen avatar can see it. Zhao Tiankuan, behind Zhen Shuai, is more and more shocked. He was chasing this sun just now, and his movement speed actually increased. And in the end even he felt exhausted. Is this guy's movement the best in the Dark Horse Clubhouse? My Qiansha crazy. Dragon's movement is a little bit behind him? Zhao Tiankuan's murderous intention skyrocketed. Seeing Zhao Tiankuan coming, Zhen Shuai smiled. The superdimensional teleportation talent space fixed point coordinates are successful, and the space orientation is the 5th space coordinate. In front of everyone's eyes, seeing that Zhen Shuai was about to be pushed to the edge of the corner of the energy barrier by Zhao Tiankuan, Zhen Shuai snapped his fingers coquettishly. This time, the most handsome director of our holy world, Linda, hasn't arrived yet. Mr. Zhao, I'll play with you next time. Zhen Shuai smiled arrogantly, turning into a beam of space light, nothing for a moment. The pupils of all geniuses trembled, and their faces were very wonderful. Space shuttle? What is the origin of this kid? It is extremely difficult for even a saint to rip through the void and sneak in the Holy Burial Mountains. How did he do it? Zhao Tiankuan's expression was gloomy, and he couldn't bear it. His eyes fell on the remains of the saint in the energy barrier, and his heart calmed down. Forget it, grab the treasure first, and then kill those bastards from the Dark Horse Club later. True Virtue Handsome teleported back to Lin Chen's side and joined the cultivation camp. 2 days later. Boom. The cave was crumbling, and a ray of incandescent aurora lit up the sky. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and 2 aurora shot out from his pupils, piercing the solid stone wall in the cave. What is terrifying is that the space that the aurora travels through has a bit of space distortion. Lin Chen was soaked in blood, and at the cost of repeated serious injuries, he completely absorbed this low-grade light-type variant crystal Lingguang. Variant. He was out of breath, kept using extreme return to recover from the injury, and looked at his right arm excitedly. On Lin Chen's right arm, a gem that is as bright as a star is shining. Every time it flickers, it emits a brilliance like a ripple. Lin Chen, finally took control of the different crystals, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen was excited and laughed wildly. Unable to contain the ecstasy in his heart, he turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor Advanced. Essence, 9.88 million points. Ultimate Strength, 99.99 million. Dragon Power Advanced Blood, 8.16 million points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 11,646 points. Half Step into the Holy Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 12,771 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 10,051 points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 11,066 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 10,212 points. Blank Attributes, 3.44 million points. Reinforcement Points, 8.94 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 6604 points, Earth 6150 points, Wood 6200 points, Gold 6366 points, Water 6488 points, Thunder 6100 points, Wind 6410 points, Light 67666 points, Dark 5880 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not. Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Green Rank, Double Cultivation Acacia, Purple Rank. Assault, Purple Rank, Tear, Orange Rank, Extreme God Possession Fragment. February 4th. Active Talent Bar, Purple Rank, Omen of Stealing, Purple Rank, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Purple Rank, Ultradimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank. Ultimate Moment, Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank, King of the World, Quasi-Orange Rank, Desperate Life and Death, Orange Rank. Instantaneous Light Fragmentation, Orange Rank 1 time, Rebel, 1/2. Fragment. Nirvana Column, Open or Not, Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combo, Whether it is turned on. Lin Chen was stunned. He is like a fool who has found a treasure. He is not happy, his teeth are chattering, and he is sluggish in place. This high-level light energy is fucking outrageous. It's so powerful, even if I just urge the light robbery body to throw a punch, the lethality is no less than the 1/2 orange combat skill I used with all my strength before. Department of Combat Skills, that sour. Lin Chen's scalp is numb. Just by refining the immortal light, Lin Chen's high-level light energy has skyrocketed by more than 60,000 points. This is just the basic growth brought by the inferior crystal. In addition, Lin Chen uses the Light Tribulation Battle Aura to activate the Will Light Variation Crystal, and his Light Tribulation Battle Aura will be accompanied by a circle of blazing light like a turning wheel. This is the characteristic energy that belongs to the inferior crystal, also known as the power of the different crystal. After really controlling the different crystals, Lin Chen is almost certain that he will never defeat Zhao Tianquan without slowing down the runes and Nirvana. The previous Zhao Tianquan hadn't used the power of different crystals, just relying on his own background and the basic growth brought by refining the different crystals, he crushed Lin Chen head-on. It's no wonder that the value of the different crystal fragments can't be compared with the complete one, no matter how high the quality of the broken one is. The purity of the energy is not as good as 1% of the complete one. Lin Chen estimates that as long as he uses the power of the light wheel in his right arm to cast his combat skills, the power will be far greater than his previous self. However, activating the power of different crystals will consume a lot of money. If you want to use the power of different crystals frequently, you must support it with Holy Aura. Lin Chen reckoned that he could mobilize the power of different crystals at most twice now, and the fighting energy would consume 90%. Lin Chen's fighting spirit is not what it used to be, and the recovery speed of extreme return to Yuan also takes a while, and power of different crystals cannot be abused. The power of the combat skills that have been blessed by the use of the power of different crystals will temporarily skyrocket. Lin Chen's clone can also use the different crystal power of the main body. But the consumption of battle energy is also extremely high, basically using twice will make the clone temporarily incapacitated. Among the many combat techniques under my control, Jiguang's feather arrow technique and dragon dodge technique are light-based combat techniques. If the combat techniques of other attributes are converted into light-based combat aura, their original power will be reduced. Lin Chen clenched his fists excitedly, but no matter how much it is reduced, the combat skills displayed by the advanced light energy of more than 60,000 points will far exceed the power of other elements with only a few thousand points. In less than 3 days, Lin Chen achieved a sky-defying transformation, and his strength skyrocketed by several grades. He was right. At the cost of serious injury, in exchange for the power to control a low-grade variant crystal. Lin Chen is not like other geniuses. His growth rate is extremely outrageous. He has the talent of phantom runes and instant light splitting. Everything can be known as long as you enter the actual combat. If I meet that guy Zhao Tianquan again, I can probably abuse him to call him Dad. Between Lin Chen's brows, there is a domineering arrogance that looks down on the world. He stuffed 10 pieces of long qingguo, chewed and swallowed them, and then took another piece of lily bodhi. The injuries in his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 robbery cultivation base controls the different crystals, compared to some human race geniuses, not inferior. At this time, in a water tribulation energy barrier in the cave, the black-robed beauty said feebly. Lin Chen was startled, turned his head quickly, walked in front of her and squatted down. Are you awake? Luo Yaoer turned her head away, didn't look at Lin Chen's face, and said blankly, I woke up half a day ago. Why did you want to save me? Are you not afraid of me, and forcibly take you away? Lin Chen was taken aback and scratched his head. Then what, are you still obsessed with me now? Although I am handsome and you are beautiful, we are obviously not the same. Mom, why are you kicking me? Although through the cloak and veil, Lin Chen could still feel Luo Yaoer's icy gaze. She was probably looking frosty at the moment. Luo Yaoer said indifferently, yes, we are not the same people. If you don't surrender to me, I will kill you sooner or later. If you don't want to regret it, you'd better kill me now. This is your only chance. Luo Yaoer stared at Lin Chen. Commander Lin suddenly felt a sense of oppression enveloped him, as if he was not facing a single person, but a world that was suppressed above his head. He could feel that this woman was not joking. She would really kill herself. A ray of light flashed across the magic seal in Lin Chen's palm, and it disappeared in a flash. Lin Chen sighed. I still won't surrender to you, but I also don't want to kill you. Is there anything I can't sit down and talk about? Do you have to do it so badly? At this time, someone Lin didn't know that if he really wanted to kill her, even if it was just an instant killing intent, it would be him. Lin Chen. Luo Yaoer said indifferently, there is no chance to talk. I entered the human race to find the chosen son of the human race predicted by my family. As long as there is any human race similar to the prophecy, I will not let it go. Or return to my family, or die. Lin Chen frowned. I don't understand what prophecy you said, but I can tell you that no one can see through my fate. The prophecy you said is definitely not me. Luo Yaoer was expressionless. Who knows? After all, she got up with difficulty. The wide black robe could not completely cover up her exquisite figure. She just took a dozen steps outside the cave, kicked a stone, and her swaying body fell down. Lin Chen held her up. The fragrance of the beauty lingered in his nose, and he said helplessly, your injury is not completely healed. That yin-based holy energy has just melted away, and there are still a lot of problems with your Injury. Luo Yaoer said indifferently, then there is no need for you, a guy who is not from the road, to control me. Lin Chen was stunned. This woman is still stubborn with him? But we're on the same boat now, so I can't leave you alone, can I? Lin Chen's biggest shortcoming is that he respects the old and loves the young, and is willing to help others. Alas, this shortcoming must be corrected in the future. The relationship between the two is so tense now that Lin Chen didn't dare to ask the holy prison directly. This woman is obviously the type to eat soft and not hard. If Lin Chen threatens her, I am afraid that in exchange for the end of jade and stone. However, someone from Talon is worth it. Eat soft or hard? Hee, as long as it's a bitch, I don't believe that Lin Chen can't handle it. In the end, I will let you eat both hard and soft. Luo Yaoer was disdainful. Are you coaxing the child? Don't think I don't. No, you have a plan. Damn, can you see that too? Lin Chen nodded earnestly without blushing and heartbeat, and said, you can see it all. Yes, I admit, I'm greedy for your body, I'm just so honest. Luo Yaoer took a deep look at Lin Chen, stretched out her jade-like jade arm, and put it on Lin Chen's shoulder, and said indifferently, I know where you want to go. You can't die until I regain my strength. Lin Chen was stunned. Can you still regain your strength? Luo Yaoer threw him a meaningful sentence. Look at your performance. What the hell? Whether you can recover your strength depends on my performance? Could it be that being handsome can also help others regain their strength? Could it be that she wants to do that shit with me? Legend has it that cultivating certain exercises can heal injuries while doing that kind of thing? Thinking of this, someone Lin angrily pulled off his collar and shouted like, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? He shouted, if that's the case, then come. Don't pity me, because I'm handsome. The people in my dark horse clubhouse can stand the toss. Luo Yaoer raised her hand and punched his handsome face. Almost knocked his nose off. Lin Chen covered his nose. How can you hit someone? I'm not good at this. I asked you to carry me. What kind of clothes do you untie? Luo Yaoer was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If she hadn't seen his performance on that day, she would be able to make Lin Chen a puppet now. Lin Chen was startled, and laughed angrily. Oh. So you're going to be behind me? The Holy Burial Mountains, the ancient battlefield of the Western Heaven. In the thousands of feet in the sky within a radius of hundreds of miles, there are more than 2,000 geniuses gathered. In addition to some old-fashioned war emperors outside the energy barrier, there were more than 4,000 strong people present. Brush. A space beam suddenly descended. This space light has attracted everyone's attention. Someone can travel through the void in the Holy Burial Mountain range. Who is it? Hey, fortunately I wasn't late, there is still a chance. Lin Chen laughed, carrying Luo Yaoer's graceful figure, volleying into the air. When it came, Lin Chen's shoulders were shaken, and all the clones came down. The Dragon Emperor and the little shadow guarded his left and right. Lin Chen? This bastard can actually travel through the void? What kind of freaks are the people in the Dark Horse Clubhouse? The 19 super geniuses who had surrounded and suppressed Lin Chen before had solemn expressions. Bitch of the demon race? Unexpectedly, she dared to appear in front of us in a grand manner. No, she didn't appear in front of us, it was that kid who brought her there. Oh? That's the legendary Dark Horse Club? This young master has just received rumors that he has a secret skill that can temporarily step into the Holy Land and slaughter 14 saints. At the moment when the energy barrier was about to disappear, Lin Chen almost attracted everyone's attention when he came. When they saw the demon woman behind Lin Chen, most of the geniuses had a bit of killing intent and greed in their hearts. However, most of the geniuses are as good as ghosts, no matter whether they have heard of Lin Chen's slaughter of saints or not. No one has taken the lead. When Zhao Tianquan saw the true handsome beside Lin Chen, he was so angry that he smashed a palm in the air. Boom! Hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand rolled up into a hurricane dust storm, like a spinning and strangling Baizhang salon, pounced on Lin Chen and others. Many geniuses raised their brows. This Zhao Tianquan's hatred for this dark horse club is not a star. The next moment, Zendashui smiled indifferently, stretched out his palm and squeezed it gently. His palm turned white light, overflowing with a wheel-like brilliance, which instantly enveloped the fighting spirit salon. Boom! The salon exploded, and hundreds of millions of tons of yellow sand, which was transformed by the majestic fighting spirit, exploded, and the yellow sand poured into the sky. Wow, wow, wow! All the handsome members of the Dark Horse Club forced to open an oil paper umbrella, very coquettish. Zhao Tianquan's pupils trembled. He actually took my attack with one hand? This kind of strength is very different from before. The super geniuses who besieged Lin Chen before stared at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost and looked horrified. How is it possible? That day they still had to use the ultimate move. That was divided into 5 to block Zhao Tianquan, but now they only use one hand? Although Zhao Tianquan didn't show much strength, the growth rate of the people in this Dark Horse Club is so outrageous. The brothers and sisters of the Misty Sword Gate were especially horrified. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty when they met Lin Chen at first. The people in the Dark Horse Club were only the Emperor of 4 tribulations. How long has it been since they arrived at the 5 tribulations battle? Emperor? Up to now, take over Zhao Tianquan's attack with one hand. There is a problem. Everyone in the Dark Horse Club has a problem. The elder brother of the Misty Sword sect set off a storm in his heart. It can be said that a person has a fortuitous breakthrough. How many people can break through at the same time? There is such a coincidence in the world. Zendashui raised his brows lightly and said with a smile, "Isn't this Mr. Zhao, what's the matter? Can you not afford to lose? Or do you mean that the people in our Dark Horse Club are more handsome than you?" Zendashui's hand instantly shocked the heroes, and the geniuses were surprised. What a pure light-based fighting spirit. What kind of technique is this son practicing? Interesting, I want to meet him more and more. Some geniuses are jumping on the bandwagon. The red-robed woman standing high on the south side was carrying a sword, and her indifferent eyes flashed a bit of doubt and curiosity. He's Lin Chen. What was he thinking? He wanted to protect that demon clan. And he brought it into plain sight. He couldn't see through it. If he was besieged by a group, how could a few of his people stop these geniuses? Lin Chen was calm, and as expected, none of the geniuses present dared to touch him. The holy treasure is in front, and everyone's goal is the remains of saints. Besieging him at this time will only make others a fisherman. The most important thing is the shock and deterrence brought by strength. You're being watched, be careful. The beauty whispered Feng Lan in her ear. Lin Chen's ears softened, and a shiver shivered all over her body. Another extreme pressure shot. Mom, it's killing people. The guy with the ghost face in the 13th mile of the west, his killing intent towards you is stronger than anyone else's. And he came for you, not because of me. Although Luo Yaoer was seriously injured and unable to move, her experience far surpassed everyone present. Lin Chen followed Luo Yaoer's line of sight and found that the other party was also staring at him. He was wearing a gray robe and a ferocious ghost face with open teeth and claws, and he couldn't see his true face. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This guy gives me a sense of danger. Aware of Lin Chen's sight, the ghost-faced gray-robed man closed his sight. But Lin Chen could not feel his breath or killing intent at all, as if he had never existed in that space. Suddenly, Lin Chen's face changed slightly, and he was excited. Zendexia took out a golden armor shard. The shard shone with a faint golden light, and reacted for the first time. That's right, here it is. The remains of the god of war are here. Lin Chen followed the fragments of the golden armor to find a corpse in the field wearing a broken golden armor. Its bone finger, wearing a high-end Na ring. That's the remains of the former owner of Little Meng's mother, the god of war. In Lin Chen's eyes, the light burst into flames. Tai Ifu Tianju, the third volume fragment. Whether you can cultivate the orange level mentality, success or failure, depends on this. This time, whoever blocks Lao Tzu will die. From Kyushu to the Holy Realm, I finally found it. An uncontrollable monstrous fighting intent emerged between Lin Chen's brows. Luo Yaoer, who was under the cloak, was suddenly a little puzzled. Why did he suddenly have the will to fight? Buzzing. At this time, the energy barrier began to fluctuate with holy light, began to gradually dissipate, and became transparent. Boom. All geniuses, old-fashioned kings of war, ready to go. Quietly run the war. Hurry up to me later, I'm going to get most of the people away first. Lin Qingyu was astonishing, even Luo Yaoer showed a bit of surprise. Take away most of the people? Lin Chen has no such strength at all. What does he want? There are more than 2,000 geniuses present, and there are also many geniuses in the top 5,000. Even if the sage is here, he can't stop most of the geniuses. Behind Lin Chen, the holy phoenix wings were exposed, and the purple-red dazzling wings flapped the sound of the wind. The fighting spirit of Lin Chen and the clones erupted, and the eightfold transformation and the ultimate moment opened, and his light tribulation fighting spirit greatly increased due to the doubling effect of the mental technique of the ultimate moment. Luo Yaoer didn't have time to think, and the energy barrier disappeared. Suddenly. At this moment, Lin Chen grasped the azure blue bright moon with one hand. The 9 robbery battle aura quickly disappeared, and all the battle aura was poured into the wheeling variation crystal. Brush. Boom. At the moment when the energy barrier dissipated, the sonic boom was rampant. And countless unique skills, bloodline supernatural powers, special physiques, and strange mysteries were all displayed at the same time. But everyone suddenly felt a purple-red dragon light flashing by. It was going to be ridiculous. A few steps ahead of everyone to the area center of the saints remains. Who is it? Is this a fucking orange level movement technique? It's getting to this point. It's Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club. What the hell, he can be so fast with a woman on his back. There was a trace of astonishment in the hearts of all geniuses. Lin Chen entered the central area of the saints' remains. But he didn't snatch the saints' remains for the first time, each of which was scattered in a different location. Not only did he not snatch the holy treasure, but he slashed horizontally with one hand. Go over there for me. Lin Chen roared. Boom. The tumultuous Tianhe Dao Qi flashed out from his blade, spinning at an Extremely high speed, blooming with the ultimate light robbery battle aura. Almost all geniuses were stunned for a thousandth of a moment. What is he trying to do? Draw the sword on all the saints' remains? But the next moment, a scene that made the scalps of the geniuses tingle even more appeared. Bang! The 360-degree rotating aurora knife gas suddenly exploded, bursting with endless shattering light. Every piece of knife gas is as clear as jade, blooming with a blazing aurora. Boom! 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 The shards of the sword chi were like a rain of flowers in the sky, and they slammed into the remains of all the saints like a gust of wind and rain. 56 saints' remains were bombarded by violent blade gas fragments, and were directly sent to a farther place by a large number of blade gas fragments. They flew in different directions and became more dispersed. Numerous geniuses and old antiques took a sigh of relief. He was stunned and looked like he had seen a ghost. Crazy. Must be crazy. This Lin Chen started out as a fucking orange-level sword technique? Blowing away all the remains of the saints with one blade? Is this person sick? Also very ill. How many meanings? Even if you don't want the holy treasure, why are you still here to disrupt the situation? Lin Chen, you may make money, but I will never lose. The first move is God's tears. How do you say it? Sorry, I didn't plan to play cards according to the routine. Luo Yaoer. Many powerhouses suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Is Lin Chen crazy? The corners of Zhao Tiankuan's mouth twitched slightly. This kid also refines low-grade heterocrystals? He clearly saw the moment Lin Chen swung the knife. There was a different crystal power surging in his right arm. Otherwise, even if the power of this knife is of the orange rank, it will not be able to fly all the remains of saints so easily. What am I doing? This kid has a conspiracy. First take back the remains of the saint. Almost subconsciously, all the geniuses rushed to the remains of the sage that was blasted away. No one could have imagined this scene. Who would have thought of this? Everyone is here to snatch the holy treasure. This is like, a group of people went to the dining hall to pick up food, and the person in line with you suddenly jumped out of a strange flower and kicked the vegetable bowl of the dining hall with one kick? This motherfucker is not sick. Besides, no one could have imagined that Lin Chen of the Dark Horse Club would have such a perverted speed. Almost 99% of the people didn't find it. Among the remains of the saints that Lin Chen flew, the only one that did not have the remains of the god of war. But everyone's attention is on a large number of saints' remains. At the moment when the shards of blade gas blasted away the 56 saints' remains, everyone rushed towards the scattered saints' remains. Mainly, most of the geniuses suspect that this is a conspiracy. Suspecting that Lin Chen still has a backer, he wants to swallow more sacred treasures, and subconsciously rushes in the direction of more saints' remains. It's now. You idiots, hurry up and grab it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Brush. 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 Almost at the same moment, when all the remains of the saints were blown away, all the clones rushed to the remains of the war saint. There is indeed a problem. As expected of a man on the bloodbath genius list, you are really weird. This young master wants to see what is unique about this saint's remains. Almost in an instant, a group of geniuses emerged from all directions. Zhao Tiankuan, who has a pedal salon, ranks 4188 on the genius list. An arrogant young man with black wings spread behind his back, Ancha Fei. Anqing in the southern region. The genius list is ranked 1910. There is also a handsome young man with a flaming sword light, with a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth, ranking 1999 on the genius list, Yan Yu. Ming Yan Sword Emperor, Yan Wuxia. There is also a cold and indifferent woman in red robe, who came with a sword and was slashed by a sword light, ranking 6666 on the genius list, Jian Yu. Tianwei Feixian, Jian Qingqing. It doesn't seem like they're all fools, not to mention Zhao Tiankuan. The other three are a bit tricky. Among this group of people, Lin Chen clearly felt that the lower the ranking of geniuses, the more outrageous pressure they gave him. These geniuses are not like other geniuses, and their attitude towards the holy treasure is more according to fate and not very important. They had another purpose in entering the Holy Burial Mountain range, but the behavior of the Dark Horse Club aroused their interest. Lin Chen had just used God Tears, his meridians were throbbing, his fighting spirit was lacking, and he had yet to recover. But this is by no means beyond his expectations. He did not foresee that the hand just now would be able to take everyone away. Slow rune. Brush. 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 The rune energy consumed 400 points, Lin Chen instantly played 4 slow runes, and the clones took the opportunity to condense the offensive, throwing knives, marksmanship, swordsmanship, and all emerged. Consumes 480 talent points, and all clones use the instant light and shadow talent. Unexpectedly, the other 4 seemed to be on guard. Lin Chen's slow rune only sealed less than 1/5 of their breath, and was broken by the different crystal power emerging from everyone's body. The red-robed women Jian Qingqing and Yan Wuxia were even more outrageous. And they broke Lin Chen's sluggish rune faster than the others. I wipe, so fierce? Lin Chen was shocked. The slow rune of this value can even seal a small pause for a saint who opens a holy cave, and these guys broke through in a blink of an eye. Zhao Tiankuan broke through the shackles, mobilized the power of different crystals, and his momentum was like a sandstorm, destroying the sky. He pushed horizontally with both hands, hit 2 yellow sand-submerged dragons, and collided with the truly virtuous Yutian Jinhong. Fei Onqing condensed a round of black moon with both hands, pushed it into the sky, and blasted through the moonlight slashing light of the mirror moon. Edict. Yan Wuxia held the sword and slashed horizontally, splitting the sword of Ba Yan and Fenchen, beheading all the clones. The most lethal Jiguang Katayu burst out by Zendexiu's bow. Jian Qingqing was even more outrageous. Using his fingers as a sword, he easily shattered the 4-game kill streak of Sword Fury and Zhuing Flying Knife. Too strong. The latter 3 geniuses are 1 level stronger than Zhao Tiankuan. The clones have obtained the element attribute value of the basic growth of Luanguang. Different crystal, and they can't stop the 3. The little shadow slammed into the sky and blocked Zhao Tiankuan. System, Nirvana. Lin Chen's thoughts were like electricity, and he flicked his fingers. This time, he consumed 900 rune energy, and 3 slow talismans fell from the sky. Quelling Fei Onqing, Jian Qingqing, and Yan Wuxia. These guys are so perverted. Forcing Lin Chen to use his nirvana in one face. To face. Without using the power of different crystals, Lin Chen's clone could not stop Fei Onqing and the others. But the current situation is special, and the clone cannot lose its combat effectiveness in order to hit a powerful blow. What? The geniuses were a little surprised, but Jian Qingqing still had an indifferent expression on his face, and a sword roar burst out from within his tender body when he forcibly broke through the slow rune. The purgatory wind gang rolled up above the geniuses' heads, like a Tornado, swallowing Yan Wuxia, Fei Anqing, and Jian Qingqing. Activate the blue-level intermediate nirvana to lock 3 hostile targets. The fight between the two sides was actually only a breath away, and Lin Chen finally stopped the 4 of them from moving forward. These attacks, even my lone 1,000 flame steps, can't be avoided. Yan Wuxia shook his head in amazement, his expression became more solemn. He used his sword in the air, urging his fire element's alien power to dance out layers of flame sword shadows, blocking all the gray-white purgatory winds. In this gap, the dragon sovereign transformed into a humanoid, flapping its wings and flying, and got the ring of the heavenly war saint. Lin Chen's heart passed a bit of heat. Have you finally got the remnants of Tai Fu Tianju? Be careful. Luo Yaoer reminded Lin Chen. A ghostly afterimage, mixed with a purple gold edge, stabbed at Lin Chen's heart. This ray of edge is extremely strange, and it has a smell of corroding thousands of fighting spirits, so that any defense will be greatly reduced. Lin Chen's Yu Tiangung Jin Qi circulating through his body was pierced by Zijin's edge, and he was about to pierce his heart. The host starts superdimensional teleportation, carrying the target. 1. Consumes 36 talent points and teleports to the clone position. Brush. The space beams disappeared from the sky, and the 2 of Lin Chen disappeared. With one blow, the ghost-faced man hidden in the afterimage frowned. How could he still use the magical power of space shuttle? It's so dangerous. Where did Laoin Bi come from? I'm sorry. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and the 9-colored starlight condensed in his palm. His fighting spirit had just recovered by 70%, and then it began to decrease rapidly. The next moment, Lin Chen threw the 9 tribulation star who had done everything he could to the ghost-faced man. With his current element attribute value, he sent a 9 tribulations of stars, which is sour and refreshing, enough to let people know what a spiral explosion is. Consumes 310 points of high-level rune energy, 102 points of intermediate talent points, activates recharge, penetration, hidden sky, slow rune. Augmented power, 290%, activates the talent of instant light and shadow. Trigger the complete passive talent, strike, increase the power, 70%. OM. The 9-color star turned into a pole star, suddenly divided into 5. And suddenly disappeared. In this scene, the ghost-faced man was shocked by the tiger's body, and he was about to step away and retreat violently. Sigh. A gray-white talisman fell from the sky, freezing the space around him. Not good. The ghost-faced man crushed the jade pendant in the palm of his hand, mobilized the defense with all his strength, and turned into a dark night cloak-like curtain to protect himself. Lin Chen met face to face and unleashed one of his strongest attacks at this stage, full-featured rune plus instant light splitting shadow plus strong attack plus power of different crystals, blessing the 9 robbery stars. From the sneak attack in an instant, Lin Chen was almost certain that the ghost-faced gray-robed man who attacked himself was no less powerful than Yan Wuxia and the other 3. Especially his movement technique and breath-holding technique, even Lin Chen couldn't react immediately. Without Luo Yaoer's reminder, Lin Chen would be disabled even if he didn't die. Next moment. Sigh. Bang. 5 9-color beams of light hit the ghost-faced gray-robed man without warning, soaring into the sky, slowly spinning, and exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Zhao Tianquan, Fei Anqing, and Yan Wuxia all showed extremely dignified expressions. How could Lin Chen actually break out such a heaven-defying attack? Only Jian Qingqing was still at ease, not even pulling the sword. Looking at Lin Chen with indifferent eyes, he became more curious. 5 9-color beams of light merged into one, condensing into 9 color beams of hundreds of feet, and the energy of destruction surged. Even Lin Chen hurriedly retreated to the side, looking at the 9-color beam of light, his face full of surprise. He entered the realm of the Holy Realm with the talent of God Killer, and he probably knew that the power of the 9 tribulation star this time was close to the realm of the saint. This power, without a doubt, can even shake the Holy Land. Of course, Lin Chen was referring to the early saint who opened one holy cave. If he opened 2 holy caves, he could easily block the blow. The power of this move has far exceeded when he used it on me a few days ago. When Zhao Tianquan resisted the Purgatory Wind Gang Nirvana, he shuddered when he saw Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star from the corner of his eye, showing strong fear. This Lin Chen's growth rate is too amazing, that's all. I still don't bother to provoke this guy. Even if I am now, I may not be able to kill him if I try my best. After all, this Zhao Tianquan quickly escaped while resisting the nirvana. The corners of the mouths of some old antiques who were trying to fish in troubled waters twitched slightly. After sighing, they quickly withdrew and ran to the other side of the battlefield. Not only Yan Wuxia and others discovered Lin Chen's anomaly, some old antiques also witnessed this scene, but they didn't want to risk their lives to risk getting close to the madman of the Dark Horse Club. Old Antique's target is the remains of a saint. The Dark Horse Club has only one remains of a saint. If it is fought recklessly, it is extremely dangerous. The 9-color beam of light dissipated, and the ghost-faced gray-robed man showed his figure. His appearance is very embarrassed, his robe is torn, blood is all over his body, blood is bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his face is slightly pale, but it is only a minor injury? Lin Chen's eyes were dignified. What is the origin of this person? He ate a star of 9 calamities that was enough to shake the saint, and he was only slightly injured? What kind of monster is this? The nirvana dissipated, and the 3 geniuses were revealed. Lin Chen kept chewing long chingua to eat, and all the clones were on alert. Hey, don't fight anymore. You all got it. The Dark Horse Club really lives up to its reputation. Your Excellency Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be a monster too. Like a child, Yan Wuxia shrugged, sheathed his sword, and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I've won awards and awards, Your Excellency is also very handsome, so strong that I'm a little cowardly. Yan Wuxia laughed loudly. Come on, you are more ruthless than anyone else. You have a chance to fight again. Humph. Just relying on your strength, you are not qualified to protect the woman around you, so do it yourself. If you leave now, you still have a chance of survival. Fei Onqing snorted coldly and left. Lin Chen has no doubts about their strength. Although these geniuses are the emperors of 5 tribulations, they give Lin Chen the feeling of an endless sea, and their strength is unfathomable. The most intuitive thing is that they are still unscathed in the blue level intermediate nirvana, which is the most powerful proof. This is a monster level genius who is enough to leapfrog, to challenge a saint. Jian Qingqing took a deep look at Lin Chen and Luo Yao were behind him, and said indifferently, your strength should be more than that. I hope you can show stronger strength next time. If you can let me draw my sword, I can't ask for it. She knew very well that as long as Lin Chen had the magic power of space shuttle, the chance of grabbing that ring by herself would be extremely low. Jian Qingqing rolled up a sword light and flew away. She came here only to pursue a fun and dripping battle, to fulfill her master's last wish, not to engage in a chase. That would be boring. The ghost-faced gray-robed man fled when all the geniuses left, and with all the geniuses in the Dark Horse Clubhouse, he couldn't take Lin Chen. These geniuses are not stupid, they have other goals and tasks in their bodies, and there is no need to fight to the end for a naive ring and a Dark Horse Club who don't know the details. Every one of these, the force is quite high, all come as soon as they come. And they all go as soon as they leave. Lin Chen pouted. Then, someone Lin's heart beat faster, he released the Dragon Emperor, and the dragon body changed to the maximum. The Dragon Emperor is like a free little bird, soaring in the nearby area, to the fullest, taking away all the attribute light balls wherever he goes. Get 88 points of wind energy, 52 points of dark energy, 59 points of ignition energy, 99 points of talent, 200 points of heaven, 28 points of spiritual power, 90,000 advanced chi and blood, 110,000 advanced chi and blood, 80,000 advanced battle points, the essence of air. Lin Chen's attribute value is soaring in a straight line. The fallen saints and holy beasts here have all kinds of light balls. Lin Chen had long wanted to catch it all in one go. That's right, this is also one of Lin Chen's goals in blasting the remains of many saints. He wants to fully collect all the attribute light balls of the Western Heaven battlefield. If more than 2,000 geniuses fight here, and still pick up attributes? Pick up some wool. It's a good thing that someone Lin was not bombed into a hornet's nest. But now, with the attribute light ball and the attribute treasure chest, Lin Chen, has not a single one left. Open 52 orange crystal treasure chests and obtain 1.85 million blank attributes, 5.2 million enhancement points, 5,000 intermediate talent points, 8,500 high-level martial arts essence, and 8,000 intermediate-level Heavenly Dao points. Ha ha ha. Cool, so refreshing. I've never seen so many attribute values. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing wildly. The most puzzled is Luo Yaoer. She is more and more surprised to find that Lin Chen's fighting spirit is becoming more and more vigorous, whether it is quality or quantity, it is surging in a straight line. She can't see through. Since the mainland of Kyushu, she has been unable to see through this young man. Behind every seemingly outrageous action of Lin Chen, there is always the greatest benefit that only he can get. Open 3 Wuguang Supreme Treasure chests to get 8,000 points of rune energy, Quasi-Orange Passive Talent Fragment, Super Chaos, 1/2, Super Chaos Fragment, 2/2. Quasi-Orange Passive Talent Super Chaos, the fusion is complete. Talent effect, when the host attacks the enemy, there is a 20% probability that the enemy will enter a state of chaos, including but not limited to, chaos of war, chaos of holy energy, chaos of blood and blood, chaos of mind, chaos of consciousness, chaos of senses, etc., and many more. Note, the strength of the chaotic effect depends on the difference between the host and the enemy's cultivation, and this talent can be upgraded to an orange level talent. Hiss. Lin Chen took a breath. It was a new, quasi-orange permanent talent. As long as this talent appears at a critical moment, it can greatly weaken the strength of the enemy and determine the outcome. However, to what extent this chaotic state can be chaotic, we must further test it in actual combat. Lin Chen's eyes flashed a sharp fighting intent. With this super chaos talent, he has another way to deal with those monster level geniuses. Lin Chen didn't rush to the battlefield that was in full swing on the other side at the first time, but couldn't wait to take the Dragon Emperor's acceptance ring. The spiritual imprint penetrated easily, and Lin Chen witnessed the sacred treasure of the god of war. However, after rounds of death battles and battles, there are not many sacred treasures of the god of war, 2 volumes of pill recipes and 1 volume of swordsmanship. Lin Chen didn't even look at the sword manual carefully, swept away his mental power, and focused his attention on a dilapidated volume. Lin Chen's breathing trembled a little, and he infiltrated his spiritual power, and a series of simple characters were listed. The 3rd volume of Tai Ifu Tianju. It's finally here. Lin Chen's heart trembled fiercely, and without saying a word, he took out his other 2 remnants of Tai Ifu Tianju. According to the analysis of the system, Tai Ifu Tianju requires at least 3 volumes to cultivate. According to Little Meng's mother's last words, half of the reason why Qing Tianzhanqing fell in this battle was because of his mental flaw. He was obsessed with the mystery and power of this fragment of the mind, but it also came to a devastating end. This time, the system did not fail, and directly included the fragments of the 3 volumes into the system. 9 Tribulations of Creation Advanced Mental Method, Orange Level Mental Method Tai Ifu Tianju has been successfully included. The host can use the practice to learn the soul, and can integrate the cultivation memory at any time. Note, the level of the mental art cannot be identified, and the host needs to collect other mental art fragments, and the mental art cannot be strengthened until the mental art is complete. The Tai Fu Tian art needs to be perfected to strengthen? It doesn't matter. The strengthening foundation of the 9 tribulations of creation will be transformed into the foundation for cultivating the advanced mental method. And the starting foundation of my orange level mental method will still be stronger than others. Lin Chen thought for a moment. System, I want to consume all the high-level exercises and learn the Tai Fu Tian art. Consumes 19,970 points of advanced exercises, and begins to integrate the memory of Tai Fu Tianju mental method. Boom. Massive cultivation memories poured into the minds of Lin Chen and his clones. He took the 3 clones back into the Taoyuan planting capsule and fully integrated the training memories. Only Zhen Dijiu and Zhendexiu are left, plus Dragon Emperor and Little Shadow. For protection, Lin Chen kept the ultimate moment of the clones, which made them more efficient when they integrated the cultivation memory of Tai Fu Tianju. My spiritual power and qi and blood energy have skyrocketed too much, and I can feel more clearly that the boundary between physical sanctification and spiritual sanctification has been reached. A few more times with this massive attribute light ball, I will have the opportunity to impact Holy Realm as long as the body is sanctified or the spirit is sanctified, I can sweep away the geniuses who are present. After Lin Chen spent a lot of money on the remains of the god of war, he put them into the Taoyuan planting capsule, then turned to the area where the melee was fighting, and grinned. How can I, Lin Chen, be missing from this big melee? Luo Yaoer suddenly said, don't you want to go to that crowd to snatch things without my premise? Lin Chen blew a whistle. Don't worry, I have someone Lin to protect you. If you lose a hair, I will lose. System, activate the talent of King's Landing. Consumes 230 intermediate talent points, activates the talent of King's Landing, and enters the state of accumulating energy, 0 points. Brush. Lin Chen flapped the wings of the Holy Phoenix, and when he stepped on the Dragon Flash movement, his speed was extremely fast, like a ray of aurora. rushing over. On the west side of the battlefield, the mountain collapsed and turned into dust. The warchi giant crocodile swept across the four directions, madly flooded into the sea, and the pear-like arrows of the rainstorm shot awe-inspiringly, colliding with a bang. In the entire battlefield, all entered the fierce battle. Some saints' remains were snatched to pieces, and the old antiques shot frantically to snatch the saints' remains. The remains of the saints after the fall, for them, such a five-calamity war. Emperor, this kind of opportunity is rare. If you can get a saint's bone and absorb its remaining energy, there is still a chance to enter the holy realm. And the battle around the holy Zana ring was even more heated, and even more. Then a dozen chaotic battle circles were formed, and geniuses were constantly injured and retired. Brush. Suddenly, a few aurora flickered, and the two saints' remains that were robbed by everyone were taken away, and the faces of the old antiques changed. A closer look, it is the people of the Dark Horse Club. Damn, the kid in the Dark Horse Club, are you courting death? Besiege him. What if his movement skills are so good, if he falls into our siege, the saint will die without a doubt. 5 old antiques stopped the Zendexio, and when the fighting spirit was brewing, suddenly, Zendexio Lang smiled and said, "How could I grab something?" From the seniors, the people of our Dark Horse Club have always been convincing people with morality, respect the old and love the young. After he finished speaking, he threw the remains of the two saints on each side, attracting more old antiques. Grass. Why are you still here? Are all the people in the Dark Horse Club a shit stirrer? If you don't grab it, do you have to let others grab it? Successful decomposing the remains of two saints, consuming 420 intermediate Heavenly Dao points, obtaining 150,000 advanced battle chi essence, 50,000 advanced chi and blood, and 101 intermediate talent points. The energy of the holy corpse has disappeared. It's a good thing that kid did. When the old antiques reacted, Zendexio escaped into the chaotic battle circle again. A similar scene, madness is staged in every battle circle. It's very simple, Lin Chen's movement speed is higher than most people. With the plus 15 Dragon Flash cast with more than 60,000 points of light energy, all Lin Chen's clones obtained extremely terrifying movement speed. The presence of those who can be compared with them can be counted in one palm. Brush. Brush. Lin Chen carried Luo Yaoer on his back, stepped on his body, and the phoenix wings fluttered, just touched the holy corpse to decompose the essence of the sage's corpse. Wherever someone Lin has passed, it can be said that there is mourning everywhere. In half a quarter of an hour, 19 holy corpses were decomposed. Due to the remaining holy power, the complete holy corpse cannot be included. In the ring, only the incomplete skeleton of the saint can. Therefore, the old antiques fought back and forth, and not many people were able to take away the holy corpse after several hand movements. Instead, it was quickly disintegrated after being touched by Lin Chen and the clones. There's not much left of the holy corpse, let's see if we can get a share of the pie there too. Lin Chen stepped aside and looked up. 15 battle circles permeated the void. The geniuses rallied to take action, and under the siege of some, they actually blew up the sage's acceptance ring, and the secrets of the exercises were scattered in the void. Just choose that one, the highest quality sacred treasure. Lin Chen selected a battle circle, and more than 50 geniuses were snatching a holy bone arm, and the quality of its bone arm was one of the highest in the audience. And it happens that Zhao Tiankuan is also inside. Lin Chen stepped on the dragon's shadow and flickered, and the speed was hundreds of meters in an instant, which almost immediately made all the super geniuses who were robbing horrified. This outrageous movement speed, it's Lin Chen. Damn it, motherfucker, he's here. Don't let this lunatic come over. Stop him first. This bastard has nothing good to do here, let him go first. Some old antiques witnessed a miraculous scene. The geniuses who were fighting to death just a moment ago suddenly huddled together to protect the holy skeleton arm in the void. As soon as Lin Chen approached, the geniuses who hated each other actually joined forces with the enemy? Absolutely. And this kind of operation? This happens to be the best option for geniuses. Who knows what this guy wants to do? The people in the Dark Horse Club are a bunch of lunatics, not to mention this. Lin Chen, let him be close to the ghost. If you let this guy get in the way, it won't end well. All the geniuses almost unified this idea to a high degree, and turned their heads to deal with Lin Chen. Yo? Join hands? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and the Holy Phoenix Wing took another shot, flashing in another direction. Brush. At this time, Zhendeju held the azure blue moon in his hand, and all the fighting energy was transported into the round light and different crystals, and the majestic and hidden edge rolled out from the azure blue blade. All geniuses groaned in their hearts, and some geniuses even greeted them from the bottom of their hearts. Grass. Are you too? Feelings are not only Lin Chen, who can make that peerless knife. Zhendeju slashed horizontally with the sword, and an aurora sword flashed out of Zhendeju's hand. Brush. Tear. The rapidly rotating blazing knife suddenly trembled, and it was divided into 5. This is the strongest knife God's tears that Lin Chen has cut since he entered the Holy Burial Mountain range. The power of different crystals of light plus instant light splitting. The complexion of many geniuses changed again. Don't panic, although his orange-level swordsmanship is strong, more than 50 of us can knock out his attack with one move. Keep your defenses. Zhao Tianji let out a deep drink, and all the geniuses came back to their senses immediately. Yes, there are 46 super geniuses here, and there are 5 geniuses in the top 5,000, even if it is comparable to the blow of a saint, it is impossible to repel them all. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. Explode. Zhendeji gave an order, and the knife gas exploded. Sigh. Bang. The 5 blazing knife lights that were spinning at extreme speed suddenly exploded and shattered into countless knife lights. Even with mental preparation, the geniuses were still frightened by the shards of blade air that were spun and strangled. The shards of knife energy that filled the sky were as clear as broken jade, like snowflakes, and they were smashed and twisted fiercely, forcing more than 50 geniuses to break out many semi-orange rank secrets, incomplete orange rank combat skills, and orange rank exercises. Boom. 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 An aura that destroyed the world suddenly rose up, and the spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of miles exploded one after another. Even though the space crystal wall in the Holy Burial Mountain range is extremely hard, the space is still not shaken by the shocking collision. Many geniuses were smashed by the blade gas fragments, injured by the broken light, and injured to varying degrees. At this time, a few geniuses had a ghost in their hearts, turned around and flashed, trying to urge the movement, and took advantage of the chaos to snatch the arm bone of the holy corpse. Pfft. Those geniuses who were harboring ghosts suddenly vomited blood. The geniuses were horrified for a while, and everyone found that their Fighting spirit was extremely disordered, like a mad dog, colliding randomly in the body. What happened? The world is upside down? No. It's my mental consciousness that's been messed up. Pfft. The power of my blood, how come you don't listen to me? All geniuses are amazed. Including Zhao Tianquan, everyone has frequent qi and blood, or disordered fighting qi. The operation of fighting qi has been transported in the wrong meridian, or the sky is dark and the spiritual consciousness is confused. My arm is numb and won't obey? My legs are numb too. There's a third one too. What kind of ghost swordsmanship is this? The geniuses were terrified and tried their best to back away. They have never encountered such a situation. Lin Chen in the distance said with a wicked smile. This trick is called, exclusive to the Dark Horse Club, chop you and paralyze. A light screen flashed. Trigger quasi-orange talent, super chaos 61 times, chaos duration, 30 seconds to 60 seconds. The trigger probability of the super chaos talent is 20% per attack. The God Tear Sword technique can blow up the sky and the rain. Under the premise that each piece of the sword is 20% probability, almost all geniuses have been recruited. Not to mention that it lasted for 1 minute, it was just a momentary pause and distraction as shadow passed through the void, and Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor and the little shadow forcefully grabbed the holy Tibetan ring. So strong. The people in the Dark Horse Clubhouse have transformed again. When he fought against Yan Wuxia and those guys just now, he hadn't played this trump card yet. Zhao Tianquan resisted the turbulent qi and blood all over his body, and gave Lin Chen and the others a deep look. Now, he doesn't dare to say that he will win Lin Chen. If he was besieged by the Dark Horse Club, he would even risk his death. Even, Zhao Tianquan thought about it very carefully. From the first encounter with Lin Chen to now, the people around him have transformed as fast as an arrow from a string, 1,000 miles a day. Don't provoke these lunatics. Zhao Tianquan quietly fled away, and the remaining geniuses glared angrily. Lin Chen, don't be arrogant, you, the Dark Horse Club, can't eat this holy Tibetan ring, hand it over. When a genius reprimanded, a huge gray-white talisman fell from the sky and exploded. Consume 400 points of advanced rune energy. Zendexiu stepped on the dragon flash, raised his hand to shoot one after another, and exploded the pure power of Qi Jua Jin between his 5 fingers. Bang bang bang. Except for a few geniuses ranked within 5,000 who had been evaded and avoided. The rest of the geniuses were slapped and vomited blood by Zendexiu. The genius who scolded Lin Chen was even cut off by Zhen Dexiu, and the ring was snatched away. Lin Chen jokingly said, "Who will try to talk nonsense again?" No one dares to speak out. This time, the combat power of Lin Chen and his party caused an absolute shock. If it is normal, 400 points of rune energy is difficult to suppress so many super geniuses, but at this time they are in different chaotic states, they can't resist, and they are all blown away by clones. The Dark Horse Club is so powerful. If he insists on protecting the demon woman, maybe only those people can suppress the Dark Horse Club. It seems that the orange-level exercises offered by the 6th grade sect of the southern region are not so easy to obtain. The geniuses in the other battle circles were slightly surprised, their eyes solemn. The people in the Dark Horse Clubhouse each displayed a level of combat power that was no less than the level of the top 5,000 geniuses. Even a genius ranked 4,000 dare not claim to win anyone from the Dark Horse Club. Lin Chen led the little shadow, the Dragon Emperor, and the two clones, and then broke into other battle circles. With the talent of super chaos, Lin Chen's breakthrough into the battle was like a broken bamboo. No one wanted to fight with the madman of the Dark Horse Club. At this time, Lin Chen didn't notice that his 9 tribulations wheel of life was silently changed due to the fusion of cultivation memories and the practice of Tai Ifu Tianju. A lineup as strong as Lin Chen only managed to grab the holy treasure of 4 Na rings. There were too many talented and strong players present, and some battle circles directly grabbed the Na ring and blew it up. Things were scattered in the void, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Just when Lin Chen still wanted to continue, a beam of light in the sky rose from the canyon deep in the mountains. A proud laughter that dominates the 9 heavens and 10 earths echoes between the holy burial mountains. Ha ha ha, this king's tomb has not been so lively for a long time. Geniuses from the holy world, welcome to this king's world. This voice shocked the universe, like an immortal and immortal venerable, as if proclaiming the law between heaven and earth. The geniuses are shocked. Lin Chen took a breath of air. The owner of this voice may have exceeded his knowledge so far. When he opened his mouth, everyone in the inner circle of the holy burial mountain was pinched by an invisible big hand. This is an almost invincible idea. It seems that the owner of this voice only needs one thought in his life, which can obliterate and smash anyone present. Lin Chen frowned. This sense of oppression gave him a very bad feeling. He was more suspicious than fear. Why does my wheel of 9 tribulations feel that this sound is more like a candle in the wind? Luo Yaoer seemed to be aware of it, and said indifferently, there is a problem here, you should be careful. After all, she fell silent. I don't know if it's Lin Chen's illusion, this delicate body seems to hold him tighter. An illusion for sure. Well, I, Lin, have also entered a state of super chaos. The voice from the inner circle of the holy burial mountains said slowly. Well, this king guessed that some of you must have come for this king's inheritance and wealth, right? Indeed, if you can inherit the mantle of this king, with the aptitude of you little guys, it is still entirely possible to become a saint of the 9th level. Maybe there is a chance to become a saint of the 9th level, and you are invincible under the holy king. Ha ha ha, think back then, when I was the holy king of Haoyan, apart from those old guys and a group of top holy kings. In the holy world, this king is one of the holy spirits standing at the top of the holy world. As soon as this statement came out, thousands of waves were aroused. It turned out to be the holy king Haoyan. My God, I have read his legend in ancient books. It's the Peerless monster who claims to be 100,000 demon slayers, who reached the top of the holy king at the youngest age in the sword domain. Holy king, I actually heard the voice of a holy king in my lifetime. Many geniuses have set off a storm in their hearts, and some fanatics are even kneeling and kowtowing to the beam of light in the core circle of the mountain range, with a face of piety and faith. The realm of the saints, one level is more difficult than the other. The 9 levels of saints have already stood at the peak of the holy world, and each one is a living legend. 9 turned saint is even more rare, let alone seen it, and even the news has not been spread many times. Most of them exist only in ancient book collections. Holy king, the strongest creature under the gods of the holy world. Everyone is a legend. Lin Chen was also shocked. Holy King Haoyan? In the core circle of the holy burial mountain range, there is actually a holy king inheritance? No wonder this place would trigger a group of holy death battles, and the battle was turned upside down. The inheritance of a holy king is enough to make most of the forces in the holy world go crazy. Then, the voice of the holy king Haotian became impassioned and said excitedly, unfortunately, this king fought all the demons here in the past. In order to eliminate the demons, we finally ended up with the same fate. My heart will never give up. The voice of the holy king Haotian has a taste of sighing when the hero is at the end of the road, and his youth is withered to the end. Those who hear it are moved, and those who hear it sigh. Saint King Righteousness. The Holy King protects the safety of hundreds of millions of souls in the world. It is really a model for our generation. Many old antiques and geniuses were moved and excited. The voice of the Holy King Haotian sounded again. The era of this king has passed, and now, there is a lack of a brilliant person who can truly lead the younger generation of my human race, kill the demons and nothing, and bless my holy world for hundreds of millions of people. Wang. The will and voice of the Holy King Haotian have a power that stirs people's hearts and educates the world, which makes people's blood boil. Geniuses, come if you have the courage, come to accept the baptism of this king, and those who can finally inherit the mantle of this king, as long as they swear to kill the demons for this king, they will become a new generation of kings. This king is in the tomb, waiting for you. Boom. All geniuses are moved. In the face of the inheritance of the Holy King, no mortal can remain calm. Interesting, it seems that I can't miss this good show. Lin Chen was eager to try, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Luo Yaoer suddenly asked, do you want his inheritance? Do you want to kill all the demons in the future? Become a human race? Lin Chen shrugged, I don't want any heroes of the human race, I just want to become stronger, protect the people I value, and live more freely. As for those demon races, as long as they don't mess with me, I'm not interested in them. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. The grievances between some races, no matter in any world or between different races, will never be able to understand each other. In a world with intelligent creatures, there will be grievances, and if there are racial differences, there will be highs and lows. This is the eternal truth. No creature is willing to tend to the lower ranks in the face of other races. The enmity and contradictions caused by this will always exist. Luo Yaoer suddenly fell silent, and repeated Lin Chen's words. Besides, Lin Chen said with a playful smile, there must be a problem here. What kind of shit inherits beliefs? What is the righteousness of the human race? This set of things is enough to coax young people. It's useless to me. Yes, there must be something wrong here. Lin Chen has found that among the many geniuses who were in a state of frenzy, there were some geniuses who were expressionless when the voice of the Holy King was farting. Among them, the terribly strong red-robed woman, Jian Qingqing, was also one of them. He still had an expressionless face, as indifferent as a machine, without emotion. It seemed that Lin Chen was not the only one who noticed that there was a problem. Luo Yaoer asked, with rare interest, oh? How can you see it? Lin Chen blew a whistle. First of all, the geniuses present should not be qualified to reach the level of the Holy King. If you really want to find someone who can take the lead, you should choose the enchanting list. The enchanting list was mostly made of saints thousands of years ago, and now it is the holy realm of the entire list. If you want to inherit the mantle of the Holy King, you should choose the Peerless enchanting of the enchanting list. The Holy King Haotian cannot be without understand this. After all, Lin Chen looked up at the miasma in the sky, and seemed to have saw some ancient formations, and smiled meaningfully. However, there are special methods for saints in the Holy Burial Mountain range. The Holy Land dare not enter this place. This is completely contrary to his original intention. That is to say, there is a conspiracy here, a big conspiracy. Luo Yaoer said indifferently, since you know there is a conspiracy here, why don't you withdraw? Do you know how strong the Holy King is? The Holy King in his heyday, one finger can kill countless holy places 7th and 8th. Yes. For you now, the 4th level of the Holy Land is an unreachable existence. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and the one who dares to do it is more handsome and more daring. This time I sneak in and fish in troubled waters. I can kill a handful. If there is a chance. Lin Chen's smile seemed particularly arrogant and charming. If there is a chance, I don't mind doing the Holy King Hao Yin too. Luo Yaoer was stunned. Done? How dare a young man who has not been sanctified dare to kill the Holy King? And attack the Holy King? No storyteller dares to write like that. The Holy King and the Emperor of War are completely the creatures of the two worlds. Luo Yaoer clearly felt that his fighting spirit was vented, his sharpness was restrained, and he was serious. Luo Yaoer looked through her cloak, her eyes flashing with strange gleams, as if she could see through Lin Chen. How many secrets does he have? Lin Chen is reckless? No, he must enter the inner circle of the Holy Burial Mountain range. After approaching the ancient battlefield, Lin Chen saw the golden beam of light in the core circle. He had seen it once. The last time I saw this dazzling light was in the tomb where the ancient gods fell. And the attribute treasure box obtained is exactly the golden god of war suit. Ultimate armor and right bracer. Here comes the god of war bracers. That's right, that is to say. In the tomb of the Holy King, it is very likely that there are other parts of the golden god of war suit. Don't do it at this time, wait until later. Lin Chen has a right wrist guard that can leapfrog the rank and slaughter the sage. What if there is another one? What if you could pull together a god of war suit? I can't even imagine it. The importance of the golden god of war suit is absolutely no less than his Tai Fu Tianju. If this Holy King still has the ability, he can directly show up and forcefully suppress us. There is no need to play these fancy things, that is to say, he is subject to great restrictions. Otherwise, it is impossible for those 6th grade sects to put their own. The top pillar was sent out to die. In Lin Chen's eyes, the ruthlessness of being barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes shone. Since this is the case, I still have a chance. If something happens, my superdimensional teleportation still has spatial coordinates, and I can teleport to the outer circle of the mountain range in minutes. At my current speed, after teleportation, I will use all my strength to move my body and leave the mountain range. The outer circle is just a few breaths. If you enter, you can fight for the parts of the god of war suit, and when you retreat, you can smear oil on the soles of your feet. You don't dare to do this, and I, Lin Chen, don't have to mess with it. Even if this Holy King's tomb is the end of hell, he has to make a breakthrough. Brush. Brush. The Dragon Emperor revealed his body and flew with Lin Chen on his back. Lin Chen sat on the back of the Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor carried him and Luo Yaoer. Surprisingly, Luo Yaoer's injury has recovered a little, but her strength has not recovered yet. She seems to have lost most of her cultivation. If she Wants to replenish it, she seems to need a special method? It made Lin Chen a little puzzled. Although her injuries were serious, she would not be as unconscious as she was at the beginning. For some reason, she just couldn't stand up. Lin Chen simply continued to carry her behind her back. Anyway, who would hate such a beautiful beauty? Lin Dashui is very honest, and I, Lin, just want her body. The Dragon Emperor carried and other geniuses into the depths. The geniuses either controlled the sword light, flew in the air, or released holy weapons. Everyone showed their magical powers and bypassed the mountains and gorges. Lin Chen and the other geniuses arrived at a vast and vigorous peak like a dragon. This gorge is tens of thousands of feet high, with no peaks on both sides and no end. A magnificent mountain gate is built in front of the gorge, and it seems to be engraved with a few big characters. Haodian Tomb Mansion. Only Lin Chen himself could see that a golden light of attributes rose up in the tomb. Lin Chen's heart was fiery, and the other parts of the God of War suit were most likely inside. Well, this time there are 5,409 geniuses, and there are many good little guys. Very good, very good. It seems that during this period of time when this king was sitting, my holy world has prospered and pushed to a new era and peak. The Taoist voice of the world sounded again, full of praise and gratification. Some geniuses blushed with excitement, and their necks were thick. If they went back and let the elders in the family know that they were praised by a holy king, they would have a lot of face when they went back and boasted, and their faces would be bright. Only a few geniuses are wary. Hearing this, Lin snickered in his heart. Entering the tomb, all of you will be tested by this king. Those who pass the test will be able to get rich rewards even if they cannot inherit the mantle of this king, and they will be able to retire. The voice of the holy King Haodian is full of the taste of the country, hitting everyone's mind, making everyone's heart beating. If you can't inherit the mantle, you can also fight for some adventures. Senior Saint King is really a great pioneer of my human race. Hee, the wealth of this king, you are unimaginable for these little guys who are not sanctified. Just take out one piece, and it is enough to create a saint. In your eyes, those so-called precious chi luck spirit planting seeds. Low-grade different crystals, oranges rank exercises, even orange rank mental methods, high-level sacred artifacts, and alchemy handprints are all available. Pass this king's test as much as you like. Let this king see the power and courage of the people of the holy world today. The laughter of holy King Haodian ignited a fire in everyone's heart. Creep. The door of the tomb opened wide, and a breath of timeless vicissitudes, like the relics of the ancient times, rushed toward the face, ancient, distant, silent, but suffocating. The opportunity of the holy king, this young master has no reason to refuse. It's just around the corner to be listed on the enchanting list, and the inheritance of Lord Holy King, I have to decide. A group of geniuses and arrogant clouds poured in one after another, turning into a meteor-like afterimage and scurrying into the gate. Even those old antiques, no one resisted. This is the real holy fate. No matter how good the holy treasure of the saints in the outside world is, it is not as good as 1/10,000th of the treasure of the holy king. Lin Chen drove the Dragon Emperor to fly into the tomb, and the moment he stepped into the tomb, a faint purple-black brilliance flashed in his palm. In this tomb, there are signs of demonic energy. And the number is not low. In Lin Chen's eyes, a light flashed. Luo Yaoer's face under the cloak also became very strange. The tomb is very wide, forming a space of its own, opening up a new world. There are space stacks here, and there are several space planes, which is a masterpiece that belongs to the Holy King. Lin Chen confirmed immediately, no problem, my superdimensional teleportation can still be used, and even if I enter it, I can retreat. After half a quarter of an hour into the tomb, more than 8,000 people arrived. At the first space plane. The space plane here is surrounded by mountains, and it is a large mountain formed by primitive floods. Holy King Haotian's voice reverberated again, this time, with a little more control over the situation. This is the first level. This King's test is about to begin. You can only leave safely if you pass the test. Each time you pass a level, this King will issue corresponding rewards. In this first level, all you have to do is to destroy them. Boom. 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 As soon as the voice fell, dozens of groups of giant beast-like auras recovered from the mountains, shook the world, and swept the wild. On the east side, there are 7 hellhounds with scales and armor. Each barb is tens of meters in length. Its vigorous and powerful limbs are as huge as giant pillars, and the breath of hell flames. To the south, a group of flood dragons danced wildly, and one after another. Wild flood dragons and giant pythons, which were rare in the outside world, appeared one by one, dancing with their fierce bodies. There are the ancient swallowing dragons covered with purple gold scales, the ancient mysterious devil python with 3 heads, the ancient sky-red dragons with limbs transformed into the claws of real dragons, and the ancient golden armored pythons with indestructible scales. In the west, there are ancient apes with huge bodies leaning against the sky. Prehistoric giant crocodiles with 4 claws on the ground, celestial tigers with trunks like mountain peaks, and demon foxes with light beasts. On the north side, the momentum is the most powerful, with golden eagles, giant falcons, bully eagles, and angry flying to the sky, as if to tear the sky apart. Holy beast, holy beast. All holy beasts. The faces of many old antiques and geniuses turned horrified. In the 4 directions of the entire mountain range, 37 holy beasts appeared. The first test is to kill the holy beast. That is enough to match the existence of saints. Many of them are indeed legendary geniuses, and there is no shortage of existences who can confront the saint who opened a holy cave. But confrontation and killing each other are 2 different things. Don't be too hilarious. The Holy King is different. As soon as he makes a move, he wants us to slaughter a group of holy beasts. Lin Chen whistled, as if he was completely out of the way, not panic at all. Luo Yaoer suddenly said, these holy beasts are not right, their bodies are stained with strong demonic energy, and they have lost their minds. They are just beasts that have become walking corpses, they do not have the spirituality of 8th order beasts. These holy beasts mutated due to the absorption of the demonic energy of some fallen ancient trolls in this king's tomb. Although they have become 8th order beasts, their intelligence is equivalent to nothing, and they fight entirely by instinct. But the physical strength is also real. Let's fight. If you can survive here, you will gain unspeakable benefits, and this king's reward is enough to make you break the holy list. Holy King Haotian's voice was impassioned, igniting the fighting spirit of most people. I've done it. I'm willing to be cut all over, and dare to pull the emperor off his horse. It's not that I haven't fought a saint today. I must seize the opportunity of a saint. Let's fight. At this time, it's useless to play any tricks attacking others. will put us at a disadvantage. The more people there are, the greater the chance of breaking through the test. There were more than 8,000 people, 3,000 old antiques, and more than 5,000 super geniuses, all of them fighting against the sky. Boom! The mountain range is smashing the sky and the earth. These holy beasts have brute force, but they do not have the intelligence of holy beasts. In a face-to-face fight, the geniuses temporarily gained the advantage. No matter what, I will steal the attribute values of these holy beasts. First, Lin Chen took up the Dragon Emperor's body, and his clone turned into a white light and a dragon shadow flashed across the void. Luo Yaoer suddenly said, "These holy beasts' demonic energy invades the brain and enters the nucleus. I will pass you a formula and handprint. If you can. Remember, you can use the demonic imprint on your hand to control the demonic energy in these holy beasts, so that a certain level of control over them." Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. "Control them? Is this okay?" Luo Yaoer's lips moved slightly, and a series of obscure formulas entered Lin Chen's mind. He only consumed 4 points of martial arts spirit to memorize the formulas and handprints. Activate the Omen of Stealing, consumes 1104 intermediate talent points. Steals attribute values, 4,000 points of advanced blood, 6,000 points of advanced blood, 150 points of ignition energy, 100 points of wind energy, 4,500 points of advanced blood. Lin Chen's clone steals the attribute values of all holy beasts smoothly, and his movement speed ranks among the best among all geniuses. It is easy to get close to holy beasts. Lin Chen immediately aimed at an ancient mysterious demon python, and left Luo Yaoer on the back of the Dragon Emperor. The little shadow was close to protection. His holy phoenix wings unfolded, and rushed towards the huge body of the mysterious demon python with a swipe. Seeing someone from Lin coming, the faces of the geniuses who besieged it changed slightly. Why does he want to come again? Be careful. This madman Lin Chen has never acted normally, don't let him approach us easily. All the geniuses regarded Lin Chen as another sacred beast and were wary of him. Suddenly, Lin Chen shouted, "Let's get out of the way, my Dark Horse Club is adhering to the spirit of self-sacrifice. This battle let me come, I used to have no choice, Lin Chen. Now, I just want to be a good person." The more than 100 geniuses and the old antiques twitched wildly. "Nice guy? Good man, your brother-in-law. If you are a good person, all the wicked people in the holy world can award awards." Choke. Lin Chen drew his knife, with the blue and bright moon in his hand. The geniuses were terrified. They now have an instinctive psychological fear when they see Lin Chen drawing the knife. Mirror Moon Edict. Lin Chen slashed out with a knife, the moonlight flashed across the sky, and dozens of geniuses immediately retreated. Clang. Boom. The scales of the Xian demon python were twisted by the moonlight, and there were faint cracks and bloodstains. It was slightly scratched, causing it to scream in pain, and immediately turned its target to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's battle energy was drained very quickly, and all of it was transported to the wheel light variation on his right arm, with a blazing light. The holy phoenix wings behind them condense purple-red feather flames. Hiss. The Xian demon python opened its bloody mouth, and the vortex-shaped black mist rolled and condensed, and instantly spit out a terrifying black mist storm. The poisonous mist that was enough to corrode the holy energy rushed to Lin Chen. Call out! Call out! Call out! The holy phoenix wings slapped furiously, and the power of the light and different crystals suddenly activated. Hundreds of thousands of afterimages flickered around Lin Chen's figure, flashing vertically one after another. The dense afterimages made the scalps of all geniuses go numb. At this speed, perhaps even a saint can't stop it. Brush. Lin Chen's afterimage ghostly appeared to the top of the Xuanma python's head, quickly formed the seal, and read the formula. The power of the different crystals of light and the ultimate moment, this full-strength dragon flash is Lin Chen's current highest speed, flashing out of the attack range of the primordial profound demon python's corrosive storm. And it didn't even respond. Gather the devil into a spirit, the magic capital will seal the seal. Condensate. Lin Chen pinched out the handprint like lightning, and slapped the magic seal in the palm of his hand into the head of the mysterious python. Everyone is puzzled. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't hit its vital point, you will make a seal on it? In an instant, Lin Chen had a mysterious feeling that as long as the magic seal was activated, he could simply control some of the actions of this holy beast. Of course, it is impossible to fight and use bloodline magical powers arbitrarily, like controlling your own dragon emperor, and the control strength is not so strong. But it's still possible to control who it hits. Hiss. The violent pupils of the primordial profound demon python trembled a few times, and then it returned to its previous brutality, and the black poisonous mist burst out from the scales of the python. As Lin Chen had expected, when it launched an attack, he could also feel its attack intention through the magic seal, and easily avoided it. Ha ha ha, good thing, if I can control all the holy beasts, their vicious beast cores will be mine. I can also kill those bastards who besieged me before. Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart, and then quickly backed away, shouting, "Everyone, it's over to you. This poisonous gas is too strong, I'm seriously injured." The corners of the mouths of the geniuses twitched wildly. "Your motherfucker is shameless. Everyone watched you run to the top of someone's head to get a seal, no shit. You're hurt. Forget it, continue to encircle and suppress the mysterious demon python. Its defense has already begun to be broken by us, and we can break through it in one breath. As long as this lunatic Lin Chen doesn't interfere with us, thank God." I don't know which genius shouted loudly. Everyone came back to their senses and continued to besiege the mysterious devil. The splendid fighting spirit, like fireworks, the lore technique, took turns to bombard the mysterious devil python. As soon as it was in pain, it rolled up its python body and swept it, crushed the mountain peaks, rolled up a hurricane, and swept the mountains. However, everyone was wary of each other, and only 70 or 800% of the effort was spent between the battles, and they retreated in advance when they saw the killing intent of the mysterious demon python leaked. Under the consumption of the wheel battle, only 2 people died, and a dozen people were injured, in exchange for the mysterious monster's serious injury. If it is a real holy beast, the loss caused by it must not be so simple, but unfortunately, the spiritual wisdom of these holy beasts is eroded by demonic energy. Their wisdom is not high, and they cannot even use their own blood magic powers. This is equivalent to a holy beast that only relies on instinct and intelligence and is only about the 4th-order vicious beast. On the other side, Lin Chen quickly made up for his fighting spirit, cut into various battlefields across the sky, approached the sacred beasts, and formed seals on them, starting from their fierce beast cores to establish a control relationship. With the efficiency of Lin Chen and his clone acting separately, it was Completed in just 2/4 of minutes. The 37 sacred beasts have all been sealed, and as long as Lin Chen has a thought, they can drive them to attack a certain target and move in a certain direction. Lin Chen looked around the audience with a smile, looking for someone's figure. This time, I don't believe that you can't kill you. Zhao Tiankuan. Right. Lin Chen immediately found Zhao Tiankuan, who was participating in a battle to besiege the ancient golden eagle. The ancient golden eagle, the wind blade, and the eagle, go. Let him go. Lin Chen activated the magic seal and gave orders to the two behemoths. Sigh. The two holy beasts were shocked, as if a current flashed across their body, and a handsome and charming face appeared in the instinctive fighting consciousness. It was Zhao Tiankuan, Zhao Gongzi. Roar. The eagle roared, and the cyan wind blade swirled all over his body, suddenly rushed out of the siege circle, and went straight to Zhao Tiankuan. The pupils of the primordial golden eagle flickered with ferocious ferocity. And with a flutter of feathers, the indestructible golden light stirred up. Pieces of golden light, driving the whole body's blood to condense, like a golden knife wind, swept Zhao Tiankuan with a swipe. These two forces are mighty and domineering, and some geniuses in the two war circles are using their movements, their cards have been revealed, and they hurriedly retreated. Some geniuses had sharp eyes, and immediately caught the flaws and weaknesses of the two holy beasts. Boom! 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 The battle gas exploded, and most of the attacks hit the weak points and wounds of the two holy beasts, but they still did not stop advancing, and the murderous aura was so great that the geniuses were stunned. Why did these holy beasts go mad all of a sudden? Zhao Tiankuan in the battle circle, Zhao Gongzi's complexion changed greatly. Why did I slap you at me? Locked by the murderous intent of the two holy beasts, the taste and sourness made young Master Zhao feel chills all over his body, and his heart shuddered. He was wearing a yellow robe cloak, which contained the spirit of the emperor, which made him appear as a virtual image of the emperor, and above his head there was a domineering scene of a yellow dragon pulling a plow. The yellow sand filled the sky. Zhao Tiankuan retreated again and again. Boom! Unexpectedly, two holy beasts surrounded him, one on the left and one on the right. His yellow emperor's robe can bless his movement and defense, even in the face of saints. He has the power to save his life, and he also has the opportunity to run away. But these two holy beasts are the ancient golden eagle and the wind blade eagle, and they are the fastest in the field of holy beasts. Totally chased it to death. What's the situation? Zhao Tiankuan wandered around dozens of giant dragons of war in the yellow sand, and his speed was soaring again and again. Obviously, he used some special exercises to increase his movement skills. He was extremely embarrassed, and he hurriedly drank. You are still looking at the hair, hit them quickly. The geniuses came back to their senses, regrouped, and launched a second wave of offensive. Because the two holy beasts locked Zhao Tiankuan, their attacks can be more smooth. But no matter how they fight, these two holy beasts will chase after Zhao Tiankuan. Suddenly, the Swire Golden Eagle was about to catch up with Zhao Tiankuan. His pupils trembled, his heart became ruthless, and he was planning to play more life-saving cards. Bang! A rainbow-like arrow fell like a meteor and exploded on the head of the ancient golden eagle, delaying its action and allowing Zhao Tiankuan to avoid it dangerously. Thank you, Zhao Tiankuan wanted to thank the person who shot, but found out that it was Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club who shot. Lin Chen immediately snorted, Master Zhao, run to the hellhound. Attract the two holy beasts, ram them into the hellhound, and let them kill each other. And you will have a chance to escape. Lin Chen woke up Zhao Tiankuan with a word. He clapped his hands and exclaimed. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Zhao Tiankuan glanced at Lin Chen with a slightly grateful look, and the latter gave him an encouraging thumbs up, which made Zhao Gongzi feel quite emotional. Good man. This young Master Lin Chen is really a kind person. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club would have such a high level of power. I actually wanted to kill him before. What a shame. Shame. The shameless Zhao Gongzi stepped on the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, and the two hellhounds seemed to have eaten expired aphrodisiacs. In an instant, the anger was overwhelming and suddenly violent. The hellhound's offensive turned around, raising the dark red giant claws, and shouting at Zhao Gongzi, the purgatory breath erupted like a mountain torrent, pouring all the attacks on Zhao Tiankuan, who had just arrived. The ancient golden eagle and the wind blade eagle followed closely, and their attacks were aimed at him. Zhao Tiankuan was scared to pee. In the true sense of the fuck piss, the crotch is wet. For holy beasts? For holy beasts attacked him as a war emperor? Could it be that he, Zhao Tiankuan, is going to fall here today? Zhao Tiankuan can be said to have tried his best, madly activating the power of different crystals, using the secret exercises in the archives in turn, pouring medicinal pills and healing holy products into his mouth like eating beans, and fleeing desperately. All the geniuses were shocked for a moment. This murderous holy beast that had no intelligence just now, why did they suddenly join forces to kill Zhao Tiankuan? Someone Lin put down the Tianqing Yulei Palace, applauded and sighed. In ancient times, there were 3 heroes fighting against Lu Bu, but now there is Brother Kuan, who has come down to earth, and one person alone can fight for holy beasts. Admiration, admiration. My Dark Horse Club, I would like to call you the most condescending. Then, with 37 holy beasts, Lin Chen continued to mobilize 19 holy beasts, and all the geniuses who besieged him at the beginning were all attacked by holy beasts. But having a clear target of attack means that other geniuses no longer need to go to great lengths to dodge the attacks of these holy beasts. Geniuses will not miss this opportunity. The wounds accumulated by their huge bodies were gradually expanded by the frantic offensive. The injuries were like a snowball, and the further back they were, the more tragic they were. Finally, 15 holy beasts were the first to enter a state of dying. A total of 9 of the 19 super geniuses who besieged Lin Chen died. The origins of these super geniuses are extremely extraordinary, or the ancient extinct life-saving pills, the rare combat technique evasion, or the excellent defense sacred artifact, the means of life-saving emerge one after another. The holy beasts couldn't completely kill them for a while. Unless the holy beast is not besieged, there is a chance to kill them completely. Lin Chen led the 2 clones to successively capture the small amount of attribute light balls and Na ring dropped by the 9 people who died. With Lin Chen's current strength, plus the 2 avatars, it is equivalent to 3 geniuses ranked 4,000 in the talent list, and they cooperate seamlessly. Even if there are more than a dozen super geniuses who want to take a piece of the pie and take away the fallen genius, they are not the opponents of Lin Chen and the clones. In the face of the holy beast that is about to fall, Lin Dashui is not the kind of person who wastes resources. Next, all the geniuses witnessed the most outrageous scene in their lives. The first sacred beast to be seriously injured was the primordial profound demon python. Its flexibility is not as good as that of the ancient golden eagle and other fierce beasts, and its defense is not as good as that of the prehistoric giant crocodile and other sacred beasts. It is the most seriously injured one. But the primordial profound demon python is one of the most lethal grades. Even if his intelligence is not high, he has seriously injured dozens of people, killed more than a dozen old antiques and a super genius who was caught off guard. Hold on. It's dying. Several geniuses who encircled and suppressed the primordial mysterious demon python burst out shouting, a flash of excitement flashed in their eyes, kill this big guy. They are also the characters who have slaughtered holy beasts. This will have indescribable accumulation and benefits for their future impact. On the Holy Realm. Battle Emperor Tu Sheng. Even a group battle to encircle and suppress the holy beast is a historic feat. In the face of the holy power of the saints, the war emperor's fighting spirit is always so insignificant. In the history of the holy world, the war emperor can slaughter saints, and in countless epics in history, there are only a handful of them. Other geniuses also have similar ideas. Although the core of the Eighth Order fierce beast is precious, they value the experience of this encirclement and suppression of the holy beast, because this will be the spiritual foundation for them to attack the holy realm in the future. Hi! The primordial profound demon python suddenly let out a roar, and its murderous aura surged wildly, like a hurricane swept away by the real aura that erupted from the profound demon python's more than 200-meter-long beast body. This hostile atmosphere was mixed with a hint of secluded demonic energy, which made the faces of the geniuses change. No, this big guy is going to fight back desperately. Don't fight it head-on, retreat. The super geniuses flew back with their juniors, and as expected, the primordial mysterious demon python was violent and aggressive, and its huge body was as fast as an arrow from the string. All geniuses dare not stand up to their fronts, even the saints dare not underestimate the death-defying counterattacks of the holy beasts, not to mention these 5 robbery war emperors. Brush. Brush. Boom. Wherever the primordial profound demon python passed, it destroyed everything and attacked in a certain direction. Everyone backed away, and there were no dangers to dodge, and no one was injured? When everyone discovered the target locked by the primordial profound demon python, their expressions became very exciting. It turned out to be slaughtering towards Lin Chen. Hey! The lunatic of this dark horse club is going to suffer. The counterattack of the holy beast is no trivial matter. Maybe it will kill him. I heard that he has a gas transport implant on his body. Be prepared for battle. As soon as he dies, we will give him his gas transport implant. Immediately. Robbed. The geniuses are gloating at the misfortune, and many people are staring at Lin Chen eagerly, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. Someone Lin shouted loudly with a look of grief and indignation. It seems that God is also jealous of my handsomeness. No matter, I will fight. Boom. Lin Chen exerted all his strength to urge the edge of Yu Tian, holding the second-rank holy spear Yu Huang, and stabbed a Gingjin Changhong with all his strength. Bang! The airwave exploded, rolling up the strong wind that overturned everything, and the earth's veins split open with giant python-like cracks, cracking one after another. All the talent is ready to go. Always be ready to shoot. When the wolf smoke spreads and slowly dissipated, the geniuses were preparing to take action, their eyes covered with war energy, and when they spied on the situation in the smoke, their mouths were slightly opened, and they were stunned in place. That ancient mysterious demon python actually died? Died. It's the point where the weak point of the head collided with Lin Chen's spear tip. The ancient mysterious demon python died in Lin Chen's hands, and a large number of qi and blood attribute light balls rolled out. The attribute light balls that a holy beast occasionally drops and the attribute light balls dropped after death are completely different in quantity and quality. And this sacred beast died in the hands of others and died in the hands of Lin Chen, and the attribute light ball dropped was far different. This is equivalent to Lin Chen slaughtering this big guy himself. This is the real battle Emperor Tu Shun. There are no restrictions, there are so many attribute light balls. However, when more than 100 super geniuses and dozens of old antiques were stunned, it wasn't over yet. Boom. 2 more sacred beasts on the verge of death attacked Lin Chen. The situation was exactly the same as that of the primordial mysterious demon python. The rushing weather that broke out before they died was so shocked that no one stopped them, so they directly slaughtered Lin Chen. Lin Chen and True Virtuous Handsome shot and slashed, and the envoy's sword Fury up the sky and Yutian, charged with energy, penetrated runes, and had the talent of splitting shadows in an instant. Boom. 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 The 2 holy beasts collided with the tip of the spear and the blade of the sword again, or the weak point was broken, or the major wound was broken. Fall. On the spot. Another slaughter. The talent of King's Landing has accumulated energy value, 300 million points, 400 million points. Hey! What happened? Numerous geniuses gasped fiercely, the old antiques stood upside down and their scalps were numb. Weird. So weird. They have never seen such a bizarre scene. The clone Zendexiu is well versed in the road, and skillfully rushes to the position of the fierce beast core of each holy beast. The Jueying flying knife in his hand slashed and slashed out, and in less than half a breath, the flesh and blood of the holy beast was torn apart, and the core of the fierce beast was taken out. A wave of unresolved waves rises again and again. It seems that as long as there is a dark horse club, everything in the world will become extremely unreasonable. Everyone present witnessed an unforgettable and extremely outrageous scene. Boom. Boom. Earth shakes, space shakes. The airflow collapsed and disintegrated, and bursts of sound exploded. 3, 5, 7, 10. In the end, it was countless. Everyone was covered by the huge body of the holy beast, and the completely uncountable holy beast all rushed towards Lin Chen. These holy beasts are all on the verge of death. Brush. Brush. The orange light sword that slashed horizontally and slashed again and again flashed, and the light of Dingjin was like a golden streamer in the dark night, flashing vertically again and again. Boom. 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 The earth shook, and all the seriously injured holy beasts began to fall to the ground and died, crushing the ley lines, shattering the foundation, and the corpses of the holy beasts piled up like mountains. Lin Chen's dragon sovereign is like a thriving, and a dragon flying alone, constantly collecting massive qi and blood attribute light balls and a lot of orange crystal treasure chests. That's right, it's really massive. This is the first time Lin Chen has seen the blood-red light spheres flying all over the sky, like a blood-red ocean, all of which are composed of high-level qi and blood light spheres. All geniuses are stunned. If all the holy beasts are seriously injured, they will go to Lin Chen's reverse slaughter and let him slaughter. Anyone who dares to stop them will suffer the wrath of the holy beasts who are dying to fight back, and they will be maimed even if they don't die. Lin Chen and Zenda Shui are like incarnations of hell executioners, mercilessly beheading these holy beasts that collide over and over again. Looking at the corpses of the holy beasts that were piled up like a mountain and collapsed in various directions, the geniuses all trembled in their hearts, and they were all stunned. These holy beasts are completely committing suicide. It's as if he had to die in the hands of the people in the Dark Horse Clubhouse. Anyone who dared to stop them would be injured or even killed by the holy beast in minutes. This scene is so weird. Weird beyond words. The Emperor of War in the Dark Horse Clubhouse, killing holy beasts is like killing chickens. Before everyone could fully react, the flying knife in Zendexiu's hand swayed like a precise and elegant butterfly, flashing by, the flesh and blood split, and the core of the beast fell and sucked away. The geniuses are stunned. Skilled. So skilled. The way Zendexio harvests the core of the beast is like a flower thief jumping over a wall, like a duck king undressing a man's clothes. So fucking skilled. Why are you so skilled? Obviously we came first. In the end, 37 holy beasts fell in a pool of blood. Lin Chen sighed deeply, stood on the holy beast corpse mountain, and blamed deeply. You said that you have lived for so many years with all the holy beasts, why? Are you still touching porcelain? I don't know if someone, Lin, is most afraid of touching porcelain? If there is an afterlife, remember to be a good beast. And don't touch porcelain. I'm very annoying, killing you gang of China. Touches makes my hands go numb, I'm really tired. Don't come to me for such boring things in the future. Silence. Eerie silence. Who would have thought that one day, they would meet a young war emperor and say in front of them, kill the holy beast and kill it softly? After a while, I don't know which of my dear friends squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Is this still human? Lin Chen, touching porcelain is such a thing, a good boy, don't learn it. The dragon body of the dragon emperor swept across the void, and wherever it passed, it could be said to have its own magnet effect, attracting all the attribute light balls. Get 130,000 advanced chi and blood, 100,000 advanced chi and blood, 190,000 advanced chi and blood, 90,000 advanced chi and blood, 110,000 advanced chi and blood, 150,000 advanced chi and blood. Open 31 orange crystal treasure chests and get 3,500 intermediate talent points, 1,000 intermediate Tian Dao points, 2 million enhancement points, 1,500 advanced mental strength, and 2,850 advanced rune energy. In the past, the high-level attribute light spheres obtained by Lin Chen were at most thousands, and the most were thousands of them when the group of saints fell in the ancient battlefield. However, the fall of the saints was not caused by Lin Chen after all, and the attribute light balls that fell were also limited. But this time all the genuine holy beasts died in Lin Chen's hands, and it is estimated that there were more than 100,000 attribute light balls dropped. The attribute value is extremely fast, and its soaring speed is so fast that the three avatars that are integrating the mind and training memory have to take into account the absorption of a large amount of qi and blood energy. And Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor is refining qi and blood like a sea of anger. And the energy of qi and blood is like a burning angry dragon, shuttled through its dragon veins again and again, impacting the 10 millionth dragon vein. That dragon vein is constantly emitting the agitation and vibration of rumbling long, like a landslide, and the ground is cracking, and the momentum, like the disintegration of the earth vein, is shaking violently. Constantly. Glowing blue-gold light. Brush. A vortex appeared, and the refining efficiency of the Dragon Emperor was increased by dozens or hundreds of times. The agitation of the 10 millionth dragon vein is getting more and more intense. If it weren't for this magical power of devouring all phenomena, the Dragon Emperor would have really exploded this time. Lin Chen accepted the 37 8th Order Ferocious Beast cores with peace of mind. Although these ferocious beast cores were contaminated with demonic energy, they were no longer usable from an ordinary point of view, but Lin Chen's demonic seal could easily absorb the demonic energy inside, bring it back to its essence. This time, with 37 Tier 8 Fierce Beast cores and this massive amount of high-level qi and blood, not to mention whether Lin Chen can hit the holy body refinement realm, at least his dragon sovereign is promoted to become a holy dragon, which is already a nail. Nail the facts. Geniuses are not idle people, and someone came back to their senses in a moment. They recalled that during the previous battle, the people from the Dark Horse Club broke into the battle circle, tried their best to get close to the holy beast, and formed a seal around them. Could it be that? First of all, no matter how stupid the holy beast is, it won't commit suicide. Right? If you commit suicide, why choose Lin Chen? Why did the people in the Dark Horse Club try their best to get close to the holy beast, but they only formed seals and did not fight? More and more geniuses are beginning to realize that there must be a problem. There must be a problem. Zhao Tianquan, who was beaten like a pig's head, the more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt. There was a smell of urine under his crotch. In the end, he was furious and roared with rage. Grass. What the hell do I say, you kid has suddenly changed sex, and he specially helped me to attract the ancient golden eagles to the two holy beasts. The feeling is that your kid is making fun of you. Am I picking you up, Lin Chen? Zhao Tianquan woke up all the geniuses. Many geniuses looked at Lin, who looked harmless to humans and animals, and smiled brightly, thinking about it with fear. No wonder he helped Zhao Tianquan just now, his feelings are to make him die faster. The showman, definitely the showman. He acted so much just now. This guy is a good guy? What a shit. This kid is an idiot. Insidious, too insidious. This young master was completely deceived by him. Grass. We've been tricked, this kid uses us as gunmen. This kid is only in his early 20s? Isn't this Nima a 200,000-year-old old monster? It's so dark. Angry. More than 5,000 geniuses, more than 2,000 old antiques, all of them are angry. If it is a normal holy beast, the strength of its flesh shell beast body, even if it is beaten by the Black Horse Club, it will take a long time to kill it? Why did he wait until he was on the verge of death, before suddenly rushing towards Lin Chen? Obviously, this Lin Chen is completely treating everyone present as a gunner. Everyone was fooled by him. He was completely reduced to his working boy. In front of everyone's eyes, someone Lin said in a serious manner, without blushing or beating. Everyone, you really can't blame me for this, right? You can all see that. These holy beasts are clearly coming to touch me. My people are just self-defense, so you can't really blame me. Fuck your motherfucker. The true virtue show beside you is so skilled at harvesting the core of the Eighth order, vicious beast, like a 10,000-year-old thief who sneaks into the boudoir of a beautiful woman and takes off his clothes and pants. You call this self-defense? Hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone was so angry that their teeth were almost crushed. Luo Yaoer on the side suddenly said, I'm really puzzled, how did you survive so far without being beaten to death? Lin Chen, maybe, it's because he's handsome. Boom. The 9 top 5,000 super geniuses suddenly burst into flames, turning their attacks and aiming at Lin Chen. Pa! Lin Chen's eyes were quick, and he snapped his fingers first. The host activates the blue-level intermediate Nirvana, 1000 Flame Storm. Sky Meteor Sandstorm, Jinhuyu, each Nirvana, applicable target, 3, start. Locking on the target and bombarding. Sigh. Boom. Intense fire cloud tornadoes, golden clouds, yellow clouds of sand and dust suddenly exploded from the top of the 9 people's heads, and a hurricane of flames rolled down from their heads. People suddenly shouted. What is this? Something's wrong, these things can't escape, hurry up and defend. The gun hit the first bird, and the 9 geniuses hurriedly used life-saving means to defend, and the momentum of the Nirvana spread out for a while, shocking everyone, and they all retreated to the side. The blue-level intermediate Nirvana is suitable for saints who have opened 1 to 3 holy caves, and the power is enough to force these super geniuses to use everything to defend. It's such a strong energy attack that it can't be avoided. This, what kind of unique skill is this? I remembered, it is said that this Lin Chen was chased by more than a dozen holy realms, and he was able to escape smoothly. It is said that he used a very strange attack and could not be avoided. Yes, isn't this a rumor? It's actually true? Many geniuses are frightened, this attack is comparable to the Holy Land. Attack, can't dodge? Isn't this a foul? Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a joking smile, who else wants to come up? I, Lin, have no advantages, except for being handsome. And having some specialties, that is, self-defense is very strong. Stop bluffing, I don't believe that you can play this kind of attack a few times. There are also fierce and ruthless geniuses who don't eat Lin Chen's set, and take out more than a dozen old antiques, as if they surrounded Lin Chen from the side, and swarmed up. There are 18 super geniuses, and 17 old war emperors again, Lin Chen snapped his fingers again, and the remaining 8 blue-level intermediate nirvanas, and 6 blue-level advanced nirvanas were all released. Boom. In an instant, the situation changed, and the energy poured out. The power of Zunti and Heidi's nirvana shrouded all those who rushed up. When many geniuses saw the power of the blue-level advanced nirvana, their expressions changed. He even hides a stronger backhand? He even has the means to threaten the second layer of the Holy Land. When the second wave of geniuses were smashed to death by their nirvana, the shrill screams brought everyone back to their senses from their anger. Come on. Let me see which warrior is not afraid of death. Lin Chen shouted loudly, his attitude was extremely arrogant. Lin Chen seems to be arrogant, but in fact he silently said, don't have any more reckless men, Grandma, if I rush out of a group, I will only have 2 blue-level advanced nirvanas left. Looking at the audience, Lin Chen's strength is very strong, there is no doubt about it, but no matter how strong his strength is, he can't withstand everyone's siege. Lin Chen must shock them with the strongest means. Lin Chen's preemptive strike really shocked thousands of people. But his eyes were still fixed on Yan Wuxia and other geniuses. The top 5,000 super geniuses have the means to save their lives to parry attacks from the Holy Land, but they have not yet reached the level of challenging saints. What Lin Chen really needs to be on guard against is Yan Wuxia and Fei Anqing. Monster-level geniuses ranked 2000 on the genius list. These geniuses are the real monsters. It is said to be comparable to the evildoer at the end of the evildoer list thousands of years ago, and its strength is terrifying, and it can really fight against saints. From Lin Chen's perception alone, there should be nearly 100 people present in this kind of monster-level genius. It cannot be ruled out that there are still hidden ones. Once they are besieged by them, Lin Chen will definitely play his trump card. The handsome Yan Wuxia whistled, "Hey, this kid has played all of us." Fei Anqing glanced at him. "Why, are you going to go up and be him?" Yan Wuxia smiled, "I'm not interested. The key is to see if Miss Qingqing is interested. She is the strongest character in our field." Fei Anqing frowned, and seemed to be very concerned about this strongest. And he turned his attention to Jian Qingqing, who had an indifferent face. Jian Qingqing is slender, with a slender waist and a full grip, wearing a bright red robe, with a 3-foot green front. His face is alluring, and his face is indifferent. This person does have a lot of skills, but if it wasn't for him, those holy beasts would fight back, and we would have to die here. From the overall point of view, he saved some weak people who should not have entered the tomb. Life. After speaking, Jian Qingqing glanced at the people in a certain area, and everyone who was swept by her eyes had a fear of being held by Jianfeng around their necks from the bottom of their hearts. A pretty and cute junior sister next to Yan Wuxia asked curiously, "Senior brother, is this Jian Qingqing really as powerful as you said? In the round ranking, she can't even make it into the top 5,000. Yan Wuxia was amazed. Not only is she powerful, she is simply perverted. She is an invincible monster of her peers in the sword domain. The last time she drew her sword, Sun Moon Emperor, who was ranked 1310th in the genius list, even took her second sword. If you don't come down, you will lose. If that battle was a life and death battle, her ranking would have changed long ago." "Yeah. It's so powerful." Little junior sister was surprised. Yan Wuxia's eyes suddenly flashed a bit of light. The world is so unreasonable, the same as the 5 tribulations battle sovereign cultivation. Base, the top 40,000 geniuses on the genius list can easily crush ordinary battle sovereigns of the same level. 10,000 geniuses are terrifyingly strong, and no one can cross that line. It wasn't until the top 2,000 geniuses on the list that the ancient geniuses who could play against the saints emerged, and the top 1,000 geniuses have all been sanctified. But Brother Wei tells you, even these characters may not be able to overwhelm Jian Qingqing. After he finished speaking, his handsome face had a bit of fear left, and he said word by word, "As far as I know, this sword allure has long been able to achieve sanctification on the spot. Her accumulation has long been able to advance to the holy realm. But she, after accumulating the final tempering of the soul, I want to pursue the ultimate swordsmanship and become a perfect sanctification. Once the sword is drawn, it will move the clouds in 10 directions, and a sword can destroy the mountains and seas." "So scary?" The little sister was horrified. For mortals to be sanctified, how rare is the opportunity that cannot be sought, and if one encounters it, it will change one's life against the sky. This sword is alluring. How can he choose the moment of his sanctification? As strong as the top 10,000 geniuses on the genius list, they have strong accumulation, but it does not mean that sanctification can lead to sanctification. Only the top 2,000 geniuses on the genius list are the ones who can hit the holy realm at any time and have a high probability, but they are still sharpening their minds and pursuing the perfect state when they are promoted to the holy realm. Sigh. 7 more super geniuses fell under the nirvana, and Zendexio collected their attribute light balls and Neji with ease. Because when they were fighting the holy beasts, they also spent a lot of time to save their lives. After being bombarded by Lin Chen's nirvana, they finally couldn't stand it and fell on the spot. Seeing this scene, the corners of the genius's mouths twitched slightly, and no one dared to shout again. At this moment, a majestic and solemn voice sounded again. Little guys, you did a good job. It seems that there was an accident in this time, ha ha ha, but it's innocuous. This king likes accidents. The more of you can exceed this king's expectations, the happier this king will be. After accepting the reward next, go to the second level. As soon as the voice of the holy King Haoyan fell, a stream of light fell from the sky. This overwhelming raindrop-like streamer looks beautiful, shining purple and red. All the geniuses took a closer look. These raindrops are all the size of longan and lychees. The whole body is exquisite, and the brilliance flows, and they are all holy elixir. Lin Chen sucked in the air slightly. He robbed the 9-color rainbow bridge by himself, and the finished holy pills he obtained were no more than 50 pieces. There are not only a few thousand here, but more than 10,000 holy pills. The lowest first-grade healing holy pills start out with tens of millions of silver holy dollars. Because the difficulty of refining and the required materials are too difficult and too high. Even ordinary saints can't afford holy pills, and this shot is over 10,000? This is simply astronomical. The background of the Holy King is simply against the sky. Ordinary people can't imagine it at all. It's terrible. Everyone who clears the customs will get 1 holy pill, and those who perform well will get 2. Well, these holy pills are all allocated. Don't try to snatch other people's holy pills, otherwise this king will personally kill the offenders. Holy King Haoyan said indifferently. The audience shouted, "Long live the Holy King." And Lin Chen actually got 6 first-grade holy pills and 1 second-grade holy pill. The holy pills are divided into 9 grades, and the second-grade holy pills are worth several times or even higher than the first-grade holy pills. Even with Lin Chen's current level of refining medicine, the probability of refining a second-grade holy pill will not exceed 20%. The moment Lin Chen got the holy pill, his face was stunned. There are also problems with these holy pills. The core of the holy pill actually has a trace of demonic will? Luo Yaoer suddenly said, it seems that his ambition is not dead. In these holy pills, the power of his belief was planted by means of the demon race. After taking it, it may not be displayed immediately, but as long as he has a thought, those who take the medicine pill will immediately become his followers, and even if they die, they will not blink an eye. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. No wonder he is so willing. This holy king is playing a big game. At this time, the voice of the holy King Haoyan sounded again. Next is the second round of assessment. You can choose to leave, or you can choose to move on. Next is the life and death reincarnation competition, and the life and death reincarnation competition will be held. There are only 500 qualifying places in the third round. Once you participate, you will have your own victory or defeat. Decide. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many geniuses changed slightly. The second hurdle is actually a decision of life and death. Only 500 places? However, Lin Chen's face was even uglier than all geniuses. A chill and horror rose from Lin Chen's heart. He thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Those who want to participate in the reincarnation of life and death tournament send the fighting spirit into the jade card. Those who want to withdraw from it can go directly to the space vortex of the tomb. The Holy King Haoyan was chatting and laughing. A silver-white space vortex rose up in the tomb, and a space gap of dozens of meters extended out of the space channel. At the same time, dense green jade cards fell from the sky, and the right to choose was handed over to everyone. The chance of the Holy King is only once in my life, and I dare not even fight for my life, then I don't have to mess around. I, Yeaolv, have come out of the endless wilderness, and there are countless powerhouses who have beheaded. How can I miss this time, the inheritance of the Holy King should have my share. Many arrogant super geniuses chose the life and death reincarnation competition, sending a ray of fighting spirit into the jade card, and the radiance was great. There are also some old antiques who choose to leave safely. This time they entered the holy burial mountains. Some grabbed the torso of the holy corpse, some grabbed part of the holy treasure. This time they also got the holy pill, or they were not confident in their own combat power, but their gains were enough. There are not a few super geniuses who choose to leave. When fighting against the holy beast, everyone has used a lot of life-saving means. If they continue to fight, they will only become a stepping stone for others. Some old monsters also did not intend to let go of the opportunity of the Holy King, and resolutely chose to participate in the war. For a time, there were only more than 3,000 people left in the tomb, and there were still more than 300 people who had not made a decision. When everyone made a choice, only Lin Chen suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Luo Yaoer. He asked word by word, "If you want to do it, can you control me too?" Luo Yaoer's face was hidden in the cloak, and Lin Chen couldn't see her expression. Lin Chen can use the magic seal and hand tricks that Luo Yaoer left him to control those holy beasts, contaminated with magic energy. What about Lin Chen himself, who holds the magic seal? This magic seal was given to him by Luo Yaoer, and he actually has no absolute control over it. What if Luo Yaoer controlled herself like she controlled a holy beast? The magic eye in Kyushu, the swallowing mirror of Rainbow Island, the magic seal that absorbed so much magic energy, can he really suppress it? Lin Chen took a deep breath. So far, have you been thinking about taking me away? Luo Yaoer said indifferently, "My goal is very simple. If I can't take it away, I will destroy it. I will pull out any seeds that may threaten my demon race." After the conversation changed, Luo Yaoer's tone suddenly became a little soft. "There is another option. You take the initiative to follow me, since you don't care about the grievances in this world. Why don't you come with me? If you can come to the demon clan, I will give it to you. You have enough status and opportunities to make you my right-hand man, whether it is the 9-layer Holy Land, the 9-turned Saint, or the Holy King, you will have the opportunity to set foot there." Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Then come and unplug me now. I won't follow anyone." Luo Yaoer was silent, and the two stopped talking for a while. But Lin Chen and his avatars, Zenda Shui and Zendexiu, also chose to participate in the war. A total of 3,700 people chose to participate in the war. Among them, there are more than 3,000 people who are geniuses on the genius list. Everyone's hearts are either uneasy, or excited. This reincarnation of life and death will definitely be a big event that will cause a sensation on the talent list, and it will leave a strong legacy in the history of the Holy Realm. These 3,000 geniuses are all super geniuses from 1001 to 10,000 on the genius list, and every one of them is also from a 5th grade sect. In the end, only 500 of these geniuses will remain, and more than 2,000 have fallen. In the records of ancient books in the 36 domains, there are only a few major events where similar situations have occurred. There is no doubt that this inheritance of the Holy King will become a turning point in history. Some bold people chose to stay and witness history, neither leaving nor participating in the competition. It was rare that the Holy King Haoyan seemed to turn a blind eye to these people. Very good, the ones who stay are the elites. Let's start next. The last 500 people will receive extremely generous rewards. The voice of the Holy King Haoyan laughed loudly. Brush. Boom. At this time, within the devastated mountain range, it burst from the ground, and the dragon platforms like giant islands rose into the sky. There are 300 dragon terraces, and the momentum is magnificent. With its own space enchantment, it has a very wide range, and it is more than enough to fight a saint. Your Jade card has a new number randomly, and you will go to the stage according to the number. If there is an odd number, a buy will be randomly generated, and those who get a buy can automatically advance to the next round. This battle of life and death depends on your ability, and everything for you all means can be used. As long as you can survive, you will do whatever you want. This king looks forward to more unexpected appearances among you, ha ha ha. When Saint King Haoyan's laughter fell, a ray of light appeared on the jade plaque in Lin Chen and his clone. His number is 1459. Zenda Shui is number 1299. Zendexiu is number 1088. The geniuses or veteran powerhouses who received the numbers burst into battle and began to take the stage. It seems that the clones and I are the last or penultimate batch to go up, and we can prepare for another wave of time. Lin Chen found a place on the top of the mountain and sat down with his knees crossed. At this time, Luo Yaoer on the other side had already started to practice cultivation. Her injuries had recovered by about 30%, her strength had barely recovered, and she could move freely. Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor, 5. Tribulations Peak, Advanced Essence, 34.55 million points. Ultimate Strength, 99.99 million. Dragon Power, half body transformed into the Holy Body, Advanced Blood, 98.16 million points. Advanced Spiritual Attribute Value, 19,455 points, half step into the Holy. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 8,977 points. Advanced Rune Energy, 26,851 points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 19,660 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 31,889 points. Blank Attributes, 6.9 million points. Reinforcement Points, 18.74 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 12004 points, Earth 11150 points, Wood 10200 points, Gold 10366 points, Water 10488 points, Thunder 10100 points, Wind 10410 points, Light 69666 points, Dark 7880 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive talent bar, green rank, double cultivation acacia, purple rank. Assault, purple rank, terror, quasi-orange rank, super chaos, orange rank. Extreme God possession fragment, February 4th. Active talent bar, purple rank, omen of stealing, purple rank, deadly. Bloodthirsty, purple rank, ultradimensional teleportation, purple rank. Ultimate moment, purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank, king of the world, quasi-orange rank, desperate life and death, orange rank. Instantaneous light fragmentation, orange rank 1 time, rebel, 1/2. Fragment. Nirvana column, open or not, characteristic rune column, open or not. Talent combo, whether it is turned on. Lin Chen's cultivation is not much different from that of most super geniuses. When he first refined the Luanguang different crystal, his strength was about 4,000 on the genius list, and his clone could rival the top 5,000 geniuses. Now that all the element attribute values and cultivation bases have been improved, Lin Chen tried to wrestle with the super genius ranked 3,000. But what's more important is Lin Chen's flesh shell body. His high-level qi and blood have soared by 90 million points because of the massacre of holy beasts. More than 10 times more than before. This attribute value made his flesh shell body undergo amazing changes. Inside Lin Chen's upper body, there is a faint sound of dragon and tiger roaring in his internal organs, as if a few ancient giant beasts were sealed in his body. And the flesh and blood of the upper body is even more like a mountain and sea prison. Every time the blood is stirred up, it is like a raging wave in the vast ocean. Every bone is shining with the ultimate golden light, and when the body moves, it is like a world shaking and tumbling. For example, when Lin Chen looked at his body inwardly, he even had a sense of seeing a small world up close. It is also 99.99 million dragon power. My current pure power lethality is 10 times that of when I first entered the Holy Burial Mountain range. If my whole body is transformed into this state, I am afraid that it is the real holy body. Refining, turning into a holy body. At that time, the lethality brought by the complete Eucharist will not only be 10 times higher than it is now, at least dozens of times or even 100 times. Lin Chen was excited. In fact, the high-level qi and blood obtained by personally killing 37 holy beasts was far more than 90 million points. Most of Lin Chen's high-level qi and blood were sent to the Dragon Emperor. If the Dragon Emperor absorbs the qi and blood attribute value, it will not be displayed in Lin Chen's advanced qi and blood column. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to be sanctified in the flesh, but the situation at the time did not allow it, and there was no time for him to break through to the realm of the holy body. His 3 avatars mainly integrate the cultivation memory of Tai Fu Tian, Ju, and Zendexiu and Zendashui need to participate in the battle all the time. In this case, he was alone and flawlessly refining a huge amount of high-level qi and blood, and other geniuses would not give him this opportunity, only to give it to the Dragon Emperor. However, Lin Chen still has his back. The sanctification of the flesh is no longer far away from me. Lin Chen took out an 8th order young pill, and the blood of the pill burned like a fiery little sun in his hand. Lin Chen made a seal with both hands, placed this young pill in the center of the handprint, and began to incorporate this young pill into his body with the mysterious handprint. This is the top-grade young pill blood flame sacred dragon pill obtained by Lin Chen from Rainbow Island. This young pill is already very close to the category of the first-grade holy pill. Lin Chen is still not sure whether he can absorb the real holy pill. So young. Dan is the best choice. The blood flame holy dragon young pill was transformed into a stream of light and merged into his dantian under Lin Chen's pill nurturing technique. Lin Chen integrated this medicinal pill into his body with the pill education method of pill Saint Yunqiang. At that time, his flesh and blood will be fused with this pill, and the pill will be nourished by the body. When the pill becomes holy, it will be the day when Lin Chen's flesh is sanctified. Lin Chen concentrated on integrating the young pill into his dantian, and the two avatars protected him. The south side of the Holy Burial Mountain, the southern direction. The Holy Burial Mountain range is the junction of the Yen domain, yellow domain, and southern domain, so there are not a few strong people who pay attention to the condition of the mountains this time. Several little guys have fallen. It seems that the chance of the Holy King is not so simple. In the void, a group of white-robed old men of idle clouds and wild cranes stood above the clouds, and one of them said with a smile, "Hee, it doesn't matter, what we couldn't accomplish back then, let our young disciples do it. They are now chasing after the unsanctified evildoers." Brush. Another group of streamers flashed across the void, and a group of powerful auras emerged from the void, actually standing with the group of saints who were chasing Luo Yaoer. One of the men in golden armor, who was not angry and proud, said solemnly, "Well, we return to the headquarters to confirm that the woman is at least 7 points similar to the person back then. Even if it is not, it has a great relationship." As soon as these words came out, the group of saints' faces were particularly solemn. 7 points alike. They are unforgettable. Back then, in the battle of the holy prison, how terrifying the world-shattering elegance of that devil woman was. One person and one knife, killing the strong men of the holy world and the heavens, was terrified, and the group of saints fell. Those of them who are responsible for preventing the escape of the criminals from the holy prison can deeply feel her power from far away. Even if the gods took action in the end, they only inflicted heavy damage on her, but did not leave her behind. That is the only stain on the human race in the history of the creation of the holy prison. Whether she is her or not, it doesn't matter, we would rather kill the wrong one this time. If those little guys can't catch her out, we will enter the vicinity of the cemetery of the Holy King even if we take the risk. The golden armor man's eyes froze. The group of saints have a solemn expression, the tragedy of that year cannot be repeated again. At this moment, the saints gathered on the south side of the Holy Burial Mountains have exceeded the scale of the heavenly ranking conference. It is related to the inheritance of the Holy King, and many saints have participated in it. This is only from the southern region, and the saints of Yanyu and Huangyu have not been included. Lord Fuxing said in amazement, "This is the Holy Burial Mountain Range, is it the largest mountain range other than the barbarian territory and other areas?" Beside him are 2 elders of the holy nation, and 2 beautiful people with worried faces, Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan. It is rumored that there was a holy king who fought the demons here and fell, and was admired by future generations. Yu Duxing brought his granddaughter Sun Yuer to tell the origin and story of this mountain range. The patriarch of the Heavenly Ghost Palace said with a smile, "Hee, your Excellency poisoned saint, history is never credible. The real history is often only in the hands of a few people." "Grandpa, why did you say this?" Mo Qing asked for advice. In the eyes of the patriarch, there was a bright light of wisdom, and he said, with a profound meaning, "Whether this holy king fought fiercely with the demons, we have nowhere to know, but according to the rare records of our Heavenly Ghost Palace, there was a holy man in the human race back then. Wang. You are very close to the demons, and the relationship is very ambiguous. The faces of the king and others changed slightly. Stop talking about this topic. I don't know, what's going on with the handsome young masters? This time. Their opponents are the top 10,000 geniuses on the talent list. Sun Yuer folded her hands and looked like she was praying. Yu Qingli suddenly smiled and said, Sister Yuer, you seem to be very nervous about him? Sun Yuer waved her hand in a hurry. No, it's just that the handsome young master really helped me a lot on Rainbow Island. The girl's careful thinking, everyone present can see through it but not say it. Yu Yulan held Sun Yuer and smiled softly. Sister Yuer, I understand your feelings, don't worry, the handsome young masters are all witty and clever, and they will be safe and sound. You poisoned saint, her old man sighed softly. Her granddaughter came from a special background, and she was very worried. Originally, she was worried that her granddaughter would not be able to find the person she liked, but now she has found her. But this little guy is the son-in-law of the Holy Kingdom. Yuer, the little guy you liked, but even the old man can't move, it's too good. You poisoned Sacred Heart sighed. Boom. There was a loud bang on the south side of the mountain. At this time, the elder of Wang Qingdian, who was sitting on the green bull, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone came out. As soon as the words fell, a stream of light-like figures shuttled across and swiftly evacuated from the mountain range. Some returned to their own sect. Elders, beside the aristocratic elders, or belonged to their own forces. Ning Qingxian narrowed her beautiful eyes, trying to find Lin Chen and others among the first group of people who left the Holy Burial Mountain range. But haven't found out for a long time. This elder dared to ask what's going on inside? Lord Fuxing politely asked the two ancient war emperors in the distance through voice transmission, and the two of them said casually when they saw that Lord Fuxing had a good attitude. The inheritance of the Holy King was born, but the assessment of the first level is extremely terrifying. To slaughter holy beasts, I will ask myself if I don't have the strength to continue to break through. The ones who quit are the first ones to leave voluntarily. Another person said, speaking of it, it was because of the Dark Horse Club that 3 people named Lin Chen, Zenda Shui, and Zendexiu killed a lot of holy beasts. The 2 old antiques briefly explained the situation inside, and everyone's expressions changed suddenly. Not only the Lord Fuxing and others, but also the leaders of the various forces gathered here. Everyone's faces are very wonderful. Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club blasted away all the remains of saints. Alone? The people from the Dark Horse Club have even faced off against monster-level geniuses such as Yan Wuxia and Fei Onqing? Are you sure you read it right? The people from the Dark Horse Club beheaded 37 holy beasts? Aren't these boys fighting emperors? Battle Emperor Tusheng? Absurd. This is simply ridiculous. Many saints were shocked and dizzy, their faces were full of disbelief, and their mouths were open enough to put eggs. Are these young people in the Dark Horse Club going to turn the world upside down? What happened in the Holy Burial Mountain range is outrageous. One by one, Battle Emperor Tu Shengdu came out? Or kill 37 holy beasts in a row? The most important thing for the saints in the southern region is that everyone's answer is the same. Yu Qingli and the other 3 girls are both happy and worried. This Dark Horse Club is too crazy. Wherever I have passed, everything I have experienced can be described as earth-shattering and weeping like ghosts and gods. Ning Qingshuan's elegant and refined beauty raised a bitter smile. You always exceed everyone's expectations. Am I going to miss you again this time? Burial mountains, inside the tomb. This method of cultivating pills is really wonderful. Senior Yunqiong pill. Saint can create this kind of stunt, and he was at least a 4th-rank holy pharmacist during his lifetime, or even higher. Lin Chen opened his eyes suddenly. He was amazed. The blood flame holy dragon pill has been completely integrated by him, and the body nourishes the pill. Lin Chen looked around. After the first round of screening, after 2 days and 2 nights of life and death battle, there were still more than 1,500 people left. It's a terrible battle. The items of the deceased and the ring will be deprived by the victor, and the victor's gains are also not small. What's more, some old antiques encounter top super geniuses, and there are not a few people who directly perish in the end. The 2 avatars, Zendexiu and Zendeshui, encountered an old antique and a super genius, respectively. Fortunately, their strength and movement were suppressed, and they passed the first round safely. Then, Lin Chen's jade card lit up, and it was his turn to go out. He jumped up and fell into the stage, attracting the attention of many people. It's finally this kid's turn. He has so many trump cards. I don't know who his opponent is. It is estimated that only the top 3,000 guys can cure him. The geniuses have solemn eyes, and most of them can't wait for Lin Chen to die quickly. This kid turned everyone into a gunman in the first level, and no one obeyed him. As if responding to everyone's expectations, a black wing slammed into layers of black lightning and swept to the dragon platform. Everyone looked at it closely, and their expressions changed slightly. It's actually Fei Anqing from the southern region? Ha 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 ha. That kid is dead. Fei Anqing's black robe is like a knight, patted the dust on his shoulders, and smiled casually. The people from the Dark Horse Club have long thought that they will meet you. You really made a lot of trouble on Rainbow Island in my southern region. Lin Chen raised his brows. In this life and death battle, can you still be so calm? Fei Anqing was indifferent and confident, because the one who survived will definitely be me. Tear. The one who responded to him was Lin Chen's 3 immortals. The 3 flying knives are like snowflakes, covering the 3 directions of Fei Anqing, and the people outside Long Tai didn't even react. The dark claws passed by. Fei Anqing wore pitch-black bone claws, and his 5 fingers grabbed Lin Chen's flying knife, shattering the knife light on the spot. The faces of the geniuses changed slightly. Lin Chen's absolute shadow flying knife was reaching its peak. Even the top 5,000 geniuses felt the fatal pressure. Fei Anqing actually shattered with 1 claw? After crushing the Juing flying knife, Fei Anqing grinned. The flying knives are good, but they are useless to me. Darkness covers the palm of the sky. Fei Anqing's palm shot a black circle of light. The whole body was dark, and he pushed him in the direction of Lin Chen. The black aperture released terrifying pressure, like thousands of mountains were suppressed. Lin Chen's body was involuntarily suppressed by the black aperture, unable to move. It's one of Fei Anqing's 3 unique skills, the heaven shading palm. A face-to-face is murderous. Fei Anqing is going to use all his strength to deal with him. The expressions of the geniuses were solemn. This palm was enough to instantly kill the Emperor of 5 tribulations. Under the saints, there were few people who could take it head-on. Boom! A gray-white talisman burst in the air. The pressure of the black aperture suddenly decreased, and the space was stagnant. Oh? Fei Onqing was surprised. Lin Chen's pressure dropped sharply, the holy phoenix wings flapped, and the dragon flashed like a tide, flashing behind Fei Onqing, swinging his spear, and slashing diagonally. The golden rainbow was unparalleled. OM. The instant light splitting was activated, the Yutian spear was divided into 5, and the golden light enveloped the arena. Fei Onqing's jet-black wings slapped back, and the blade as black as Ning Yuan flew out. The black blade exploded and the golden light shattered. The fuchsia and black wings fluttered at the same time, the two sides got close. Lin Chen held the secluded phoenix spear, hit his neck directly, and picked it out. Fei Onqing flipped his holy claws, swept away his angry grip, grabbed the tip of the spear and stabbed Lin Chen's face with his backhand. With one punch, he was completely beaten away. Boom! The fists and claws intersected, the dragon platform swayed, and the blasting air flow was like a chaotic hurricane. Fei Onqing looked at Lin Chen with astonished eyes. How could this kid take his own claw head-on with pure strength and defenseless fist? The meat shell is so strong that it is like an ancient beast. Fei Onqing put out another claw, wanting to tear Lin Chen into several pieces. His phoenix spear parried in the air, and when he blocked the claw, his right leg whipped out with a cross, and his Qijue strength was like a wild dragon, sweeping, repelling Fei Onqing. Fei Onqing was repelled, the stamina exploded, the claw edge tore out a dark light like a dragon and snake, and slaughtered Lin Chen with his teeth and claws. Sigh. The qi of Yutian Gengjin, flowing in Lin Chen's body, was crushed a lot. Lin Chen was shaken back, and the corners of his mouth bleed. Fei Onqing wiped the blood stains from his nose at will, and sneered, holding the battle gun of the second-rank holy artifact. I want to see how long your momentum can last. Oh? People from the Dark Horse Club have no merits, but they are more durable and like to be behind people. It seems that your excellency wants to have a good taste today. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. The clouds were light and the wind was light, and the two of them had enough confidence in themselves. Both sides stood still, the audience held their breath. Can't take my eyes off. This is simply a life and death duel between the top 2,000 monster-level geniuses, and the two are rivals. Brush. The two stepped on their movements and turned into two streams of light, one light and one dark. They collided and they fought together in an instant. The two fought from the sky to the edge of the arena, and every collision and confrontation was like a comet hitting the mainland, earth-shattering. Boom! The earth-shattering momentum permeated from the dragon platform, and the space enchantment on the dragon platform was constantly filled with energy. Ripples. This is the most intense and terrifying battle in many long time. Lin Chen's movement advantage was just partially restrained by Fei Onqing's full-bodied dark energy, and Fei Onqing's movement was also a must, making him unable to suppress Fei Onqing with his movement advantage. Lin Chen, who used the 8th layer transformation, is no less than a monster-level genius who has stayed in the 5 tribulations for hundreds of years. Although Lin Chen has the ultimate moment, Fei Onqing's talent is unique. He is born with a dark star without a phase, and he is a 5th-grade holy vein, making his dark combat skills several times stronger than those used by ordinary people. Many of Lin Chen's combat skills have the enhanced increase, and the meat shell is so strong that it is close to the holy body to be able to fight him head-on for so long. Tear. The sound of cracking brocade sounded, and Lin Chen's arm split blood. As Fei Onqing said, he used the 2nd-grade holy spear Yu Huang with the 5 Tribulations Battle Emperor, which was too reluctant. Brush. Lin Chen was still calm. He flashed his hands, exchanged a bow for a spear, held the Tianqing Yulei bow, and stepped away from Fei Anqing. Fei Anqing chased after the victory, looking like he was winning, and sneered. What's the matter, isn't it long-lasting? Are you going to withdraw after only 100 rounds? Lin Chen gave a wicked smile. Don't worry, it will make you enjoy it. Lin Chen raised his left hand, snapped his fingers, snap. Fei Anqing's consciousness suddenly sank, and the battle qi and blood in his body seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, and it suddenly became extremely chaotic, steaming like boiling water. What is this? What did this kid do to me? Why didn't I notice? Fei Anqing was shocked. Even his right leg and left arm had the illusion of not listening to his commands. Not only could he not be able to exert his strength, but his blood was so violent that his skin was flushed red, and it seemed like it was going to explode at any moment. The target triggers a total of 7 super chaos talents, all of which have been activated. Lin Chen laughed. He and Fei Anqing had been fighting for so long, just to trigger this super chaos state and give him a big gift. For a master of his level, triggering a super chaos will not affect the situation of the battle. It just so happens that this passive talent is special. After the trigger, the timing of activation can be determined by Lin Chen. Right now, enjoy being shot. Lin Chen laughed loudly, pulled his bow and stood up, the dragon-like light robbery energy condensed on Lin Chen's fingertips, condensed into 3 light arrows, and shot out suddenly. Suppress me. Fei Anqing's Tianling Gai rolled up the dark battle aura, to bathe his body, and the battle aura erupted, suppressing many chaotic places in his body. However, the faint feather rainbow arrow light floating in front of me has already approached. Dark night cloak. Fei Anqing waved his palm, and the dark curtain-like cloak rolled up to cover himself. Boom. The arrow shot on the cloak, causing an explosion but not hurting Fei Anqing. The 30% penetration power made his blood churn. Trigger a super chaos talent, the host can use it at any time. The moment the system light screen popped up, Fei Anqing stepped on the sole of his foot, and the dark battle energy centered on him surged out, forming a vortex, trying to attract Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed loudly, flapping the holy phoenix wings and continuously retreating. His eyes were fast, his hands were fast, he pulled his bow and shot at an extreme speed, and the arrows of light like the scattered flowers of the goddess shot towards Fei Anqing's back without exception. In an instant, it was replaced by Lin Chen, who suppressed Fei Anqing. Trigger passive talents, strike, super chaos. The system flashed on the screen, and Lin Chen was in a good mood. Haha. Cool. It's been a long time since I had such a cool shot. Seeing that Lin Chen's arrows shot at the Yubei area, behind Fei Anqing again and again, he was still smiling so happily, many male geniuses felt cold. Abnormal. Absolute pervert. Who the hell would shoot a man's ass when he was fighting? You're laughing so happily, it's just maddening. Damn, I never want to meet people from this dark horse club in my life. The enemies I have encountered are less than 1/10,000th of the perverted Lin Chen. The male geniuses felt a chill in their hearts. When they were fighting, they encountered an opponent who was staring at you. Is that something that people do? Fei Anqing's head suddenly burst into a storm of shadows, brewing a huge ultimate move. Consume 300 rune energy to activate the slow rune. Brush. A gray-white talisman fell from the sky, quelling the storm of dark air. Lin Chen charged his bow and shot, and the two runes were activated. Jiguang Pinyu. The arrow light with rainbow light feathers pierced through the heaven and the earth, and it was divided into 5 parts. Another orange-level combat skill? What is the origin of the Dark Horse Club? From Zendeshui swordsmanship. Zendexiu's swordsmanship and spear skills, all of them are orange level. Another orange level bow? There are 4 kinds of exercises in the Dark Horse Club. No, plus his sword technique of blasting the remains of the saint, there are 5 orange level techniques in total. My God! When did the orange level exercise become Chinese cabbage? The eyeballs of the super geniuses are about to fall. From the combat skills used by the Dark Horse Club, there are more than 5 orange level exercises. Brush. Bang. The shocking rainbow arrow that was divided into 5 shattered the dark storm. Above his head, Fei Anqing's throat was sweet, and the corners of his mouth bleed. No, I'm going to be consumed by that kid if I go on like this. My body keeps appearing in this weird state of chaos. He also has this trick of stagnant space, which can weaken my attack power, so I can't delay it any longer. Fei Anqing immediately swallowed a few pills, and the fighting spirit surged. And all the fighting spirit was transported to the dark elemental variant in the heart. Boom. Fei Anqing broke through the state of super chaos, and a pair of pitch black wings spread out, covering his body like a tide of darkness, stepping into the air. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Have you started to use the power of different crystals? However, some people with different crystals are not the only one. Fei Anqing was continuously triggered by Lin Chen's super chaotic state, which was endless, so he chose to fight with Lin Chen recklessly. When the power of different crystals was activated, Fei Anqing not only broke through the state of super chaos, but the dark battle aura continued to spread and rise, like endless darkness, covering the entire dragon terrace. Lin Chen's right arm overflowed with a white circle of light, and the fighting spirit was continuously injected into the wheel light variation crystal. Fei Anqing sneered. Your variant crystal is light, and mine is dark. Since ancient times, light and darkness have been opposed. It seems that one of you and me must die. This is the predestined arrangement of God. Fei Anqing's arm burst out with a monstrous dark energy, condensing on his cuffs and black claws, and the condition of his arm is not optimistic. Really, I think that the combination of light and darkness is the most suitable result. There is nothing inherently opposed in this world, it only depends on who is in control. This time, Lin Chen changed his sword and held it. The blade of the azure blue moon was infused with the fighting spirit of the round light and different crystals and the brilliance of water like flowing water. It was as bright as a mirror and as bright as a bright moon. Go to the end of hell to debate this issue, on you and weeping blood claws. Fei Anqing's eyes were filled with monstrous dark energy, and the fighting energy was condensed in his hands, and he slammed out with a single claw. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes flashed brightly, and his heart moved. Super chaos, activate. The violent fighting spirit in Fei Anqing's body suddenly collided in a chaotic manner, causing his meridians to burst a little. Damn, this strange state of chaos still exists in my body? Fei Anqing cursed in his heart. This bizarre scene was only noticed by monster-level geniuses ranked within 2,000. Jian Qingqing said indifferently, it seems that this Lin Chen still has a hand, and Fei Anqing may no longer be his opponent. This attack is ready. If he doesn't hit it, he will be the one who will attack. Fei Onqing himself. Only hard blast out. The surging dark battle aura danced like dark dragons, gushing out from the claws of Fei Onqing, and turned into huge black claws that grabbed away angrily. Even though the power was reduced by 30%, this blow still surpassed the boundaries of the Battle Emperor, reaching a blow comparable to that of a saint. There is no doubt that this is Fei Onqing's orange rank cultivation technique. The unique skills of pressing the bottom of the box, combined with the power of different crystals, can be said to be far beyond the field of the Emperor of War. Even the saint who opened a holy cave must face it seriously. Where the dark claw passed, the thunder was overwhelming, the space was distorted, and it was crushed to the head. Brush. Consume 500 points of advanced rune energy to activate level 6 slow rune. A gray-white rune stagnates the space and shatters in an instant. Lin Chen's slow rune can't stop Fei Onqing's attack. However, it weakened his dark abyss weeping blood claw by 10%. This is Lin Chen's intention. The one who died is you. Mirror Moon Edict. Lin Chen laughed arrogantly and continued to activate Extreme Return to Yuan. His hands suddenly slashed obliquely with the knife. The tip of the knife erupted with moonlight that was as bright as a bright moon and a pole star, turning into a speedy slashing light and opening the sky, only between the moonlights. The moonlight trembled, and the moonlight slashed into 5 parts, and the domineering slash on the dark claw. Tear. Boom. 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 The dark claws exploded all over the sky, overflowing with a faint light of water and moonlight and dark fighting spirit, and they continued to explode. A light and a dark energy storm enveloped Long Tai, but 2 moonlight slashes tore apart the energy storm, and swept to the direction of Fei Onqing with spare energy. What? Fei Onqing was startled, his figure retreated sharply, and the dark night cloak swung the layers of dark curtains to block Lin Chen's 2 slashes. Trigger tearing talent, tearing the enemy's defense. On the system's light screen, a faint moonlight flashed across the dark curtain, and suddenly hit Fei Onqing's chest. Sigh. Click. There was a cracking sound from the soft armor on his chest, and his holy armor actually cracked. The 30% penetration power penetrated through the body, and Fei Onqing spat out a large amount of dark red blood. It's not over yet. In Lin Chen's eyes, the evil spirit was exposed, and he pushed horizontally with one hand, but another slow rune suppressed it. This time, with a full 800 points of rune energy, the injured Fei Onqing was sealed with a slow fighting spirit, and his actions were temporarily slowed down. Lin Chen immediately changed his bow, and pulled the bow to shoot the arrows in the sky, constantly hitting Fei Onqing's body. Like the arrows of the violent storms bombarded again and again, Lin Chen's current pure power lethality far exceeds that of the past, and the power of the war arrows shot out is far more powerful than before. In addition, the power of the light robbery's war gas has skyrocketed, and he shoots hundreds of arrows in one breath. Feather. Activate the fatal bloodthirsty talent. Trigger passive talents, Tear, Strike. Trigger passive talent, Super Chaos. Bang. Fei Onqing didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was actually shot to pieces by Lin Chen. His whole body exploded, setting off a dark light and broken shadows all over the sky. The geniuses off the field were stunned. Lin Chen won? Shoot, it shot. Fei Onqing was shot by Lin Chen. It's too cruel. He actually used several attack-type holy weapons and orange-level combat skills in turn, but he didn't have a defensive holy weapon. Fei Anqing, the peerless genius of the Southern Territory, who is enough to fight against the saints and comparable to the end of the enchanting list. Thousands of years ago, ended up with such a bleak ending. Originally, Fei Anqing was able to last longer. He holds a variety of life-saving sacred weapons, and even if he loses his first ultimate move, he can still regain his strength. Because without the strength of a saint, it is impossible to easily take away the life of a genius like Fei Anqing. Under the premise of Lin Chen's many passive talents being triggered in turn, Fei Anqing's actions were blocked. He was in a state of chaos, and he had stimulated the power of different crystals, and his fighting spirit was severely depleted. The superposition of multiple factors caused his combat power to be greatly damaged. He was attacked like this by Lin Chen, and the holy armor he was wearing was also triggered by Lin Chen's tearing talent and shattered, so he had no chance to resist. Lin Chen's style of play is completely towards his weakness, taking advantage of his illness to pursue his attack. Play the most violent attack when he is weakest. Looking at the audience, Fei Anqing's strength is enough to rank in the top 50. If he doesn't meet Lin Chen or some of the geniuses who are also in the top 2000, he will definitely pass this level. This guy is really difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the new quasi-orange talent, I would have to spend more tricks to clean him up, maybe even hit Nirvana, or spend thousands of rune energy. The rune of slowness will kill him. Lin Chen sighed. His slow rune effect had to be used during sneak attacks to get the best effect. On the premise that the opponent predicts and takes precautions, the slow rune does not play a big role in the Holy Realm or the powerhouse comparable to the Holy Realm. Whether it was the saint who was repelled outside the Bingxin Palace at the beginning, or when he was being hunted down by the Holy Realm of the Hongtian Temple, the slowness rune used by Lin Chen could only play a miraculous effect when the other party was surprised. When the enemy is on guard, the effect of the slow rune will be greatly weakened, and the power that is ready to go can break through the shackles in one go. In this case, if you want to seal the opponent for a longer time, you must consume a higher value of rune energy. I don't know how my super chaotic talent will affect the saint. Lin Chen took back his thoughts while thinking. As soon as Fei Tianqing died, the dark variant crystals in his body exploded. With the explosion of his fleshly body, and the attribute light spheres scattered all over the place, Lin Chen took all of them according to the order, and took away all the hundreds of attribute light balls and the 3 orange crystal treasure chests that had fallen. Get 400 dark energy, 1999 advanced blood, 381 dark energy, 100 talent points, 95 rune energy, 10,000 enhancement points. Open 3 orange crystal treasure chests to get 800,000 enhancement points, 800 points of advanced practice essence. Unfortunately, after the complete low-grade variant crystal is refined, the energy goes back to the host. Even if I kill the other party, it will only make the variant crystal shatter, unless I have the 4th layer sage cultivation and can absolutely crush Fei Tianqing. Only when his bloodline, the source of battle energy, and the different crystals can be extracted together, can he keep the complete different crystals, otherwise there is absolutely no possibility of reservations. Lin Chen exclaimed in his heart that it was a pity, after the low-grade variant crystals were refined, the variant crystals and the source of war energy belonged to the same lineage, and even if the host was killed, it was impossible to obtain the variant crystals. Fortunately, Lin Chen has a genus picking system, and this time he harvested all high-quality high-level dark-type light balls. I can't get a complete metamorphic crystal, but I got 20,800 dark energy. Lin Chen's advanced dark energy has reached 28,680 points. It has become an existence second only to the light tribulation battle body. Lin Chen took away Fei Anqing's incomplete sacred artifact and accepting ring. And Lin Chen easily opened the accepting ring. The next moment, Lin Chen's expression showed ecstasy. In Fei Anqing's collection ring, there is actually a complete low-grade dark variant crystal. This is so lucrative. This low-grade dark variant crystal, perhaps Fei Anqing wants to step into the holy realm and then refine it, and control 2 dark variant crystals at the same time. It must be far stronger than the holy realm of the same level. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen is so cheap. Lin Chen licked his tongue and said excitedly, even though I can't get a complete isomorph by killing those geniuses who have isomorphs, if I can kill the super geniuses who refine the complete isomorphs, I can get a lot of attribute light balls, and I won't lose this battle. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the top 5,000 super geniuses. Among these guys, there are not a few guys with higher rankings, and those who refine low-grade heterocrystals. Those who were swept by Lin Chen's eyes all felt a chill. A very small number of 2,000 geniuses kept Lin Chen's tricks and cards in their hearts. If they meet Lin Chen in the next reincarnation match, it will undoubtedly be a death fight for them. Only Jian Qingqing was calm from beginning to end, even frowning a little, as if he was disappointed by Lin Chen's combat power. Lin Chen is the number at the bottom of the ranking. After killing Fei Anqing, his ranking suddenly rose to 1910. Ranked 1910 on the genius list, the gods descended to earth. Lin Chen. The cycle of life and death is still going on. After the first round of the battle, everyone's jade cards will light up, and they will get new numbers. It doesn't make people rest at all. Ranking is completely random. Lin Chen's avatar, Zenda Shui, was drawn to number 76, the first batch to play. And the opponent was an old antique with a ruthless character. Zendexiu was drawn number 66, and was also the first batch to play. The opponent was a genius ranked 5800, and the odds of winning were high. Lin Chen himself was even more dramatic. The jade card was displayed as No. 13, and he was actually the first batch to come to power. Lin Chen, who jumped directly to the dragon platform according to the ranking, settled down, and when he watched his opponent again, Lin Chen almost laughed. His opposite turned out to be Zhao Tianquan, who ranked more than 4,000, and the eldest son of Zhao. Zhao Tianquan was stunned. How the hell did he get this god of plague? Ha 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 ha. Young Master Zhao, I didn't have time to take care of you before, but I met you in the samsara match. Lin Chen laughed loudly, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Zhao Tianquan, and said with a wicked smile, don't worry, young Master Zhao, I definitely won't care about your siege and attack on me before, after all, I'm a good person, right? It's just this. As soon as the reincarnation competition comes on stage, it is a matter of life and death, and I will let you die without pain. Zhao Tianquan gritted his teeth. It's uncertain who will kill the deer. Lin sighed in his heart. Thanks to Mr. Zhao for the low-grade heteromorphic high-grade soil attribute value, Lin accepted it with a smile. Outside the Holy Burial Mountains, when the various forces obtained more information. What? You said that the woman of the demon race was protected by Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club. How dare this son protect that witch? Is he going to be the enemy of the human race in the holy world? Courting death. The gang of saints with the strongest breath in the void were furious. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the space shook, and the sarcastic laughter of the tyrant Jedi echoed in the void, causing the space to distort and the clouds to shatter. Some saints with low cultivation bases were shocked by the eardrums, some saints who were too late to protect their own 5 tribulation war emperors. And dozens of old antiques with 5 tribulation cultivation bases were shattered on the spot by the loud laughter. The saints from all the forces were furious, who was holy, and dared to release their breath to hurt their people. Ao Qing's eyes quickly released a barrier of holy light, covering everyone. And everyone was not harmed. Interesting, a bit interesting. Is it Lin Chen from the Dark Horse Club? If you come out today, I will make you die in a rhythm. Everyone looked at the prestige, and above the tens of thousands of feet in the sky, a young man with a proud and handsome face slowly walked out. His eyes are as cold as a knife, his facial features are picturesque, his brows are red, he is wearing a 3-foot red sword, without a scabbard or splendor, he is dressed in a snow-white robe, his hands are on his chest, his whole body is shining, and the holy brilliance behind him shines brightly, turning into a streak. The roulette-like sword light spun like a crescent moon. Between the eyebrows of the youth hangs the arrogance of disregarding all living beings in the world. The expressions of the Xeon saints who had previously chased Luo Yao were changed slightly. The enchanting list of the Absolute God sect. Xiao Jing, who is known as the Absolute God of Swords, who opens the sky with one sword. The enchanting sword saint wizards of the Absolute God sect. He even came here. Could it be for Lin Chen of the Dark Horse Club? Is there any festival between them? The situation is getting more and more chaotic, and even the swordsmen of the enchanting list are here. The forces of all parties were both shocked and horrified, and the forces that had previously lost people and horses dared to be angry and dare not speak. Every one of the world-shattering talents on the enchanting list has a huge background, and it is simply not something that the forces present can easily provoke. Not to mention the death of a few war emperors, even if a few saints died, no one would dare to question the people on the enchanting list. Look. The ranking of the genius list has begun to change again. Among the various forces, someone exclaimed in shock. The golden list flashes with golden light, and a golden light Wharton rushes up. The bleak genius names on the genius list can be called disaster. One by one, the super geniuses who have achieved a legend in the 36 regions have begun to fall into the hundreds, and they can see that everyone's scalp is numb. The inheritance of the Holy King is really crazy. Among those changing names, there is a golden light that is particularly obvious, soaring from outside the 10,000 to several thousand. Dark Horse Club, the gods descended to Earth. Lin Chen, ranked 1910 on the genius list. The faces of the people are especially wonderful. Get 134 points of advanced earth energy, 99 intermediate talent points, 225 advanced earth energy, 100 advanced rune energy, 90 spiritual energy. Open 2 orange crystal treasure chests, get 300 points of earth energy, 200 points of spiritual power. Lin Chen killed Zhao Tianquan in less than half a quarter of an hour, and exploded the earth element crystal on him. After that, Lin Chen obtained a total of 22,700 points of high-level soil energy, and the attribute value rose again, and the high-level soil energy broke through the 33,000 point mark. It was another day and 2 nights, and the second round of the reincarnation Competition was even more intense. There were only over 700 remaining geniuses, and only 91 old antiques, all of them ruthless characters. Cruel. Extremely cruel selection. In just 1 day and 2 nights, the top geniuses of the Holy Realm died a lot. It is equivalent to the death of hundreds of saints in the future. But the ones who survived, whether it was background, combat experience, talent, were all strong players among geniuses, hard characters. Well, a lot of geniuses have emerged in this round of reincarnation, and finally the third round has arrived. Since there are less than 900 players in the third round, there will be less than 500 places if the competition is complete, so there will be some bye places. Those who reach the bye can directly pass the second level, get rewards, and advance to the third level. Those who draw 2 outs later will be awarded the bye spot. The voice of the Holy King Hao Yin made everyone's blood boil, and there was a bye list. As long as you get a bye spot, you don't have to go through life and death battles. Brush. A stream of light was injected into everyone's jade cards, and everyone looked at them one after another. Some were happy and some were sad. I got a bye spot. Ha ha ha. A top 5,000 super genius shouted excitedly. Surprisingly, Lin Chen's Zendexio and Zendashuai's avatars have all won bye spots. Pass the second level directly. There are also Yan Wuxia, the ghost-faced grey-robed man who assassinated Lin Chen, and the indifferent man who noticed that he was using the innate shadow technique as soon as he entered the mountain range. There are only a few people who get the bye quota, and Lin Chen can see the number of jade cards of most people with a little activation of his purple gold pupils. Most of the people who got the bye places were people with excellent potential. Even if the ranking of the genius list was not the top level, it was the youngest one. As for those old antiques, no one got a bye spot at all. It seems that the Holy King Hao Yin is not stupid. He intends to focus on screening his target, so I should also get it, eh? Lin Chen's jade card is not 00, but 01. His is the third round of the reincarnation tournament, the first to appear. This Holy King Hao Yin doesn't intend to target me? Or does he have other plans? Lin Chen had different thoughts in his mind, and then retracted his mind. Forget it, no matter who the opponent is, it has to be fought. Lin Chen jumped and entered the Dragon Terrace. When everyone saw that he was actually number 1, they couldn't help but be curious. Who will be Lin Chen's opponent? The bright red robes floated through the void, and the fierce swordsmanship was so shocked that the swords of all the swordsmen in the scene screeched loudly. Some of the top 2,000 monster-level geniuses trembled. Even Lin Chen was dignified like never before, like an enemy. The woman standing in front of him is Jian Qingqing, the strongest genius in the sword domain, the invincible under the sword saint, who claims to be able to slay the heavens and slaughter the heavens, be holy, and be a peerless evildoer. Everyone was stunned. Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing are actually the first battle of the third round. That is, the battle of life and death? My God, Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing are on each other. This woman is not ordinary, she is not at the level of fighting against saints for dozens of rounds, but is one of the very few war emperors who can truly compete with saints throughout the ages. Lin Chen will lose everything. This woman is the invincible peer of the contemporary Jianyu, the sword of the flying fairy from the sky. In the second round just now, Lu Wanlei, who was ranked 4,740th, didn't even follow her finger. This woman is not the emperor of 5 tribulations at all, and is infinitely close to the existence of a saint. Some geniuses known as monsters swallowed their saliva. This battle can be said to make people unable to take their eyes off. Jian Qingqing's talent is so high that it has already been commented on by the ancient sage. This woman has the qualifications of the contemporary evildoer list, and she can be calm in the face of the temptation of sanctification, just to pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship. Almost no one is optimistic about Lin Chen, everyone's focus is only on whether Lin Chen can force Jian Qingqing to draw that supreme sword. I really can't think of it, I will fight you in the end, but as long as you haven't been sanctified, my chances will never be zero. Lin Chen smiled relaxedly. After killing Fei Onqing and Zhao Tianquan, Lin Chen's element attribute value skyrocketed by tens of thousands, and the formidable power of 9 tribulations star increased, so he might not be Jian Qingqing's opponent. Jian Qingqing said indifferently, I've been looking for many areas, but I can't find one for the enemy who draws the sword. If you can let me draw the sword, I will be very happy. I know that your level is far more than the surface. Come on with your true strength. Boom. Jian Qingqing's whole body is shining and colorful, like a fairy outside the sky, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, but it is brewing a world-breaking edge. Click click click. Long Tai, which was enough to withstand the first attack of the saint, was actually shattered by Jian Qingqing's radiant edge. It's different from when I was besieged by Yan Wuxia last time, she's running her mind. This sense of oppression is not the orange-level mindset that other geniuses have only cultivated in part, but definitely the Xeon's complete orange-level mindset. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the most powerful light robbery fighting body held up the pressure, with the qi of Yutian Gengjin flowing throughout his body. And the plus 15 half-orange defensive combat skills blessing, Lin Chen's face was a little better. Lin Chen, don't let me down. The beautiful lady raised her slender jade fingers and stroked gracefully. Tear. The sound of crackling air ripped apart, and the thin sword marks as thin as hair swept across the void. Lin Chen's eightfold transformation and the ultimate moment instantly covered his whole body, bursting with fighting spirit, stepping on the dragon flash and swept aside. Brush. Just avoiding the sword light, the Yutian Gengjin qi flowing on. Lin Chen's body cracked like a piece of paper, almost slicing his kidney. Lin Chen's scalp was numb, what an outrageous sword qi, condensing the fighting qi to the extreme, and beheading it at the extreme speed. There is no bells and whistles, only the extreme sharpness. Lin Chen took out the Tianqing Yulei sacred bow, and quickly pulled the bow and shot. The arrows on the stage instantly burst into pieces, shrouded in murderous intent. The trajectory of its arrow light is unpredictable, or it shoots straight like a meteor, or it wanders like a winding dragon and snake. Its edge is hidden, and it is full of energy. Some of them were arrows, and when they were shot out, they were divided into 5 parts. The momentum was so fast that many geniuses looked solemn. However, when all the arrow lights approached Jian Qingqing, a layer of invisible sword energy enveloped them and chopped them up. Lin Chen's face changed slightly, and Jiguang Filmu, with full firepower, couldn't even get close to her? There seems to be a layer of invisible sword qi barrier in the Tenjiang area near her, and any attack that approaches will be directly chopped. In Fei Onqing's battle, Jian Qingqing couldn't see through many of Lin Chen's tricks, but she understood it. Some of Lin Chen's special secret techniques can only be used after hitting the enemy, such as the confusing techniques and the unique skills that can tear the defense. Then Jian Qingqing will directly attack instead of defending. All attacks were decisively smashed before they approached, and Lin Chen's talent was blocked to the death, and there was absolutely nothing he could do. The response was good. Jian Qingqing said indifferently, his slender fingers swam like ripples, and countless sword marks as thin as a gossamer were like rays of light, wandering in the void. Lin Chen suddenly raised his spiritual sense to the highest level, his Zijin pupils fully opened, flapping the holy phoenix wings frantically, stepping on the dragon flash, avoiding her sword energy one after another. Boom! After the seemingly innocuous sword mark was flashed by Lin Chen, when it slammed into the space barrier of Long Tai, it appeared to be shaken, like a falling star, shocking. When there was no way to avoid it, Lin Chen could only draw the bow and shoot at each other. When the arrow light and the sword energy collided, the air flow was broken into pieces, and the air flow was as sharp as a blade. As soon as they met, Lin Chen was suppressed. Just dodging and resisting Jian Qingqing's attack, Lin Chen did his best. It's natural to be suppressed. It seems that even the scheming Lin Chen is helpless. This is an absolute strength difference to suppress. If it was me, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive even 10 rounds. This Lin Chen is still alive and well, really strong. His movement technique is indeed very strong, but if this goes on, he will probably be consumed to death. Such a powerful movement technique will definitely consume a lot. Now it's up to Lin Chen to hit the unavoidable attack before only the unavoidable attack that threatens the saint can involve the existence of a series like Jian Qingqing. The geniuses held their breaths. The little junior sister, beside Yan Wuxia, covered her hands lightly, her shocking eyes blurred. This is what senior brother said is the strongest, it really is against the sky. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, swept behind Jian Qingqing, and instantly brought out the azure blue moon, raising his hand is a knife mirror moon god. Plus instant light splitting. Unexpectedly, Jian Qingqing grabbed with 5 fingers in the opposite direction, infiltrating the sword energy of the destruction of ghosts and gods, and caught Lin Chen's 5 moonlight slashes with one palm. The faint aftertaste of sword energy, like a sharp saw, penetrated Jingyue's edict, and had enough power to destroy Lin Chen. Clang! Lin Chen held the knife and slashed vertically, but the aftermath of the sword energy made his arm numb, and the battle knife almost came out of his hand. And he couldn't help being shocked. His pure power is not what it used to be, and when he took over the power of Jian Qingqing's palm, he almost couldn't hold the sword. I don't believe that you can defend all the flaws. My movement is higher than yours, and there will always be a breakthrough. Lin Chen's body technique retreated again, put away the azure blue moon, and transformed it into the sky-high sword. When Lin Chen moved towards Jian Qingqing's Tianling Gai, there was a burst of annihilation, and the spiritual shock was divided into 5, destroying everything. Brush. Lin Chen flashed to Jian Qingqing's side. Annihilation was just a pretense, his intention was the next move. Lin Chen raised the sword and slashed with anger, and it was another sword. Sword fury raising the sky. He held the sword at the dead end of her attack and made a crosscut. All kinds of anger added to the light robbery and fighting spirit, and the orange and white sword rainbow slashed out. Divide into 5. Tear. Bang. With a swift swing of his hand, the tornado-like sword chi storm swallowed Lin Chen's attack, and the spiritual storm and the orange light sword rainbow shattered at the same time. Lin Chen was caught off guard, and was swept up into the sky by the storm. Sword chi smashed all his defenses, and blood rushed. Hematemesis. The sword wind swept away, Lin Chen split the storm, the white light and dragon's shadow flashed, and retreated to the edge of the dragon platform, panting and sweating like rain. When people aim at the weaknesses of the enemy, their intentions of action will become single, and they only want to attack the weaknesses, but they will lack flexibility and tactics. Jian Qingqing leaned against her body like a willow, her long red hair was tied up, her red robe was curled up, and she suddenly smiled, alluring the country and smiling like a flower. Lin Chen, how many flaws do you think I have in my body? This beautiful fairy-like smile stunned many geniuses. This is a beauty that is so powerful to the extreme that it is admired and longed for, but it stops, and my heart is desperate. The flaws that Lin Chen can see will become her intention to induce Lin Chen to attack and become her attack point. Her beautiful smile was not asking Lin Chen, but telling him a fact. Her sword is alluring, and there is no flaw. What a terrifying woman, completely different from the soft-footed shrimp geniuses I have fought in the past. The mentality, skills, talents, abilities, experience, and mood are far beyond the so-called monster-level geniuses. This is the real monster. It is the first emperor under the real saint. Today, I, Lin Chen, want to walk down this dragon platform alive. I am afraid it is not that simple. If he can't attack Jian Qingqing, he can't trigger the super chaos state. He must break this situation. Clang. Lin Chen put the Qing Tian sword upside down on the ground, took a deep breath, and spread out his palms. All Lin Chen's fighting spirit began to be sent to the Luoguang variant crystal, and at the same time, his 9 tribulations origin was also rapidly reduced to a minimum limit that he could bear. Even so, Lin Chen's face was still pale for a while. Brush. OM. OM. Lin Chen's palms turned 9-colored starlight, spinning like a roulette wheel, like a galaxy of splendid, most beautiful, extremely dazzling beauty. The overflowing destructive fluctuations made everyone present change color. Finally, Jian Qingqing's face became serious, and he smiled. Are you finally willing to give your best? Lin Chen's face was pale, and he smiled wildly. I've never tried this trick. It's worthy of you. Lin Chen, I have to use 2 9 tribulations at one time. This is the strongest ultimate move he has used for the first time since he was able to use the 9 tribulations star twice a day. This is the ultimate ace he can play at this stage. Just maintaining the energy that condenses the source of 9 tribulations is the limit. If he can't even do this trick, he can only use the nirvana or the king who has accumulated for a long time to come to the world. Above the strong miasma, within the 4 ancient formations, a distorted shadow turned into a humanoid form, and said with a sinister smile. Very well, these 2 young people have very high aptitude. As my perfect substitute, only one is needed. The other followers only need to infiltrate the sect, and the collision between geniuses will be born. More top-notch monsters. Let this king see who can be fortunate enough to be the perfect substitute for this king and become the only king of the 2 worlds. Ha ha ha. The humanoid shadow's laughter was extremely cold, but it did not know that a pair of magic eyes were silently opening from directly above him, staring at his every move. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Chen threw the 9-colored stars in his palms at Jian Qingqing. This time, the 2 waves of 9 tribulations of stars also incorporated the power of the Luoguang variant crystal. Consume 201 points of advanced rune energy, activate level 6 recharge, pierce. Rune, increase power limit, 80%, can play 5% of penetration characteristics. Consume 298 intermediate talent points to activate the instant light and shadow talent. When the 2 beams of 9 robbery stars fell, they suddenly trembled and turned into 10 9 robbery stars. The front end of the starlight shone with white light aurora, exuding faint runner ripples. All the geniuses quivered at the corners of their mouths, took a deep breath, and almost urinated. With such a terrifying attack, how could he turn 2 into 10? Is this still human? Slow rune. Lin Chen let out a low roar in his heart, and a gray-white talisman of more than 10 meters fell from the sky, suppressing the demon and sealing the ghost, stagnating the space, only in one breath. The space where Jian Qingqing was located and her own fighting spirit suddenly became as sluggish as a turtle. This rune of slowness directly consumed Lin Chen's 4,000 rune energy. At this stage, Lin Chen only has about 22,000 sluggish runes, and he used about 1/5 of his rune energy against a battle emperor. 2 Xeon 9 robbery stars and a slow rune with 4,000 energy points. It can be said that everything is bet on this moment. In the face of Lin Chen's series of trump cards, Jian Qingqing laughed like a flower and said in a dreamy voice, "Finally met an opponent who deserves a little seriousness." Sigh. Bang bang bang. Jian Qingqing's battle energy was greatly consumed, and the different crystal in her jade crisp mountains was injected, and the different crystal power was activated. Its delicate body is like 10,000 swords, and its sharp edge pierces the shackles of the slow rune. In an instant, Jian Qingqing made a holding shape with both hands, and an energy sword made of red battle aura emerged from her palm. She still didn't pull the sword behind her, she held up the energy sword and slashed across the sky. The air penetrated the sky, the rainbow penetrated the sun, and the stars and the moon were cut. Tear. Laugh. 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 Boom. The sword light exploded frantically, and 10 9-color destruction beams of light spun into the sky. The spilled destructive energy fluctuations and sword chi shattered beams continued to bounce, reverberating on the surface of the space enchantment, causing ripples. Then, 10 beams of light merged into one, thousands of feet huge, like a 9-color divine light that opened up the sky and the earth, opened the scope of the space barrier, and shocked the space barrier to crack like a spider web. It actually shattered the space barrier of Long Tai. The faces of the geniuses were horrified, and Yuji used his body technique to retreat. However, the space enchantment quickly compensated and repaired, and it will not suffer a devastating blow. Even Lin Chen had to step on the dragon flash to retreat, step on the dragon flash to retreat to the edge of the dragon platform, and constantly take the dragon clear fruit, as well as the few glazed bodhi seeds, to quickly heal the injury. The ghost-faced gray-robed man outside the arena had a solemn expression, and his always indifferent and chilling expression also showed a bit of horror. The last time he sneaked up on Lin Chen, if Lin Chen used this powerful killer move, he would definitely die, and there would even be no scum left. The power of this time is at least several times stronger than the previous one, or even close to 10 times. My charging runes and penetrating runes have less and less bonuses to the stars of the 9 tribulations. If one day the 2 major attack runes can no longer add its power, it proves that it has reached an orange level. The category of combat skills. I created an orange level combat skill by myself. And it's amazing. Seeing this power, Lin Chen was excited. 9 Tribulation Star uses Lin Chen's 9 Tribulation source as the core energy. If it is compared to an orange-level combat skill, it will be better than a combat skill of the same level. The 9-color beam of light lasted for dozens of breaths before it dissipated. Lin Chen took advantage of this time to frantically use the extreme returning yuan, and his fighting spirit recovered nearly 70%, but he was no longer able to use the 9 Tribulation Star Trigger Super Chaos talent. At this time, when the system popped up a light screen, Lin Chen immediately chose to activate it, holding the gun, ready to kill. When the smoke and aftermath of the energy dissipated, a crackling sonic boom sounded. Sigh. Tear. A sword light pierced through the ground, plowing through the ground, tearing apart the ground of Long Tai like a paste and attacking Lin Chen brazenly. Lin Chen swung the secluded phoenix spear and slashed diagonally, creating the Yutian edge of instant light and shadow. Gengjin Qimong was divided into 5, and the sword light cut off Gengjin Qimong. When the sword beam shattered, it still turned into a gust of wind and rain to destroy Lin Chen. This forced Lin Chen to rotate the gun body at high speed with one hand. Dancing a gun wind, the qi of Gengjin Yutian flowed through his body, and bounced off the broken jade-like sword light. Lin Chen's arms were numb, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yes, the power is not reduced at all, it won't be so scary. The slender figure slowly walked out of the wolf smoke. The beautiful woman walked with a sword and red clothes, swayed her slender hands, and said indifferently, "Is this the technique that made Fei Onqing fall, even? My palms are a little disobedient, sure enough, it's a bit troublesome, but as long as I still have one thought to move, I can use most of my strength, or can you put my whole body and even consciousness into chaos?" Jian Qingqing's robe was slightly torn, revealing slender, snow-white legs like sheep's fat. The hairpin fell off, and the long bright red hair fell down to the waist. Apart from a slight reduction in breath, there was almost no substantial damage. The geniuses who witnessed this moment looked extremely solemn, and even had a chill in their hearts. This woman may be the most terrifying peer they have ever seen in their lives. In the face of 10-9 robbery stars, the geniuses they were present were able to take down the undead head-on, no more than 5 fingers. It's not that Lin Chen is weak, but Jian Qingqing, too strong. Stronger than normal. Lin Chen has fallen. I don't think he can use that trick again. This sword Qingqing is completely equivalent to a saint. The fact that Lin Chen was able to force her to use the power of different crystals to resist is already an extremely proud record. Unfortunately, this is a life and death battle, and it is only possible if one side falls down. Although this guy Lin Chen is full of tricks, it is undeniable that this young master is a little pity for his talent. If he can be allowed to cultivate for another 100 years, there may be a chance of survival. The geniuses shook their heads, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Chen. The demon race Luo Yaoer on the top of the mountain, the glamorous and charming appearance under the cloak showed a hint of hesitation. Even she doesn't think that Lin Chen can pass the current level. On the dragon platform, Lin Chen usurped the gun body. A super chaotic state just makes her right hand lose temporary control, and there is no substantial help, unless it is launched dozens of super chaotic. Beside Jian Qingqing, the layers of sword curtains that are emptiness and swimming still exist, and there are still countless sword qi wandering and cutting in the Tenjiang space near her, which is not something that ordinary attacks can approach. Lin Chen, you are very strong, and you deserve my sword. I expect you to show more strength than just now. Choke. A dragon roar rushed to the sky, and the geniuses watching the battle were shocked. Jian Qingqing is about to draw his sword. Yan Wuxia's eyes stared at Jian Feng behind Jian Qingqing. Is it finally coming, Xian's sword? I only have the last 4 Blue Order advanced nirvanas left, and it seems that I can only gamble. When Lin Chen was about to sacrifice his nirvana and Jian Qingqing to fight to the death, suddenly, a brand new and complete memory was transferred to his mind. Although it was the first contact, it was extremely familiar, as if carved into his spiritual consciousness. Lin Chen's eyes flashed for a moment, and he muttered to himself like a dream. Seize the 5 spirits of chaos, and unlock the 9 tribulations of heaven and earth. Reverse the cycle of life and death, and begin the eternity of Tai.